Hello and welcome, UniVersus players around the world. The time is finally here. The World Championship weekend, 3 days of amazing events, amazing plays, and amazing players. And of course, my name is Sam Tate. I'm joined by Barrett Bryant, and we're going to be bringing you the action all weekend. Barrett, this weekend is, dare I say, two-packed with action.
No such thing. There's no such thing as two packed. Only the packs themselves are that packed, more so than the action that will be occurring here in Dallas, Grapevine, Texas, of course, as we are going to be celebrating this entire jam-packed event schedule. Of course, we're on Friday over on the left-hand sides, and you can see here, the round has already started. The tournament is underway for the top 8 players to qualify, top 16 players to qualify and bring into our Day 2 tournament, which will take place on Saturday. But just like you said, Sam, we already have a tournament going underway. There's incredible decks in the room. The energy is electric. There's side events, card slinging. Everything is heating up, all while people are eventually trying to make their way all the way to that Sunday to go home our new world champion.
Yep, and we've got 7 rounds of Swiss action for you today. The top 16 players are going to advance on to Saturday, where we're going to have 6 rounds, and then it's going to get even slimmer because we're only going to have 16 players left for Sunday, which should be an absolutely fantastic tournament, an absolutely fantastic round of elimination games, if you will. And I'm super excited. I always love the big tournament feel. I love when we get all of the community, as much of the community as we can together. But this year, more so than any other, the side events are popping off. We've got more formats than ever for side events. I'm so excited for Hero 2, which has pretty much been the newest thing, I think, to hit UniVersus, besides maybe the 3v3 battles, which are also, by the way, an amazing casual format.
Yeah, showcasing with those KOF decks that came out already at the beginning of this year. Those, of course, are legal for play, and those cards that we're hoping to see in this tournament throughout the entire weekend. But the 3v3 format, just like, it functions as a way for you to take one deck and play it on 3 different avenues, and it changes the way the game is being played mid-character transition. It's just so exciting, and it's a new way to embrace the format. But I'm with you, Sam. I brought my Hero 2 deck this weekend, and I'm super excited to be playing some All Might 3 because I haven't been able to play them for a long time.
All Might 3 is definitely a fan favorite. Getting to revisit Hero 2, I was so excited to see Electric Jolt come back. That was a card that I didn't know how much I loved it because I hated playing against it at the time. But man, did I miss committing my rivals' foundations during their turn. And of course, destined for mainstream success. I put that thing in every deck. I put that card in every deck.
Now, at the same time, though, Sam, the main event is happening, of course. And I kind of want to know and showcase what these players are playing for, right?
Oh, the goods.
Yeah, absolutely. Because just by showing up today, the people that are playing in this event, you get this impeccable participation prizing. You get a little sling bag. You get this exclusive deck box that's going to be coming here. The World's Playmat, great colorizing here, and all of these promos. And, of course, spoiler alert, these promos still also exist for you to redeem extra copies of on the prize wall as well. But just by showing up and participating in this Day 1, by getting those point qualifications, you get to take home this incredible swag.
Yeah, all of the promos look amazing. The full art really pops off with things like See the Ocean. I think that card is actually super cool, and maybe a few more decks should be running it, but the art itself is going to warrant an inclusion. Superfly Swift Dive, I'm waiting for that one to take over the format. A lot of players don't know how powerful debuilding the rival into their hand can be. So I'm excited that these cards got the love of the promo, and of course, Inspiring Song, absolutely amazing. Has there ever been a bad Critical Role promo?
No, exactly not.
And then Heaven or Hell, absolutely awesome. And Unending Path gets Dhalsim into the mix, which is a character that didn't unfortunately get a character yet from Street Fighter, but is definitely a fan favorite for those control players who like to keep you away. So very excited for this. Love the grayscale on the playmat. I'm super stoked for all this, and we got to handle some of those messenger bags, the sling bags, and they're pretty fantastic.
Absolutely. Now, of course, the players that will be moving on to Day 2, as well as the players that have already qualified for Day 2 due to their points qualifications, winning a regional, etc., they will automatically unlock all of the same stuff that you get for playing in day one, and then another deck box that is different in the colorization for it as well. So
Got a little mystery bag.
yeah, so it's going to be a little bit more exclusive as well moving into those. And of course, as those players are going to play out tomorrow, which of course we'll be highlighting, these are the prize wall prizes that you can redeem for. Some of these are Worlds exclusives that are going to be at this event. And then also, we have a ton of extra promos that have been throughout the ages of the past events of this year coming and appearing on the prize wall as well. But these are the new ones. Of course, we have those little Marley's Warriors sneaking in there. They finally made their appearance in full force.
They exist?
They
They're
exist.
real?
They are here, and yes, they are redeemable on the prize wall. But these playmats, I love these playmats. The fact that the AOT Apocalypse, I'm looking at the Blitz. Oh, it's so good. I just think these playmats are incredible. I am also a big Jamie Sui fan from Street Fighter. Incredible art on these playmats.
Yeah, I think Jamie's a really cool character. Luke has taken some warming up to, but he looks fantastic next to Jamie in this playmat. I got to be honest, I didn't know I needed the Dizzy playmat. I didn't know I needed like the quote on it. Thank you for waiting is so cool to have like the quote from the game on the playmat, which Guilty Gear is maybe one of the most iconic and quotable fighting games of all time. I mean, Heaven or Hell, Let's Rock is so unique and different. There's a meme within the community about how the round starts anyway, so the language of Guilty Gear is almost as important as the gameplay. So putting that on a mat, I didn't know I needed it.
And the music, of course, right?
Of course, yeah.
All these extra things. Of course, still moving on, we've got moving into the actual heated part of the tournament. Sunday, top 16 getting played out. All of those players that qualify are immediately going to be going home with these incredible chromes, as well as this Chem Etch Jamie Sui at the bottom, going home with this exclusive messenger bag with the embroidery of the Worlds 2025 logo on it. And then, yes, of course, instead of that grayscale that we saw in the participation playmat, moving on to a lot more of the color pop here, and you'll see some even colorization changes as we move on to some of the other Top Cut promos.
Yeah, all beautiful promos, all really cool cards. The Grog with the golden lettering, it's so beautiful. And like you said, the Chem Edge, that's new for our game. That's so fantastic. And again, I love that it's characters that maybe didn't get like a full release of love are now getting the love in these promos.
Highlighting every IP that we got to release in 2025 coming at this ultimate tournament at the end. So you're going to go home with a representation of all of those IPs when you do take home these prizes. Of course, top 8 moving on to a different color for the mat, moving on to different characters from those. Of course, the Jamie now getting a top 8 treatment here, and then Nago. Oh, they look so good. And then top 4, moving on to that kind of, bronze colorization structure. And then finally Chun-Li showing up in that Chem Etch.
With her iconic win pose?
Yes. Bo, Bridget coming in, Mikasa, which is the talk of the town, of that set, of course, finally coming in here when you make it to top 4.
The turtles look so good, by the way, with the gray, the gray and the white background. It makes their individual color pop so much more with the red and the orange. I would love to see all the turtles get that treatment.
Moving on to the finalists, of course, we have Luke, rocking the shorts now, showing off a little bit more skin, but this is going to be your finalist taking home that sort of silver place chromes. And remember, for everybody at home, this is all cumulative.
Right.
You're going to be going home with so many chromes if you get to this point in the tournament that you're going to be actually swimming in them. But of course, Sam, that leaves the champion. What chromes do you think they could be going home with? Well, of course, it's got to be some iconic characters.
It's got to be the one that's left for Street Fighter, Ryu, the World Warrior, the turtle that's left, Leonardo the leader, the main character, Soul bad guy, all the protagonists, Jester Lavore, probably the most popular character in Critical Role. And, I mean, who better to cap us off with AOT? I'm so excited for this. All the protagonists for the champion, they get their own champ card, which of course I think has to be the best prize you can possibly get in a card game to become a player in the game, to become a character who's duking it out against Ryu, against Jester, against Eren Yeager, to become, as I like to say, immortalized in cardboard is something so unique and such an amazing tradition for our game, and that is really what I think all the players are aiming for.
And I think we're going to be able to showcase that all weekend, Sam, for the people at home, because in this tournament, it's been a while, but finally, as one of the key pieces of this year in competitive play, we have champ cards back in the format.
Yes.
And so there are people at this event playing people that have won this grand prize that we're talking about, and someone this weekend will go home with that same prize and create their own. And, I'm not going to do any spoilers, of course, but your last year's world champion is obviously in the room. And let's just say, his card is in the building. So
it's here?
It's in the building. So
are we going to get to see it? Are you going to show?
No, I'm not going to show.
Are we going to show the people at home? It's not fair if we get to see it and
well,
they don't.
They'll just have to keep an eye out, because that card will eventually be coming out. Of course, I'm talking about Kevin Broberg. And so I'm excited to see where that takes us. But before we get to the action this weekend, we have some very kind words from our new organized play manager, Levi Lalonde, with UniVersus. So we're going to send it away to him to tell us about UniVersus this year as a whole and leading into this tournament.
Good morning, UniVersus. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. Whew. All right. Hey, everyone. I'm Levi, your organized play manager. It's very wonderful to see all of you in this room today. I've spent a lot of time in a lot of gaming communities, and no one truly does it quite like UniVersus. Year after year, I've continued to be amazed by the passion and dedication from the UniVersus community. And it's about time that passion starts getting rewarded equally in effort. That passion deserves justice, and we've been blind for quite some time now over here. It's always been against my nature to ignore things that I felt were wrong. That part of me was never fixed. The goddess of justice blinds her sight to maintain fairness, and people turn a blind eye to things to protect themselves all the time. But not me. I can't manage to brush away the reached out hands of UniVersus players clamoring for what they deserve. Even if I'm the only one, I want to keep my eyes open. That's the dream UniVersus showed me 5 years ago, and that's the dream I'm going to keep on living. And so I ask each and every one of you to keep dreaming this weekend with your eyes open right alongside me. That's the mantra of 2026 UniVersus. No matter what's happened in the past or what's to come, my job and my dream from here on out is to do one thing: to make sure UniVersus players can keep playing UniVersus. It's to make sure that UniVersus from here on out is of the players, by the players, and for the players. While it's true that all growth is change, not all change is growth. This year, we're finally going to settle that score, but we cannot do it alone. The tides of change can only be braved by the many. And so I stand up here and I selfishly ask you all once again to believe in us, to believe in UniVersus, and to believe we'll make every single event this year one where none of you have an ounce of free time on your hands. Now, if you're watching at home, this is the part where I leave you right now in the very capable hands of our commentary team this weekend and get you ready to view some of the best UniVersus games of your life. However, there's something special for all of you in the room with us this weekend.
Now, for those players, they had a lot more information that will be coming live next week, I know, of course. But for us, you all at home just get to listen to us talk about the event, because that's what we're here for. We are here capping off 2025. So let's talk about it. We've had a very long year that we are now in February of 2026, and we are finally going to say goodbye at the end of this event. But it started all the way back, if you remember, the release of Critical Role, Heroes of Exandria, and our first ever regional of Denver, if you remember all the way back, and you were even going to play,
You had to bring it up. You had to say were. Denver was a great location. I had a lot of fun in Denver despite the hiccups. It's the only time I got to play Retro, actually, at a side event, and I won Retro, so, it was a great time to be had. We've got a lot more coming for Retro this upcoming year, which I'm excited for. But as far as 2025 goes, I mean, it was just amazing release after amazing release for the most part. I loved Critical Role so much. I cannot gush enough about Critical Role as an IP, how well it fits into UniVersus, how much it was something I think UniVersus needed, a fantasy element, a fantasy, show my boomer here, World of Endines kind of scratched that itch a little bit, and I think people really love Seventh Cross because it has a lot of the traditional fantasy elements and tropes and character styles, and Critical Role really delivered that in an updated way, in a contemporary way. Godzilla, everyone loves Godzilla. I've never met somebody who can't get down to the Godzilla screech. So I loved all the releases this year. I thought that there was great additions to the gameplay, and we had some amazing regional winners.
Absolutely. Capping off the year with Andrew Porat winning that first Denver regional, moving, a little overseas. We have afterwards Ymir getting it taken down. Mike Hardiman, a name we all know and love in this game, has been playing for such a long time in the history of UniVersus and UFS and the Chelmsford regional. And then the two-time Andrew Porat shows up once again in Albuquerque right before the release of Attack on Titan Apocalypse, of course. Shows up with King Ghidorah and takes home the second U.S. regional. As we then go over to Melbourne, Peak finally having a showcase with that AOT Apocalypse finally showing up. So John Sheehan taking down that win. Louisville, we saw the rise of backups finally come into the fold with Zeke Yeager versus Zeke Yeager in the finals. Calvin Harrigal versus Caden. And, at the end of the day, Wub did take it home. Of course, then we went to Spain and Alicante, where Kevin Tarragosa Gomez takes it home finally, where Midoriya gets a win on the board.
Yeah, and you look at these characters, I feel like all 6 of these characters were total menaces to the format at one point or another. They were all decks that people were incredibly worried about, and yet they each pretty much had only a brief time in the limelight, except for maybe Rodan, because Rodan is, one of our most powerful, most potent, one of the characters with the longest standing relevancy in the format. We've had Kailub. Is that how it's pronounced?
Ives, I believe. Yeah, Ives, Kailub.
Ives.
Yeah.
Ives with Reiner Braun, who came completely out of nowhere. Calvin Tahan, of course, won Toronto with Godzilla, a character that I think people were really surprised it took that long for Godzilla to take down an entire tournament, maybe kept in check by players like Phil Burge, playing characters like Rodan, winning Atlanta from 16th place, the bottom seed in Top Cuts. Didn't expect to be there, ended up winning the entire tournament. Then we went over to Glasgow, Rocco winning with Hanji Zoe, a deck that I thought was dead in the water after 9 times throughout the ages got banned for being way too much value. It was what brought the character into the fold as the metagame, and really it just kind of taught us that Titan Pile is very playable in Hanji Zoe. And then, of course, Buffalo, Constantine winning with Mikasa Ackerman, another character that everyone was so worried about on release, but it took some fine-tuning, it took some honing, it took some practice, and Constantine finally brought the correct remedy, the correct brew to defeat another menace in the format, Devil Jin, which is completely absent from our regional winners here. So there's so many powerful characters waiting to have their potential unlocked. Do you think we're going to see any surprises here at the world stage?
Not as much, I think, surprises as you might think. Even here, talking about like Phil Birch's win in Atlanta with Rodan, right? He faced adversity in the same kind of capacity of the Devil Jins, the Porcos that existed in that event, and decks like Rodan and defensive playstyles still showing through. Of course, like we saw in those last 2 regionals of the year, maybe not so much the case as we saw the Hanj still, have that success. And then again, we had the Mikasa, who I definitely think is the talk of the town going into this tournament. It's hard to ignore it. She had the most recent win when coming from December in Buffalo, like we've already mentioned. And we have to be transparent about it. The ban list didn't affect her at all whatsoever.
Right.
If anything, the cards that deck was playing, you got to kind of cut those from the Mikasa list and make your deck a little bit more fine-tuned. But, again, it's finally time to get the people at home their stats. We have our stats for day 1 here at this event. Now, total players, Sam, 114? I think
114 players.
I think it was
not
capped
bad.
at 120, by the way. But we'll get, again, points-wise, all of these players qualified for coming into this event, and we talked about it already when you said with Calvin winning Toronto with Godzilla, #1 character in the room.
Yeah, Godzilla, always one of the most represented characters. Like I said, huge fan favorite both as an IP and as a play style. The check bonuses make playing this character so much fun. The damage bonus makes this character incredibly potent, and similar in that damage bonus is Mikasa, right?
Yep.
Our two most represented characters are the two characters that probably put the easiest and the most consistent damage to the longest strings of attack, which is exactly how you overcome our third most represented character, Rodan. So you can already sort of see that there is a little bit of that triangle at the top of Rodan, who blocks out everyone else, and then there's two characters at the top who are extremely good at overcoming the amount of defense that Rodan can present, who don't care about the speed being reduced. But Mikasa has a bit longer longevity in her game plan and the ability to continuously build those resources versus a Godzilla who's got more of like that fair six-hander. And I love when our format represents five-handers, six-handers, and seven-handers all together. And I think it creates a really nice, not rock, paper, scissors, but like I said, that sort of triangle format where you've got a powerful five-hander who's probably similar but a little weaker than a six-hander typically because they have Godzilla has, five-hander health. Let's just say it how it is. And then on top of that, Mikasa gets to go way over the top of the seven-hander who keeps the six-hander in check.
And one of my favorite parts, too, about like this current graphic that we have, so this is going back and talking about the year as a whole, right? So the 2025 regional look back and these character representations, we're seeing a similar story of what we're expecting to see here today, right? There's Godzilla, there's Rodan right at the top, Deviljin fallen out of favor with some hits, of course, over the past couple of ban lists. Midoriya, not at the biggest chunk per se, but what I really want to see is Grog over here still sneaking it in, and we can see the lower representation of Mikasa across the year, but when we look now today at this current event that we're talking about, she has shot all the way to the top. But Grog being basically the 5th most represented character of this event today is actually pretty mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, I've been pretty high on Grog. People have played him on all 3 different symbols. He's been really popular on Earth recently. I've seen a lot of great plays, referee, jury, of course, being super, super important in this format. And he fits that same similar mold. Draws a lot of cards, adds the same damage bonus as Mikasa, but now there's a defensive ability in it as well. So the -2 damage, maybe that's going to be the difference, right? We just talked about how the six-hander has the five-hander health. Grog has an insane health potential over the course of -2 to so many other attacks. We've also had Nick Reagan, who of course was a lot more popular before the errata, but still incredibly successful for a character that got an errata. It's pretty rare that we see those characters come back into the fold, but if you're a good enough five-hander, you can be Deviljin and eat an errata, eat cards banned out of your deck, and still be able to show up and perform time after time after time.
Yeah, and I'm even looking, down there, Zeke Yeager, we talked about already, the Zeke Yeager mirror match that ended up happening in Louisville. So 5 out of these 16 appearances that we're talking about across 2025. But people coming back to this deck for this tournament today, he is represented on those characters coming into the tournament today. So I'm excited to see how people have developed across the year of these characters that they've learned to love, that they've had a lot of success with in getting these top cut appearances, because it is now do or die for this current tournament. You have to make that sort of top cut appearance, that top 16, and so people are bringing back these characters that they've had success with, of course. I am then excited to look at this sort of information and see what tomorrow looks like when we finally add not just the players that win their qualification from today, but the players that have already locked in their day 2 slot from having success with these characters that we're talking about right now.
Yeah, today is the frying pan.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, these players will be thrown into the fryer with all the regional winners, all of our highest points getters, all of our day 2ers, as I've been referring to them all weekend. Tomorrow, the competition is really going to kick up but today is a bloodbath. Today is everyone fighting at the door to get in. You know, if you've ever seen one of those movies where there's like a zombie invasion or we're like leaving Earth or something and everyone is scrambling to get on the spaceship, everyone today is trying to get on the ship today too.
I have a question because I like this slide a lot.
Okay.
These are the characters across the year that only made a single Top Cut appearance.
Okay.
Out of these characters, who do you think is meant to make more of an appearance this weekend?
Well, I can tell you who I'd like it to be. I don't know if it's true, but
That's okay.
Bakugo 4.
Haha, yeah.
This is a character that every release, every new product that comes out, Challenger decks, booster boxes, blitz boxes, every new set of cards that comes out, I make a Bakugo 4 deck because he is so well positioned in the format for so many different things. If you are a damage reducing deck, he obviously counters that. If you're a deck that blocks a lot, making you discard cards is a counter to that. Being able to run damage reduction as both offense and defense is a huge benefit. So I'm amazed that this character isn't more popular. It might just be the keyword, you know,
Yeah.
having to have Fury attack specifically might be holding him back a little bit. But I think that's the character that if you're looking for a counter pick to the meta game, Bakugo 4 is one of the best and most aggressive ways to do it.
And also, it's your last chance.
That's true too.
Your
It's
last
also
chance
about to
play that one.
rotate.
In the same boat, I'm excited to see where Overhaul might appear. Although we
Right.
said goodbye to Equipment Heist in the format, he does play Massive Mute Machine quite well by getting it into your stage either through Maximum Overhaul or his own ability and then unflipping it, of course. But enough with 2025. I'm excited to finally jump into more of this tournament. So, Sam, we were tasked with a little bit of predictions, okay? So going into this tournament, key cards that we want to expect going into it. Here are mine. Genkai's Guidance, Daily Training, and of course, you know it, you love it, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. And I only want to defend myself ever so slightly, but
You don't have to defend any of these to me. You basically stole my picks.
whoa!
You actually just stole my picks because I've been the biggest believer in Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken pretty much since its release.
Yeah, Genkai's Guidance, though, I think we might see a lot more this weekend because, yes, Filled with Doubt is a very powerful card and people are still going to be playing it. But with, us saying goodbye to, the board wipes, us resetting us down to 4 foundations, I think Genkai's Guidance is going to go a lot further on going to being able to afford the foundations to destroy, to completely say no to an attack, more so than what Filled with Doubt does for the format. And then, of course, the good symbol has got a little bit of a glow up because of the KOF decks, things like Syntheso, Team Hero coming into the fold. But I do think cards like Daily Training are going to have a little bit more of a showcase for those good symbol characters that can play it, for the same reason why new training method was such a key piece in our game for the years of its legality.
Yeah, Daily Training is one of the best ways to utilize card advantage. When you draw too many cards and you can't play them all, Daily Training is going to allow you to build those cards directly into your stage, make use of them immediately, and that's been sort of a linchpin for a lot of the slower decks in our format. Is yes, you can draw a lot of cards, yes, you can get ahead in card advantage, but if you can't play those cards, if you can't translate them into usable resources, what good is it to have 5 cards in your hand? And Daily Training allows you to utilize those resources, unflood your hand, unclog your hand, and really my favorite thing is it lets you surprise your opponent.
So for yours, as my last question here, how many Koenma's Task forms will we see all weekend?
That's a very good question. On stream, I feel like we got to get at least one.
Oh, for sure.
Over the weekend,
get
we
one.
got to get at least one. But Koenma's Task is my pick, mostly because you picked Genkai's Guidance. And I think I think it's no surprise that we've seen a rise in aggressive aggro decks that play 4 copies of Koenma's Task. And it's mostly to defeat the Genkai's Guidances, the Barrier Shields, the Filled with Doubts of the world, being able to protect your attacks from these nasty action cards has been so important, and there has been a huge rise in the success of Koenma's Task as a easily accessible action cancel. And a big part of that, I love that this is all connected, is because of cards like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken making it so difficult to play defense from your stage, because there's so many ways to commit, freeze, and seal foundations that you have to play these powerful actions. But if your opponent's going to keep your actions in check with Koenma's task, what do? You play Wide Awake.
Yep.
You want to protect your attack from getting filled with Doubted? You play Wide Awake. You want to prevent all of these wild styles and all of these aerial goblin bolts from sealing your interaction? You got to protect yourself with Wide Awake. We're getting more and more ways to seal characters. You play Wide Awake to protect them. And so Koenma's task and Wide Awake both being accessible to the good symbol really has caused, I think we talk about a glow up. I think we might see the rise of the good symbol, maybe not this weekend, but in the future, because of these cards coming together and preventing the opponent from using their most powerful control pieces to protect your stage, I think is going to be a big deal. And last but not least, I got pass-through walls. We talked about barrier shield, talked about playing defense from your hand.
Yep.
What's one of the most powerful things you can do to surprise your opponent? Put down a big breaker block. Pass-through walls is going to allow these aggressive decks to not only fight through the breakers, not only to counteract the big fist bashes of the world, but it also keeps assets in check. Even though Equipment Heist is banned, there's still decks like Overhaul that are trying to cheat Massive Mutant Machine into play. But if you're playing generally understated cards like Pristine Swordplay, like Falling Heel Strike, like even Maximum Overhaul early in a string before you can give it its full bonus by adding cards to your hand, and your whole game plan is my offense is Massive Mutant Machine, being able to cancel one activation of it can buy you that turn, can bring it over to your turn and let you take control of the game. So I think pass-through walls is going to be really, really important this weekend, but we're going to have to wait and see. We've got some action, I think, lined up pretty soon. Are we ready to get into the gameplay, man? I'm so ready.
Not quite yet. We're going to keep hyping up our players, our viewers at home, of course. We, again, are going to go just a last little look at this day one breakdown for this event, because we talked about the big three that we've already kind of elaborated on, but some of these characters that are here with the smaller representations, we talked about Sung Jin Woo, great appearance in Buffalo on stream. This deck is something that people have to be looking at as this.
I'm so surprised this is as popular as it is.
Really? It's very powerful.
Yeah, Sung Jin Woo has become insanely popular after the Experience Bundle, which it's not that surprising, I guess, with the Experience Bundle cards. I did not watch the show until it was announced for UniVersus. I was a late bloomer to that, and I'll say this: Sung Jin Woo has brought more new players into my locals than probably any other product.
Wow.
But to see it like this popular on the stage, fourth most represented, I'm a little shocked.
And this mainly for everybody at home, but the last one I want to talk about is our newest addition into the game from the screen, Isla. I don't know how to say her name. Isla, a representation here. Again, a little bit smaller on the percentages, but being able to seal foundations, being very powerful.
I was playing Isla for some training, some last play testing with some players, and I was smoking them. They were bringing their Worlds deck, and this deck is so unassuming. And I'll be honest, I never thought that I would use the mode where Isla can flip your sealed foundation, but the Void symbol is so good at sealing things, and it's so rewarded for buying into the gimmick that I was running out of seal targets. I had to start flipping things, and that's one of the weaknesses of seal, is that it's not a permanent solution. Isla kind of ties the knot together for this aggro control deck where you eliminate all of the rivals' interaction, and her check bonus to play an ally card combined with the check bonuses of Wild Style allows you to fight through so much interaction, through card pull clogging, through breakers, through characters that might reduce checks, which I'm a little surprised Mark Tyner's not on this character breakdown, because that deck is something everyone has been totally afraid of playing against. So Isla has completely surpassed all my expectations in playtesting.
Now, Sam, I know you're itching for it, but we have one last thing for our viewers before we finally jump into some UniVersus action, and that is here at our World Championship. It says available now because the reality is we have a super pre-releases for Godzilla Reign of Kaiju happening all weekend here in Dallas, Texas. And so you're going to be able to get your hands on cards this weekend. Our players are going to be able to get their hands on these cards. And
it's not too late. You can come to Dallas right now. You can come sign up for a pre-release. If you want to jump on a plane, fly over here by the afternoon, you can join in this pre-release.
But it is a super pre-release because that, of course, is the actual pre-release coming March 6th, which is next Friday currently. And then, of course, the release of the set on March 13th, which is Friday the 13th, by the way. Ooh, spooky for these monstrous characters finally getting added. And then also rotating some of our sets from the previous years. Now, of course, before we jump into some action, we are going to open up a couple of packs throughout this entire weekend, us on the caster desk. So, of course, you want to get your hands on these Godzilla pre-release kits that you can get on. They, of course, come with this wonderful Hero's Greatest Monster. This is going to be History's Greatest Monster coming back into rotation, of course, actually. So even though the product came out in 2024 with the first version, you can get this new one, and with our new set stamp, we can get things going. But
Bear, which cards are you looking to pull from Godzilla?
Well, I'm glad you asked, actually. We actually have another graphic for that one. We have cards that we are exclusively looking for from this set. So I'm excited to start showing them. But first, as you can see, as I'm going to be losing my dearly beloved of Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, I have selected Focus Prism Beams here because if you, after it resolves, if it received a speed and damage bonus, you also get to commit and freeze one of your rifles non-character cards.
See, I'm also missing Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, so I picked Frenzy Dive, which is commit and seal a rival asset or foundation.
Of course, I'm looking for the secret rare Mechanical Monster, you know, a kind of callback of these kind of finishers that are based around your opponent having these committed resources. It gets the extra speed, but because it has Powerful 3, very potent win piece. And, of course, a nice, I think the best rare in the set that I'm looking for, Divine Defender, you know, our spiritual successor of
Struggling
with studies. You know, we have
which
our
the
water
air symbol deserves.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
water symbol, no, they don't need struggling with studies. You should be adding cards to pools. The air symbol should be removing cards from pools. And in that respect, you know, I had to put Sacred Guardian on here. The defensive action, it's also a secret rare. Looks beautiful. I can't wait to see it in person. So hopefully we pull one. But Breaker 1, drawing cards, gaining life, everything I want to do. And then, of course, Queen of the Monsters. I think this is a card that is obviously powerful the first time you read it.
Yeah.
But I think it will surprise you. The more you play with it, I think it will only get better and better and better. So I'm a huge Mothra fan, if you can't tell by the cards I've selected. I'm a huge air symbol fan, if you can't tell by the cards I've selected. So I am incredibly excited to dive into these and, you know, hopefully we pull some secret rares.
That's what I'm hoping. And I've got our first pack
Now,
ready.
you weighed this pack, so you know that there's definitely...
I didn't weigh it, of course.
You guys should know. You guys should have seen Barrett. He was over here like he had all the packs in his hand.
That's true. I do have them all right
He was
here.
trying to take out which one he thinks has got the best foil.
Now, I don't want to keep our players or our viewers waiting too long, so we're going to go a little quickly through these commons and uncommons, of course. Of course, you can check out all of these cards on the card gallery for the set. Of course, the entire set has been revealed because we're handing out packs this weekend. So as we move in, we've got a character card. Okay, we've got Angrius. And then we've got Mecha Bombardment is actually not that bad of a pull here. And then I didn't do the whole behind a three. So
I asked you if we should do the 3 cards, and you said it was in the right order.
Mecha Bombardment as an ultra rare that we've already pulled for the stream. And this isn't a bad one. I like this one a lot, actually.
Mecha Bombardment's cool. It's got one of the better arts, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm definitely a fan of the art. I mean, Godzilla, it's so hard to go wrong with giant monsters and robots fighting. So.
And, of course, on the back of every character card, you do get your power tokens that you're going to need for the set, of course. But, Sam, I hope your pack is a little bit better because I'm so far ready to put this in my deck.
Mecha Bombardment's tough to beat, but we'll see. We'll see what I can do. How'd you do it, like this?
Yeah, just, you know, however you want. Moving in. I'm excited. You better not be if you pull this first secret, I'm going to be upset.
I'm pulling the Sacred Guardian. It's destined.
We're moving. There we go. I wish I could see the names a little bit better. But here we go. We're moving in. Character. No.
No, I did the 3 card
thing.
thing.
You did? Oh,
yeah,
we got Fire Rodan.
Ooh. Oh, we got Godzilla versus a Mecha Godzilla.
Oh.
Iconic, an absolutely iconic image here with the Mecha Godzilla. And yeah, I'm stoked for this one. That's a pretty good pool. Mecha Godzilla response, get to remove a counter on it, get to play it again later. What more can you ask
It looks like we got the Mecha Godzilla pack.
Yeah, we
that's
got the
for sure.
Mecha Godzilla pre-release. So if you head to your pre-release and you pull 2 Mecha Godzilla cards back to back, I think we know what you're playing for your pre-release.
Absolutely. But the time has finally come, Sam.
Finally, we get to watch some action.
It's time to watch some UniVersus. We've got round 1 for the day 1 tournament for World Championship here in Dallas, Texas, and we've got great players to showcase right off the bat, and I think great decks as well, because the thing about playing in this tournament today, Sam, is you had to have the 50 points to qualify for it. There are multiple avenues that you could have gone to achieve those points this year, which includes local play, coming to regionals, doing a little bit well, getting some of those points. But how would you feel if you were maybe the player that was only 5 points away from being a day 2 qualification?
Would not feel great. I'm not going to lie.
But you would still...
Depends. Can I give Levi $20 to get 5 points?
Absolutely not, because that's right. We've got Barlow
Levi's giving me the thumbs up. I don't know. I think I could agree some palms.
Barlow guess here. He's actually sporting the Zeke Jaeger War Chief deck that we kind of already had talked about. But with his history this year already, 5th place at Denver, 20th place at Louisville. And yes, that's right. You see it there. He got 17th place at Glasgow. That if he just placed one higher, he wouldn't actually have to play in this tournament at all today.
Flew halfway around the world, 1 loss away.
Yeah.
Absolutely devastating.
32nd place points-wise across the year for Barlow. So basically anybody 31 and up made it and locked it in for day 2, who hopefully, again, we will see here tomorrow. But his opponent...
Well, you know what Barlow's problem was really quick? He played only the life symbol.
That's true.
He played only life symbol decks at every single event. If he had mixed it up, maybe get some chaos in there, maybe get the death symbol. What won the most regionals? Void? You got to mix it up a little bit. He's a life symbol savant, but I think if we had mixed it up a little bit, he could have qualified for day 2.
Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Janelle here, who, as you can see, it's not an error in the graphic, I promise you, has actually never participated in a regional at all, because all 68 of these points were achieved by her going and playing at her local championships at her stores. That's how she's here, and she is sporting, yes, another regional winning character this year, Reiner Braun from the set 1 of AOT on the death symbol.
That's pretty impressive. I don't know anyone personally who's qualified strictly from locals play. But proving that it can be done is pretty awesome.
With some wiggle room.
Yeah, almost top 100 just from locals. Going to one regional, they might have qualified for day 2. Who knows? But we're going to find out today with the gameplay. We've got the decklist spotlight here for you all, so we know exactly what we're looking at, what we're going to be experiencing. And I got to say, the biggest piece of spice in this deck list is that Colossal Detonation. Instead of unyielding, we're going all the way.
Yeah.
The Zeke Jaeger deck kind of fell out of favor. It seemed like a flash in the pan despite backup staying very strong. Everyone sort of counteracting, unyielding, planning for it made the deck a little bit weaker. It couldn't steal as many games, couldn't steal as many turns by resetting the board. But now we have an incredible board wipe, and of course, the Beast Titans Rock Barrage lost 9 Titans throughout the ages as a target. However, I don't think it's going to be too difficult to get all 3 of the commit effects, the stun 2 and the targeted commit going. And of course, I love seeing a Harness Undeath burn somebody for 25.
I think that's the biggest thing for me here is that 4 full copies of the Harness Undeath here. This Barlow
and
is
4
looking...
full copies of Falling Titans.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking for the win condition. This is not a sit around and wait kind of deck.
No, absolutely. We're here to burn, and we're going to learn if it works. Janelle over here, of course, playing the death symbol here on the Reiner Braun list.
Classic
and yes,
4-check
4
deck.
checks package coming in here, but still with some strong pieces, right? Because we have the Armor Titan attacks coming in as well. That one checks a 3, of course, but it's so powerful when you do get it down. And when you shift it down, of course, it's also an incredibly powerful piece. But, even Sean Gilmore making an appearance here in this deck, giving us some extra spice. I see it as, the Battle Arena kind of similar tech of just giving us some extra check grease when we need to pass some of these higher difficulty attacks. But Ravages of War, we know how powerful this card can be back when it came out. I'm excited to see it really devastate and really hit a lot of these cards in hand that Barlow might have, even though we can draw some random cards off the top with Zeke's effect by getting rid of our backups.
Yeah, and we might see the Zeke deck struggle a little bit against early chomps.
Yeah.
Zeke does get that really nice check bonus once per turn. But if we can't play that first attack reliably because there are no foundations in our stage, if we can't get to that transformation part where we don't need them as much, Reiner might be able to lock this up just by playing the resource denial game.
But Sam, we've made it. We're here. We are at the first round of day 1 of the UniVersus Worlds for 2025, and we're kicking it off with an absolute incredible matchup here. Janelle gonna be able to go first here with the Reiner after winning the die roll, and I'm so very excited to see where this goes. We have our lovely new play mats that we're playing on as well, showcasing our zones, give a little bit more freedom for the players, of course, but we're gonna be able to have as much clear and concise information as we know as possible.
Oh,
Sam,
it's a 2-player mat. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so glad we're here. I'm so glad everyone, the viewers at home, ready to dive into this gameplay. There's the fist bump. We're going to draw up and get some mulligans on. And here's my biggest thing. Obviously, with Reiner going first here, obviously a big advantage. Going to help get some foundation stabilization, as you kind of already talked about, getting maybe some foundation destruction on the other side. And as we know, the Zeke deck leans on a lot more of having backups in stage more so than foundations. But you do kind of need those still to pass checks.
You need to get the party started, right? We always talk about getting the party started. Once you get rolling in the check bonuses, once you get to activate the abilities and your enhances, a lot of things start to mean less. However, if you cannot get the party started, if you cannot pass the Beast Titans Rock Barrage without committing your character, then you will not get that check bonus to continue rolling attacks. So a lot of times the Zeke Jaeger deck is going to play an attack, get a huge check bonus to play a really high difficulty attack, and then transform to get check bonuses to everything afterwards. But if we never get that initial big check bonus, we could see the deck kind of fizzle out and struggle to put together any real offense because it's not a one-hit kill deck. It's not going to play a 30 damage move at you. It's going to hopefully sneak in a Harness on Death or two. But if you're scouted for that, this is open deck list, right? Yep. If you're scouted for that and you hold the right zones, the Harness on Death could never touch you. And then all of a sudden, we have to play Resurrected Titans. We have to be playing Falling Titans repeatedly. And you're going to need some foundations to do that.
And, inspiring songs are a good one. Already having 2 of those new Worlds promos that we're showcasing here on the side of Barlow. He must have some friends because he must have borrowed some to be on stream.
Yeah.
But build 5 here on the side of Janelle as Barlow is trying to match it on his own. Gets the 5th one, goes for the check here on the 6th. And we're just deciding if we need Zeke here or just have the 4th backup in our stage, which would be pretty massive for going second here.
Yeah, and Barlow playing the full gambit.
Yeah.
So this is the player 2 gambit that we see a lot is build as many cards as possible, hold exactly 1, and the character's committed. So that check bonus works on defense, and we're not going to have access to that. Something as simple as a double chomp turn 2 could set Barlow back to the Stone Ages. And you got to be honest, we're talking about resource denial. Getting rid of Inspiring Song, which gives that check bonus, that's kind of like getting rid of 2 foundations. So I think this is one of the most important cards that you need to answer if you want to play the resource denial game. But it looks like we're just, we were so close to drawing a chomp.
Yeah.
We were 1 card away from drawing one. So
you can see the excitement too from Barlow because instead it's just going to be the second build turn here from Janelle. But Barlow, rubbing his hands. He's
the
like,
definition of never punish.
Yeah, build the 6, tap your character, and then your opponent doesn't even attack you either. Build 3 here back for Janelle. But again, these are powerful pieces that are going to help. And also, Reiner eventually will want to flip over and transform, and that has to be, a meaningful with that the 9 foundations in stage after the destruction, right? So in either stage, of course, but I don't know if we're going to see Barlow have that many foundations as quickly as Janelle will, but cards like Enormous Axe and even these Always Cools can help us, get these foundations back.
Yeah, and I have to imagine if we've got a safe, lower difficulty poke, we're going to see it from Barlow here because we have a really powerful high difficulty card in that Resurrected Titans, but we want to get the check bonus from Zeke to do it, and we're seeing exactly why. Imagine 1 chomp. We would have made him commit his character to passes, and all of a sudden, the entire game plan goes out the window. But because we were able to hold on to 2 foundations, we can now get the party started, and Zeke will give up to +5 to the next check to play an attack. I mean, you could play a 7 diff on an 8, check a 3, and be fine.
And the Onya Capone that we built on that first turn can make this Beast Titan Rock Barrage not count towards progressive, so even
That's
a little
true.
bit better, right?
Yeah.
It's just that first enhance that you want to end up using, and you don't necessarily need it so much on defense as long as you still have that Zeke Jaeger once per turn that we were talking about ready to go. But it looks like we're going to get the massive normal Titan here built in through the Beast Titan, and of course we have our 5 backups, so we're easily going to be selectively committing 1, and then of course making our opponent commit 2 of their choice.
Yeah, and because that Beast Titan's Rock Barrage builds in a backup, our check bonus now goes up to +6.
Yeah.
Because it's number of backups +1. So you're always going to get a minimum +1, but yeah, Onya Capone, first enhance. This doesn't count towards progressive. I mean, Barlow has no ready foundations, and I would not be surprised to see him play 2 more attacks this turn. One of them being, 8 difficulty printed, and another one with a difficulty reduction could be as high as 7 or 8 difficulty as well.
You're calling the shot here on the Resurrected Titans, huh? You're really
I have to
for it?
see it. It's the most powerful turn you can have with
Yeah.
Resurrected Titans is that turn 2. And one of the things I love about Resurrected Titans is as a high difficulty card, it helps you scout your check. You basically get to choose which card you're going to check off the top of your deck, which makes it so incredibly reliable.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of back and forth here. We had the Reiner enhance come through. You can opt if you want to destroy the extra foundation to give that -2 damage instead of the -1, and we did choose to do that with an I'm With You, which then can remove itself for another -2. So actually only a 1 damage Rock Barrage here, which feels very good for your 34 health, Reiner Brawn.
Yeah, but Rock Barrage's job is not to deal damage. Its job is to get everything set up in your stage and to make sure that nothing is set up in your rival's stage. And we saw that with the stun 2 and the targeted commit on the always cool there. So is that the massive abnormal Titan activation going to lose a stamina? We're going to mill the top card of our deck. If it's a non-attack, it's going to go to our hand. It of course is a non-attack, but that's a 6 check off the top. So that could have been a really, really nice play if we had scouted the 6, and if that allowed us to save the Zeke Jaeger enhance for later. That could have been something really powerful.
Yeah, looks like we're going to go ahead and press the button. Like you said, it's going to be +6 unless something crazy happens and we lose a backup in between. But with the card ignoring progressive difficulty, +6 to our check, essentially the lowest value that we can check in this deck that we've already seen is 9. So like you said, basically anything is playable right off the get-go. And it looks like just the 1 damage is going to connect, going down to 33.
Yep, that's a potential momentum for later, and not the tutoring attack I thought we were going to see. We are not getting the Resurrected Titans. We're instead getting Beast Titan attacks, which this can become a pretty big throw early on. You can sacrifice an asset or a backup. It becomes an 8 damage throw. Pretty good stuff there. But the important thing is once it shifts and it becomes a backup in your stage, you can use it as a form to add any ranged attack to your hand, which includes Beast Titan attacks. That includes Falling Titans, and includes probably most commonly the Beast Titan's Rock Barrage.
Yeah.
So every turn after this, Barlow's going to be able to open with the exact attack from his deck that he wants to, provided it's in our discard pile.
Yeah, we didn't go for the Blitz here. Again, it's already a very fast move, and so we didn't bother giving it throw. And at the end of the day, you can just shift it down, like you said, for that utility of picking up things up. So it connecting doesn't actually matter that much. We are going to scout the top with both of these Jaeger's followers. The first card we did mill was that Beast Titan Rock Barrage, but finding another attack off the top, there's that Resurrected Titans that you were talking about. Hopefully that you wanted this to be instead.
It just seemed like it'd be the most powerful play you could follow up with, but like we said, pretty much anything you're playing that's above 6 difficulty for free on turn 2 is going to be pretty potent here, and we're actually going to see a cheeky half block here. Syndicate target, the +0 low block. I mean, we're going to block this on a 6, but we're going to lose a health for playing the card. So it's kind of like a little bit of free damage that Barlow got on top of the partial.
Yeah, absolutely going to connect. But, of course, we expect that to get shifted down. Third Inspiring Song coming through here for Barlow as he just builds out afterwards. And then, of course, we have that backup that we ended up grabbing off the top from the Massive Abnormal, which is that 2 to 3 meter Titan.
Yeah, and now the surprising skill. Really nice anti-commit, anti-seal card, but not going to do it against destruction effects, which I imagine is how Reiner is going to try to answer the threats in this stage. So Beast Titan attacks getting transformed into the Beast Titan. So now we have a tutor effect for any ranged attack in our discard pile.
And, I mean, again, Barlow was the first aggressor of this game. You know, we went second and still was able to do the first sort of offensive here. And still, Janelle also lost a couple of resources on defense. You know, still only having, you know, still has 28 health, which is still great defense. You know, we didn't lose a lot of what our mileage was. But now the question is, Barlow didn't really use a lot of resources aside from turning all of his backups sideways. But because Zeke can just get rid of them regardless if they're committed or ready, just for the extra value. And then if there's enough of these backups in the discard pile, we can also transform. If Janelle ends up attacking and we find those backups into the discard pile for Barlow, it could be even like a double win across the whole turn cycle, right? We got the aggression in, we got some damage in, and then if our opponent attacks us now here with this Armored Titan rush, we have the ability that we could potentially flip and transform from all this extra stuff.
This is one of my favorite cards from AOT. It's really, really big. It's statted in like really kind of a weird way. You know, 6 speed is not a lot for a 7 difficulty attack, but it is a lot for a rival stage most of the time.
Yeah.
Big 9 damage. It restricts how you can block. It's got a little bit of that ruin on top to give you that little extra value to help maybe land an attack. But maybe most importantly, it transforms into a foundation that's going to reduce damage to 0. And one of the biggest weaknesses of the life symbol, one of the reasons I think it really struggles to be a top contender at top tables, is you've got very, very few answers to rival foundations. Now, granted, Barlow's going to be able to access the Beast Titan's Rock Barrage pretty easily. We're now milling with Inspiring Song, filling up that discard pile even more. More targets for Beast Titan attacks. So the Reiner's toughness might not be the end-all, be-all like it normally would be, but the life symbol has definitely struggled in the past to answer foundations like Reiner's toughness.
Yeah, we get that defensive, inspiring song here. Milled those 3, like you said. Gave the minus check to Janelle, but Janelle said, well, I'll choose my own. And then,
cancel it out.
Yeah, cancel it out. So
it's a little handshake inspiring song.
Yeah, but again, I think Barlow kind of won in that exchange because he wants these backups in his discard pile. He wants to get closer to flipping over so that he can give, you know, extra checks to all of his attacks that he goes to play. And again, the larger and larger amount of backups that hit the discard pile, we know that, and you know, we everybody knows at this point, right, is that these 4 copies of Harness and Death can go a long way, especially because we already have a momentum, which means an echoed copy could come in very quickly. And we've already now seen 2 copies of Syndicate Target now be gone in Janelle's deck, which is the best low block I can imagine to fight against that strategy.
Yeah, it's, you know, I'd much rather burn 1 than burn for every backup in your discard pile, for sure. So yeah, we see the Armored Titan Rush is going to connect here, deal some pretty significant damage. No follow-up necessary, though, as we're going to get some card advantage, some card selection built into our stage. I do feel pretty good about Janelle's chances if we get another turn. However, Barrett, Barlow's got everything he needs. He's got double Inspiring Song. He's got enough backups to pass any check in the world. The discard pile is stacked, primed, ready for transformation. I mean, this is looking like a very, very good turn for Barlow here, just because Janelle's stage isn't quite set up defensively. Always Cool is nice, but it's not the end-all, be-all. When your rival's not really pumping damage, they're just sending high difficulty, high damage moves at you. Always Cool is not the answer. And then Reiner's toughness, like we said, is a really strong defensive piece, but because of that Beast Titan attacks, if it's something that we need to fight through, Beast Titan's Rock Barrage is readily available. And then once we transform, Falling Titans doesn't care how many times you want to sacrifice your own foundations. It's just going to keep coming and coming and coming until you seal it or remove it from the game.
And it's my favorite part, too. Like, when you have something like an Onya Capone already in your stage, it means you're allowed to lead with that Beast Titan Rock Barrage before you start going into the Falling Titans.
A huge part of the equation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so, like, eventually, you know, how many more backups do we need to get into our discard pile before Barlow presses the button and transforms? But as we're going to go ahead, and we're just going to go ahead and pick up that Beast Titan Rock Barrage that you've already talked about, the benefit of getting that Beast Titan attacks down there. Again, you said you wanted it to be Resurrected Titan, but I'm now seeing, you know, this could just be the game.
There's a much easier avenue to victory here for sure. I mean, I think even if Reiner transforms here, I don't know if that's going to be enough to swing things back in Janelle's favor. You can get a really nice amount of damage reduction going, but it's going to be at the cost of your stage. So even if we can exhaust Barlow's checks somehow, which is, again, incredibly difficult because you've got the Jaeger's followers to scout the checks. You've got the Zeke Jaeger for the check bonuses. Barlow is at a nearly unfailable state, right? We talk about a no-fail state in the game. Typically, you achieve that by things like City Rampage. You achieve that with things like Crystal Lens, stacking your deck over and over again. Barlow's going to achieve that by having +2 to his checks to play his Titan attacks and his ranged attacks. He's going to back that up with an Inspiring Song for another +1. So even if you check a 3, that's a 6. And the Jaeger's followers are going to make sure that we probably don't check a 3 ever.
And then when you're finally done playing Falling Titans for, you know, the X
as much
time,
as you'd like to, yeah.
there's a Harness and Death ready to go that you can just play on a 4, right?
Which you just sacrificed all those backups to pump it up. So the strategy here is pretty immaculate for Barlow. It's just going to be down to whether or not we can really sequence things past the checks. Yeah, we're flipping over everything with the Reiner trans. Good to transform before the Inspiring Songs get used. That definitely should have been the highest priority, is getting that transformation in. So going to be a tiny bit harder for Barlow, but I think, you know, looking at what we can see in the hand, I think Barlow is feeling pretty confident about where this turn is going to go.
Massive Normal coming in again, finds another attack off the top, which means it's not going to go into our hand, which, you know, not a backup, so we're still probably a little bit away from transforming here with Zeke. But like I said, you know, like from sacking off the backups from the Falling Titans to playing it over and over again, we only have to kind of hard pass these a couple of times, and these Jaeger's followers are going to help us at least figure out what that information is beforehand. But says, no, I don't really want the 5 check, and it's also not a backup. Get it off the top. Looking for something else.
Yeah, we might not have enough to transform yet. I thought by now we certainly would with the mills from the Inspiring Song. Now we're seeing a backup get sacrificed here.
Yeah, so he's going to draw the 1, gain the 1, and then if there are enough, he will transform. But yeah, I think we're like 1 or 2 off is pretty much where my math is at. So that probably was like the 9th or the 8th one. And
remind me, does he count stage and discard pile or just discard pile?
I think it's just discard pile. Of course, I can pull it up.
We can pull it up, yeah.
Yes, we do have the technology. So, yeah, Zeke, yeah, so you need at least 10 backups in your stage and discard pile. You are correct. So, yeah, I would think we definitely have enough.
Yeah, I thought we were there by now, but
it is a May. You don't have to do and transform the button.
That's true. There's definitely times where you wouldn't. So we might be seeing one more turn here for Janelle, which would be very, very nice. I could be wrong about the attack that we saw in his hand. He's got, you know, a lot of the white
rare,
background, secret rare kanji. It's pretty easy to mistake a Falling Titans for a Rock Barrage at a distance. So maybe. But then I wouldn't think that we would go
pick up another
tutor up another one, right? Yeah, we would go get the Falling Titans if that was the case. So,
but we'll see what the game plan is here. We haven't even used our once per turn either on the front side of Zeke Jaeger. That, of course, is another reason why you want to transform. But instead, just going straight for the Harness on Death here on a 4. It checks just fine. And then, yes, of course, we are allowed to blitz, sack off one of these backups, and then it will gain Echo.
Yeah, and a reminder, we got that Onyakapone, so this is just on a 4.
Yeah.
You know, we don't even need a check bonus to play these yet. And we're pretty much just zone checking the rival here. Find out, did you hold on to that syndicate target? Did you hold on to Always Cool? Always Cool is a low block that a lot of people build instead of blocking with.
We did build one, too. We have one on our stage.
And then we debuilt it to get 2 foundations.
Yes, that's true.
So it's actually in our card pool at the moment.
Still all 4 ready foundations for the side of Barlow. Still haven't used that once per turn for the addition on the plus checks, but I can't imagine you're going to use it here, right? Because this echoed copy of the Harness and Death will just be on a 4. Again, we do have a good low block here, though, from the Jaw Titan attacks. Checking a 4, of course, with the nice low block means it's going to be a pretty easy check, but we're going to have only 1 ready foundation in our character. Echoed copy coming in here on a 4. Checks just fine. Yeah. And you can even blitz again if you want, just to get more of them in your discard pile.
That's true. I've done that for Death Rattle triggers before.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, never done it for, I don't think I've done it for Zeke Jaeger on an Echo, but I've definitely done it for a Death Rattle trigger too. So I don't know if maybe We could potentially have a face down I'm with you. And that could be a big deal here. If you could get -4 damage onto this Harness Undeath so you don't have to block it, that would be really, really handy because we've got 3 cards in our card pool, only 2 ready resources. Blocking what looks to be a 6-speed low is going to be incredibly difficult. And now that we played the Echo copy, we are going to get this massive check bonus. And I can't wait to see what massive attack we play after this.
I think the hard part, too, is like you talked about with that I'm with you, but because we transform, we've actually now lost access to that repeatable sort of like I can blow up my foundations for the minus extra damage. And now we're stuck with just the one very powerful commit ability on the defense. But again, we don't have any momentum, and we only have the one ready foundation. So this does feel unblockable, and it's going to burn for a lot of damage right away as they are now doing the burn. Of course, with the card pool response also from the Harness Undeath, we'll gain a little bit back. And then the Echo copy will flip, knocking Janelle all the way down to 17. And then here is the massive attack you were talking about. It's the Falling Titans coming in on a 7, and it can't fail.
Yep, you get the first one for free with plus $1 million to your check. But we're counting up for the transformation now.
Yeah, I want to get some extra check grease, right? Because these are on 7s. Now that you've used the once per turn, this is now the time that we talked about, that you talked about the unfailable state. This is kind of where we're at. How many times do we have to resolve our 6 damage move as Zeke Jaeger while also drawing cards, also gaining life? But remember, we only get the check bonus as long as we have 2 of them in our stage. So eventually, the last couple of ones, if we do still have to play them, will be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, but if I'm being honest, partner, I got to imagine this game is going to end before we get to that point. It's just going to be up to the players here. Remind me about the deck list. Did we see Janelle playing like a Genkai's Guidance or a Filled with Doubt potentially?
I think the only main boarded actions that we saw were those chomps. So yeah, the only thing I think that like could maybe help, right, is like something like a breaker block. But I think, like you said, like unless it's some snappy action that is lower costing, lower difficulty, we're not going to really pass it with 3 cards in our pool and only 2 ready resources to pass a check. So like you said, I think it is going to end up being the end of this game 1 here for the side of Barlow. Just over of how many repetitions we need. Doing the motions, the stats also from the Beast Titan, we can give that over.
Rivals down to 5. We're just sending it. 5 in the pipe, 5 by 5.
So yeah, we're gonna go through the last few motions. Of course, we have to make the check for that last Falling Titan. And then that is going to be game 1 going to Barlow, going second.
Yep, break and serve, as we like to say.
Yeah, so that's already a strong start here for that deck. But, of course, now going into their sideboards for both players, going to be able to see what tools they need and have access to help try and break this game now for Janelle going into game 2.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff. All we got to see is that aggression turn 2. The Reiner Braun deck had an absolutely wonderful opportunity to play some attacks, utilize the D build. I mean, Barrett, how different is this game if the first form on Janelle's turn 2 Ravages of War? How different is it?
That's massive, right? Especially if you're going to punish the same kind of like greedy thing that we saw Barlow do in game 1, which was
you discard the 1 card in your hand, you sacrifice one of your only 2 foundations, and then if you want to be really spicy, you send the Ravages of War, despite it being a lot of damage, you send that out of backup. You kill that Onyakapone. You deny one of that check bonus. So even if Barlow wants to get, spicy on turn 2 and play an attack, that's one less check bonus you get from your character ability. So yeah, we could have seen an absolutely totally different game 1 if we had even Chomp. Like we say, you don't even have to play an attack. We could have just played 1 Chomp turn 2, and that would have changed the complexion of Barlow's risk assessment, because we checked a 3.
Yes,
Barlow checked a 3 on that first attack, and it's only the fact that we were able to keep 2 foundations and our, to commit so our character could be ready that we were able to be as confident as we were and take those risks on turn 2, which then led to our turn 3 kill.
And because I have the technology, I think there's even cards in Janelle's sideboard that can help punish that sort of game plan, right? She's playing copies of things like Fighting for Control to where that play that we just talked about can't even happen again. Or if you have that little bit of extra punish from what you're talking about, the chomp or something along those lines, you then, again, get that full character committed if they want to actually pass the attack, or let them fail it, and now they don't have access to it. I'm also thinking of some other cards that she has access to in her sideboard. Devastating Loss, being very powerful backup hate, of course. Really respecting backup decks in general coming into this tournament, right?
Yeah, I would love to see Fighting for Control to make those early attacks way more risky to be able to get your check bonuses rolling. I mean, if you can prevent Zeke from ever passing an attack, Zeke's probably never going to transform, and then you don't have to worry about the Falling Titans plays because it would be way too expensive. So that would be an absolutely great game plan. Devastating Loss makes a lot of sense into a backup deck, but what's something that Barlow could have up his sleeve to make his game 2 a little bit easier?
Well, the thing about 4-check attacks, Sam, is that their texts are pretty good. We just talked about the Ravages of War. Well, Barlow, of course, is playing incredible cards like Vast Strength, which this is one of the ones I'm going to miss, honestly, quite a lot. You know, completely removing the entire text box of an attack except for its keywords is really good when you're looking at these things like Ravages of War. Of course, if they're shift attacks, they'll still have that, of course. But I think a card like Vast Strength is really, really good. And then you talked about it a little bit earlier, but if we ever reach a game state and Barlow feels like he really wants to take advantage of the Foundation game, he is playing a couple of extra copies of Colossal Detonation inside there as well.
Yeah, Colossal Detonation, if the game starts to get away from you, if you can get to it before Reiner transforms, that can be an absolutely huge reset to keep things going. I mean, if Reiner transforms and starts getting the ruin effect off against, Zeke's stage, like we talked about, it's not going to be a lot of foundations.
Yep.
Reiner flipping 4 foundations, probably, like we saw in game 1, is going to mean that Zeke flips everything, and then that ruin is going to put him back to 0 foundations really, really quick. So the keys to victory for Janelle here just has to be get some early aggression, stay on top of the backup deck turn 2, and if you get any disruption for the amount of backups in hand, attack the backups. You know, any disruption you can get to keep Zeke Yeager. I mean, he'll transform because they're in his discard pile, but like you said, you need to have 2 in play to get the check bonus, and if you can suffocate the backup deck to the point where it can't afford to sacrifice any more backups to activate the transformation because you won't get any real benefit from it. I mean, that's huge.
Jumping in now as we are finishing the mulligans here over on Barlow's side. It looks like, Janelle, of course, going first here in this game 2. Just got to shuffle up the last thing, but game 2 now coming in. We've got about 32 minutes left for both of these players, and it is up to Janelle to win this game so we can take it to a game 3.
Yeah, looking for the explosive start. I mean, we had a good build. We had a perfectly fine build. Weapon Clash is something you want to see early in just about any deck that sacrifices foundations, but especially one that sacrifices foundations and is also trying to stay ahead of you in resources at the same time. So would love to see that get built down early. The Always Cool could be great ramp trick, you know, especially if you're going second. But you have to pretty much do it on your rival's turn, and there's the Weapon Clash. There's Horrifying Realization, so we'll have a pretty good selection, pushing the limits. I mean, we've got great selection for turn 2.
Build 4, not too bad. Obviously not as good as that build 5 we had in that game 1, though. But passing it back to Barlow, will we see the greedy, build 6? Do we even have those pieces? But Loyalty of a Friend, going to be really good. Extra stat manipulation defensively and deadlock-wise. We can even do it on the other end. Fighting for Truth? Is that what it's called? I can't remember.
Fighting for Control?
Control?
Or
Fight for Truth. Yes, I was right.
Oh, you're talking about, Fight for Truth is the mill 3, add 1 to hand.
Yes, exactly. And then the Massive and Normal Titan. Only 1 backup so far, and even having to now commit Zeke on passing that 0 diff and then fails the syndicate target afterwards. So
disrespectful, Barrett. I only got one word for that. Barlow is being incredibly disrespectful. And you know what you do when people disrespect you, Barrett?
You hit him on turn 2?
You give them a reason to respect you.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
You know, it doesn't have to be violence, but you give them a reason to respect you. And I would love to see a little bit of punishment here. I mean, again, Ravages of War, aim it at the backup, lose a foundation, lose the card in hand. Get the guaranteed damage in. something turn 2. We need to see something here.
Yeah, we're only playing, what, 2-3 checks in the deck, right? So the Ravages on turn 2, you are guaranteed to still be able to keep Reiner up, except for 2 cards in your deck that would say otherwise, right? I think it's a worthy gambit here, and like you said, you know, I respect everybody in this tournament here, Sam. This is the World Championship, but you're right. Giving a reason to show that respect here is exactly where Janelle needs. If we can play an attack, but there's the turn 2 build again. But some good ones, of course. A moment of normalcy. The I'm with you, of course, and then we'll see how many more. Oh, I like that one. Nice little 6 check. Benefits from playing all these forward check attacks is swallowed by in a normal. Another pushing the limit. Checking a 4 is just fine.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where Barlow's chance of success goes up drastically when you don't punish the turn 1 build that he has. You know, the whole benefit of building extra resources pretty much only extends to how well you can survive, right? If you play all the cards in your hand and then you just lose, the game doesn't go on and you didn't get to utilize those resources. So as someone who pretty much always builds down, you know, until I only have 2 cards in hand, seeing Barlow not get punished for being even more extreme than that is incredibly tilting.
Well, so I will say about the bright side here. It's not, you're correct. Like, we didn't play an attack for punishment, but what we did do is we went to 8 foundations in the stage for Janelle. And because one of those foundations in our stage is the Enormous Axe, we will get our refund to transform from the Reiner effect and build the bonus off the top. So we are in a, if Barlow would have played an attack, we could have transformed immediately.
Right. Yeah, but just a build back and forth between the players. So a little bit of a stalemate going on, a little bit of a peace talks happening. But yeah, both players on the Syndicate target too. So it's pretty interesting to see how similar life and death is. It's a symbol pairing that is paired up all the time. You know, if you told me every set ever released has a death and life character in it, that would not shock me at all, actually.
I think it is a very popular symbol combination as well, right? Especially when we look at things like backup decks. A lot of people like the, you know, Sung Jin Woo has death and life, right? I even look at like the Caduceus play. Hanzo 4 Eyes playing the backups.
Insane character that has the 2 best Attack on Titan symbols outside of maybe Chaos. And I think Chaos would just be tied with the other 2.
We did see that Fight for Truth get used. Makes sense because Barlow's going to have to flip 4 of his foundations if Janelle decides to transform Reiner into the Armored Titan. And if it's on Janelle's turn here offensively, we can start activating that Ruin effect that you were talking about to really start denying these resources. But getting a little bit of our own building into these backups and or shifted cards, we have a Duplicitous Recollection coming in here for Janelle.
Yeah, this one is pretty cool. Getting to look at your discard pile and build in a backup of your choice is incredibly strong. Probably not going to get to activate the stun there unless we Reiner transform first, but
well, building of the Smiling Titan shifted in though is a great form of protection for us to already have access to now that we can press that button.
Is Smiling Titan a first form or just a form?
It's just a form. As long as you can get it into your stage, you're able to activate it. Sorry, everybody at home.
That's
messed with the card puller up.
Yeah. But that's pretty incredible technology there, basically forcing the Beast Titan's Rock Barrage, you know, that's almost certainly going to get the party started. To aim at the backup is incredibly good. A great juxtaposition of cards like Cape of No Return, right? Your opponent still gets to enter and go through the enhanced step. They just can't deal damage to you. They have to deal damage to the backup. So very cool stuff. A combo that we haven't seen in a long time, the Duplicitous into the Smiling Titan build.
Pressing some back and forth here. Got some committed. Of course, the Duplicitous does have stun on it. And then also, Barlow now using a massive Abnormal Titan does end up grabbing a backup off the top. Pressing even more, flipping foundations, giving the stats. That was the absorbed by... I always forget the words on it, but sorry.
Are you talking about for Janelle?
Yes, we used the +1/+1.
I think it's just an abnormal.
Swallowed by an abnormal.
Swallowed by an
yes.
abnormal, yeah.
Gives the 1/1 as long as you.
You said absorbed, and I was like,
yeah.
energy spirit strike?
AB abnormal.
Yeah, ABS, yeah.
And then on the other side, we have massive abnormal, you know.
Right.
I just used the wrong word. I said absorbed. Yeah.
Well, it's just, there's so many things in Attack on Titan that are just abnormal.
And absorbed. No, I'm kidding. Definitely not that. A lot of foundations getting flipped over here for the side of Janelle, using all the resources in our stage. And still, at least at this point, we didn't end up transforming. We still have, of course, our 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 foundations on our stage, but we didn't actually transform. Instead, getting more flipped resources over on the side of Barlow as well. Having to commit to. Yeah, so, I mean, at this point, it's really just like how much more is still going to be coming, because I like the Smiling Titan being that kind of deterrent. I think it saves Janelle, like, ever getting turn 2'd here, or sorry, a turn 3, I suppose, from the side of Barlow, because with only the 5 foundations, the 4 backups, it would have to be some crazy string to then also have to fight through the Smiling Titan, but we also have to use its effect, right? We still have to form and make it lose its stamina, and we haven't pressed that button yet.
Yeah, we're going to see the build out here, so we got a little bit of that aggression in, maybe a little bit too late, but I'm hopeful that the Smiling Titan makes a difference here, because Reiner's got 34 health. That's a lot of health to chunk. We got Godzilla health on these characters, right? And so being able to waste the rival's first attack, that's like adding 5 more health. That's like being a 39 health character effectively. So
especially when it's a Beast Titan Rock Barrage, typically, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's. And here it is. Here's the Beast Titan's Rock Barrage. It's exactly what you want to open up pretty much all your strings with. Deny the opponent resources. Build you an additional resource. Absolutely incredible, incredible card. Been a staple in these backup decks, even as a one-of. Pretty much as long as people have been playing backup decks and Falling Titans has existed.
Yeah, when I'm Barlow here and I'm going to be able to selectively commit one of my opponent's resources, I'm looking right at that Dark Ward, right? Especially if I'm trying to do some Falling Titans shenanigans.
Correct.
If there was ever a way we could snap a momentum, it even, that card interacts with my Echo happening, while in the card pool as well for my Hardest on Deaths. But that seems to be the card that I would want to target down right now, unless Barlow has something else in mind. But it looks like that's going to be the choice.
Yeah, Dark Ward being the best piece of interaction that Janelle's got access to. Barlow doesn't pump numbers a lot, so the moment of normalcy, not as big of a deal in this matchup as it might normally be. I'm a huge fan of the high difficulty attacks, kind of for that reason. A lot of the really important defense in our format is returning to printed values. Well, how do you beat that? You play attacks that have really high printed values, but that requires you to play 7 and 8 difficulty attacks. So Zeke being probably the best, one of the best, if not the best character in Standard for playing 8+ difficulty cards.
We did also get our transformation here. Also, we are now the Armor Titan, which means all those foundations that were left over on Barlow's stage are now face down. And we now also have this very powerful, you were talking about it, something the life symbol that struggles a lot is this kind of resetting of the stats. And also if they were in the stage, well, it's my character card, and it says if I spend this momentum, I can set an attack damage all the way down to 1. So having that now in our tool belt, as well as when we go back to Janelle's turn, hopefully after this, we can start pressing that ruin button that you talked about that we were hoping to see also in Game 1.
Yeah, and we're seeing a similar damage reduction suite for that 1 damage Rock Barrage.
Yep.
But Rock Barrage's job is not to deal damage. It's to set everything in motion. It's to deny the rival their resource and build you an extra one. So
once per turn coming through here for the Zeke War Chief, which was in counteract to the inspiring song that was used for a minus check that Janelle pressed. But instead, like we said, Barlow just going to use that once per turn and currently going to get at least +6 to the check. Plus, also, this Beast Titan Rock Barrage does not count towards progressive from the Onya Capone like we saw in Game 1.
I mean, it's just everything Barlow wants, right? It's how you drew it up in the lock You've got the game plan on the whiteboard. You've got the X's and O's, and everything is in position right where Barlow wants it.
Meeting Hans now getting for the build afterwards. So I'm excited now. There's a vast strength that we saw coming in from the sideboard. Going to be pretty important if Barlow wants to deter a lot of these attacks that Janelle has access to play. My question now is, like, what has to be the string here from Janelle to get this game 2? Is it just grip 6?
I don't think so because of the difficulty of the cards.
Okay.
I do think if you can get a good string, and for this deck, a good string would be 2 Grisha's Transformation back to back.
Yeah.
You know, that's Ruin 6. That's I think that's all the face downs Barlow has. He might only have 5 face downs, but you know, you'll almost certainly get a debuild from the vast strength out of it. So, you know, if you just have multiple Ruin cards back to back here combined with Reiner's Ruin, you can probably debuild about 6 cards playing 2 to 3 attacks. So that's about as much as I think you could safely play of the 7 and 8 difficulty cards we're trying to.
True.
But that's what it would take. I think it'll take something like bait out the Vast Hybrid and then play 2 resource denial cards and try to set your opponent back down to 2 foundations. But frankly, Barrett, even 2 foundations is plenty, as proven in game 1 for our Zeke Jaeger.
Yeah, I mean, once you're already on the backside and you start getting the extra checks bonuses for playing those ranged or titan attacks, it really doesn't really stop anything. But it does make your effects like breakers and such like that a little more potent when trying to stop those turns.
Yeah, I will say one of the importance of the damage reduction from last turn is the Smiling Titan did not die.
Yeah.
You know, being able to DR for the backup has kept the Smiling Titan in play, which means, you know, unless Barlow draws a very strong interaction for it, he will have to essentially waste an attack's worth of damage to get through the Smiling Titan.
Got that baited out vast strength that you said. We said, no, I would not like to deal with the blitz ability on this Duplicitous, but the stun 1 does still work, as we're going to see it here. And then, of course, you know, Reiner going to give us some extra stats and also press that Ruin effect. Going back and forth, checking our resources. Barlow also going to have buttons to press. At any point, I think Barlow as well can transform to his backside, you know, if he wants to get to the other side of the Zeke, which we haven't really talked about much in this game or this match, is the being able to commit your backups to draw and gain life instead of destroying them. So you can keep them in your stage a little healthier for when you go to play things like the Falling Titans. But there's the Ruin coming through. Going to start destroying these foundations in Barlow's stage.
And that's something else I was going to mention is if we don't compact our attacks, if we don't actually try to put together strings and combos, then the life gains from Zeke could creep back into this match. You start, like you said, by sacrificing those backups to not only draw a card, but to gain a health. Once you get to the transform side where you're only committing, that means that every single time you play an attack and there's a ready backup, that's actually effectively -1 damage that you can deal. And once you're not sacrificing them, just having Barlow be set up to essentially gain 1 health every single time any attack is played is going to be really difficult to overcome.
Smiling Titan form is coming through here after that Duplicitous did end up connecting. So now the question is, are there still any more attacks to come through? But that looks like that isn't the case, as Janelle is going to build out the stage even a little bit further. So again, only getting that 1 foundation destroyed. 2 if you count the vast strength, of course, that got used. But Barlow is going to be able to have 5 foundations and 7 backups to play with 16 minutes approaching at the end of this. Oh, devastating loss, though, coming in and getting built.
Yeah, devastating loss might be a little too late, though, because that Onyakapone is a first enhance. It'll almost certainly get to be be able to be used before the devastating loss. And I think that's the only really legitimate target. I mean, Massive Abnormal Titan's not a bad target for devastating loss, but debuilding myself a foundation just to
deny one card advantage.
Yeah, just to deny potential random card advantage. And, you know, same thing with the Jaeger's follower. It's destroying a 1-diff backup that has a chance to scout you a check and be useful. So not a lot of great targets. You really want to hit something like a shifted attack with it. But speaking of hitting people, here's a Harness on Death that is probably pretty scary right now.
Yeah, I can only imagine how many backups are actually in the discard pile. And again, we have that momentum just like we did in game 1. So we can go ahead and echo this as well. Pretty smart, though, of Barlow. You don't want to make this one not count. Because
Right.
as far as I'm aware, if you echo it, it refreshes its state. So it would lose the effect of the card not counting.
Oh,
But maybe I'm
thought
wrong.
about it and they realized,
He's like, wait, if I echo it. Yeah, see, okay, all right.
Yeah, it's a little confusing because, and I think this has changed because they put out an FAQ that it used to be if you said this attack doesn't count towards progressive, it was an assigned effect, and the card had to basically leave the card pool to get that assigned effect to drop off of it. But the reason why is because it gets a new state when it leaves the card pool. But whenever you attempt to play a card, the first thing that happens is it gets a new state. So it's a little finicky, very, very rules minutia why it works that way, because to play a card from the card pool, it's not really leaving the card pool.
Yeah.
Even though you might think it like goes to transition and comes back, that's not changing a zone enough. But yeah, the fact that you play it again means that the state refreshes, means that the assigned effect would fall off, but it should persist through the attack being flipped, because Onyakapon, if I'm not mistaken, says this card doesn't count towards progressive.
Correct.
Which again, that used to not matter, but then an FAQ update means that it does matter.
Yeah. I just distinctly remember this being an important ruling because if
Crow and Frog takedown versus Face Shield is the one I'm thinking of.
I'm also thinking even recently, right, with Soul Bad Guy coming out, he gives your first attack a turn a keyword. He gives it tension. And so if you played an echoed move, when you go to play the echoed copy of the move you gave tension to, does the echoed copy have tension? And the answer is no.
Right.
Because it has to refresh its state, it loses the tension keyword. Okay, so in a similar sense is kind of what we're talking about. But instead of talking about a keyword, it's an effect applied.
It's an assigned effect, yeah.
But I'm glad Barlow got to catch it, and we get to talk about it a little bit because our game is hard. We have a lot of rules going on, but that Harness of Death does get dealt with because that first one had to go after that Smiling Titan and didn't do enough damage to even kill off the Smiling Titan, but leaves it at 1, which does matter because if you use the form, it will then die, and it doesn't matter anymore. You can't attack it as your first attack. Getting the draw 2 or draw 3 from that Meeting Hanj, because we did end up pitching a backup from it, which of course will then empower this Harness of Death even further. And I question if we are, challenging Janelle to not have a low block, then we're going to want to pop one of our backups right here to even increase the count further. Looks like we have 8 in the discard pile now, and the question is you are allowed to transform because we have that combination, right?
Yeah, Meeting Hanj, by the way, one of my favorite card draw pieces. It's like Super Botons, but only for you.
Yeah.
If you go down to 0 cards in hand, it's a great way to just draw 2.
Yep.
And for all the backup decks, if you can get away with the discard 1 and draw 3, I mean, that's an insane rate.
Insane. And even sometimes just at a point in the game where, yeah, I'll discard this foundation and this backup, and it turns into 3 cards still, right? So it's a very, very powerful piece to have. Chomp Block. It is have Breaker on it, right?
It does have Breaker, but we're giving -2 to a +6 check. So it's hard for me to believe in the Breaker 2 here.
Yeah.
If only because I feel like this, maybe. Did we change the zone? Did we not take damage from this harness? They might not have updated it on the pad. It looked like we flipped a card too at the bottom there. I did miss it, yeah. I missed whatever foundation
I was still caught up in the rules thing that we were going over as well. But Beast Tide attack coming in here. It looks like it was a full block for any capacity.
Yeah, they're not showing off a massive amount of burn, so either we got to reduce the damage on a post block or or we managed to change the zone, but the fact that we had +4 to our check through the Breaker 2 is incredibly, incredibly strong. And we've got another Beast Titan attacks coming down here. And the transformation.
Yep.
So now we're going to get +2 to our checks, but we can only sacrifice one more backup. So now, luckily, now that we're transformed, we can commit them for our character effect. But if we want to, activate a Falling Titans or something, we're only going to have that check bonus for one copy, one time that we echo it. So it's going to be, fake echo with Falling Titans.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little difficult maybe to navigate having only 3 backups. And, Reiner's still at an incredibly healthy life total. I believe we're still at full. It's cut off a little bit.
I think we're at 29, 28
29,
right now.
yeah. I think we were above 30 before still. So taking just minimal amounts of damage.
We did see the, because of that damage reduction ability that Reiner does have access to. We committed, spent the momentum, set it down to 1. Barlow responded, giving it +2 more damage here with the backup in our stage. That does give us some extra stats. But the Falling Titans now coming in on a 7, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
+2 to our check no matter what because of our character, because we have enough backups in our stage. So it checks a 5, 6, 7 for the 2 extra cards. And then immediately going for that first enhance of looking at the top card of our deck with the Jaeger's follower. And we are going to keep it there.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the most potent setup that Barlow's got, but it's probably going to be just good enough if we have a potential high-powered kill condition after this.
And to me, it'd have to be like another Harness on Death, because after this one resolves,
Correct.
we are going to start. We're going to have only access to the +2 our checks one more time if we lose one more backup, right? Once we lose that second one, we won't have +2 to our check anymore to play these Titan or range cards. But something like a 4-diff Harness on Death is good enough. But instead, he's just going to leave it in the card pool to let it shift down, because it looks like we are kind of done slinging attacks. Fast strength on a 4.
Yeah,
the thing I always underestimate about these Zeke or War Chiefs deck are, like, as you play your turn, as you do these offensive tools, because of your ability to sack off your backups, gain life, draw cards, commit your backups, gain life, draw cards, you end up having so many of them that you're playing attacks, but you still have all these foundations or backups to build and replenish the stage afterwards, and then still have pieces to block with, which is just such a powerful deck to play and hard for your opponent to come against into when trying to, figure out how to solve the puzzle of beating against backup strategy.
Yeah, we haven't been able to explode over the Smiling Titan just yet, so maybe one more turn. But Barlow's up a game, and time is running out in the round, so theoretically speaking, he's under pretty much no pressure to speed up the tempo of this game.
Yep, just looking at the last 2 cards that we're going to keep in our hand. Of course, that shifted down Beast Titan attacks is then also going to be another attack for later, unless it gets dealt with. And then, of course, now shifting down the Falling Titans into this foundation for the Zeke's Dream becoming real, which will just add it back to hand as well. So just so many tools to Barlow's ability to pick up whether Janelle chooses to attack, or Barlow just has to play one move that he can get from the shifted down Beast Titan attack to then play the Falling Titans that he has in his stage. It's just very quickly showing the end of the game, right?
Yeah, I think one of the craziest things here is Reiner has way more face downs than the rival. Well, maybe not way more, but they got more face downs than the rival, which is pretty rare until they start doing the ruin effects, which we haven't really seen. And that's what I need to see from this Reiner deck. Its biggest upside is the debuild, is the resource denial. And I'm afraid we're just never going to get to see it really get started. Here's Ravages of War. It's a couple turns too late, but this attack is not a bad one. We did check a 4 on it, however, so we're going to have to commit 4 cards to make up the difference between the 8 difficulty and the 4 control. And it'll be interesting to see if this really opens up the floodgates for Reiner to get back into this game, or if things like that are going to happen.
Yeah, the vast strength coming in here that we saw another one get built out by Barlow, that powerful sideboard piece that he probably put in specifically for this situation. Just like you said, coming in a little too late for the side of Janelle, and then Barlow also had the answer for it, so it feels super late. And now, I mean, the only real big benefit here, though, is that it does sport very healthy base stats because of the difficulty of this attack, right? 8 high for 8, is still something that, Barlow doesn't want to take to the face.
Yep, we're fighting over this Ravages of War. 8 high for 10 currently. Spooky numbers, but you can definitely take 10 damage as Zeke and feel pretty okay about it because of that health gain and the card draw you'll get.
Inspiring Song. Oh, almost a Yahtzee on 3 backups, but going to get those off the top. Give plus to check and also add up 2 cards in our discard pile. Nope, going to go for the minus check. Makes sense. Just trying to deter more attacks from getting played here from Janelle. And then especially, checking that first 4 on the first attack. Already going to probably thwart and, dissuade Janelle from playing any more moves anyway. We are going to go ahead and pick up the shifted down Falling Titans, and when we do, we get to pick one of our backups and gain 10 stamina back onto it. So really nice, revitalization there, as well as now having this high block in our hand. Or, again, we can just hold it in.
Yeah, or a win condition for next turn.
Yeah.
I would, at this point, if I'm Barlow, I am going to make Janelle show me lethal.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you at least make me start thinking about lethal before I start blocking with cards that win me the game pretty much on the spot.
Yeah.
I really think that, barring some kind of interaction we haven't seen. I mean, we looked at the deck list. I can't think of maybe build like multiple Dark Wards, but even with a Dark Ward out, the Beast Titan attacks plus Onyakapone plus Beast Titan's Rock Barrage means that you can open up your turn with the beautiful control necessary to pave the way. But we see him attempt to block with the Falling Skies, checks with 3 and fails it. So maybe relying on the fact that Beast Titan can go get the rock or get the Falling Titans as well. Not a big deal either way, but only 1 attack. It did deal damage. However, that's not enough to even things up as far as the overall game advantage goes.
And we have to remember, too, the incremental health gain that's going to keep happening as the game progresses anyway for Barlow. So, yes, it connected. Yes, it failed to block, but we can just go pick it up with those shifted Beast Titan attacks on our stage. And the more enhanced steps we get to, we can turn some of these backups sideways, draw more cards, and gain more life. So that 8 damage, that 10 damage we took, eventually might not matter if Barlow just keeps putting up some pressure and using his resources.
Yeah, I definitely think Zeke Yeager's got the advantage in a later game scenario. Once you can acquire enough resources that D-build doesn't really affect you that much, then you're good to go.
Yeah, it's really difficult as we're now picking up whatever we think, right? Do we think it's that Falling Titans that we just failed? Do we think it's just go reset more control or set up here with a Beast Titan Rock Barrage? Also, the selective committal looks like we might already have enough attacks in Barlow's hand to really do an offense here. Just picks up the Beast Titan Rock Barrage, leads things off with it on a 5, checks. Selective committal here. I can imagine the devastating loss. And then makes Janelle tap another 2 resources, very quickly making blocking very difficult for her.
Yeah, the devastating loss going to get targeted down first. Running out of time here, too. It looks like regardless of what Barlow does on this turn, whether he wins or not, if playing a couple Falling Titans takes up 2 minutes, that's going to be time in the round, and it's not going to matter if Barlow wins because he can't lose.
That's true. It's a draw, worst case scenario for Barlow, but Janelle would like to start the tournament off, with at least that draw instead of taking the loss. But of course, it's just round 1. We have so much more to play, so many more games, and it is that top 16 being converted into the next day. So you just have to really keep it kind of a positive win. Going in now to that Falling Titans on a 7. We get plus to our checks, of course, because we're on that backside for Zeke Yeager on the Beast Titan. So now it's just a question of how many times we just have to play this now that Janelle is sub 20, and we're just going to go straight into blocks. Does end up using the high block here on the Display of Might, and it does pass as we are now down to only our character and 1 foundation ready on the left of Janelle. Picks it up, plays it again. Let's see how many times it takes as we are now going to cycle for Barlow. Did check a 3, 4, 5 with the Zeke Yeager help. So we'll have to a couple.
I don't think this is on purpose at all.
No.
But
no.
what a great meta play it is to shuffle your deck with 30 seconds left in the round when you're up a game. I mean, if you're looking for the game within the game, cycling at this stage in the game. And I always bring it up on commentary, if only because I've heard so many stories of players in retrospect who are like, oh, man, if I only knew there was only so much time left, or, oh, man, if I was more aware, or, oh, man, time got called and I was blown away because it had already been an hour, and it doesn't feel like it when you're playing. And it's something that I want more UniVersus players, especially at the highest level, to be aware of, because losing to the clock doesn't feel good. I would much rather my opponent beat me than the clock beat me.
Yeah, this will be the final turn, as Barlow, I think, is still going to go for the win here, regardless of what happens.
I still think he's got a good chance to just win it,
Yeah, even with that 3-check.
Fully legitimate.
I think we can play this Falling Titan enough time, even with this Inspiring Song in hands, coming down here with Janelle, giving -1 or +1. I can only assume the -1 just to help deter and slow this down just a little bit. How many more does it take for this Falling Titan? I count at least 2 more after this, depending on what the total life is.
Yeah, and that's with Reiner doing the full minus that he has access to on the backside, which is
maybe a third one.
Not quite as good as the front side, unfortunately.
There it is, spinning our momentum here. Gonna turn Reiner sideways, set its damage down to 1.
And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we didn't get the Smiling Titan form. It's not sideways. So that
couldn't. It only has the 1 stamina left.
That's 1 left. I count up. That's on me.
That's fair.
That's on me. I put the 1 on when it takes. Only because it's weird to me that no one puts a die on it when it first comes in.
Oh, true.
And then they put a die on it when it's like taking damage. I feel like if you're going to count down, you have to put the full stamina on when you build it. You have to start at the top.
That's a lot of dice.
Right, which is why we should all count up. Everyone get with me. Hashtag count up your backups. Everyone in chat, hashtag count up your backups. Let's start a revolution.
What's a good hashtag for that? Stamina ascension, stamina climb? I don't know.
Hashtag count up.
As we're now down, this is another form here on the Falling Titans. I think we're at, I want to say it's like 12, 13. So we need this at least 2 more, probably 3 more times, which means we will lose the check bonus at some point for Barlow. After this next one resolves and we pick it up, we'll go down to 2, which will be our last check bonus. There it is. Connects, goes down to single digits here for Janelle on a 6-7. Checks with that extra bonus.
I'm not doing it.
Chat will do it for me. Brian, do it for me.
All the pre-programmed 6-7ers
there
out
it is.
there.
We're going to do it one more time. No bonus to the check here. Going to have to commit the 2 foundations, and this could be the last one. Game 2 down to time. Barlow going to try and take the 2-0. And that's it. Game and match for Barlow. Missing 5 points for the day 2 qualification. Starting strong in this day 1 of Worlds here in Dallas.
Yeah, one of the strongest competitors throughout the year. I'll be honest, I was surprised to see him on day 1. I would have assumed Barlow was a day 2er, so not surprised to see him take down this round 1. Congratulations to him. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. But it's not over for Janelle.
No, not at all.
They can keep fighting back. They can keep winning, and if they win out, we could see them in day 2 still, because I do believe in the Reiner deck. It never got out of the starting blocks early. It never got to do its game plan on turn 2, and for those resource denial strategies, you really, really can't let up. You cannot let your opponent get a double build in, and really Barlow was able to dictate the pace pretty much from turn 2 onward both games, even though he went second. So hopefully maybe a little better luck in the opening hands, maybe a little better luck on turn 2 for Janelle in the future, but that's going to do it for round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And, if you're not here in this action, of course, you can tune in to our upcoming first regional of 2026, where we're going to Chicago, the Windy City. And this is your caster lineup. Of course, Sam and I are already here, going to be joining you once again in Chicago. But we've got a new face joining us next year. That's right. You know him. You love him. It's Snuggy, who's going to be, testing his chops behind here with both of us. So we'll make sure to break him in nice and smooth, of course, for the viewers at home. But, of course, you can go ahead ahead and check out and try and plan your trip if you want to come to the regional here in Chicago on April 17th. And, of course, it will be a 3-day event, as all the regionals next year will be. And, yes, of course, we will be streaming the action across those 3 days. But, of course, that will, of course, be the first event where Godzilla Reign of Kaiju will be legal, at least in our higher level OP events. So make sure, if you're not here at Worlds, you can check out the super pre-release for Godzilla Reign of Kaiju. And, of course, the pre-release starts next week, next Friday on the 6th. I always forget my dates.
6 is the pre-release,
Yes.
13th is the full release. So make sure you use the store locator. Go find your store. If you sign up, I believe it's before the end of the month, you can get some bonus loyalty points. Then you're going to get some sweet, sweet promos in the reward store. But Barry, you're handing me something special here.
Yes, production wants us to keep opening these packs.
Well, if I must.
I gotta keep
have
opening
to.
packs. So before we send everyone away on a break, we're going to open one more pack each for this Godzilla Super
Remember, it's 3
Pre-release.
cards from the back.
Oh, 3 cards from the back.
If you want to
Okay.
do the
1,
fancy
2,
official way.
3. So
Yeah,
I'll
you
move-
can tell because it'll be the rare and then the
Yes.
power token.
All right, so we'll do real quick. I'm going to zoom through these commons and uncommons. But for everybody at home, again, if you're not here at Worlds right now, you can, of course, get this product starting next week for the pre-release. And then, of course, afterwards, the release the week after. So I'm going to end up getting, after the
Sacred
character
Guardian?
card,
Aw.
we've got ourselves a Deep Sea Shred. It's still a good one, of
Okay.
course. Chaos card is always fun to have. Gives you some more power tokens, of course, and some health. But what do you got?
Power tokens are going to be pretty important going forward. I've got, let me hold it up here so we can see.
I'm excited. He's going to beat me on this one.
I'm so bad at pack opening
Secret rare.
content.
Oh, I'm not on it too.
Ooh.
We were trying to do the over the camera thing, but
Yeah,
over the shoulder.
we wanted to get the nice angle for everybody at home, but
I believe. Come on,
dude, even the comments look good.
Defender.
Oh, we
Mechanical
got
Legion?
Mechanical Legion. Okay, that's
That's
gonna
not
be
bad. You need 5 more of those to go.
yeah. But this is going to be one of the top cuts promos, right? If you make it all the way to being the grand champion, you'll get basically a playset of Mechanical Legion. You need 6 of them. So
Yeah, starting at top 32, you will be able to get Mechanical Legion as the winning prize card for the Chicago Regional, and I believe also for the Las Vegas one, as Godzilla will be the showcase set for those two. But
did you know that they put True 100% on a 6 diff?
yes, I did actually.
Wait, True 100's already a 6 diff. I don't know if the joke works with that one.
But we talked your ear off. We're going to cut away to a break and bring you round 2 of the action here in Dallas for the Day 1 tournament for the World Championship. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to UniVersus Worlds 2025. My name's Tam, and with Godzilla Reign of Kaiju right around the corner, I thought it would be a great opportunity to take a couple of content creators and tell you the absolute best ways to pre-release.
Hey, I'm Mitchell from the Trading Post. I am 2nd place, I think, in points. I'm on a character card. I play UniVersus. Here to play in the World Championships this year.
I am Christopher Smith, or Chris Smith. I go by Brody1 on Twitch and YouTube. You can find me on either platform.
My name is Paul Butler. I'm the founder of Coping with Cardboard, which is a YouTube channel on YouTube that makes fun stream content and easily accessible content for everybody.
My name is Brody. My channel is Broden Kanan. I do a lot of UniVersus and other TCG content.
So the character that I'm most excited for from the new Godzilla set, I think, honestly, would have to be the Mechagodzilla Kiryu.
The new Mechagodzilla.
The new Kiryu.
The way that he plays with cards from his removed from game pile, and I love this whole idea of having a second hand you get to play with. It's such a unique thing we haven't seen in UniVersus before.
That's a hard question. I actually have 3 of them, but I'm going with my number 1. It's definitely Mothra, Divine Moth, I think it's her name. Just the fact that she is just a defensive character makes me excited to play that character because I love playing defense in our game.
For Godzilla specifically, you're going to want to look for any amount of synergies that you got between characters that you pulled and like your rares on up. But definitely making sure that you have like a good spam foundation base between 1s and 0s is pretty good.
I think like if you can at least, build enough attacks, have enough foundations and slam them together and just have fun and play with the character and just read new cards and have fun with your friends. I think that's the number 1 thing is that.
My favorite thing about pre-release is using the new cards in the set in a format that you are not able to do normally. Like in Standard, you're able to explore with a bunch of different cards, combining them and doing a lot of cool things that you normally would not be able to do.
My favorite thing is getting to rip new cards and getting to see art that I've only seen online and really getting to appreciate it in person. The art designers of this game do such a good job, and I think the new Reign of Kaiju set has some of the best art that UniVersus has ever seen.
I like the team up aspect of it, where you can table talk and it's like you versus the one boss, and you can be like, well, do you have this enhanced? Can you do this enhanced? Or it's kind of like, hey man, I need just a little bit of this. Can you help me out so we can, progress our game state? And it's more of like a team game, which is basically what PvE is. It's just a team on the boss, and that's very cool.
I think PvE opens up a lot of new experiences for UniVersus. You get to build a deck that can be tailored for this new experience. So you can do a lot of cool things like focusing on helping out the players you are playing with and taking down the tailored PvE boss. And then you can also bring a new cooperative experience to the game, which is really fun.
Hey everybody!
Godzilla Reign of Kaiju pre-releases start on March 6th.
And go buy the Reign of Kaiju set at your local game store on March 13th.
Please go out and support your local game store, meet new people, and just enjoy the card game.
Get out there, ask your LGS that carries any UVS Games products about pre-releases. Encourage your friends to come and show up and have a great time slinging big attacks and powering everything up.
What's up, pretty people? It's me, Chris Bromley, and my good friend Sam Tate. We're here at round 2 of day 1 of the World Championship. How's it going, Sam? How you feeling?
It's going pretty good. We just got to watch Barlow clinch up round 1 with a good 2-0 victory, playing good old Zeke Yeager. Barlow, definitely a life symbol fan.
Yes.
Played life symbol pretty much all year, up including the World Championship. And we've got another specialist of a kind. We've got a character specialist coming up in this next round for you guys. We've got a very exciting matchup. We've got Hawks versus Mark Tyner. And Hawks, of course, is going to be played by none other than Ryan Levine.
Yeah, Ryan Levine's been playing Hawks since release, basically, right? A friend of Mitchell Chimino, guy who has a character card. Ryan has been playing Hawks on the order symbol originally, I think, and then moved on.
I think he's played all 3.
The whole, but he's played all. That's what I was going to say. Is that he's not just a specialist of the characters, one but he's played them all at some point, experimenting with them, because this is the guy he likes to play and does it really well. We've seen some of the adaptations here, right? Going from, back in the day we had Funny Punch coming through, but now we've got this blood-sucking universe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's a great name, yeah. No. You're
Blood-Sucking Universe. I really like setting the standard in this deck, and Superfly Stomp also doing incredible work. Little tech pieces, and of course, substituting the old Funny Punch, we've got the Big Fist Bash that's going to be able to loop some of those mid attacks. And defensively, we've got all sorts of really cool stuff that we can do, right? Changing the zone to high makes it so that our good stuff with showdowns, right? Fierce Wings, all sorts of these incredible blocks are going to be a lot more effective, okay? And I think we're not even going to go into we're just going to go straight into the game here. Tam is, we're going through the other deck list. Okay, excellent. We've got Basil P playing Mark Tyner. This is a character that I haven't personally seen in play yet, so I'm really excited to go into it and see what it does. Do you have any experience watching it or playing it?
So not against this specific version of Mark Tyner. I've seen the Mark Tyners that have all 4 checks. I've seen the Mark Tyners that don't play any 4 checks. This seems to obviously be a mix of both here. We've got the Colossal Confrontation, which a lot of people talked about Colossal Confrontation being gate-capped by Sweeping Daggers. But in my personal opinion, all of those high difficulty attacks are just as equally gate-capped by Filled with Doubt. So it's very interesting. We haven't seen these high difficulty cards really have any success over the last couple regionals. They basically had their one heyday. You saw some high difficulty cards in the Zeke Yeager list back in, the Louisianas of the world. But I'm very, very excited to see Colossal Confrontation back, because I was promised, Bromley, that when Sweeping Daggers was banned, we were going to see all these high difficulty cards come back into the fold, and I have not been a believer. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited for Pale Rider. I think Pale Rider is one of the most underrated cards in the format currently. The ability to echo something by clearing any attack from your card pool is incredibly, incredibly strong. You do still have to pay the drive cost, which is why a lot of people are not onto it yet. But these are 2 Patchwork Baby decks that are going to be going at it. They're going to be counting all the keywords in their card pool. And this Mark Tyner deck, of course, has tons and tons of ways to commit your foundations to keep you debuilt. We've got the Imprisoned down there to keep your foundations in prison to make sure that they don't get activated. And both decks have Team Dr. Ichigaki in them. So this is probably going to be a race to see who can draw the really important cards from their deck first, but they are the same cards, right?
Yeah, I think crucially, right, Hawks finds his feathers kind of naturally, right, by playing the game, and Mark Tyner's, piloted by Basil, is going to be using the confrontations, right, the Colossal Confrontations, to find the important cards, right? I think the kind of winner of the post-Sweeping Dagger format are decks that play Patrick Baby. If you want to talk about big difficulty cards being, gate kept by it, Patrick Baby was a card I remember Ryan Levine playing and saying, yeah, it's just not legal to play this card while Sweeping Daggers is in the format, right? A 3-mid 1/5 difficulty is it has those statistics because it has unfair abilities on it. And when you get to staple that onto a 4 diff that starts at 5 mid 4, right, it just becomes absurd, right? And so with Sweeping gone from this format, we see both of these decks playing 4 copies of Patchwork Baby. I think the name of this game is not necessarily going to be who gets their pieces first, but who gets to break through the opponent's pieces, right? Who can navigate the minefield that is opposing decks, right? 4 copies of Yeetus Deletus to deal with on Mark Tyner's side, and all of those incredibly powerful, very, very potent high blocks on the side of Ryan. So it's going to take a string, regardless of whoever it is, right?
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing for me as far as who can break through the opponent's wall first is Mark Tyner has really, really strong check hacks.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people forget there's also the check bonus. So I think Mark Tyner can get activated a little bit earlier in this matchup because, you know, committing a unique asset for +2 to a bonus is really, really good. Committing a unique foundation to count as 2 foundations is really, really good and can help you get started, you know, past that colossal confrontation much earlier in the game. But on the flip side, the check hack is probably going to be a little bit weaker because Hawks' signature attack is
It's a
only
one difficulty.
Yeah, and you're probably not going to get much out of hacking a check to play a Hawk's Feather probably ever. So I think that'll be really interesting to see how does Mark Tyner adapt to potentially very high damage moves being played at them with only 1 difficulty.
Yeah, I think both of these players also, their turn ones, playing a little greedier, right, with high difficulty foundations, right? Ryan choosing to commit Hawks, right, because we feel safe, right? With only 3 foundations and 1 asset, and we've seen each other's deck lists, right? High difficulty moves that are going to require full strings to, you know, I can imagine a Colossal Confrontation being played into the Street Fighter card. This is a new one to Pale Rider. Into Pale Rider is probably incredibly potent, right? On turn 6. Right. This turn, right, we're probably going to see either a build that or a single poke into something else. And here's a Patrick Baby, the great poke, stun 2, pretty effective on turn 1.
Yeah, I think this is one of the ones you love to lead off with early on in a game. Later in a game, you want to play it later in the string, where the damage becomes a little bit more reliable. Really quick, I got to point out, though, both these players are committing a crime right now in my book, Bromley.
Okay.
And that is we got the assets up next to the characters. I've never been an asset next to character guy. I've always been an asset in the stage guy.
I mean, to me, the biggest crime is putting the characters in the center.
Oh, you know, I don't hate that as much. It looks visually good here, but you're right, I've never done that. I've always been a top left.
Yeah, my attacks come from my character, right? Is the way that
I don't know. Maybe the person who taught me the game just did it that way, and I just followed their lead forever. But
well, it's cool. I mean, you can see these playmats are, you know, very clearly made with that in mind, right? Like, here's where our characters go, here's where our card pool goes, and here's where our foundations go.
Here's where the stage is, and you know what goes in the stage? Probably assets.
Assets go in the stage. They don't go in the character zone. Okay, so here we go. We see a use of this.
The King of Illyria.
King of Illyria is a card that I think was slept on when it first came out, at least for my locals, right? But I also didn't see it in many lists, partially because order was not favored, right? But it says add this card to your hand, right? So get yourself a 2 high block, add 1 committed Rifle Foundations from their stage to their hand. And if you've played a Roman Cancel ability this turn, this ability has a Tenacious.
So I think the fact that it only targets committed Rival Foundations makes it feel like it is not a potent targeted removal ability, right? It's not targeting something that is currently very useful. However, the fact that you can just rebuild it, the fact that you are going to just play the 1 diff again, and you get to continuously play through that loop, that cycle, and of course for Mark Tyner, it's a 1 difficulty unique card, which is really important for the deck.
Yep.
It becomes a lot stronger, but you're right. I think it is slept on just because it's not really targeted removal. It is a long-term macro play. You know, targeted removal is a micro play where you get to delineate in the immediacy, you know, how the gameplay is going. But the macro resource advantage over many, many turns of the King of Illyria basically denying your rival a review, right? It's 1 less card that they can review and draw up to. They have to rebuild that foundation over and over again, and you having control of the effect and when you rebuild is a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that we're going to be putting probably this Botan's coaching into Ryan's hand on this turn if we resolve an attack, right? And so it's just accrued value for a character who loves to keep you in the early game, right?
Right.
-2 to your check matters a lot when you have 4 foundations. It matters not so much when you have 20, right? And so we can. I really like one difficulty unique foundations. I think people look at spam.
We should have more of them.
I
yeah.
think we should have more, right? Single use, right? Or in this case, right, kind of like a butter churning card, right? Cards like this and House of Cards, I really love to play with, and so I'm happy to see it on the board.
Yeah, but now we've got Blue Flame Torment, a little bit of a throwback back. Was it MHA 06
Yeah.
on there?
Yeah.
Long time ago, Blue Flame Torment still staying relevant. Forces the rival to make a bunch of checks, right? Something that Mark Tyner is willing to prey on at any moment, and then it'll give you a check bonus, which is going to allow you to play this pretty high difficulty lineup. I mean, we've got Behemoth Typhoon as a 6 diff. We've got Pale Riders, Patchwork Babies, that 5 diffs you like to play later in a turn, and of course, I'm still waiting for Colossal Confrontation. I don't know if we can do it with this few
Not with
cards
this board.
Stage,
Yeah, not with this board.
But it's, so you play it on a 10, you check a 6, you commit Illyria for 8, 9, 10, you get to keep Tyner up. I mean,
Well, you could do it with
believe.
Blue Flame is a great opener for it, right? Because as Ryan, right, I wouldn't want to commit any cards because of the threat, right, of the King of Illyria, right? And so you may just end up getting +2 to your check, which means that the Colossal Confrontation is functionally an 8 diff, right? Which, with we do play 3 checks in this deck, so I don't know if it'd be safe, per se. But, yeah, I don't think we're going for it.
All I'm saying is, if I get +4 to my check, I'm playing the Confrontation.
Yeah.
If I check a 3, I commit out, we're passing it.
Yeah, and so you see here, we are still continuing to pick apart Ryan's borders this weekend. We used the Aegis Deletus earlier on it wasn't a Strength and Beauty. I missed the foundation that we used Aegis Deletus on, but we did end up using the King of Illyria on the extra Botans coaching that was committed. But yeah, this is you can kind of see what the intent is here, right? To prey upon those aggressive decks that are not building out very effectively. Unfortunately, the downside is that if you are not keeping up with your opponent or staying ahead of them, you can fall behind, right? As we're seeing here, it looks like Ryan went first.
Kind of, yeah, getting outbuilt, but double imprisoned is going to do a lot of work. It's going to open up the King of Illyria plays, because Imprisoned says after your rival's ready step, commit one of their foundations. So now, not only are you going to be able to deny Ryan his best foundation at the start of every one of his turns, you're now going to also make those cards applicable targets for the King of Illyria. However, the King of Illyria really goes crazy, really becomes an all-star once you use the Roman cancel ability.
Yeah, because then it's tenacious.
Yeah, and the only way that we're going to get to do that is by playing Behemoth Typhoon as an attack. So Roman cancel tokens probably not going to come into play too much. Probably not going to get to see the tenacious side of it, but we see stun 2 at the start of your turn, pretty strong effect.
I do think you have to be careful, right? Sometimes it's better to have foundations ready to block with, right? Something like a poke becomes less palatable for blocking, right?
Well,
so
you
we
have to stun 2 yourself.
So it's not free, right? It's a 4 difficulty 4 check foundation, right? It's but if you have tons of these effects together, right? $500 sunglasses types effects, right? It can be pretty cool, and something that I think it's so neat to see the order symbol doing. Hey, I'm going to do a thing that forces you to do a thing, right?
It's very funny to me that that's the effect you
I love $500 sunglasses. Okay,
that card only has 1 damage tax to me. It only has the attack deals 1.
No, you didn't play with my locals. I had an order local who that was all he wanted to do. Continues to all he wants to do is do effects with like $500. Oh my God! He said I'm gonna get my own King of Illyria.
In fairness, I'm a super boomer. $500 sunglasses in my book is Clark's sunglasses.
Whoa, you've outboomed me.
Yeah, I outboomered you by a few years.
Yeah.
First card I ever traded for Clark's sunglasses. Actually,
really?
Yep.
First card I ever traded for was like Hyper Bomb and a million other Mega Man rares. We talked about this last night.
I traded a Hyper Bomb for Clark sunglasses, and I got I got burned over the coals. The guy was like, "Oh, dude, I'll trade you 2 ultra rares for a rare," and I was like, "Oh, what a steal!"
What
And
a
it's like
steal.
two $2 ultra rares for a $15 rare. I got
Right.
burned so bad.
Dang.
Don't do that to your locals when they're first.
Yeah, give
learning
them
the
more
game.
than they deserve, actually.
Yeah, don't
Yeah.
burn your locals on trades.
Well, and so this is kind of funny, right? We are on turn 3, right? It looks like turn 2 boards actually, but because of the King of Illyria plays, right? Debuilding ourselves to debuild our opponents, right? Imprison to commit our opponent's stages. We're really trying to keep our opponent down, right? We're saying, hey, stay down there. I liked you when you were down there, but Mark crucially only has a single copy of King of Illyria and oh my gosh, and House of Cards. There's the other 1 difficulty unique foundation that I like so much. Man, what a cool board. What a cool board we got here. I think we're going to have a pretty cool game. Do we poke? Do we build? Do we want to be playing into this King of Illyria again? I think you feel pretty safe just building.
I think most Mark Tyner players don't like to attack until the rival is overextended.
Yeah.
And that is not something you're going to see this Hawks deck do. And it's probably not something you're going to see Ryan Levine do. He's probably not going to attempt a string until he feels pretty confident. But, oh my goodness, we got the play set.
Well, and so here's the funny thing about this King of Illyria back and forth is that now we have Imprisoned. That card's likely going to be committed down for a while, right? And so the 3 best cards, if I were me, right, I would target Feather Control, I would target 1-man Inferno, and I would target the King of Illyria, right?
You mean new number 1?
New number? Oh, is it number 1?
Yeah.
Oh, which one's 1-man Inferno? Is that the 0 div?
That's the 0
Okay, 0 div. Okay. This because I didn't pick it in the pack 1 pick one last night. I'm being punished for it. Yeah. The new number 1.
That was his cube, actually.
Yeah,
that
but,
was Basil's cube.
And in Hawks, actually, he gets the alternate ability, right, to unseal something too.
Yeah, pro hero.
Because he's a pro hero.
He's a pro hero and a villain.
And a villain. Ooh. And he has that one card that has both enhances on it.
Yeah, which is called like number 1 pro hero, but it has a villain ability on it.
Yeah.
Funny.
Oh, he's like number 23 or 3. Number 2? He's number 2?
He's
the number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never remember the numbers.
Thanks, Tam. It is in the deck. I think he has a couple of copies. Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen, Sam. Number 2. Number 2 pro hero. But the number 1 villain in our hearts, ladies and gentlemen.
It's funny, too. He's got a microphone.
Hey, there it is. It's on screen now.
We got to watch. Hey, that's pretty. Dude, the caster curse? Or what do you call it when it's not like actually a curse, when you're just psychic?
You call him psychic, I guess.
Yeah, the caster premonition.
Yeah.
It is funny to see Hawks with the microphone on number 2 pro hero. And we just got to watch Levi do like the whole keynote speech with the microphone.
Yeah. I really like the XRs from sets 6 and 7 of My Hero.
It seemed like they finally came into their own, and then they discontinued.
Yeah, and then they stopped making XRs. Yeah.
I can't believe we stopped doing like foil variants of every card.
Yeah,
That's something people love. They love to have a completely foiled deck.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
it helps me sell commons. No, like unironically, it made like I would pull a foil card. I'm like, I can get $1 for this.
It was
like,
definitely
easy.
good when I had the store, right? Because
Yeah.
we could open boxes and have value no matter what. In the newer boxes,
That's what I'm saying.
it can
like,
feel really great to pull like a huge alt art, right? And you are guaranteed to get alt arts, but some of the alt arts are a little undervalued.
I got a local who's trying to get the all foil. Well, let's talk about this game. We'll talk about that later. Let's talk about Blue Flame Torment,
another
'cause we
Blue
got
Flame
some
Torment.
action happening.
We don't have too many uniques on board is the thing, right? Tyner doesn't feel as online as I wanted him to be, right? We used those Udis Deletises pretty early, right? So we weren't able to just like,
Pretty
hey,
aggressively, yeah.
And so we've basically just got 2 uniques to help us with our checks and mess with our opponents, right? So not a whole lot of functional speed coming down here, and with your finish on Ryan's board, it's
Deadlock
not going
is
to feel.
illegal.
Yeah, you don't want to go to deadlock.
At the very least, those become the imprisoned targets.
Yes.
And if not, your finish commits imprisoned on your turn. And this
100%.
is essentially, it looks like 2 order decks. I know the Mark Tyner's on evil.
Yeah.
But a ton of these cards are order as well. A ton of these cards are order attuned.
Yeah.
And so both of these decks have less permanent, more ephemeral ways to interact with the board. And we're seeing Basil kind of, like you talked about with the Edis Deletas, kind of have to sell out to use the more permanent effects. I mean, even King of Illyria is not truly permanent. Right?
Yeah. It's just putting a wrench in somebody's bicycle chains,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's like a one-turn timeout.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't.
Getting the other. Oh my God, that's so funny. One of the things that is kind of crucial in this matchup, right, where we're trying to keep each other down, is the hacker extraordinaires. It's probably the reason why we use those Yeetus deletes so soon. It's because hacker extraordinaire says, as long as I have a momentum, your assets are kind of illegal, and I can force you into deadlock, right? I can make you play more foundations than you want to, and the because of the way that the game will develop, right? It's one of my favorite things when you play a lot of high value foundations that have text on them. Each one of these imprisons is going to get less and less value. You're just going to accrue too many threats, right?
Yeah.
Too many foundations to hold down, right? And that's why you want to have many layers of defense when you're playing a deck like Hawks and like Mark Tyner, right? You see a lot of 4Xs, a lot of 2 and 3Xs of cards that are going to allow you to, survive into the later turns, not only because seeing one is okay, but also because when your opponent has access to seal or target commit or ways to, deal with your card, having many, many layers of those things is what's going to guarantee your safety, right? One hacker extraordinaire, no. 2 hacker extraordinaire, though, right? That means that I have to use 2 of my 3 imprisons to even deal with it. And it's tenacious, right?
I was gonna
The
say, yeah,
irrelevant
the good
ability
part-
is tenacious, but if you don't want them to get the momentum, right?
Yeah, the good part on hacker is tenacious anyways.
100%.
which
Oh, yeah.
I think
100%.
is gonna end up being a really big deal here because we saw the King of Illyria come out. It hit a different foundation entirely, and it's not gonna feel that good, when you're just choosing what your rival is leaving available to you. And with the 4 imprisoned out, we should have our pick of the litter. And I don't know, I think dealing that poke damage and giving up the momentum for the hackers might have actually been a mistake. I feel like as Mark Tyner here, you have to become incredibly aggressive because all that momentum becomes insane cash outs for Patchwork Baby and Walk the Dog.
Yeah, you have to be, and also they're just fuel for Hawks to draw more cards if he wants to flex it that way with the hackers, right? Even if you don't have assets, we could just, and we see it here, we can just draw a card instead. Oh, nope, never mind. We're thinking about which momentum to discard using the 1-man Inferno. But here we see the first Pale Rider of the game. I understand it now, right? Blue Flame Torment into Pale Rider. Or the Colossal. It's just a great second card, right, for a lot of these openers in the deck. But with as many imprisons as we have on our board, like, what cards are you going to want to commit to do this Pale Rider thing, right, for the drive effect? I guess we have the momentum for
I was
it.
going to say, yeah, you can spend the momentum, which is kind of nice. You basically get the same thing as Echo plus clearing the card pool.
Yeah.
But we also, Hawks, we haven't even talked about Hawks' ability to zero out an attack, right? To swap stats, reduce the speed to 0, and then just reduce an attack's damage to 0 by swapping the speed and damage. Pale Rider is really cool for playing around that because of the Echo. Means you have to deal with both versions, both playing of the attack here.
I can't see the health on the board. I think we're at 18. I'm not quite sure exactly what, but I know we took that last move, and I think we used Hawks' ability to swap it out. I wonder why the feather went into the discard pile. Is there any effect that you can see that would discard it from the card pool? Certainly not Strength and Beauty.
Maybe he attempted to block with it and failed?
Oh, that might be it.
That's my best guess.
Oh, look, feather.
You can lose. A lot of new Hawks players lose because they don't review the feathers. And by review the feathers, usually, you have to block with them. If you actually just add 2 feathers to your hand and then just review 1, your hand gets clogged with feathers. And while
you could have the magical Christmas land thing of having setting the standard with them, but it's not clearly not what Ryan is relying upon, right, for his moves. Oh wow. Okay, well here's that Behemoth Typhoon.
Yep,
the only tension move, right?
Yep. We're now going to get access to that Roman Cancel token, which can potentially make the King of Illyria much, much stronger.
Yeah, this is such a high risk move though, right? It was on a 7. We changed zone to low somewhere.
We immediately spent the Roman Cancel.
Oh, use the Roman Cancel. Okay. And it does have a response saying after you commit 3 or more cards to pass the check to play this card, your rival commits 2 foundations, right? But we saw that we just, we spent our whole board to force our opponent to do this, right? And Ryan still has a ton of cards in hand, and not only that,
we're using one right now, Fierce Wings,
yeah,
to go pick up any card we want. I got to imagine it's a low block of some kind.
yeah.
So we've got the Student of Tung Fu Ru, one of the new KOF cards here, one of the ones that I like the most. I think it's a very, very fair card, I guess you could say.
Okay.
But the important thing here is just that it's a +2 low block. the text is cool.
Yeah, this is another fun, unique card to me, right?
Right.
Yeah, and it feeds itself, right? It's kind of like the response is a question that gets answered by the top enhance. But it takes you out of deadlock. It can give you crucial amounts of speed. For Hawk specifically, it's kind of nuts, right? Because it's +2 or -2 speed on as many attacks as you like.
Plus or minus. There is a ton of cards, especially on the air symbol, my favorite symbol, where I can destroy a foundation for +1 speed. There's not a lot of ways to destroy one for -1 speed.
Right.
And there's almost no cards that do both. That do plus and minus.
Yeah,
so.
we have like Dance Routine from set 6 as well, was playable on with Good Hawks.
Good, yeah.
Which is what I played back in my day. But yeah, we're seeing here this cool little good card being used to block with. But you can see why it's in Hawks, right? Just because of how much value you can get out of +1s and -1s. They feel great in Hawks, right? Because you're getting double the value. If you're getting -4 speed and then you add -5 speed, you're only getting, at that point, 25% extra, right? But 100% increase in what you're doing or decrease in what you're doing feels immense.
And now I think we're going to see the tide turning. This is maybe not necessarily a corner.
Oh, yeah, Ryan has a giant board.
But the issue here is we committed our imprisons offensively.
Yep.
So we now no longer get the control element of denying our rival resources on their turn. We didn't get any momentum. We don't have a Roman cancel token. So King of Illyria is not that important. I don't even know. Do we have 2 uniques ready? Is there another unique card there, or is it just one?
I think it's just the King of Illyria.
Yeah, so Mark Tyner not even have access to the twice per turn. This is the crack in the door. This is where Ryan's got to at least put his foot in the door to keep it open. And the stun to start things off is going to be an absolutely fantastic way to do that. What we want to see after this now, though, is we got to see a setting the standard to make those Hawk's Feathers
huge,
really potent, right?
Yeah.
Make them truly devastating. We're going to need to buff a lot of damage onto them.
Yeah, I mean, this is as good as an opener as you can get for this specific board state. We see Basil is using this. This is what's this card we just committed? It's a 1 diff on Basil's side. The Lone Ranger?
The long version?
The long version. Okay, this is a foreign one to me. I've not seen this card before.
It's not played that often. It's a -2 speed.
Oh, it's a -2 or
but
-3.
if you had spaghetti keywords, you get -3.
That's pretty good. I mean, all is just not a very popular symbol.
Of all of the -2 speed, if something happens -3 speed, this is one of the best ones.
Yeah, that's a good card. I like the art.
Yeah,
it's very striking on this board.
Most of the cards, they're -2 speed, and if it has a specific symbol.
Of all the cards to block a feather. Wow.
Well, he enhanced with the feather, I believe, for speed.
Okay. I've completely lost the plot on I went the opposite direction for
Yeah, I don't know.
I think we're at 22, right? We had the plus damage from itself. Patrick Baby by itself gets to how much damage? 8?
5.
5? Okay, let's...
And then you get the Hawk's keywords, the Hawk's Feather keywords.
Let's say 5.
Which I believe Hawk's Feather is 2.
Okay, we took 3 from that one. We're doing some guesswork here, okay, fellas?
Yeah, unfortunately, this game was pre-recorded, so we can't just ask them to
move the
health totals over.
Yeah, we'll move it on for our next...
hopefully, in future rounds, we'll have the health total tracker on screen.
Yeah, but here we go, moving blitzkrieg fast for this one. Going to go pick up our Patrick Babies with the Big Fist Bash.
And that's going to spell absolute disaster. The writing's on the wall. We're committed out. Patrick Baby has a bazillion momentum behind it to pump itself up. And Basil says, let's not waste any time in this round because these games are going to go long.
Yeah.
These are not going to be quick games. These players are going to have to build up pretty substantial boards. But what can we see from the sideboard that could come into play?
Well, so I think. Do you think Decay Awaken comes in for Basil? He's still going first, right?
I think the Decay Awakened could be cool, but I don't think it really solves the problem.
Okay.
I think that a big thing about Hawks is if you can attack him early before he gets access to the feathers, he gets a little bit weaker, right? He doesn't have his full power.
Right.
If you Decay Awakened, you are essentially saying we're going to start from turn 1, except I go second,
Yeah.
and you get 2 feathers.
And you
guess
get
what?
2 feathers.
And now, instead of it being turn 1, you can attack with those feathers.
Right.
So you could see a turn where Decay Awakened happens, and then Ryan builds 4 foundations, and then plays a feather on a 5, and like a
Right.
feather on a 6. And while they're easily blockable, you know, those are cards that you'll have to deal with in some way or another. Now, I don't think it's likely that that exact sequence happens, but I have seen crazier things in this game.
Well, and on Ryan's side, I could see something like Filled with Doubt and the Genkais coming in, right? I think that Filled with Doubt is pretty good when your opponent's playing big difficulty moves, big swingy 5 diffs and 6 diffs, right? Oh, sorry. Sam needed a tissue and he was signaling to it, but I'm stupid. You know, I was like, yeah, he's pointing at me because I'm pretty. But I think Filled with Doubt is going to be pretty crucial here. We only have one on the sideboard, maybe one main boarded from there. No, none main boarded. But yeah, these sideboards are very directed at specific things that they are afraid of in the format. 4 Great Bucklers in Basil's sideboard, pretty clearly pointed at things like Mikasa, right? Who are going to be trying to get a bunch of cards out of the card pool. Not something that Ryan's doing, right? And then on
we just saw a play where Great Buckler would have been absolutely impressive.
Yeah, tons of momentum,
Which
though.
is, well, but if you spend the momentum to cancel the Great Buckler, can you kill with the Patchwork Baby?
Okay, that's fair. Okay. I respect
Great
what you're
Buckler's
saying.
not one of the best answers, but it is the kind of thing where if you throw a wrench into the amount of resources a player has, you know, it can definitely change the math a little bit. So Great Buckler's not one of the...
I'll allow it.
It's not one of the best answers in the format.
Yeah,
but...
well, I was just thinking about how they're pointed at not each other, right?
Right. Yeah.
And like Violent Animus Shot, right? Another move that is perhaps not pointed at something like Mark Tyner, right? It's more towards the backup decks that could be in the format, right?
True.
And it's interesting to see the progression of how Hawks has adapted for the past 2 years of his legality, right? Where we used to see a lot more of Hawks' individual moves, and as we get to the kind of the late stage Hawks, right? We've pretty much only got feathers, right? Feathers are the only attacks that are from his own kit, right? We've replaced them with things like Walk the Dog. We replaced them with things like the Patrick Baby, right? Big Fish Bash, picking up the feathers instead of making the feathers miss progressive, right? And so it's cool. It's cool to see that as more and more sets come out, right? The spread of like what gets used becomes thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner, right?
My best guess is in the beginning, the offense was centered around playing the feathers as attacks.
Right.
I don't think that's as relevant for Ryan's deck.
Right.
You know, I think Ryan's got a setup
We're using it
where
as speed.
Yeah, I think we're using it mostly as speed control, kind of as a 3 difficulty action.
Right.
But with that one copy of setting the standard, the ability to flex them into really powerful attacks is really nice. So
yeah, if Christmas arrives and you get it all, then cool, you
Right.
can do it. But yeah, another pretty solid build, I'll say, from Basil, and a good solid response from Ryan. So I think we're gonna see a regular game. See who can adjust the most here in game 2. Okay, getting rid of the Luke attack, Pale Rider. I think this is a build. From what I can tell, we've got a Pale Rider. We've got a... Oh, okay, no, we could just go for the Blue Flame, dude. Go for it. Slam 'em, I suppose. Oh, I think our hand just has a lot of attacks in it.
Which,
Just
you
looks like
know, I
colossal
mean, if you've got the
competition.
bonuses to the checks,
Yeah.
that could be a recipe for success. I talked about how, you want to get on top of Hawks before he gets access to those feathers. realistically, later in the game, Hawks is an 8-hander. So if you can start attacking him before he can generate those extra resources, leverage that card advantage, you're in a much better spot. And the less foundations the rival has, the better Mark Tyner's response is.
True.
So I think with a +2 to hour check and maybe a -2 on a block, we can set ourselves up for some success early that will snowball into success later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to churn the butter in the same sort of way we did in the first game, but again, behind on foundations, right? You want to do this while ahead.
You want to do it while it's while ahead, and you want to do it while you have more unique cards in play.
Yes.
My personal take is, Barrett and I talked about how King of Illyria is a little slept on, how a lot of people don't pay it too much respect. But I think it really unlocks its potential when you can play it tenacious.
Right.
And that's something neither of these decks are really focused on.
Yeah,
Both
they're
decks
not
have
interested in doing that.
like a tension attack, but they're not focused on Roman canceling enough that King of Illyria is playable while committed a lot. And so I just feel like it's not really the tempo play that you're looking for.
Yeah, I don't think it matters right this second, right? You don't want to stimmy Ryan's build too much right now. You want to enable your own, right?
Right.
And so in that specific situation, I think we just had 3 attacks in our hand, so why not do it? It makes perfect sense, but yeah,
Right.
it's
The
just,
fact that you get to rebuild it is a big deal.
Yeah.
That makes it quote unquote free.
yeah. But I would not want Basil to use it right now, because Ryan will just respond by building the card again, and they'll get ahead again, right? Assuming that Ryan opens with an attack, I think Ryan will probably just build. From what I can see from his hand.
Building is the odds-on favorite. If we were on a sports betting app,
Yeah, I mean, you're
it
ahead.
would be, yeah,
Yeah,
3-1 odds that we just build out. But definitely contemplating something here. Not sure if it's block mod or block zones to hold, or if it's an attack. But incompatible quirks, that's a windmill slam every time I draw it.
Yeah, this is a card that well, okay. Last year I saw Travis lose a game because he was overusing it. And I've seen some people underuse it, be afraid to press the button, right? And so this is a high skill card, I think, to play around, where you can be a little gun shy with using it in certain situations where you could be, accruing value over the course of a turn in terms of its speed, and also for just, its ability to pass checks, right? But also sometimes, not using it or using it too much, right? Where you fall behind your opponent. Like, imagine yourself in a situation where you're already behind on foundations and you're using it just to survive, right?
You're using it to lose later.
Yeah,
you're losing
exactly.
slower.
Yeah, delaying the inevitable at that point. And so that's I wonder how Ryan is going to use the card. Is my question, right?
Yeah.
Is he going to be
So-
skillful enough to use it?
We've got the -3 speed from the feathers. Respond with Hawks for -1. Every time the speed gets modified, Hawks can respond to give +1 or -1 speed to the attack. So kind of adding a little bit of extra oomph to all your speed regulating, or it might be once per enhanced step, but a little more oomph to your speed control pieces. And I would not be surprised if we see a swap come out to make
Yeah,
this
this
just
one
deal no
I think
damage.
we took one. Right. It got -4 speed. It's printed 5 speed.
Yep.
So we took 1 damage. We kept up with it this time.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to get him to move the life tracker on screen pretty soon. I think we'll get that fixed
Yeah.
sooner than I expected, at least.
And so this is sort of what you want to see with your Kings of Illyria, right? Is you want to debuild 2, build them back up plus, well, ideally more than 1, right?
Yeah.
But +1 here is fine, right? It looks like we're still gripping. It looks like 2 Colossal Confrontations in hand.
Yeah,
And a Pale Rider.
we've got
3?
We've
I
got
think it's 3.
2 momentum next turn.
Yeah.
So we're set up pretty good to start spending it on things like Echo.
Yeah.
Things like the drive from Pale Riders.
So what I could see, right, if things don't go awry, is Colossal Confrontation into Pale Rider, right? But we already have one in hand. Colossal Confrontation can go dig up a Pale Rider. We can have a pretty explosive turn. On the flip side, we see here that Ryan is going to be opening with, I think this is Blood-Sucking Universe. This is the one that we laughed at the name of earlier.
It is
but
kind of a funny name.
It's a tension throw, right? This is why it's a UR, is because it's a throw that generates its own momentum on play, right? and then it has an on-damage effect. I think this is like an innocuous sort of 5 difficulty throw that, again, is kind of underplayed for how good it is.
I think a lot of people read the word counters
Yeah.
and they go, oh, well, my character doesn't add counters. Why would I play this? But the big thing for me is it gives you the roaming cancel.
Yep.
And then the best way to use a roaming cancel defensively, the best uses require second momentum.
Yeah, and it does
And
that.
the throw keyword is going to give you that second momentum very reliably most of the time. So
Yeah.
to me, being able to automatically stack up the defensive damage reset for the roaming cancel is really, really strong. And the response speed at which you can do the roaming cancel to reduce damage down to 3 is a huge part of that. So we did have to commit 2 foundations to play it. Ryan's going to build out 3 cards. So he played 4 cards that turn, and because of that Hawk's Feather, we're going to be able to hold 3, giving us a little pseudo 7 hand size. Or do we have 4 in hand? It's hard. It's 3, right? I'm not tripping.
I think we've got 3 in hand. Oh, it's 4.
No,
it's 4.
it is
It's
4.
2 feathers.
He's shuffling too fast.
Yeah, he's got a stack. Oh, here we go. So
he's pulling a full Kibler on us.
So Ryan chose to commit the incompatible quirk, right? Because we've been having the our committed foundations added to hand. So saying, hey, I'm gonna get this in my hand anyway, right? So I may as well just keep it committed. But in response, we're saying, hey, actually, what I want to do is commit my unique foundations, perhaps. Oh, maybe not. No, those are the only ones we're gonna keep ready. Oh my gosh. So anyway, here's the Colossal Confrontation. A move we started this conversation talking about. This is a move that people kind of skipped because of Sweeping Daggers, but it's got a crazy blitz. Ruin 3, build 1 card from your hand face down, then search your deck for 1 card and add to your hand. Any card. Not an attack, not a foundation, any card. And then it shifts into a pretty relevant foundation. Would you mind hitting the display button on the second guy? You get to flip as a first form and then commit 1 rival foundation. So it's just doing more of what this Tyner deck is really wanting to do. It's interesting that this is the evil deck and Ryan's on the order deck, right?
Right, yeah.
Because Ryan is doing a lot of kind of like silly tricky moves, right? Which I would say is more of an evil, a simple thing. And Basil's doing a lot of the, hey, commit your board. Hey, commit this. Hey, get this out of
Commit
there. We're both-
everything,
yeah,
yeah.
And it's the evil deck. All right, but it's being changed to high, right? Or I guess it was already high to begin with.
I was kind
Yeah,
of giggling at that because they
interesting.
put the high marker out there, and it's already a high. So I don't know if they
It could be because it's this alternate rarity where you can hardly see the zone.
correct. Yeah.
But yeah, we're
It
using
could
the
also
feather
be.
for
It
-4
might
speed.
also denote that the Hawk's ability was used to swap the stats.
Oh,
I
interesting.
don't think that's true because then we would probably not see this exact sequence of cards being played. But we've got the Fierce Wings in hand.
Okay, gotta go find something. It looks like I don't know what we're.
You know what we're missing from this format, Bromley?
What?
Missing Showdown. Where's the Showdown?
Shouldn't see it. Shouldn't. It's definitely not in our discard pile right now, but it is in the
Yeah.
deck.
This would be a great Showdown block.
Certainly. This
Commit
would
out
be-
the rival's last 2 foundations. It is a high block, so it'd be a complete block. One of the most powerful plays at Hawks' disposal. Arguably, the reason to play evil in order over the good symbol for
Right,
Hawks
right. You
is
lose
Showdown,
You lose Keikos, but you get Showdown.
which you can force the zone to be
There it
high,
is.
and it's already in hand. Always had it. Always had it.
Checks a violent animal shot. I know it's animus. I just like animal. Violent animals, like me. Okay, yeah, gonna keep it down our opponent's last 2 cards.
Waiting to see if Basil wanted to respond to this, which there's kind of no reason to respond, and there's kind of a reason.
I think you do, right? Because you just commit the unique that's about to be committed.
Depends on if you're willing to Ichigaki this.
Oh.
You could cancel the Showdown, which is the play that we're gonna do, which I think that's good in the long term.
Sure.
But I think it's good in the short term, I should say. I don't know if losing the Ichigaki here is actually worth keeping 2 foundations.
I don't think
ready.
so. I think especially if you're just going to be building out afterwards, there's no reason.
Yeah.
You could just commit the foundation that you're about to use, right, to pass a check, right, and
Granted, Dr. Ichigaki does not cancel keyword abilities, which is the vast majority of the win
good effects in
conditions
the deck. Yeah.
in Ryan's deck. So while Dr. Ichigaki would save you against a lot of attacks, It doesn't cancel the powerful on Patrick Baby or Walk the Dog. It doesn't cancel the tension ability of Bloodsucking Universe, so it's not the most potent thing in this matchup, but I would usually value Team Dr. Ichigaki's ability to keep me alive better than, even the Mark Tyner response in this instance.
Yeah, I think so too. I think in that specific scenario, right, we were just, we wanted to succeed on our build because that was a big build, right? We had the confrontation turning over into a foundation plus 4 foundations, right?
Yeah.
And so at this point, we are truly ahead. We feel like we're the first player. And so that might have been worth it, right? Because if we checked poorly on our build there, it could have gone pretty badly. Oh, somebody moved it in the past? You spoke to them?
We went through the timelines.
Yeah. Okay, wow. Okay, so plays. Did we just pass turn here? Holy smoke. So it just fails the Patrick Baby and says go.
Correct, because Mark Tyner does not have the clause
and
that if you fail the check, your turn doesn't end. So he was basically forced to commit too many foundations, commit more than half your stage,
right,
or end the turn. And, this is why people are afraid of the Mark Tyner deck. This is why it's in a lot of people's minds, is because that is a really awful way to get your turn skipped.
All right, let's put Mark Tyner on the board real quick, if you don't mind. Because this is a character that we haven't really seen, right? Because it was in the last champion badge.
Yeah, it hasn't been legal.
We certainly have seen our Mitchell Chiminos. We've seen our Nick Reagans, right? But this guy lets us play 2 unique cards, right? And then twice per turn, you can commit a unique, and after anybody makes a check, give it +2 or -2, right? And, I mean, after they fail a check, gain a health. Okay, so we did gain a health and went to 26. Whoop. Oh, no, we're at 25. Never mind. Whoop. You already did it. But, yeah, he's a very potent defensive character, right? And breaking the game, right, ignoring unique rules means you get to do some pretty nasty stuff, especially where assets are concerned. Most assets have that unique keyword, and it lets you play around with them a little more successfully. But yeah, you can definitely see where Basil's mind is at for this specific matchup. Saying, hey, I want to keep my opponent down. I want to keep my opponent on low resources because my character needs to go long and doesn't give stats really apart from speed, quote unquote, right? But yeah, we got to rely on the power of individual attacks like Patrick Baby's. I would assume we're going to have to see a feather here used for speed. Reducing it down to printed speed, right? Going to go to block perhaps. Let's see what Ryan's got. Could block with that 2 mid block in our hand, right? Boy, howdy.
Second feather.
Yeah, I think the feather was used to block. No?
Yeah,
So,
I think we're
okay.
blocking. Yeah, we're
Okay,
getting the
we're
check
using
hack.
yeah, doing the check hack with Mark Tyner. So that's the first activation for turn.
The Colossal
on a
checks
10.
a 3.
Okay, we can only use one of these responses, and that means we can't use it offensively. Well, I mean, we can't use it on the check to block.
We can't
right?
use it for fake speed.
Yeah.
If we decide it looks like we might be saving our response.
Wow. So
I
we
don't
committed-
know. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. He might have said respond Tyner and committed those.
7 cards.
You committed
That's
7,
3
yeah.
plus 7 is 10. So we did not
Yeah.
use
So
the
we-
second Mark Tyner response, even though one of those cards was unique.
Yeah.
So yeah, really valuing the speed.
Importantly, you can block with a foundation, and Mark Tyner cannot hack that check.
Correct.
So if you block with a foundation card, he cannot -2 the check. However,
on the flip side, though, Hawks has his swap available, right?
That's
that
true,
involves
too.
no checks, and so that's the thing. I wouldn't.
well, what I was also going to say is
Sure.
almost no Hawks player holds a non-attack mid block because Patchwork Baby's a mid,
Yeah.
Bloodsucking Universe is a mid, Big
Hawks
Fist Bass
Feather.
is a mid, And then the Hawk's Feathers are 2 mid blocks you get every turn. So the likelihood that you hold that many mid blocks that are non-attacks is super unlikely.
Yeah. So mid is the zone, huh? If you're Mark Tyner.
if you're Mark Tyner specifically in this matchup.
Man. So I guess we're gonna be building after this, just saying, hey, debuild you 1, debuild you 2. Gonna use the feather to -4 speed.
Yeah, neither of these decks pumping stats incredibly well unless it's explicitly spending momentum during Patchwork, baby.
Right. Boy, howdy.
It might not be Sweeping Daggers or Filled Without keeping Colossal Confrontation down. It might just be the 9 difficulty. Is that fair?
Search any card from your deck is warping.
Right.
Right? And so that's the thing that's pretty cool about these high difficulty moves is that they get to just like kind of fundamentally break what is available to you in terms of effects. Gonna ready the incompatible quirks.
But they have to be worth it, Bromley. And right now, this Colossal Confrontation is not looking like it's worth what we committed out for.
No way. It's gonna be a build, right? I understand you put your opponent to 3 foundations, right? Yippee, Yahoo. Whoa, took 7 from it.
Yeah, we're looking for the...
Didn't even use Hawks' swap there. Really respecting that we could potentially play a move afterwards, or maybe just saying, I don't really care, I guess.
Well, it's a 10 damage move, right?
Right, we could have Hawks to swapped it, because you give it -4 speed.
Yeah.
It's a 7/10, so it could have been for 3. Correct me if I'm
Right,
wrong.
I don't know where the stats got pumped back into it or not.
No, it definitely didn't. It didn't get swapped, right?
Well, then how did it deal
7? Oh,
Because if he's got -3 speed, and then maybe he swapped it prematurely.
I think the answer is that I missed something, and I'm pretty dumb.
Yeah, because I don't know. I don't know if we swapped it to be 10 for 7.
And then used Hawk's feather.
Yeah, I don't know what we would have used the feather for after that. Did he cancel the feather? Maybe he canceled the feather. And there's normalcy, right?
Oh,
Is that moment of normalcy under the face now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he used the feather. It got normalcy. Then he swapped.
Okay. That makes sense. We were just asleep at the wheel. Okay.
We can't hear what the players are saying, man. They're just moving cards.
Yeah, sometimes we miss little things like that. But
They're just moving cards.
It's a good thing I've got Super Sleuth Sam Tate with me.
I've had a lot of practice at trying to figure out what exactly is happening on a screen.
Yeah, and
you should see some of the Ace Arenas, man. It is tough to tell what's actually happening.
Yeah, especially when you don't have Brian's incredible setup overhead, right?
Yeah, you've got my janky at home. We've got UniVersus at home set up. Yeah. And I'm just like zooming in on cards, like trying to figure out why are they doing this? And then you find out the players just read the card wrong and you weren't wrong.
Right.
You know?
Well, we've got a kind of an inversion of what happened in the first game where Basil has the developed board state and Ryan is catching up, right?
Yes.
So those King of Illyrias have been successfully keeping him down, but can we capitalize with enough of these patchwork babies to push through? That was a question. You have an answer? I'm just kidding. I don't know. That's a question.
I'm trying to figure. I was assessing if we could or not because my initial answer was, yeah, look at all the foundations we have, but that's not really going to change how much offensive pressure you can put on Hawks. You know, Hawks is similar to Rodan, a really good character at playing defense without the stage. However, it's usually based on how many feathers you have and the once per turn stat swap.
Yeah, the worst version of this turn for me would be double King of Illyria, build 5 pass. After the patchwork, I would have wanted to play another move.
That's the thing is this Mark Tyner deck definitely seems like it's trying to win a long-term tempo play, you know, a long-term tempo game.
Yeah, capitalize on a mistake your opponent made.
Yeah, and I just realized for anyone who's just tuning in, Ryan Levine is up a game. We don't have it marked on the screen.
Yeah,
but Ryan Levine is up a game.
Yeah, it is Basil's game to win. He needs to win in
Yeah,
order to
got
bring
that
it
sorted
to
for
parity.
you.
Thanks.
Just in case, because we're getting down to 10 minutes left in the round.
Yeah.
And so whether or not you are up a game is going to be really, really important. And, you know, I hate to sound like a broken record on stream, but it just feels like all these stream matches we have go to time so often, and it becomes a relevant part of the conversation of, you know, how much time is it going to take you to actually kill your opponent if your game plan is debuild you 2 pass,
Right.
you know?
Oh my gosh, going for another colossal confrontation on a 10. Are we going to use Mark this time? We checked a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we used.
Which I feel like these are 2 colossal confrontations we held for like 5 turns.
He had
right?
3 of them, yeah, at some point.
Yeah, they're just holding them forever.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we did use one of the Mark Tyner responses here, which is why there's only 4 foundations committed. But we're going to build from hand and then go look into our very tiny
Our 5
deck.
card deck.
Yeah.
Our second hand, it's only 6 cards.
Well, so what do you think? Do you think we're going to try to push for the game here?
I think you have to. I really think you have to. I think not only because you are this far ahead, right? And you've basically gotten to skip a turn.
But if you pass back, you could.
But if you pass back, Ryan could play 5 attacks, 2 of them are feathers, and it takes 10 minutes anyways.
Right.
So if you want to get another turn in, I think you have to go now, because if you manage to knock him down low enough, right, then on the next turn you can finally put the nail in the coffin, and that's what I think you're really looking for.
Yeah. I agree. Using the Kings of Illyria here is just like, at a certain point, you've debuilt enough. You need those foundations in order to kill your opponent, right? Or get a shot at it. So, well, I guess we'll see what we picked up. I think it might have been a Pale Rider, which would be on a 7 and then a 6, right?
Yeah.
With the drive, with no momentum. I think it's a...
It's not a terrible game plan, but it's not what I would want to risk my tournament life on.
Yeah, well, and also I wouldn't want to debuild myself too
Right.
before doing that.
Looks like we got the normalcy being used again here.
Yeah.
Trying to protect the stats on our 9 difficulty attack that we paid hard for.
Yeah, I would assume that the swap is what we're waiting for. It's the only thing we're going to use the moment of normalcy for. Use the once per turn. Oh, wow. Okay. And then we took another 7. So there you go.
And no follow-up. The imprisoned coming
man.
in here. A little late in the game for an imprisoned. A little late for the double King of Illyrias. I get the vision. I just think that it's a little too slow, and it's specifically not strong into
This specific
Hawks
matchup.
deck.
Yeah.
This Hawks deck is so okay with reviewing an attack because it knows it'll get them back. It knows it'll get the feathers back, right? So it's okay with reviewing attacks and rebuilding and waiting to deal one big string. And I think also Ryan Levine's play style, I think, is a one string, not necessarily a combo kill in our game, but it would be a combo kill in other games.
Yeah.
And those who don't know, Ryan Levine's a very accomplished player in
Yu-Gi-Oh,
other card
yeah,
games.
yeah.
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 So I think it really fits his playstyle for how he identifies win conditions in traditional draw 1 per turn games, where if you can play your whole hand in 1 turn, you're probably going to win that game. You know, it's pretty rare that if you play 5 or 6 cards and go handless, you don't win the game in other card games. And it's almost guaranteed that you're going to lose if you do that in UniVersus. So very, very different dynamic here, but we've got the imprisoned plays in. Ryan's on a small board. He's not going to be able to be very aggressive here. And this is what I was talking about, where I really wanted to see 1 or 2 more attacks from Basil, right? Because imagine if we just dealt 5 more damage. The difference between trying to deal 7 and trying to deal 12 through a Team Dr. Ichigaki is huge, specifically because Basil has no damage bump.
Yeah.
None of these moves are swinging above printed. And so when you've got printed 10 damage moves and you've got printed 5 damage moves, and I guess Patrick Baby is, kind of a 5 damage, not a 1 damage move, the math for dealing a, full damage and then a partial, way different now. We have to hit him basically 3 times. And that is not something we've done all round.
It's so funny to see boards like this where people are really relying on base stats on cards and what the attacks themselves can do, because it feels remarkably similar to what was going on, with a couple of exceptions, at last year's World Championship. I watched a lot of gameplay as the judge, and a lot of these order decks were just like, yeah, my walk the dogs for 6 or 9. And then they just
And
got
everything else is printed for 4.
I mean, you had Ymir, right? Ymir, who can make 90 damage, 7 attack string sort of moves and things like that, right? You had ponies. They did exist. But even Pony was like, here's my 5 damage move. Here's my 4 damage move. Here's my 5 damage move.
Here's a million printed moves.
And so I just
even
feel like,
the Midoriyas back then, unless they were willing to win the game,
Right.
they were playing printed damage moves as folks.
Yeah, and so it feels ripe, right? I know it's round 2, right? But it feels ripe for somebody like an Irwin or a Peak, to come in and just prey upon them with big boards that can be fueled into something like Greater Goal, right? The water symbol is not as popular as I was hoping it was going to be at this event.
Oh, for Guardian of Chinatown.
Yeah, for Guardian of Chinatown, which is really the thing that would stimulate my for the death symbol damage reduction stuff. But those damage reduction tools also flex offensively. So I would not be surprised to see peaks later in this tournament.
Yeah, if you remember, I was not that big on Guardian Angel of Chinatown until I played against it like one time. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, I guess this is just like a really free answer to like 5 cards I have in play.
Yes.
And I'm surprised that it hasn't been a little more relevant, but I do think it's like strictly down to which characters have water. And I think the only super relevant character that has water is Godzilla.
Yep.
I'd have to go back and look at our breakdown, which I think we have an updated breakdown for after this round.
Yeah.
I think we forgot a character on the breakdown, so we're gonna have some updated information for you. But yeah, I think it just comes down to name a water character that's made like top 4 that isn't Godzilla. And, there's just maybe one other in the whole year of regionals.
Yeah. Well, going to gameplay, we do see the one tension move in our deck, right? The Behemoth Typhoon being used. Ryan using his Team Dr. Ichigaki to cancel Moment of Normalcy so we can ignore this move. Going to be blocking, it looks like, with the Patrick Baby. And which is kind of important, right?
Do we hack this check and force it? I think you have to.
You got to, right?
You got to take damage.
If you're trying to kill, you gotta.
There's only... No, we're going to let the partial happen.
Yeah, it is a partial, right? The Behemoth Typhoon is a 5-speed move. Oh, no more attacks.
Even more interesting to not force the damage through them.
Yeah. If you were just going to build, there's no reason not to make your opponent make a decision, right? Because they could choose the wrong one.
You've got double uniques for their turn.
Yeah.
And we're not doing the Illyria D build anymore.
No. Yeah, I feel like the ship has certainly sailed at this point now. Yeah. I can't imagine a world where Ryan doesn't take a 2-minute turn.
Right.
But I do think this deck is cool, right? It's another evil deck that's kind of trying to exploit early aggression.
It's trying to exploit a resource loop.
Yeah.
Like a resource game plan that a lot of players are not familiar with. And there are decks who I think would struggle a lot to play around this. You know, your Godzillas, even your Mikasas, right? If you can double debuild Mikasa's hand, and they don't get to review, they don't, they get to draw 1 card for turn, and it's all foundations in their hand. You skip to their turn. That deck does not want to build.
Yeah.
Though at least the way most people play. I know you have a Mikasa deck that loves building, but the average Mikasa player is not here to rebuild the same foundations over and over. And it's pretty easy to get them to commit them throughout a turn because they're trying to destroy them. And also, King of Illyria in that respect
denies the draw.
Yeah, if Mikasa only commits 1 foundation to play an attack, they have to destroy it immediately, or else you're just going to add it back to their hand. And then what do? Do you destroy a ready foundation? That doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, it's very cool, this deck, the way that it's pointed at, Mikasa, right? But you can't just play into your favorite matchup every single round. Sometimes you got to play into the stuff that is doing something similar to you, right?
Right.
And so that's unfortunately what happened here, it looks like. But on Hawks' side, we see we're going to open with that blood-sucking universe again, right? I know we've only seen it twice this match, but it's a 4X in this deck, right? Is that less than 5 minutes in this round, Brian, or less than 5 minutes in... Okay. I know it's for us, but I needed an answer to the question. So, yeah, I really like that the blood-sucking universe is a 4X in this deck, right? It fuels its momentum twice, right? The tension can be used offensively to clear cards from our card pool, right? And also defensively to reset stats or move the zone, right? It does so much. And so this is a card that I really, really like. I do think, personally, when I was going through the Guilty Gear set, I said this is, I think, the best card here. People were pointing at Megalomania, right? They were looking at the character cards. They're looking at all the ally moves you could put in Bridget. And I was like, no, I think this is the best one. This 5 difficulty functionally blank throw.
Yeah.
I think it's going to see the most play. And so I'm pretty happy. I'm stoked to see it. But yeah, there we go. We're going to wrap it up.
I think it's one of the most fun to build around, but
Well, I think you don't need to build around it. It
Yeah,
does
that's
the
fair.
job by itself, right? If you have the symbol for it, it can be thrown in your deck. And it's just, even if you don't use momentum, you can use momentum for the tension, right?
yeah. But we are going to see the scoop up here, and Ryan Levine's going to take down round 2.
That's
kind of
right.
winning. I guess it felt like an order off, but it was order versus evil.
Yeah.
So, but that was really interesting gameplay as far as the back and forth. We didn't get a climactic conclusion. We didn't get a big bombastic finale, but so far our first 2 rounds have gone pretty long. Both have gone pretty much to time, Hopefully we'll get a more aggressive match. I know a lot of people are probably in the chat asking for the Mikasas, looking for, some 6-hand size aggro. There might be an Aaron Yeager out there. Aaron Yeager
Ooh,
was
a Raphael, perhaps?
he had a 100%, conversion rate, 50% for Raphael.
Yeah.
So that would be pretty cool. But we do have the updated character breakdown.
Yeah.
We mentioned that before. We've got the updated breakdown. We did miss one of the characters on that list, and that is Mark Tyner. Mark Tyner right there.
Oh, at 4.3%. Yeah,
next
there's a
to
few
the
of those
Grog.
in the format. A few guys on that. Grog at 5% is a surprise to me.
Yeah, Grog and Sung Jin Woo kind of switch places
Right.
around Mark Tyner. So we've got the updated information for you there, which I think I mentioned it when we saw the breakdown with Barrett. I was like, I'm very surprised Mark Tyner's not on this breakdown because of how many people I know were bringing it, how many people talked about it, but not that surprising. But we've got updates for KOF, your KOF store locator. If you guys need to find pre-release info, if you got to find a store that's packing the KOF Challenger decks, you can use !find UVS LGS in the chat, so you can locate a store where you can buy UniVersus product and hopefully play some locals, get in on a pre-release. Godzilla's coming up. If you sign up for that pre-release before the end of the month, you can get the bonus loyalty points, Reign of Kaiju. Available now if you are at our super pre-release here at Worlds.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to have to wait to get in on the fun on March 6th. Pre-releases everywhere March 6th, and the full set release is March 13th. So a little more than 2 weeks away. We're about 2 weeks away.
We're close.
I'm really excited for that. I've gotten to open some Reign of Kaiju today. Have you opened any Reign of Kaiju yet?
No, there's another Godzilla set.
Yeah, Reign of Kaiju. Godzilla right here. Do you want to open some packs?
I would love to.
All right, here's a pack. Let's. Oh wait, you got to do your picks.
So
You haven't
I
done your
picked. Yeah,
picks.
Tam sent me a thing. He said pick my favorite Godzilla cards. I said Unmatched Power because it makes big move bigger, Battle for Dominance because draw card good, and Golden Death because Golden Death.
Oh, Bromley, those are the
You're telling
Challenger
me
deck
there's
cards.
a new Godzilla set?
Yeah, these were favorite cards from the new set.
Whoa! I picked the wrong cards, huh?
Well, I guess we got to go find you a favorite. You got to.
All right, let's open some packs.
You got to pick at least one card from this pack to be one of your favorites.
All right. Let's see.
Do you know the pro way to do it?
No.
You got to flip it over, right? And you got to take the back 3 cards.
Okay.
And put them in the front. That way your rare is the last card.
Okay, I see a character.
Yeah, so that's yeah.
I got a
The
power
back of the
token.
power-
That's
yeah.
my new favorite card.
So it should
Power
be-
token.
Yeah, so it's the one card back and then the power token. Then you know
Okay.
you did it
All right. Bringing it. Look. Here's the glare for the boys at home. Sorry. Okay. I got Can't Escape Me. It says stuff.
Yeah, we're not reading them out.
Unnatural growth. It says, I know what they say. This is a bit. Invade from space. Whoa! Crashing down like me after this game. I've got built for battle. Sorry, Brian. Okay, I got multiple interlocking rock. That's a good name. Multiple interlocking rockets. Okay, I got low guard. Oh, baby. Low guard. It's got a low block. We got drawing power. Like me, when I draw, I am powerful when I draw. I've got Biolante arrives. I got the boy, the Destroyer. Destroyer. And my rare, Batra arrives. After your rival plays an ability on a foundation, cancel. What the frick?
I almost picked that as one of my 3.
That card's crazy.
Yeah. All right, I'm not gonna read them out.
Okay.
I'm not that guy. I'm on
you
the
should do
opposite
that.
side now.
Oh, I want to read card names.
No, because then I'd have to be able to read them off the screen.
Well, then what's the point then? Just go straight to the rare.
Well, I mean, look, this is how Barrett did it. He set the precedent. This is how everyone. I always feel that way about just go straight to the rare. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm with you. I prefer it that way. But there's a meta. There's a meta.
Crushing. You got the UR. No
I
fair.
I got one of the URs. I
No
got Crushing
fair.
Impact.
Well, that's not my favorite
one
card.
Of the best looking. No.
You know, no. My favorite card is still History's Greatest Monster.
You don't
from
like
the original and better Godzilla product, obviously. No, this one's really cool. Have you seen Crushing Impact? This guy is crazy.
Here you go.
My favorite Godzilla card. History's Greatest History's Greatest Monster. That's my
Hero's Greatest Monster. Is that what we were calling it earlier?
No, I have a local. His name is David.
Uh-huh.
And I've called it History's Greatest David since it came out because he puts 4 of this in every deck. But
Hey,
yeah,
man, 5 diffs are
look at
cool.
this. You can flex on your opponent. You can take a flashlight and direct it down onto it, and it will reflect into their eyes, and you could vanquish them that way. It's so shiny.
Is that legal? I don't think that's legal. Don't do that.
Well, not in America.
Don't
but
do that at a tournament.
Anyway, we'll be back with some UniVersus gameplay, perhaps in the 3rd round of day 1 of the World Championship. And I'll have new picks for the Godzilla, real ones. Not that mine weren't real. I liked mine. Bye, Brian. Bye.
Man, UniVersus in the year of 2025 was an absolute roller coaster. There was decks that were winning events that I don't think anybody saw coming. I think there were characters that were huge outliers and players who also won events that hadn't won any before. So it just, in the entire year was just a turbulent roller coaster of incredible events, incredible players, and incredible gameplay.
UVS in 2025 was a riot. I mean, I think that this is the first year we've seen in a while since character cards started showing up in the cosmos, you could say. And I thought it was very neat to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle characters, Attack on Titan characters, and Mitchell Cimino in top cuts, right? Nick Reagan. So it's kind of like the best of 8 million worlds in 2025, including our own.
2025 was definitely a big year for UniVersus. I love the diversity of releases for 2025. The return of fighting games for 2025 was a huge deal for me personally. And I loved a lot of the new locations we tried out for going to regionals, despite maybe some geographical concerns.
The biggest standout character and event, really, that shook me this entire year was with the premiere of backups coming into the fray of all the competitiveness. Louisville, where Wub, Calvin Harrigal, takes down the entire event with Zeke, Jaeger, Warchief, and then his opponent, Caden, also playing the same character on a different symbol and a different playstyle. Impeccable performance from that character.
Standout products, definitely. I mean, for me, it's got to be the Fighting Game Challenger Series, and Guilty Gear finally making its way to the fighting game card game was a huge deal for me.
I'm excited to see new characters, right? Characters that haven't been seen at events just yet. Not just characters, but also people, right? Day 1 of Worlds is basically an LCQ. We get to watch the whole thing, right? And so we get to see people from all over the country, all over the world, clashing against each other to get their spot on day 2 and potentially day 3. And I think people have been brewing. We haven't had an event in a couple months, like a real event in a couple months, which means that since the ban list came out, since new products have come out, there's going to be a lot of new spicy technology that people are going to be busting out. So I can't wait to see what people have been brewing.
I'm Barrett Bryant, and I look forward to commentating this entire event this weekend, so tune into the action, and thanks for watching.
I'm Chris Bramley. I'm here to bring you some UVS gameplay, and look pretty doing it. See you very soon.
I hope to see you on the battlefield in 2026.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm once again Bear Bryant, joined by the wonderful and lovely Christopher Bromley.
That's
and
me.
We are here for our first round together, going into round 3. And we already have some action that we want to get off. But, of course, this is our first time sitting next to each other. And we want to maybe refresh the viewers of our picks for this weekend, going into not just today, but tomorrow and Sunday, of cards that we think are going to be the most impactful of this weekend as a whole. Now, I already defended myself with Sam, so I will defend myself with you again. But
Okay.
I want you to go first.
Okay, so I picked Ocean Buddies, Barrier Shield, and Violent Animus Shot. I think that these aren't the game-winning, breaking cards, but they are pivotal moment cards, right? Ocean Buddies is a card that I think is underplayed because there aren't many characters who have the water symbol that can make use of it, but there's a lot of card pool like shenanigans going on, and it's a card that I think can make or break a game in a very innocuous way, right? Where that +1 difficulty for turn ended up being really, really crucial for stemming somebody's aggression. And Barrier Shield, since its release, been incredible, right? This is a card that can actually change the way a game goes. Reducing an attack speed to 0 and then giving the next card you played Breaker 2. It can also be used to say that your opponent can't draw cards, right? I've seen it used pretty effectively offensively as people have grown better with the card. And then finally, a Violent Animus Shot is one of those last secret rares from the Critical Role set that is continuing to see play. Just because there are decks that are continuing to use backups. And so this is my kind of three-pronged assault, right? Ocean Buddies is really good into decks that are clearing card pool like Mikasa, right? I don't think anybody's playing Pony anymore, but there's still other decks that are doing the card pool shenanigans thing. Barrier Shield, very good into tall decks that are making a one giant big attack. And then Violent Animus Shot is going to be relevant in those decks when decks play into things that have backups, right? And so I think it's more exciting to pick the defense tools, right? Because offense tools are you see them immediately, you see exactly what they're going to do. If they win, right? But I want people to look out for these cards when they're available because they're going to change the game when they are played.
Yeah, I feel the same way. You know, I've ended up picking cards like Genkai's Guidance because I think, yes, Filled with Doubt is kind of like this one that has found a lot more homes. But with 5 symbols on this card, I think we will still see this piece being played. And with things like Unyielding getting banned out of the format, I think people have the resources now to afford a card like Genkai's that says, hey, I don't want to deal with this attack, versus Filled with Doubt says you still have to deal with these massively statted cards, even though you blanked their text from the seal. So I think Genkai's is going to go a long way. We saw the success of this card from Phil Birch on his Rodan list, having success and taking all the way for the win in Atlanta. I think it's going to come back in full force this weekend. And then I focus more on like utility pieces like daily training. We know cards like New Training Method basically were everywhere on the symbols they represented while that card was in standard. And this is like a spiritual successor, but being able to, sneak in, not necessarily put a good symbol as your main symbol, I think we'll see a kind of similar representation of your Ocean Buddies, but with daily training. But the King of Fighters Challenger decks really kind of giving a glow up to those symbols of, good, and even also the life symbol, as they kind of hold hands a lot of the times. Being able to build in foundations on either player's turn, I think go a long way. And then, of course, it wouldn't be me if I didn't pick cards like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. It's the last time we can play it in a higher OP level event. So, of course, I'm going to pick that one because I think board interaction is also huge right now. And I think a lot of the same ideas similarly to you, Bromley. It's just like, people have to attack these decks that people are going to be going into strategically. And yes, your Ocean Buddies can clog their card pool. I'm just saying get rid of the move. And then defensive-wise, well, if I just offensively tap down their foundations because I went first instead of second with my Vast Hybrid, I don't have to worry about, breaking through, breakers and barrier shields.
So the last thing I wanted to point out is that Ocean Buddies, if you're playing to somebody who has Barrier Shield, they can put the Barrier Shield in their card pool. So
True.
I like having those two next to each other because if you see somebody using Ocean Buddies, you can put a Barrier Shield in and it ignores progressive, so you can combat that specific enhance too, which I think is pretty interesting and could be something that we see in a game today.
I actually love your Violent Animus Shot one too, because even at the beginning of the day, we saw backup decks showed up, and I do think there is an amount of people that are maybe disrespecting it, but you hear absolutely respecting the explosivity, and we saw Barlow take down that match 2-0 with his Zeke Jaeger Warchief deck, so it makes sense.
They're still very good.
Get your Animus Shots, but of course that's going to be our picks across the weekend. We'll tune back into those at some point throughout, but we've got another match coming underway.
Let's talk about Jacob Johnson.
Yeah, he's coming up in our next feature match, and of course, who's he playing?
He's playing Jacob Johnson.
Absolutely, on the evil symbol, so I'm hoping to see some of those cards that you've even highlighted for
Dude,
us already.
Jake has been playing such cool stuff. People talk about Barlow, right? Barlow being like this deck builder. Jacob is one of those original guys. I mean, when I started playing in 2018, Jacob was getting his start as well, and he was playing really, really kooky things back then too. He played Scanlan. I was there in Denver when he showed me that, hey, check out this guy, he's pretty cool. And I was like, what are you doing, man? He was like, I'm preparing for my character, is what he said.
Yep.
He said basically, you know, and then he played Irwin, right, in Albuquerque. That was an event where I played Annie. The one time I played a regional this entire year, played Tamaki Yamajiki. Overhaul, when Massive Mutant Machine came up, it came in third in Toronto, and then played Bridget in Buffalo. Right, so not using the same character, even symbol, across the entire year.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the thing too, for everyone at home, that Overhaul third place, yes, that was with Massive Mutant Machine, but I want everyone to be reminded he wasn't playing Equipment Heist. So now with that card just being banned, his deck specifically is very legal.
Yeah.
Maximum Overhaul, being able to build them down, your character being able to build them down face down and unflip them because we're on the life symbol. Things like overhead heel strike, or sorry, not overhead, but
Falling heel strike.
Thank you. Yeah, that you can unflip them in your stage if you sneak them down. But I agree. This guy is known as a deck builder menace. But of course, he has another opponent, another 2-0 representative in this same tournament. We've got Richard B here, who was 48th across the entire year, 121 points, and he is playing Bertolt Hoover Living Weapon on the death symbol. What a callback, because this character has not seen as much limelight since the character got eroded.
Yeah. I mean, this is a very aggressive character. I think even with the errata, you know, not being able to be a defensive menace until he flips over, but just a huge amount of pressure he puts onto the board. Seeing that he played Hanji Zoe for his last 2 appearances in Louisville and in Atlanta, but respectable finishes, both of them 18th and 11th respectively.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think that we can see our representative from Coping with Cardboard to show up against JJ here, who I think, you know, with the amount of appearances he's had, I would call the favorite for this matchup. But Richard, also 2-0, and playing a character that is also underplayed, perhaps.
I'm very excited because, as being on the team of Coping with Cardboard, we just saw in Buffalo Paul Butler have literally the bubble finish of his Bertolt Hoover Living Weapon deck. And I guarantee Richard is probably borrowing a lot of that spice and tech and have been practicing and grinding since that event, or even before, because that's how long Paul's been playing it. So I'm super excited what Richard is playing, and maybe give us a sneak preview of what Paul Butler is also doing in the event. But as we have our deck list moving in here, you know, you highlighted some cards earlier already today. So I'm looking at those 4 copies of Barrier Shield already. Really high representation of the evil symbol. And boy, I can't tell you more often than I am right now of seeing true 100% back in people's decks.
I love that card.
I think that card is so fun and phenomenal, but being able to also complement it with some of these other cards that build in these foundations, things like Census O, reusing these flip effects, I'm very excited to see all the moving pieces of not just Jacob Johnson, the character card, but the pieces that he's put in his deck.
Yeah, it's a very together sort of thing, right? We've got reconstruction to reuse, not assets, but reuse pieces, right? Board pieces, right? Offensively, we've got some really huge haymakers, right? And some very, very kind of crucial scalpels in the form of 80% power and violent anima shot. And Vile Seizing, making it so that Deadlock feels a little less of an option for your opponent, right? But you can see that the use of the board is going to mostly be flexing what Jacob Johnson's character can do. And so I'm really excited to see, you know, him shred his stuff there. On the other side of the table, right, we've got Bert 2, right?
Bert 2, yeah,
Bert 2, can I call him Bert 2?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, Bert 2 playing...
Lots of 4 of.
Yeah, and I really like the adjustment of these Bert decks, right? Playing a lot of cards that leave the card pool. He gets access to the Lethal Slash, which is pound for pound one of the best attacks in the format, right? For extending strings. But Dual Needle Lunge leaves the card pool. Lethal Slash leaves the card pool. Focused charge beam, no, focused gravity beam. This is a card nobody played before Chris Bromley, by the way. That is a certified Chris Bromley banger. I went back there, I found that card, okay? But yeah, these are all really, really strong. And I like, you know, I don't think we had access to Anchor Toss in this one specifically, but
yeah, we don't have air.
Yeah, don't have air, but I like the use of focused gravity beam in decks like this over Anchor Toss, because even if you have 2 or 3 damages, starting at 2 damage is a pretty big deal. And focused gravity beam has stun, has powerful, it's low, it has a 1 high block, right? And so this deck, right, is gonna go ballistic, right? Trace Eyes, right? Dual Needle Lunge. You can just see in your mind's eye how fast and explosive this deck can go. And I will assume that we're probably gonna stay on frontside Bert
right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You know, that's what we're planning to do unless our opponent gets out of control, right?
I did pick Paul's brain about this, though, with the character. I asked him, I said, hey, with Unyielding now being banned, how often are you now being able to punish players that go into deadlock or, get to that 11 foundation threshold right now for the eroded version of Bertolt Hoover? Because before, I would imagine with Unyielding existing and people just not wanting to ever go past that threshold, but now people willing to play the game a little bit longer, go a little bit wider, and some of these characters, things like the Mark Tyners that exist in the format, Rodans, being high represented once again in the event. I asked him, how often now are you flipping over, even though you've obviously tailored the deck to not have to do that? And he said, ever so slightly more, but not like a large margin. But when you do transform, you still kind of do your own little mini Unyielding impersonation by resetting everybody back down to 3.
Yeah, and it turns your other attacks, right? The moves that don't leave the card pool on their own, it makes those leave the card pool too, right? So just because you're not planning to go there doesn't mean that there isn't a benefit to doing it.
But a build 3 here for Jacob Johnson, who ends up winning the die roll, going first. Only 3 foundations, but a meaningful 3 diff, moment of normalcy. You can't really be too upset about that. But
2 Marley's Warriors built on Richard's side over here. So yeah, I would be pretty scared as Jake in this situation.
Yeah, comfortable to use one on their next turn and then still having a backup one to go for afterwards as well. But
this is shoulder toss?
Yeah, this one's just a nice little throw to can kind of get things moving. It's got stun 1 as well.
I like that these slower decks are playing throws again.
Yeah.
Right? And a pretty high value 4 difficulty throw. We don't have the brawler, right? Part of this, right? But it's got a great response. It's a printed 5 damage 4 difficulty throw.
Yeah.
Right?
4 diff for 5 damage is great.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like I think Jawjammer is a card that is kind of fallen behind in some people's minds, but that card's crazy.
Yeah, it's 8 damage on a 4 diff.
8 damage on a 4 diff, right? And so I love that these throws are coming. Sorry, I just came from a game where I saw 4 copies of a throw in Ryan Levine's deck, so I'm pretty pleased to see throws in the mix again.
I've been talking. I really should have put it on my cards to predict, but you're talking about Bloodsucking Universe.
I am.
That card's huge.
I think it's the best card in that set.
Oh, probably.
I think it's actually the best card in that set, and it has very little text on it. So I think it's really cool. Okay, yeah. So just getting our momentum and moving along, and this is what throws are meant for. If a format slows down, it leaves breathing room for decks that do things like this, that get to play throws and accrue value and not say, hey, I'm not going to kill you in 1 turn, but I will be building out. And we saw Richard reading Reconstruction.
Yeah. I'll pull it up, too.
Yeah, Reconstruction's a card that JJ's probably really familiar with after playing Overhaul, right? But it says, enhance, remove, build the top card of your discard pile face down. Can we bring Jacob Johnson on the stream for a second for everybody to read at home? Because Jacob is a pretty complex character, right? It's a 721 that says, response after you block with an action card, build it face down. And then enhance, this attack gets 2 speed or -1 speed, and then you can sacrifice a face-down foundation. If it was an action, you draw a card and then build a card from your hand face down. So we're going to be reconstructing those actions, right, after they're used to block. And we saw in our main board just a plethora of all these different cool actions that we can be playing with, right? We've got showdowns, we've got barrier shields, we've got teamwork, dude.
Teamwork. Great low block
and
on it.
Fierce Wings to go find those actions. And Teamwork is a card. I mean, you remember I was using it in my Elder Toguro deck last year. Oh boy, Lethal Slash.
Yeah, but we had to follow it up with a foundation first.
So it's the
means,
only one we had in our hand.
Yeah, but we've got double jackpot here as we're going to hit a Loss of Consciousness, one of the biggest winners from AOT1 of these cards that hit the discard pile, getting you that bonus effect of sealing something, and then also that Feral Shriek, which means we're going to get the bonus draw as well.
Yeah, I know we had the Wish Heart in hand, so we may not have wanted to just, play the move to begin with. We want to save it to discard later. But yeah, sealing, it looks like...
The Moment of Normalcy,
The Moment of Normalcy.
Did he sign his own Jacob Johnson? Do you see that signature on there?
I think he did.
That's crazy.
I would do it.
Yeah?
Why not flex with your own cool card?
Oh, here's that card you're talking about.
With Barrier Shield.
Not getting that enhance on it, though, of course, but a nice high block, and like you said, it ignores progressive.
But then we get to build it.
And we build it down immediately.
Awesome.
The other cool thing, when you were talking about Jacob Johnson's character card, we saw even on the shoulder toss that, the way that Jacob Johnson is worded, you can give the minus speed or plus speed when you have no face downs yet because it's not a cost. So we
Right.
saw that throw or get +2 speed on it because you didn't have to destroy the face down because you didn't have any. Now that we blocked with this action,
We're gonna have to start to.
We have to now. But now the ball is rolling. But like you said, if we find a way to get rid of it, we have only face-up foundations. A lot of extra mileage without actually losing or moving resources around.
And so here's our first action debuilt, right? So we're going to draw and then build a card from our hand. Probably going to be this teamwork, I assume.
yeah, another action to start the cycle going
but
again.
we had the massive mutant machine in hand, right?
True.
So I was kind of like, we could grab this.
Deflect, though.
Yeah,
Could maybe come in clutch.
Deflect on that card is very, very, very relevant. I agree.
As we're on to our second Lethal Slash now on the side for Richard, and this one has a lot more damage on top of it because we used an I'm With You as well as another foundation to pitch. So get the +2 damage from that one, the +2 damage from the Bertolt because they were matching card types, and of course, like this one leaves as well. So just some bunch of extra stats as we now move into that Focus Gravity Beam that we know you like.
God, I love Focus Gravity Beam. When you're drawing as many cards as Bert has available to them, and playing this turn on 5s, by the way, right?
Yes.
It's got an off zone, and it's in the zone specifically that most decks don't have a whole ton of preparation for, right? You know, they might have low blocks, but they won't have responses on block for low block.
Yeah.
Right? So it feels like a very great sort of opener. It has stun 1, it has powerful 3, and a great block. And so the thing is, though, is that remove a card from your hand for its cost is a real cost for most decks, which is why I think it was only used in something like Mikasa, right?
Yes.
Before this, right? But this is another death deck that can utilize the enhance.
Just like you said, I mean, Bertolt is so good at, like, again, it's not straight draw 2 like Mikasa does, but the fact that we can draw 2, discard 2, and then some of these get you extra bonus pieces. We can play some of the other death synergies that just give you more cards like you're describing. Keeps our card board clear, keeps the threat continuing on.
We have a Koenma's.
Do we have one in the remove it?
Yeah,
We have
he
one
removed
already?
it to the. Yeah, this is the other reason why Focus Gravity Beam is so cool. Is if you get specifically this jackpot, right, where you hit Koenma's. If you checked one earlier in the game, you can go search for the 4th Koenma's, name any card in your opponent's deck, and then search, right?
And open deck list info. This is huge.
Yeah. So this is interesting. Your opponent doesn't search through the deck, but everybody does this wrong. You're supposed to go look, and you can see what attacks then to go pick up after the fact.
But picking up the last 2 copies of Lethal Slash, not even getting the extra other Koenmas, unless we just already have it or something, maybe it's already in the discard pile, of course. But 2 more Lethal Slashes, which is 2 more draws, 2 more instances of Bertolt Hoover to find even more pieces, and every showdown now that is in Jacob's deck is now gone, and he's only at 10.
Yep. And I mean, the thing is, we're also going to go. We didn't grab the 4th Koenma's. We just grabbed Lethal Slash.
I think it's either in hand or it's just already in the discard pile.
If we already had it in hand, what a nuts draw.
Because now we're looking to see what can come next, right?
So kind of crucially, why we grabbed, I think, the Lethal Slash as opposed to a different attack, especially if we have another Koenma's in hand, is it also removes a 2-check from our deck.
Yes.
Right?
Can't check bad.
Can't check it, too, if they're all gone from the deck. Looks like we don't have the Koenma's.
Might just be in the discard pile already. Checked it early on.
Yeah, maybe. All sorts of situations where we might not have grabbed it first. But yeah, that's a pretty important thing here. Jacob is going to have a spot of trouble navigating this with only a massive mutant machine in hand.
Yep, checks just fine on here. Blitz going to draw that card. And then, of course, after this resolves, it will also go out of the way. But we're immediately going into the Bertolt Hoover. Really the only big, meaningful enhance that we have to look for. And so we're hopefully going to pitch 2 foundations here. One of them burning Jacob for 1 life, and then also giving +2 damage from here on the... I do always forget this one. The Mikasa faced one. Mikasa's admission.
What's she admitting, you think?
You know, if there was flavor text on the card, I would be able to tell you.
Wow. Man, Barrett.
I love flavor text.
What an Attack on Titan fan you are.
Yeah.
I think she's admitting that she thinks that you're pretty cute, Barry.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
I think she's admitting that maybe Richard is going to lock down this game 1 here.
Maybe,
As we, we admitted at the beginning of the turn with 1 in our card pool, and like you said, we are playing on 5s, but remember we did also lead with the Marley's Warrior and still have the backup one ready to go. Bile Season block though for the Breaker. Saying, no, I don't want to worry about that, and just continues to a battle or release on a 5. Checks, there's the other Koenma's. We definitely could have grabbed it, and that is game 1 very quickly going to Richard on Bertolt Hoover.
Yeah, I mean, Sam was talking about wanting an explosive deck on stream. We got one.
Yeah, this is it. In a similar sense of like what Mikasa's doing, but it almost feels like even more early oomph.
Well, it's doing what Pony was doing, right?
Yes,
Where
for
it's
sure.
filtering the hand, whereas Mikasa's got also damage on face, which Bert also has. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. The weakness, right? The weakness is that you do start as a 5-hander with all of these really, really bad foundations that don't do anything, right,
Correct.
on the board,
Yes.
right? So if you don't draw into them at the right time, you could have a problem. And on the flip side, I think it's going to be a serious adjustment because Jacob did go first in that first game, right?
No, Richard did go first.
Richard
sorry.
went first? Okay. Then
Wait, no, you're right. No, you're right.
I
Jacob
think
did go first.
I think
You're
he got
right.
a double build. He attacked first.
He built 3, and then Richard hit us
Attacked
with a
it.
build 4.
Yeah.
Jake played 1 shoulder toss, built
Yeah.
a couple more after it, and Richard said, nope, here's the game.
Yeah. Well, and that happens, right? Into
Yeah.
a deck like this. I think that blocking with the barrier shield was the mistake. I mean, you can't. I mean, how are you going to anticipate that your opponent's going to get a Koenma's and play
Yeah.
all 4 lethal slashes in a turn? But yeah, in hindsight, right, we got to really value, especially with a Vile Seizing hand. We could have Breaker 3'd.
Yeah, there's even, but I'll hit you with the other side of this as we're like playing a little bit back into the Mind Palace. That when he blocked with the barrier shield, it was before we removed a Koenma's task off of the focus, so we
Yes.
could have responded with the Koenma's to get it in our removed from game pile for the eventual result to still occur.
Oh, true.
And canceled the barrier.
Yeah,
shield.
yeah. Into an action-heavy deck like Jacob's, Koenma's is really good. It's why
Yeah.
I've never felt bad for 4Xing Koenma's.
No, I don't think anyone does right now.
Yeah.
It feels very, very
it's
strong.
just so relevant because of all the really powerful actions. I was playing against Jeremy Ray earlier, and I canceled the runaway.
Yeah, that feels great. Double damage, basically.
Yeah. Actually, poor Jeremy was like, I got hit by a rumbling the other day, and I hit him with the rumbling.
Yeah, nice.
Again.
He deserved it.
He ended up blogging. Yeah, he was like, why would you put that in your deck? And I was like, well, sometimes people have a lot of foundations
Yeah, it's good. I like that one. Even
and
like,
a lot of cards in hand.
especially with sweeping daggers not being in the format anymore, people being a little more flexible and wanting to try out those cards.
Sure.
I think of even like Colossal Confrontation, very nice secret rare, but people strayed away from it because you have to play it on this 9 difficulty order tuned attack, and your opponent could just play it on a 4. But now people are maybe trying to experiment with those cards a little bit more. Not that I've seen it, but
I mean, playing 1X in some it's kind of like the 100% Terguro beam, right? Sort of, you see them coming back because sweeping daggers is out of the format. I do wish that card had been eroded instead of banned, because I think that if it, I had a conversation with Tim Freely, who was, I think, lead designer on that set, saying, oh, maybe we should have been 5 difficulty or less, which I think would have been a great errata.
Sure, yeah.
Right? Because it's a card that lets players like me, right, who are, thinking about, 2 cycles from now and things like that, play in a very measured way. But it opened up the format, like you're saying, for these 6+ difficulty moves that have really big swingy enhances to come around. Okay, what are we thinking about?
we're just reading some of the cards that Jake built into his stage. As some of these TMNT cards you don't see a ton of the time because, remember, it's on the other symbols that weren't represented in Attack on Titan. Right. So as we see, and we're just reading them off, but we have Charismatic Approach as one of them that was built. And I like this one a lot because this is a search your deck. You both get to search for a card, but you can only play it when your opponent would be able to play the card first, right?
Yeah.
And then I think the other one as well is going to be
Concern.
No, I think it's got Splinter on it. I feel like it's a different one. Is it? I could have swore it was a different looking card.
No, I think it's that card, man. Maybe it was a sideboarded card? I don't think so.
No, I guess so. It just didn't look like it. But yeah, if it is this one, then Concern for Rocksteady.
Yeah, you can see the car.
Yeah, it just commits for the minus speed as well, and then you can spin a momentum and ready it up as well.
Yeah, I mean this is sort of a spiritual successor to
Rescue Completed.
Yeah, one of Tamron Cardwell's favorite cards. I'm making fun of him.
Oh, I can tell. Hey,
I needed him to hear that.
This looks familiar.
Oh, it's Shoulder Toss.
Shoulder Toss going off first, and of course Jake being first in this game as well. It's very similar, but now being followed up here after that one resolved with a Sensiso to buy back one of these foundations, and then the next foundation that he plays can be built down.
Yeah, this is a very cute card, I'll say. Lets you do some looping.
Yeah, for sure. And it has EX on it, so it just got some purpose later on.
Sure. I don't know how you're killing with your 4 damage move, but
Slowly.
maybe with like a massive mutant machine or a teamwork.
Teamwork would be fun. I like that one. Yeah, that one is +5. Huh?
If you were EXing, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to set you up.
No, you're right. The teamwork of all the pieces in our deck together, Bromley,
That's
are how we're
right.
going to take down our opponent.
You're so correct, bestie.
But we did end up committing our character on the side of Richard as we built 5, which is great, but we don't have Bertolt's ability to use damage reduction at all, and even doing this kind of like opponent turn filtering. So Jacob just really kind of evening the playing field, knocking Bertolt down to 22 after the turn, only building
a lot of gray.
one more foundation, and yeah, we'll just have to see what Richard's going to do to maybe double his state.
Yeah, I think the first game was a what I would call a high margin gameplay.
Yeah,
I think we went for broke and
we won.
Yeah, we won.
We jackpotted.
The old one-arm bandit gave us what we wanted that time.
Well, meanwhile, on this one, as our first attack being the Battle Aura release, we checked a 2 on this one. So
Yep.
What does they say? What goes around may sometimes come around.
Oh man! And so this is one of the frustrating things about playing into decks that do this thing is that they can hit all of their loss of consciousnesses and their wish hards and their what's the shriek something
Feral Shriek.
feral shrieks on their first few moves, and then you're like, man, I only got to build 4 cards. You sealed 3 of them, you know, and like I understand that they can't have it later in the game, but sometimes there isn't a later in the game for those situations to matter. Okay, we're going to go ahead and build the barrier shield to get our machine moving.
I found it, by the way. I knew it wasn't concern for Rocksteady. It was fleeing danger.
It looked like the car, I swear. Okay.
But I did find it. For everybody at home, that's what that card
See,
is. But
there's
it's
a
now
good-
sealed. That's why I went to go find it.
Yeah, well, that's a good water card.
It is.
Speaking of water cards,
Battle Aura release.
that was one that I thought was pretty cool too.
Well, even though we checked a 2 on this turn, we do have another one in our hand as we're going to get this draw going and, of course, making our card pool a little more clear. Immediately goes into the Bertolt Enhance, and, I mean, I
we
found...
drew another one.
Yeah, I found even more, and I think even a Coenma's task. But, yeah, just like you said, we just saw this happen on the first attack, and now the same exact thing, getting all of these defensive pieces out of the way for Jacob. And when you're a very low health 7 hand size character, all of these defensive pieces that you built to hopefully keep you
Very
alive,
relevant.
it's just very scary, right?
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see. Doesn't it remove Lethal Slash?
Oh, it does. You're right. Yeah, that should be gone.
Oh well. Did check a 3 there.
Which is maybe enough to kind of slow this turn down completely, right? You know, how much more can you keep going for? If you check another 3, Bertolt will be committed. You've lost your damage pump on your character. You've also lost your hand filtering. But the third fail shriek and I'm with you feels really good when it comes to making these look scary.
Anytime I see my opponent discard a card with a red background, I have a heart palpitation.
The loss of consciousness, the I'm with you. Is that what you...
Yeah, exactly. Anytime I see that red background, I have a heart attack. Okay, well, we removed that one. We didn't remove the other one.
He's
though.
looking. He's like, oh, my bad.
Yeah. Oh,
Perfect.
yeah,
There we go.
Okay.
Catches
excellent.
themselves.
Yeah, that is one of the things I've been fearful of looking at these streams, right?
Because we're
is that
delayed.
They are delayed, which means we can't fix any situation that might happen, right? We're kind of in a c'est la vie sort of mode.
That's true.
But yeah, it's good to know that they figured it out.
Yeah, just to build out afterwards, just getting afraid if we were going to check poorly again. Hey, there's lots of consciousness. That one's not getting used, so that one's going straight there to the discard pile.
That's right.
But build some very powerful pieces here that we know are, you know, one of the benefits of being on the death symbol or having the death symbol. We have, you know, 2 dark wards on our stage. We have the disarming glance, which is really nice for stopping any sort of, you know, moving around of card shenanigans of getting them into your hand. And then, of course, also now the Marley's Warrior means the next offensive turn could be very scary.
Well, so for JJ's end, we've got 3 of the 4 lethal slashes are out of the deck, right?
True.
Which is a pretty big deal. And also 2 of the loss of consciousnesses and 2 of the feral streaks. 3 of them because one
3.
was checked. Yeah, true. And so I don't know if you need to like kill, right? We definitely want to continue poking, right? But you survived with only 6 health loss that turn. So I think this is a great place to open with something like a true 100% and see what happens, right?
I think my favorite part too is you've played with this card a lot.
Sure.
Is because the character of Jacob Johnson's being able to move these foundations around, especially if the card he committed to pass his check was an action, you hold off on the enhance, of course, until you
get the extra
readied piece, which gives it the extra speed. But you also, you know, give your opponent an opportunity to maybe blow up some of their cards in their stage for some benefit. But I think all in all, plus on top of already giving it more speed from the actual effect of the character, just like that, getting that action card in the discard pile, building another phase. So it's like we did nothing for this card, and it's going to get all the stats here. So only having 6 foundations, but getting the full mileage of it here out of the true 100%.
Plus 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus 2 from character. Yeah, I think that the speed is quite good. People looked at the most recent batch of character cards, and, you know, I think people were really, really riding that Mark Tyner trade. And I said, no, this Jacob Johnson character is crazy. It's a very, very, very strong character who's just, I mean, it requires an engine, right?
Yes.
And so we're seeing that a couple of these pieces are going to be gone after this event, but I'd be curious to see what Jacob does once post rotation.
And he loves blue cards, right? He loves action cards. So I think he's also constantly looking to see which pieces.
Fourth
that's
loss.
the fourth loss, Getting rid of it just to find a better card to survive with. Yeah. But we're at the mercy of what action cards you can do this, because if like you said, Barrier Shield's really big in this kind of instance, and you lose that one, like, we're gonna have to find a replacement, and it's a character that wants to play a lot of actions in general.
Yeah, and so we see here going down to 10, saying, hey, I don't have an answer for a card that's that fast. Disarming Glance being used, so we cannot use the Vile Seizing Enhance, cannot use Jacob Johnson's Enhance either. But really saying, oh, I don't think you can Disarming there, can you? Because it's both players?
It's for sure both players, yeah.
Whoopsies.
Oh, because we pressed the Bertel button? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Well, we messed up.
Oh. Well,
okay.
I think the game might be over, though.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why the players didn't catch it. But yeah, here we have the Patchwork Baby. Another one of these pieces I'm glad that more people are playing and bringing back again, because Sweeping Daggers being gone. Yeah. So now being able to play this on a 7, keeping our stage a little healthier, and the extra stun 2 to go on top of all these extra stats we're going to get for these keywords, and this momentum we also have from earlier pokes on. Getting this last 8 damage in is going to be pretty easy.
I think it's going to be too fast, right? JJ giving 2 speed to a move, right, on top of the probably 6 speed. It's just going to be too fast, and it's going to be for lethal. Unless we can discard. No, even with the I'm With You, right? It's going to be too big.
Yeah, I wonder, like, if it's Mikasa's Admission plus an I'm With You, that could be a total of -6 damage. But it looks like they're a mismatch, so it will just be a -2.
But no, it's just going to be
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's without any powerfuls. Yeah, it's just going to be.
Yeah, I think it's just
going to be so much so fast.
Yeah, powerful 3, and then it's going to be EX3, I assume.
Plus the bonus 3 speed. Yeah. So I think, they're very quickly finding it out. There's the Jacob Johnson enhance for the 2 speed. Going to get the draw and moving and being able to build one down. Making the stage even healthier so that another attack could come after this.
If by some stretch of the imagination we were able to block it, right?
9, 5 mid for 9. We haven't yet still playing. I forgot that we haven't even done the +3 enhance.
Yeah,
8 mid, 3 readied foundations, and a character. We're allowed to partial it. Both hands.
I have a teamwork in hand, by the way, just for fun.
Ooh, +5.
As a special treat.
There, I think, is the EX right there, like you said. And there's the scoop up as game 2 going to Jacob Johnson. So we've got ourselves a match, and very quick play here as well. We have 37 minutes essentially to go for this last game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the downside, again, of playing a deck like Richards, where a lot of your power comes from your discards, is that your board ends up being kind of bare, kind of sparse. And so Jacob felt comfortable pushing into that board state just because there wasn't a whole lot to, have to touch. You see it happen against Godzilla sometimes too, right? Where Godzilla ends up building things like inspiring songs and not much else, right? That can interact with you on your turn. And so it's very, very simple to be able to attack into them. The problem is if you start checking poorly, right? If we had started that turn with a 3 check on the 6 difficulty foundation, it could have gone much, much differently. But
my question here is I want to see how Jacob navigates this now going second.
Yeah, going second again is a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the big difference here is that the first game was a really, really big Yahtzee, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That kills anybody.
Yeah,
right?
Realistically.
And we didn't even play with maximal efficiency, quote unquote. We didn't get the second coin.
We had a foundation in our card pool the whole time.
Yeah. And so we could have opened with another attack before going into it. So it wasn't the perfect move, right? So if If Richard gets a middling turn as opposed to a nuts turn, I think that Jacob could win. On the other hand, if Richard has the true nuts, right? Focus gravity beam into the lethal slashes, right? Imagine focus gravity beam removing a Koenma's and then playing 3 lethal slashes.
Even like the dual needle lunge lead, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't even seen those.
Yeah, true, very true.
Build 2, though.
Build, whoa.
Little
That's
rough.
not what we want.
This is a big opportunity then for Jake.
Interesting.
This is the Feral Shriek response on the stage, actually, that's happening right now. At the beginning of Jake's combat phase, you can discard a card. We discarded the Feral Shriek, and it's just cycle 1, but because of the Wish Heart, we're going to draw 2. So it's some extra cycling here.
Yeah, go find something that isn't what we had in hand. 5-hander, right?
Yeah. That is, especially going first, right? That partial mulligan actually goes a long way for characters.
It's something that I was a little spooked by when I looked at people playing these high attack count Mikasas.
Yeah.
Right? Because that character's a real 5-hander on turn 1. And you want to get a big build. So a lot of them up to go for second sometimes too. Oh my gosh.
Well, we're kicking things off already with that dual needle lunge, and it was a very scary check there because remember we are playing 2s, so like it could have even been a character getting committed. But
yeah, I mean, even with only 2 foundations, I mean, it could all end with 1 bad check, right?
Yes,
but this could end here.
Loss of consciousness already going down, getting rid of that fleeing danger that we talked about already.
I saw we drew a lethal slash, a focused gravity beam, and a what's this water dude move? A Highcracker. The Battle Aura release. Yeah, bar.
I was like, I don't know what you said.
Oh, showdown block, baby!
Yeah, because that's going to be a lot scarier. And he builds it down.
Cool.
No foundation, still goes for it on a 4 here.
Oh, this could be the kicker.
It checks the 3. That's that flying elbow drop.
Yeah.
Now not having access to Bertolt at all, even though this card will leave the card pool and have a clean one for hopefully building, but...
Our damage pump is gone. Our filter is gone. We're going to draw 1 card, and our hand is so aggressive.
Yeah, so it's just where we might just like actually pigeonhole ourselves this game because of that rough build turn 1. And even though we went for it aggressively, Jake having the perfect block trick.
More.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Wow. I mean, you love to see it if you're playing Jacob Johnson, right? But,
yes.
But as Richard, you got to, I mean, what do you do?
Build one pass.
Oh, man.
After perfect blocks from Jacob Johnson, building down some extra foundations, not having to commit a single resource through it all.
That was the real power of Showdown, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's one of its downsides is it's 3+3 high block, and the fact that it's going to stick in the card pool, right? But as Jacob, he turns into -2 speed later, right?
Yep.
So it doesn't even feel too bad. Opening with a Vile Seizing, right? Most likely going to be drawing here. I don't think there's any way we could check a 7.
Could have been a 6, I guess. But yeah, you're right. So 2 damage, draws the extra card. Now it feels a lot better as a 7-hander, getting that extra bonus 1.
May as well give it 2 speed, right? You get to filter your hand.
Draws a new one, builds another foundation down.
Yeah, 5x6 seems pretty good to me.
Stores something for later.
Wow, true 100 gone. I guess we could pick it up. Is there anything that can pick it up? Since
so does it.
Since okay. Hey, look at that. Focus gravity beam. There's a 1-eye block.
That's pretty good.
Oh, we just have 3 of the Bakugo card out?
Oh,
awesome.
Forcing Surrender?
I love Forcing Surrender.
Wow. And hey, look, Sinzo.
Oh! What's he going to pick up?
I think he already did.
Was it a showdown?
Oh, I thought it was the true 100%.
I don't think so. I think it was a showdown. I mean, almost all of the threats in Richard's deck are high, right?
Yes.
And these aren't particularly fast moves either. I think, yeah. And at this point, we have way, way, way too many defending Pageant Queens for the loss of consciousnesses to hit all of them, right? You can't hit Moment of Normalcy and all 3 of them this game. So I think this is now, we have reached the point where Jacob's deck has taken control, right? And this is, I think, a lesser man would have played 2 copies of Defending Pageant Queen.
Who's the lesser? Am I the lesser man?
No, not Jacob Johnson. Is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jacob running as many copies of those things because with all of the target snipe in this format between seals, commits, flips, you need to have layers.
You have to have extra
of defense. Yeah, you have to have more than enough to where you're like bullying a regular person basically, and they feel like they're being smothered. But there's just the opportunity to go find anything, right? Anyway, tray size.
Yeah, so I was going to say this one because you talked about all these high attack threats that we obviously already know. This one's a low, and they can get higher damage based off of all these Bertolt triggers, right? So the I'm With You plus the Mikasa's Admission really low checking Jake here.
We're going to go find a low block.
We are just going to go find one, though. Hey, teamwork? You see the teamwork here?
Teamwork would be a good one to pick up. Not teamwork, okay. This one makes your opponent commit one on block, right? So, yeah, that's pretty dastardly.
Yeah, Serum Bullets. If you would have asked me the name of that card, I wouldn't have gotten it.
There's no way, yeah. I mean, it's a card that, I like it.
It's cheeky, right? You know, making them commit one more. It's like it's a mini showdown for the other side of the zone.
Yeah. Very cool. Okay, and we're going to say
Fleeing danger,
put
stuff
a card
one in.
into your card pool as well. All right, so are you going to go for the tray size here with only 2 foundations ready?
And the extra card in the card pool, right? So it's actually on a 5 when you go to echo it. And you've lost the ready foundation. It could be check a 3, commit Bertolt Hoover one more time.
Ooh.
And then just like that, you already said, Jacob already being like in big control. Oh, just going to spend the momentum. That's actually probably way smarter. On a 5, it does check with that Commandemus task, and so now we have tray size number 2 while keeping the stage as healthy as possible. That was pretty good. I didn't even think about the momentum.
Yeah, true. I also did not think of the momentum. You can use momentum for that.
Nobody does that, right? Everyone just blows up the foundation, but we did pay 3 life for that dual needle lunge earlier.
Okay, so here you're going to see the loss of consciousness sealing the moment of normalcy because it's the only reusable piece of defense on Jacob's board. But yeah, picking up the serum bullets with airship. I love that. Not being greedy with the airship, right? Just saying, hey, this is the best move available right now.
Yeah.
You're already on low foundations. You're on 2+ for progressive. If I commit down another one, give me that frozen indicator. This one's sealed. Use your own thing.
It's just like, again, from seeing this low attack with Echo and using the serum bullets, picking it up with the fierce wings, we are essentially doing our own showdown impersonation across this one
100%.
card, right?
Yeah. I think it was a very cool move. I think not being greedy with airship when you're playing a defensive deck like this is a great idea. You guys miss me as the judge, by the way?
I do, yeah. I always miss you, Brownlee. Whenever you're not at an event, I always miss you.
Yeah.
But you're here now, and that's what matters. And you're on this side of the camera.
I am on the other side of the camera.
But that entire offense basically thwarted as now the build 2 from the Dark Ward and Disarming Glance, and not only the stage discrepancy a lot in Jacob's favor, but, I mean, the life total-wise, Jacob doesn't have as much to get through, and there's not a lot of resources available for Richard here on just trying to defend.
So one thing I wanted to talk about with you, actually, because you're what I would call a brain.
Oh, thanks.
A mind.
Only that.
Okay, a person who thinks, a thinker, perhaps.
No thinker.
Just like how many different kinds of target committal or target snipe, I'll say, right?
Yeah.
There's commit, right? Point, click, commit. We have seal, and we have flip. I think the strongest of those is flip.
For sure. Or destroy.
Destroy. Oh, yeah. Target, destroy, obviously. When you're permanently removing the resource. Seal tends to be very cheap, right? Because it's only for a turn, quote unquote. And then same for target committal. I think the tier, right, of it goes like seal, commit, flip, destroy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And so it's interesting to see the sort of the way that the game values those things. Did we just...
Wow, build 1 after a poke pass.
Yeah, I mean, you're solidly in control there.
Well, this is actually my biggest downside when I play Jacob Johnson is I seem to always have too many action cards in my hand because you're playing these block tricks, you have all these things. And yes, you're a 7-hander, so you shouldn't have that much of an issue versus like a 5-hander doing the same game plan. I think of like Scanlan. When, the deck he was playing, like, it's sometimes you get flooded with these action cards that you want to be playing.
Yeah, what are you going to do with them?
But in the Jacob Johnson character, you can do it. But I think a turn like that tells me, well, you didn't build out your stage, so it's probably just got to be blue cards in hand. So my question then becomes is, you're just waiting for your opponent to draw a very aggressive piece. And yes, you can out-defense them, of course, and then just go for the backswing. But at the end of the day, like, you're giving your opponent that extra opportunity instead of having that kind of progressive game plan, and you're just hoping they fall into your defensive trap.
Yeah, I think as on the other side of the table, when my opponent does something like build 1 pass, right? If I'm playing Richard, I would just build, right? When I see someone with a 5-card grip, they clearly said I don't want to build. They clearly said I don't want to attack, right? So you force them now to do something, right? Because you've now expanded your board presence, and you get closer to cycling, so you can get some of those pieces back that you lost earlier in the game. But this is a face down card. I was like, what is this? Bob Ross.
That's the
It's
sleeves.
It's just sleeve. Okay.
Beautiful artistic expression.
And so this is my worry, right? Is attacking into somebody who's gripping all of those actions, right? Is especially attacking high. You walk into Showdown. We did have a Dark Ward to cancel the response. I think. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Wait, do we have a cancel for the cancel, and then we're forming?
No. I think he's going for the Koemas first to cancel the ability on the card before using Dark Ward.
That makes sense. Get the one that removed from game pile.
Yeah. Okay, and so we're going to use that.
Fleeing danger.
Yeah, fleeing danger again. Well,
we're just fixing the feed.
Okay.
We've seen this already.
We have certainly seen this already. Yeah.
Hey, look, a second one.
Whoa! Are we going to block with a second Showdown? It's certainly going to happen because we picked up one from earlier.
Yes, we did.
So could have drawn into a second one.
And again, I think that turn that Jacob postured towards us last one is that, hey, my hand is filled with action cards.
Correct, which is why I would have built. But
hand said no.
Yeah, hand said no. I saw the hand to begin with.
Okay.
I think we could have built this turn.
Yeah, we have that Coemnus now in the roof and game pile, but I just don't know if we have another one yet in our hand. But Bertolt very good at maybe potentially finding it.
I think that's what he was digging for. But if you want to do it on a 5 with only 2 foundations,
there's that other Showdown.
For second Coenmus.
6 checks the 5, 4, sorry, 5, 6, and then now it's Dark Ward time, right?
Yeah. Use it or lose it.
Yeah. All stage resources now completely gone on the side of Richard, aside from the character, but now just having to build, and checks a 2 on the 4, on a 5. No one checks.
Makes it.
4, 3, commit Bertolt or build at Botan's. I think we're giving up. We're taking it. Whoa. This is prime opportunity now for Jake to deal with 19 more life.
Yeah, and I think it's certainly possible.
Yeah,
especially since you filter your opponent 3 cards now, right? Going to be able to dig through. Found a teamwork plus 6. One of them is a true 100%. One's a vial. Yeah, I can see us die.
And this one is going to be big enough now that the stage has gone a little bit further. Checks a 3, though, so it won't be the fastest in the world, but you already got a bunch of resources out of your opponent by getting them to commit more pieces from attacking.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to end with Jacob winning, right? Because there's an airship on the board, right? We're attacking with a true 100% unleashed, so we could just 2-tap with a true 100%.
Yeah.
It's going to be for more than 10.
What do we weave in between?
Vial Seizing is what I saw in hand.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I think that one's perfectly fine to do. We're going to be drawing, giving it 2. It's going to be so big and so
big and
fast.
Yeah, the 3 foundations you committed to pass the check. Jacob Johnson, rebuilds you 2 of them. Sorry, rebuilds you 1 foundation, and then gives you the 2 speeds. So it's as if you didn't check the 3 anyway. It just could have had a higher ceiling, right? But the floor is still there in most decks.
Yeah, 9 speed. Going to be getting
8 damage.
4, 6, 8 damage.
Not lethal, but like you said, like that military airship, it's just weave something else and taking 11, it straight down, going to 8.
Yeah. Oh, Patrick maybe could also just.
That's a good one with the stun.
Yeah.
Oh, gonna have to just use it now before we lose it.
Yeah.
Not that I think there's any draw. Oh, it means we can't play the military though.
Yeah. You can't use the military airship, and you can't use Jacob Johnson's enhance. But I still think with 2 momentum on board, it's just gonna be too fast.
And this one itself can get to lethal, right?
We're just gonna give it damage from its own ability, and then EX from there.
1 readied foundation on the side for Richard. Gets the speed, gets the EX, shows the stats.
Much like game 2, we see this one is just too fast. Game and match going over to Jacob Johnson.
Perfect play.
Yeah.
Often rewarded.
Often rewarded.
But game 1 with Richard, very explosive.
Oh yeah,
shows what this deck
exactly
can do.
What it can do. I agree. I think just a couple of missed sort of scenarios, right? That if he watches the VOD, he can learn from. But I think pretty well played.
No, great. Yeah, we're at the World Champion, right?
Yeah. Very, very cool game. Yeah. So from here, what are we doing?
We have updated standings and players to watch post round 3, as that was our round 3 match here on our side of the stream. Let's inform the players what they have right now to expect for these players participating in the tournament, as we have 7 rounds to go through today.
Yep.
So some of these names we should still see by the end of it, of course. Now we have Devil Jin sitting at the top, a character that I think a lot of people have kind of rotated away from, but sitting here. And of course, we just witnessed Jacob Johnson appearing at 3-0. I don't know how Mark Tyner's 6-1, but that's an incredible record to be having already at the end of the tournament. But triple Godzilla representation here at 3-0.
Yeah.
Hey, we did watch Richard just lose, but there he is, Paul Butler, playing basically probably the same deck. And I got to give shout outs here for the Guilty Gear representation here. Chris M on Nago Ryuki. That's pretty great.
That's Chris Miner, I think, right?
Chris Miner, that sounds right.
Yeah, I think it's Chris Miner.
Yeah. Final round, yes.
Yeah, this is one of the characters that flew under the radar and is now picking up some steam, right?
4 damage is a lot.
4 damage is a lot of damage. Yeah. Godzilla only gives 3. But yeah, we're ready to move on to seeing who's at the 201 bracket. Okay, we see some of those Grog, some of those Rodans. Not altogether unexpected to see Rodans with a tie, right? But you see a Midoriya, you see more of these Bertolds. This is a different Bertold, I think.
That's Richard we just watched.
Yeah, okay, that is the same Bertold,
yeah, we do see, a Cole H also sporting the Mark Tyner. It's our first Midoriya that we've seen now at these Dire tapes. There's a Ryu at 2-0-1, technically undefeated. And also, big surprise for me, but I know a character that's catching a lot of eyes, Dawson M here from Lechuga playing Benny Maru. Really cool character, a big fan of that one.
Yeah, I like Benny Maru.
So yeah, this is going to be even further going down for extra player. We have Barlow. It looks like we saw him in round 1, but he's got 1 loss here. Is that Mega Mutant right there?
Sure is.
At 2-1, Nick In doing a great job here. Aiden L, we know he's had historic success playing that Zeke Yeager from set 2 of Attack on Titan, and then even down there, Clinton Thomas over there.
I like the Clinton Thomas.
Yeah.
But okay. I thought this was an attack.
No, that's Gentle Criminal.
I know it's Gentle. I know, but I thought it was one of his attacks because I saw the 6 difficulty on the thing, and I forgot that character cards could have difficulties.
Yeah, they used to have those. And then, of course, we have Ryan Levine all the way down there still at 2-1, 30th place.
30 players.
Top 30 players currently with 4 more rounds to go.
Yeah, pick your favorites here to win.
Now, Bromley, I have yet to do this with you today, so you're going to have to hand me one of those packs over there. So.
We're opening one of these Godzilla Reign of Kaiju pre-release kits? Whoa! Okay, I'm going to open it. Get to sing me like opening music. Something.
Opening? No, there's no opening music.
You don't have open like do.
Well,
oh my God! Another History's Greatest Monster.
Yes, there is one of those in every single one of these kits for
y'all.
y'all.
To be excited, Barrett.
Well, I guess while you're figuring that as well, we can go back over. Bromley, have you seen the character breakdown yet?
I have. I want to see it again, though.
Oh, I just wasn't sure. Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind.
I don't want to see it again.
Open your pack, Bromley.
I'm opening my pack. And I'm just gonna get this out of here. All right, so I have Hovering from Above. I have Harmonious.
One by one.
This card. This card is nuts. Have you seen this card, Harmonious Spirit?
Yes.
Of all the cards that say, "Hey, you cycled, I win," this is the most "Hey, you cycled, I winningest" of them. Put this in all your. Okay, anyway. So I got Repelling Fire, blank.
Oh yeah, this card's nuts.
Yeah. If your opponent cycled, win. We like that. If your character is committed, win. Rodan, if you play Rodan, win. And then I got Focused Prism Beams, baby!
Oh, that's one of my picks.
That's one of your picks?
That's one of my picks.
Here you go, buddy.
I want this one.
He can have it. Yeah, apart from that, I got a
This
bunch
is
of comments
new Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, Bromley.
It is!
As long as you give it speedy damage. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll do this quickly as we will continue through commons and uncommons. Ooh,
Blue,
Sky
orange
Dominance.
card.
Sky Dominance is
Gray
great.
card. Gray card. Gray card. Gray card.
Thanks, Bromley.
Power
okay.
token.
Character.
Oh!
I got
Space
Godzilla versus Space Godzilla again, right? I think we've already gotten this one. Okay.
And the best card in the set.
Power token.
Power token.
Well, as I did give production a little bit of a throw for a loop. That's going to conclude our round 3 here for day 1 of the regional. But make sure you get your hands on Godzilla Reign of Kaiju, available now as a super pre-release here at Worlds. But of course, the actual pre-release starts next Friday on the 6th of March, and the official release coming out the week afterwards on the 13th as well.
Do you think I can get a Mirio Togota version of the power token?
That sounds
I
fun.
think that'd be cool, right? So I could scream power at my opponents. Power!
You can already do that when you play Mirio Togata on the game for UniVersus.
Oh.
But that's going to be it for round 3 for us
Taking
here.
A lunch break, right?
We do have our lunch break, but we have some content still for you. So don't go anywhere.
Don't go
the
anywhere.
show is only not even halfway through. So we'll be back with the action here shortly.
Power.
Welcome back, my beautiful Universians out there. We've got a very special treat for you. The players are on a little bit of a lunch break after round 3. However, we've got some action here for you at the World Championship. We told you it was a super pre-release for Godzilla Reign of Kaiju. And we've got some gameplay from the pre-release kits for Godzilla Reign of Kaiju. We've got your favorites, Tim Friedlieb versus Jeremy Ray, playing what looks to be Destoroyah, Perfect Life Form, and King Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, the new King Ghidorah. Barrett, I'm super excited. This is my first time watching any gameplay with these characters.
I mean, with physical cards, same. So I am also excited to see this match. And, of course, Jeremy Ray, lead designer of the set.
So he's going to win.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
everyone knows if you design the cards, you're better at the game.
If you asked me who I thought was going to win.
Advantage.
Because picking Destroya, at least specifically, or Destroya,
Destoroyah.
I'm not very good at these names.
You just have to pause after the Destoroyah.
Yeah, I think he's actually a very smart choice for the sealed / limited environment, because he will incrementally gain his counters over and over and over again. Now, for everybody at home, I will not be able to pull up any cards for you all because I do not have their deck lists. But we will do our very best, of course, to talk about all these exciting Godzilla cards, because this, again, like you said, will be the first time us seeing them in live gameplay. But like I said, the fact that, the new Destroya, or the Destroya, gains these counters essentially every turn, and using them as a resource for resource denial of their opponents, as well as functioning as a way to maintain some stats, right? On the other side, new King Ghidorah with an interesting take of old Ghidorah. Yes, you still have these head counters, but you use them for very large damage reduction.
Yeah, it's something most five-handers have always wanted. You don't get as many cards to block with, so you want damage reduction from your stage, from your character, padding that life total, making it harder and harder for the opponent to assail you is definitely the game plan for most five-handers. And I think in a limited environment like this, I guess it's sealed. It's not draft. It's sealed environment. Damage reduction is usually really, really strong because players might not have that tight-knit offense. They're definitely dealing with printed damage on attacks more often than not. And being able to play around the damage reduction is probably going to be Jeremy Ray's biggest challenge here.
But it looks like Jeremy Ray did win the die roll. And so he is going to be going first, which matters a lot because now immediately into Jeremy's first possible turn where he's allowed to play attacks, he already has 4 of these. What are they again? Are they destroy counters?
Destoroyah counters.
Destroya. Yeah, I'm not going to even try.
Destoroyah.
But yeah, so we can do we can essentially do whatever we want with these counters. Again, it's a finite resource that we can only really accrue at the beginning of our turns, but we have very powerful abilities to spend them on. Kicking things off, obviously, with our first attack. Checking a 3, though. So we're going to have to commit 2 more for our 5 difficulty. Again, I don't know the names of these yet, so we're going to do our very best, of course. But as our players play the game and our spectators can watch what's going on, I kind of wanted to talk to you more overarching the set as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question is, the power token. Obviously, this is the big new shiny thing that's going on in the set. We'll see a lot of power tokens getting hopefully generated in this game because, again, it's what the cards do themselves.
Right.
What's your take on them? Because I really like them as a way of, it is a non-foundation resource that exists in your stage that you are allowed to basically expend when your opponent is at their weakest position, that it can be spent on any attack. Like, it's not momentum, but it functions as like a powerful 2 per power token that you have, and you can wait and accrue them over as the game is going on, and then finally when you see your opponent full defensive down, you could dump 5, 6, 7 of them and then give up to 14 damage or whatever per power, or 2 per power token.
So I'll say this as somebody who typically hates the idea of tokens in card games. Like token cards, counters are a totally different thing, but like tokens that replace a card, I'm generally against, if only because of how they've been implemented in most card games.
Yeah.
So when it was first announced and I first saw it, I thought, oh, it's a little generic, it's a little bland. And normally when a set focuses around a brand new mechanic and it feels like you have to include these cards, similar to the Roman cancel token, you only get it from tension attacks, right? Yeah. It feels really restrictive at first. But unlike the Roman cancel token, +2 damage is something basically every deck can utilize. It's a stat that you can hold on to and you can invest wisely. And I think the most important thing is because of that ability to hold on to it and spend it when you need it, the skill expression of the power token is much higher than maybe the Roman cancel token. It's a more permanent effect on the board and everything like that. I will say, again, as someone who is anti-token, and most of the times I come across it, I am also jealous of other games' history to just say we need to create this mechanic. Here's just describe the token.
Yeah.
You know, games that say make a 1/1 token with whatever keyword. I've always been incredibly jealous of because they have so much freedom in the card design. You know, we need a blah, blah, blah. You know, we need a bean counter token. Tell them what a bean counter token is and how to make it on the card. And then players can just grab, you know, any random blank card or anything on the table to make it. So I was very skeptical. In short, to summarize, I was incredibly skeptical, and I'm not usually a fan of tokens. However, I think the power token is something that UniVersus could really use.
Yeah.
I think it's something that has been implemented pretty well, and I'm glad that the card designs in the set reference the power token way more than like the Roman cancel token, which again, the Roman cancel token is really cool, very flavorful. I love the Roman cancel token after playing with it, but I was very skeptical of these tokens on release.
I am excited to see what the players do with them, right? The players, again, you know, en masse, you know, not these designers, of course.
I like it's an alternate resource used to fuel other things. The Roman cancel token was cool because it's a resource we're already familiar with. You know what momentum's used for.
Correct.
It's used for, you know, it's useful to make old cards better. You know, any card that spends momentum gets better with the Roman cancel token. I'm now excited to see the power token be used as an alternate resource compared to momentum.
Wow. As we were talking and yapping, I didn't realize that Tim here playing Ghidorah actually opened a King Ghidorah Unleashed, one of the secret rares from the set, which the turn that you remove it, you can play it from your remove from game pile.
He also opened a Frenzy Dive, dude. His pack is used. He's got, So
obviously the way we got the Unleashed removed is by King Ghidorah's own effect, which allows you to cycle cards around, removes them, draws new ones, etc.
Yeah.
So because we removed that Unleash, we're going to gain access to it and to get some stats as well.
It's going to get big damage. It's going to get a little speed bonus here.
Yeah, we have committed all of our foundations, though, of course.
Yeah, looking at Tim's sealed deck, man, he's got some real heaters.
Yeah, he did open good ones.
He's got maybe the best attack you can pull for Ghidorah, one of the best attacks in the format with Frenzy Dive.
Yep.
And then he's also got...
that's Divine Defender.
That's
Defender. One of my picks.
That's right. Yeah, that's one of yours. I almost called it Struggling with Studies.
I mean...
I was trying really hard
I would have known what you meant.
Yeah. Hopefully most people would have. But yeah, he's picking all the cards I like.
Great offensive there from Tim. Really getting the forefront here as the five-hander character. You know, only getting it, even still building two more foundations afterwards in sealed after landing these two pokes after the first attack got blocked. That feels pretty good, at least on this exchange of resources. And now it's up to Jeremy now with these destroy counters now going up to 5 to figure out how to get through this five-hander. And I think even Tim was really holding back on the use of his counters because he ate a very large attack last turn that he could have reduced down. At least I believe his character was still ready. But now he has basically so many resources to kind of take the game away with in this limited environment.
Yeah, Jeremy's actually got a pretty tough mountain to climb here. 25, very deceptive when you have 3 Ghidorah counters.
Yes. And they can be used kind of like whenever. It's like reusable. You were talking about the Roman cancel token, but you know this counter that is used, as we're seeing one right now on this bloody chainsaws, is just going to get reduced down to 3, putting Tim back down to 22.
Man, this set really has everything: giant robots, giant monsters,
chainsaws,
alien invasions, and now chainsaws,
laser beams, missiles,
got
monsters,
everything.
Humans.
They've even got Legion. We Are Legion is in the set.
Yeah, we opened that one, right? Mechanical Legion.
Mechanical Legion, yep. One of the prizes. Which I think, by the way, that's such a... Whoever came up with Mechanical Legion as like the escalating Top Cuts prizes, absolutely genius. 'Cause the world champion is going to end up with like the most blinged out Mechanical Legion deck of all time.
Yeah, they'll have a top 32, a top 16, a top 8, a top 4, a finalist, and a champion.
Yeah.
All 6.
All 6, which is so smart. And then if they manage to play all 6 in sequence, I feel like you have to scoot. Even if you're still alive, like that should be an alternate win condition.
Alternate win condition, Mechanical Legion. You heard
6
it here.
Mechanical Legions in your card
We'll
pool.
sneak that one into the rules for sure. Yeah. But Jeremy getting a little bit of leverage, at least getting one of those head counters off, but passing back, developing a large stage, which is a very good strategy in Limited. I think, having more foundations, more checks to be able to pass, lets you play long attacks and strings. Meanwhile, Tim was able to do a lot with a little, with only the 3 foundations and a stage. Now with 5, we'll see how many more attacks he can confront here, but Jeremy only having 2 cards to block with. Sam, who's your favorite character in the set?
Ooh, that's tough. I'm sure it will change once I start to play with the characters.
Sure,
a
yeah,
bit.
absolutely. It's not we're not making you like, you can only play this character when the set comes out. Yeah.
Well, it's one of those things, as a semi-public figure, people like to gotcha. They like to be like, oh, you changed your mind.
Oh,
How
sure.
dare you change your mind on the internet? How dare you actually experience life and, reevaluate things? So I'm sure this will change as time goes on, but right now it's Jet Jaguar.
Oh, love Jet Jaguar.
He's such a weird design. I'm trying to figure out how can I, cancel my own Jet Jaguar ability because he
can
only
keep going.
Yeah, he only says on the 3rd time.
Yep.
You have to commit.
Not 3rd or more.
Yeah, so if you play it the 4th or 5th time, I feel like we can kind of break the game, and hopefully, fingers crossed they don't patch it out. But once we figure it out, we'll be in Jet Jaguar heaven. So
I wish you luck on that endeavor. Speaking of Jet Jaguar, the attack that Tim played was Jet Front Kick.
And that's the other thing is all the Jet Jaguar cards are hilarious.
Yes.
It's so funny. I don't know why, but it's so funny. Just every art he's in.
Getting our History's Greatest Monster coming down here for Tim. He gave us a thumbs up. I was like, wait, did he check a 4? I know there are 4 checks in this set, right? Or a 4 check? I don't even remember.
A 4 check attack.
A 4 check in this set.
That is not one of them.
That was not
check
it.
is a 7 diff, yeah.
Yeah, I had to commit to one
Now
foundation.
you got me thinking of all the Jet Jaguar was one that popped out to me first.
I know. I think Jet Jaguar is a great answer because in the similar sense of Jet Jaguar, I actually really like Space Godzilla. Which Space Godzilla is like an iteration of characters we've seen in the past. Specifically, when I say that, it's
2
that
different ones.
Yeah, about like response commit. Do this giant check hack of your opponent. It doesn't end their turn, but there's a new flavor of it, which is okay. But if you pass it, I get a very good reward of getting a momentum off the top, which then feeds his first form ability. Which when I look at that one, it's like mini city rampage but on your character, and then the power tokens for later, right? So I really like this one as well, and his symbol spread is very nice.
I think the -3 to the check is the right number. The right amount is really debilitating. I of course Boomer style played when I first started playing Vincent Gray was like the deck. It had like just won a PTC, it was the strongest deck at my locals. And so I'm very, very familiar with that response commit, hose 1 attack check. And it's cool to see it back. And the first form on Space Godzilla is super scary to me. I think a character that can add check bonuses blanket like that is incredibly strong. And then on top of that, there's something about the Godzilla characters where they say difficulty 5 or greater. And I feel like if it was only limited to 5 difficulty cards, they'd be a lot weaker. But the fact that you can mix in like 6 divs and like higher printed difficulties that get reduced is a huge part of their game plan. So, yeah, Space Godzilla's up there.
Well, it's like Titan of Terror, right? Titan of Terror's ability to play a card from his discard pile that would ignore, or no check necessarily.
Incredibly strong.
It is very strong, but that one is limited to like, hey, you can only pick a card with a 5 on the top left, right?
Yeah, which I think is definitely a more balancing factor than people realize. I think that obviously if it was higher difficulty, you would never play a 5 div. You would always play an 8-9. Shishi Wakamaru had to get errated over that. But man, it is tough to pick one because I think a lot of the Godzilla characters are really, really cool. I think Rodan, the fire Rodan, is a character that the Void symbol is going to love. Like, I was surprised at how meta relevant Ryu is. I was not, when I first read Ryu, I didn't think he was going to be very good at all competitively.
Sure.
But I thought he was going to be like a perfect introductory experience for a player. I thought he was like a great starter deck character that doesn't necessarily translate to competitive success. And yet he's on our character breakdown as, like a top 10, I think, most representing character. A lot of the best players I know are playing Ryu in the main event. And the deck has surprised me. And you know why I think that is? I think it's because it's a Void character that pumps damage. That's just something
that it needs.
Void is just an insanely good symbol, and all it's lacked is damage pump. Even going as far back as MHA set 1.
Yep.
You had all the Void characters that add speed, and then they have to dump momentum to acquire the damage, and the new Rodan just gives you +3 damage as long as you're playing fast enough attack, which, guess what all the Void attacks are?
Fast.
Pretty fast, yeah. So
and also reduction, right?
Yeah, and also damage reduction, which the Void symbol has had like smatterings of, but it's never been like a major thing. So yeah, I think the new Rodan is going to be really, really strong. He doesn't quite tickle my fancy. He's not like the most interesting character, but he does he buys into the seal gimmick of Void, which is going to be how you play Void going forward. There's just too many good Void cards that react or rely on sealing cards. Spend 1 momentum to seal a non-character card in the rival's card pool.
Yeah, or stage.
Is something not enough people are talking about competitive-wise.
That was the big point I was going to talk about if you didn't, but I'm glad you did, because like sealing cards in card pool is really real.
Nutty.
Less real now with how many cards in our game have Blitz on them.
And less real that Equipment Heist got banned.
That is also true. But like the fact is like, again, it's an enhance to do this thing. So again, the attack that your opponent is currently on can get sealed by Rodan after you play your first enhance, like if I'm defensively, right? So that includes keywords that you haven't pressed yet, responses, shift attacks, all these extra type things, right? And then still,
if you're a character that gives keywords to an attack, you're hosed.
Yeah.
You're so give it powerful, psych.
Paul Phoenix deserves less.
Yeah, Paul Phoenix getting hosed a little bit. Yeah. So I think that the new Rodan is actually going to be just as scary as the old Rodan, but in completely different ways.
And that's just one mode of it, right? Again, at the worst case end of the day, you still can pick something in their stage.
Yes. And again, backups, assets, everything but the character is on the table. So, yeah, very, very strong character. Symbols that are not bad at generating momentum. They kind of do it in weird ways, not super free, but more so than other symbols.
It also seals power tokens.
Oh, my God. That's a card in the stage.
It's in the stage. Yeah. These ones are. Roman cancel tokens are not. But
Right. But, yeah, the power.
Here it is again, though. Tim here with another strong string here. Now, the first 2 attacks getting blocked. I don't remember the name of it, but I think it's Brace for Impact. I can't remember the first card he blocked with, but actually redraws you a card after you block with it as well. But this one getting very big here for Tim.
Yeah, Tim has definitely put the pressure on. I mean, Jeremy's getting damage where he can, but he's still got to fight through 2 Ghidorah counters. And, again, it looks more even than it is, I think. I think Tim's actually pretty far ahead as far as pressure on the life totals. Jeremy obviously has a huge stage, but, if he's building all these cards, that means he's not drawing gas.
Yep.
That means he's not drawing attacks. And in the limited format, I mean, your deck gets pretty small pretty quickly. You don't cycle as much. You only cycle 5 cards away.
Whoa, an Altar getting used as a block here for Jeremy. I wonder, is this an Altar Corona beat? I don't know which one this is.
It's a 5 check, I think.
Oh, then it's an Altar Foundation that I don't know. See, that's what I'm excited for us to open.
Yeah, it looks like a 1-diff 5 found. Yeah, I've not seen all the alt art, so.
No, I haven't either. I think I know what it might be then, but.
It looks like a 3-symbol card.
Yeah, I think I know what it is. I just can't remember the name of it, but and I especially didn't know what the alt art looks like. But great defense here from Jeremy, maintaining that 16, and now only 2 ready foundations on the side of Tim as he grabs some licorice. And the cycle coming in for Jeremy, which means a lot in Limited. actual real way to lose by decking out and then cycling. Only having to remove 5, though, instead of the full 10 in this format.
Yeah, and things can turn around really quick because what does Ghidorah do? Ghidorah removes the cards directly from the game and then draws cards. So Tim's also about to cycle, but he's got way more cards removed than Jeremy.
Yeah.
Maybe this is an angle where Jeremy switched to being a really defensive-minded character. His character reduces speed.
Yeah.
He has speed control through those Destoroyah counters. And if Tim doesn't keep the pressure up and force him to spend them on defense, then those Destoroyah counters are going to annihilate your stage as a 5-hander. You're not building that much. And then you're going to spend even more time trying to actually win the game, and that might let Jeremy win via cycling.
Oh, the chainsaws are back. Very
bloody chainsaws.
Yeah,
are back.
very heavy hitting move, right? This is a 4 high for 7 on a 6 diff. Blitz, and if you have a power token in your stage, which, by the way, I'm a little disappointed. We haven't seen a single power token on game.
That's true. Now that
That's
you
a little
mention
weird.
it. We have not seen a power token come out.
Granted, they did pick 2 characters that don't really help that.
Yeah, that's fair. They're not really power token characters.
Yeah, no Angrius here, no Space Godzilla, like I said, you know. I ran out of questions for you, Sam, I'll be honest. It's your turn. You got to ask me one.
I'm trying to figure out. Jeremy might be able to win here. He's got a big enough stage. Tim only has 1 card in hand.
Yeah, and
This
only
could
one
actually be
head token.
super dangerous.
Yeah, only one head token left. We are, I think, fixing the life totals, but yeah, I think should be at 14 if we use the head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is actually looking kind of dangerous for Tim all of a sudden. Tim had a pretty good lead as far as the game state, but then he ended his turn with a pretty weak board. And
This one is Fusion Chest Cannon. Ultra rare. We didn't open that one. We opened the card that looks like it. But
like a bombardment.
this one says, I believe if it's not blocked, you freeze 2 of your opponent's foundations.
You commit to if it's not blocked,
Yes.
and then the other sentence is freeze 2.
Yes, okay.
I believe you get to freeze 2 no matter what.
Yeah.
And you get to commit to if it deals, which is pretty good.
Pretty good here. If the fact is that it's just going to connect. So
Yeah.
Oh, here's the other thing I think that is also important, right, is Tim hasn't cycled yet, but Jeremy has, and there's a lot of cards within the set that have that clause of if your opponent has cycled, which actually really shakes up the limited gameplay of the set.
Yeah, the cycle punish is pretty real. Huh.
Now, luckily, Tim, I think maybe, I don't know how many of these cards on Jeremy's stage are those cards that say that line of text, but maybe Tim is not allowed necessarily to check that last card in his deck yet because some of these cards that are in Jeremy's stage are so potent and powerful that it could just end the game outright, even though we already think that it could be a scary turn for him already. Even now using our Destoroyah counters for speed, making this even harder to block for Tim.
Oh, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Did you work on the design for Godzilla at all?
Design, no, but I did playtest it.
Okay. So at what point during playtest did you guys decide to design Sacred Guardian instead of just reprinting Templar? Because I'm sure for most of the set's lifespan, you guys were just going to reprint Templar, right?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. That's a designer, big side.
Okay, so the Templar reprints in the next set, though, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it's just about like, okay, so in comparison within its own set, you ready? There is a reprint inside of the set.
There is, yeah.
Can't Escape Me.
Yep.
Which
flew under the radar. Not many people mentioned it. I didn't even find out till like 2 days ago.
Yeah, and that card, I mean, give me your blanket one-word opinion of Can't Escape Me when it existed in Standard.
Ooh, underrated.
Okay, but like, yeah, I mean, it's a fine card. It has a niche cancellation clause.
Totally fine deadlock.
Great deadlock.
Game-winning deadlock.
For a 2/5 with a whatever block, right?
Yeah.
The decision to bring a card like Can't Escape Me back into the format exactly the way that it is versus a spiritual successor of like what you're talking about with Sacred Guardian. But again, it's got a little, it's different. There is a different lines of text instead of like a straight reprint. I think at the end of the day, when it comes to that decision and that conversation, it's like, I think the first question is, hey, is the original power level of this card acceptable with what we're designing in the similar space? And I don't think necessarily the answer to that question would be no when looking at Templar.
Perfect for the format.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
Templar's never been overpowered.
But I think there is a shape of like maybe in its current form of what the old version of the card Templar says, and what the designers might be afraid of in the future if they leave it as the quote-unquote better text, right? And so I think there's a world where, like, sometimes...
Technically, Sacred Guardian's better in a lot of ways.
And yes, in a lot of ways it is.
You know, Sacred Guardian removes from the card pool.
Yep.
So that's not progressive you have to deal with. Of course, it nombos with Divine Defender as
True.
well, so I get why that's probably the case. And then on top of that, if you're playing something like the first Rodan, setting up your discard pile for your rival's next attack could be worth more than having a card in hand.
Exactly. So I think all of those questions you have to consider, and then you go through testing of like which characters abuse it the best. Is it too powerful if you give it the better text because of the highest level of the card that it can exist at? Do you have to lower the ceiling of the card or raise the floor?
Made enough sacrifices to the Elder Gods?
And, you know, maybe the answer to that is just no. And so, you know, you get what you get and you don't pitch a fit. That's what my mother always says.
You get what you get, you don't pitch a fit.
Yeah. So, but my question is, and I have a very real question in regards to Sacred Guardian. Sam, is Sacred Guardian good enough?
What's the context of good enough here?
Templar.
Is it good enough as a spiritual successor?
Yeah.
It's tough. I have a great reference for this with a different card game. But,
oh, sure.
You know, it's one of those things where if you go to like a Mexican restaurant, right, and you order a taco,
sure,
and they bring you out, you know, and you're like, I want on my taco, I want the beef, I want the cheese, I want the lettuce, I want the salsa. And they bring you out chips with beef and cheese and lettuce and salsa. And the chips are made from the exact same thing the taco shell is.
Yeah.
But you ordered a taco. How would you feel? It's the same thing, right?
I like this comparison. That's a pretty good comparison.
It's the same thing, just rearranged a little differently. So, you know, at the end of the day, the thing that would make me the happiest is a taco. But I sure do like me some nachos, too.
Well, good. I'm glad. I think that's, at least for me on design, being a part of the process for this card, I'm glad that Sam Tate is acceptable with the Godzilla nachos instead of the Godzilla taco.
Yeah.
You know, I will accept that answer.
A big part of it is, I think, when it comes to, like, the rejuvenating smash, right?
Yeah.
Rejuve is obviously a lot more limited. A lot of people have compared it to Templar, but you can only do it once per turn. It's
a different deck slot.
It's a whole different, right?
Yeah.
It's a 3-check. That's the biggest comparison issue is Rejuve is a 3-check, and so it fits totally different. But
has a condition on when you can do it. Yeah, like.
But I will say, I would have a much worse taste in my mouth if Sacred Guardian did not have air.
Oh, that's fair.
Rejuve doesn't have air. If Rejuve was like air Void Life or something, or like air Good Life, like Sacred Guardian is, I'd probably have liked it a lot more, I'll be honest.
You know what I liked a lot more, though? The fact that Tim did survive that offensive turn here and is now trying to find a way to win this game. Checking poorly on this first attack, and now a block still coming through here for Jeremy. Checking his own copy of History's Greatest Monster. How much more does Tim have? Can we close out the last 16 health?
It looks like it's got to be now or never for Tim as well, because his deck is way thinner than Jeremy's.
Like you said, removing cards the whole time.
Yeah, and checking another ultra rare, or no, it's the frenzy deck.
Yes, that frenzy, yeah.
All right, I was about to say, man, how many ultra rares can you pull in a preview or in a pre-release kit?
I guess 6, huh?
Yeah,
maybe an alt.
We're getting the full stun out. I mean, this is looking really good, man. Tim's got a bunch of damage pump. He's got a bunch of cycle and filter. He's got just enough of a stage that I feel like we can get there, and we see the hand.
Wow, I mean, it's going to be a lot harder. We're even seeing, oh, do we press the -2 speed? Jeremy's deciding, is this blockable? He said, no, I don't think so. We're going to take a lot of damage here.
Yeah, going to put ourselves in a must-block situation going forward. You can probably take one more attack.
4, 5, 6.
With the Ghidorah.
5.
Ooh.
This is big. This means that last attack in Tim's hand is playable. Just assuming the difficulty. Another remove, a new redraw, 3 more damage. Minus speed coming in here for Jeremy. Is this just the bait attack, though? Do we have another move that, as long as we can pass it with the block, checks,
Good old -3 speed. Nothing beats -3 speed.
Is it 3? I thought it was 2.
No, it's +2, -3.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
We learned.
Yep. All right, 3 difficulty move coming in.
I don't know if this
Checks
gets big
at
enough.
3. Yeah, especially if you commit Ghidorah.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you're right. And that means we can't even use the card in our hand to get rid of and draw a new one.
Yeah,
Just got to let it fail and hope that we live. Can Jeremy also just maybe not draw attacks?
Yeah, I think Tim kind of realizing that at 7 health, it really does. I don't think it matters too much what you do here. Blocking 1 attack versus not blocking 1 attack, probably not going to be the difference maker. So deciding to get the value out of the attack while we can, getting to add it, getting to deal the damage, but 7 health, 1 card, no resources.
Oh, no review. Already holding the 1 attack.
Oh,
Jeremy
Jeremy's
draws
gotta
up.
have it here with those 3 attacks. There's no way Tim survives.
You can see the
right?
smile on his face. He knows Jeremy reliving his glory days as a competitive player, like where he's sitting. Gonna hopefully close out this game against Tim, colleague, and also former competitor, as they both played during similar eras of the game.
Do you know why Jeremy Ray's smiling so much?
Why?
Because he's in a game state where he can't check bad enough to lose.
That's true.
That has
Everyone
been the
likes that.
thorn. Yeah, that has been the thorn in his side his entire competitive career. Every story I've heard about Jeremy Ray that wasn't him winning a character card was about how he came down to 1 final check, and it always went south for him. So there's the handshake. Oh, the fist bump. No, he pulled it back.
Wait.
No, okay.
There it is. And there is the game and also the match, because we're playing best of ones here for Jeremy Ray playing Destroya.
Yeah,
there you go.
There's probably like some real Godzilla fan who hates the way I'm pronouncing that.
Well, that's why I just
getting
don't try.
Totally wrong, yeah.
That is why I don't even try.
That was me in the My Hero era. I asked for a long time to get like an official pronunciation because I would go online and I would look up like how to pronounce the My Hero character names, and different videos would just have different pronunciations. Yeah. I heard Saro, Ciro, and Ciro like in 3 different videos, and I'm like, okay, well, it can't be all 3.
Yeah.
Like there has to be an official one, so please, you know. And I started to watch the dub, and the dub will say some of them differently, depending on which character says it, you know?
That is true.
It is what it is.
Speaking of being what it is, that is a sneak peek of what you can expect what's happening this weekend at Worlds with the Godzilla Reign of Kaiju super pre-release happening this weekend. And I know I've said it a ton of times, but in case you can't make it here, you can't fly out for tomorrow like Sam persuaded you all to do so earlier today.
Fly out tomorrow. Catch a red eye. Come on.
That's true. You, of course, can catch your
What
Reign
are
of
credit
Kaiju.
cards for?
You can get your actual pre-release next to Friday on the 6th of March, and of course the actual release on the 13th of March, the week after. But we have a tournament that we must continue, Sam, and I think we're cutting to a break real quick. So don't go anywhere.
Take a small break. We talked through all the lunch break. I gotta get me some
grub,
chicken and rice or something.
That's true. So don't go anywhere. Sam and I will be back with your round 4 action here in Dallas for day 1 of Worlds soon.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to UniVersus Worlds 2025. My name's Tam, and with Godzilla, Reiner Kaiju right around the corner, I thought it would be a great opportunity to take a couple of content creators and tell you the absolute best ways to pre-release.
Hey, I'm Mitchell from the Trading Post. I am second place, I think, in points. I'm on a character card. I play UniVersus. Here to play in the World Championships this year.
I am Christopher Smith, or Chris Smith. I go by Brody1 on Twitch and YouTube. You can find me on either platform.
My name is Paul Butler. I'm the founder of Coping with Cardboard, which is a YouTube channel on YouTube that makes fun stream content and easily accessible content for everybody.
My name is Brody. My channel is Broden Kanan. I do a lot of UniVersus and other TCG content.
So the character that I'm most excited for from the new Godzilla set, I think, honestly, would have to be the Mechagodzilla Kiryu.
The new Mechagodzilla.
The new Kiryu.
The way that he plays with cards from his removed from game pile. And I love this whole idea of having a second hand you get to play with. It's such a unique thing we haven't seen in UniVersus before.
That's a hard question. I actually have 3 of them, but I'm going with my number 1. It's definitely Mothra, Divine Moth, I think it's her name. Just the fact that she is just a defensive character makes me excited to play that character because I love playing defense in our game.
For Godzilla specifically, you're going to want to look for any amount of synergies that you got between characters that you pulled and like your rares on up. But definitely making sure that you have like a good spam foundation base between 1s and 0s is pretty good.
I think like if you can at least, build enough attacks, have enough foundations and slam them together and just have fun and play with the character and just read new cards and have fun with your friends. I think that's the number 1 thing is that.
My favorite thing about pre-release is using the new cards in the set in a format that you are not able to do normally, like in Standard, you're able to explore with a bunch of different cards, combining them and doing a lot of cool things that you normally would not be able to do.
My favorite thing is getting to rip new cards and getting to see art that I've only seen online and really getting to appreciate it in person. The art designers of this game do such a good job, and I think the new Reign of Kaiju set has some of the best art that UniVersus has ever seen.
I like the team up aspect of it, where you can table talk and it's like you versus the one boss, and you can be like, well, do you have this enhanced? Can you do this enhanced? Or it's kind of like, hey man, I need just a little bit of this. Can you help me out so we can, progress our game state? And it's more of like a team game, which is basically what PvE is. It's just a team on the boss, and that's very cool.
I think PvE opens up a lot of new experiences for UniVersus. You get to build a deck that can be tailored for this new experience. So you can do a lot of cool things like focusing on helping out the players you're playing with and taking down the tailored PvE boss. And then you can also bring a new cooperative experience to the game, which is really fun.
Hey everybody!
Godzilla Reign of Kaiju pre-releases start on March 6th.
And go buy the Reign of Kaiju set at your local game store on March 13th.
Please go out and support your local game store, meet new people, and just enjoy the card game.
Get out there, ask your LGS that carries any UVS Games products about pre-releases. Encourage your friends to come and show up and have a great time slinging big attacks and powering everything up.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm once again Bear Brian, joined with Sam Tate after that amazing feature of the super pre-release that we have going on for Godzilla Reign of Kaiju. But again, we have a tournament that we have to get back to. So we have our round 4 action coming through. Officially that hump of the tournament, right? You know, the midway point, people, you know, finally getting out of contention of not being able to make it to our top 16 cut for the next day. But we're going to go ahead and do some more showcase of our caster picks for this weekend. I, of course, you know, as I've already mentioned multiple times, Genkai's Guide into Daily Training and Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken versus your 3. Koenma's Task we saw come out huge in our last feature match in round 3.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Koenma's Task, was it as a form or as a response?
Form.
Or both. Usually
it was
you do the response and then you get the form. So, yeah, Koenma's Task, definitely one of the big meta threats, I guess you could say, or you know, counters to the meta threats. Pass-through walls, anti-breaker, anti-asset, and wide awake, the way that you get to actually play abilities on cards in your stage now. So
yeah.
And also maybe a card that's kind of driven Filled with Doubt out, which Filled with Doubt would have absolutely been on my list if it wasn't for Koenma's Task and Wide Awake.
I wish I would see a little bit more of the Vast Hybrid Chimera Krakens. I've been a little disappointed so far,
the card's
but
still insanely strong.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm really gonna miss it. So it's not really about me wanting to see the card, because we all know how good it can be. But it's really I'm just itching for the action today. You know, I really need to see some Chimera Krakens today, and then I'm okay to see it tomorrow and Sunday as well. But
are we losing all the face-up momentum cards, or is Dual Needle Lynch sticking around?
No, that one's gone. That was gone before that one.
Yeah.
That's a very good question that I don't know off the top of my head. But
yeah, we might be losing face-up momentum as a mechanic.
We have Roman cancels. We'll be all right. I'm kidding. That one doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
But, of course, these players are playing for incredible stuff as well. And we have our Godzilla here, Ryan Kogod, I believe is how you pronounce his last name, 3-0 as Godzilla moving into this tournament, coming in 44th place from the U.S. with 143 points. And here are his standings from the other events. With Buffalo, he made a great appearance with an Aaron Yeager list that I think it was actually kind of like the talk of the town in those kind of top-cut environments. So, very, very cool list that we saw him. But great Void player at the beginning of the year and then shifted over to Death, and now choosing to come here for Chaos Godzilla, which again, most represented character of today's tournament, which I didn't really expect, to be honest, Sam.
Yeah, it's weird. Godzilla has definitely like ebbed and waned and flowed with all of the popularity and different cards getting hit after Titan Cliff got banned, or as I like to call it, early rotated. Really, you know, it really felt like a it really felt like the deck got put on the shelf, you know?
Yeah.
And at the same time, it's the most represented aggro 6-hander every tournament. So we're not seeing it perform as well, and yet so many players are still believing in this deck. So we'll see if Ryan can pull it off.
Speaking of a new believing deck that people are really getting their eyes on now is Nago Ryuki from Guilty Gear Strive, now being piloted by Chris Miner, who is 3-0 going into this event. And his last performance was in Louisville playing Han. So a very big turn here of +3 damage on all our 5 diffs versus a order deck with +4 damage on every single one of their moves. And, you know, of course, once these blood counters get up there, we get selective committal of any card in our rival stage.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Nago. I thought he was basically going to assume the throne that Godzilla has essentially vacated as 6-hand size aggro character, because typically in UniVersus, just spamming out attacks, just flooding the board with high damage attacks and tanking with your face isn't enough. You typically need a control element, a level of interaction, whereas Godzilla relies on Vast Hybrid Chimera Krakens to commit and freeze things. Nagoriyuki potentially just has it on his face. The character brings the ability. I love the flavor of the losing the health. I'm really excited to see how this does, because I thought Nago was going to have a much bigger presence in Buffalo.
Yeah, that's fair.
I thought as soon as Guilty Gear hit, Nago was going to be a much bigger deal, and I would love to see it. I mean, the order symbol has so many good threats for this character.
Yeah.
Good echo attacks, great keywords, one of the best Inventor's Creation users in the format with the blood-sucking universe as a target. So really excited for this.
Yeah, and here's a pretty standard Godzilla list. You know, I'm actually glad to see kind of like what the modern adaptation is of, like you said, I just didn't think there was going to be as many people on a character like this right now. But hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Things like Blue Flame Torment, the Relentless Assault. And of course, just being able to get all these momentum generations. There's the Vast Hybrid Chimera Krakens. I'm glad we're seeing it pass through walls, like you said. And again, just copy paste 4 of all these incredibly 5 difficulty or higher printed attacks. City Rampage also, always a great piece.
And then we've got the Nago deck. There's a Inventor's Creation I was talking about. Thunder Spear Barrage, one of the best threats for Nago, playing a 3-diff move twice, getting all that damage. You cannot play out your hand against this deck. Similar to the Mikasa deck, it can generate so much damage with just a few attacks and eliminate any of the cards you just built. If you want to build out your whole hand and Nago just gets to commit them down anyways and then play Thunder Spear Barrage twice for 10 damage, I mean, you're not going to survive. We also see the Imprisoned adding on to the control element that we've seen a lot of from these order decks and order symbol characters, and only a singular Koenma's task. So the response is available, but not the form.
I went and cheated. There's 2 more on the sideboard because I was wondering if it's like, do you main the one to just like free up some sideboard slots because you do still respect the card, like you've kind of you have your eyes on it right for the whole weekend. So I'm interested to see how many more of them we see come in from the sideboard if it's a game that you feel like you need them, because it also, like you said, just cancels the City Rampage when you might need it at that crucial moment. Or can we unlock the form because we have one of them in our remove from game piles? But there is the fist bump. It looks like Ryan's going to be going first here with the Godzilla. And yeah, we're going to see how explosive this match can be. I am very interested to see how quick this match might be, but at the same time, these are just 6-handers, and sometimes they might not draw the moves.
Yeah, that is one of the things the order symbol definitely struggles with compared to Chaos, is that card draw, that card advantage. We see Fearsome Transformation coming down, turn 1 for Ryan. That's been one of the best card draw foundations in the format since its inception. We also have Double Master's Pride, which when you get a momentum, you get to ready this 0-diff. You have to flip it, so it's only one time, but incredibly, incredibly strong to have early game. I mean, we're at a point in the format where if your 0-diffs have text, they're probably incredibly strong. And then on top of that, if that text is really good, like readying a foundation, you're primed. So Imprisoned coming down turn 1, though, gonna hit that pass-through walls. Very interesting target here, but got the Determined Advance. Now, this is one of my favorites, up there with Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. This is, I think, a card that everyone respects and understands is really strong, and yet is still somehow underrated, Barrett.
Yeah, I for how much people talk about this card, man, oh man, do I sure only see it in one deck. And it's just Godzilla.
Crazy.
And it because
Krista Lenz loves this. Don't get me started.
No, I agree. But the point I'm trying to get at is that this is usually the key to beating matchups like Rodan and all these speed hate kind of style characters. And like you said, more and more people are not, I think, representing it as their choice based off of the words that they say about the card, while it does essentially the same thing of getting us a snap momentum that some of these tension attacks do. But 6 mid for 6 that can never go below that unless you seal it is crazy powerful.
And we saw Ryan use the mode that I think people use the least, and is potentially why people don't understand how powerful this card is. We sent a 9 mid 9 as our first attack of the game. We get the momentum. We immediately spend it for EX3. We have 9 mid, 2 fast to block, 9 damage because we're Godzilla, and you're going to get that momentum back. If you spend the EX, you will deal the damage, you will get the momentum back, and I don't see enough people EXing with Determined Advance, especially early in a game. Cards like Barrier Shield, if you Barrier Shield, it only comes down to 6. You know, that's usually not worth it. So recognizing where to get the damage, you know, early in the game was really smart by Ryan there, basically getting, you know, the refunded momentum. But now we've got the blood-sucking universe, Nagoriyuki's signature card. Sometimes in life they give you signs and you just got to follow it.
You guys had the pleasure of really showcasing this card in round 2, correct?
A little bit. It came up a little bit.
And Bromley hit me with the actually thinks this is the best card in the entire set. And don't get me wrong, I think a lot can be said when we just look at the combination of the tension keyword plus the throw keyword.
Yes.
And the fact that obviously, yes, with the direct synergy of Nago, you're going to be gaining a lot of your health back when you have that kind of cost that is associated with the character when you hit that 4th blood counter. But like you said, I mean, a 2-for-1 on getting momentum. 1 attack generates you 2 momentum realistically because it is going to connect because of being a throw, and then also giving you that Roman cancel token. This right now spells, hey, I have a very powerful defensive tool of saying -3 damage at response speed whenever I need it. And we still have this in prison that we can still target down. And we keep hitting that pass-through walls. Really respecting your picks for the weekend, I can say. But it also is just like really, at least foretelling me that we have a breaker block that we really want to block with.
Yeah, definitely keeping the option open since we haven't built an asset. I mean, sometimes if you don't know what to hit, hitting the highest difficulty card is the call, but Moment of Normalcy is sitting right there, and that's, I think, a target most people would pick. So, yeah, definitely teasing a little bit, but now City Rampage into Determined Advance on a 7. We're going to check a 3, which becomes a 5, thanks to City Rampage, giving +2 to all of our checks to play attacks with 5 or greater difficulty. We're going to get the momentum from the Blitz. Now we get to ready that Master's Pride. This is one of the strongest aggro combos, I think, in the game, is Determined Advance with that Master's Pride, basically turning it into a 5 div. Then you also have the City Rampage to refund the cost of checking bad. Like, absolutely insane stuff here.
You mentioned unfailable game states, and I feel like we've already hit that point, right? We have the City Rampage.
3 momentum.
We have
in Godzilla,
3 momentum. Every foundation, except for the one that got
Inspiring song, why
imprisoned.
not?
Yeah, giving even extra juice here. I think any card that Ryan has in his hand, and whatever the string may be, is actually unfailable. Again, with 0 interaction coming from Chris here.
And I don't know if they didn't update the die or not. He might have given -1 to the Rivals check. When you stack an attack like Determined Advance with minus check penalties.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, here's the rival check. Yep, there we go. Yeah, so he's giving -1. So now, not only can you not reduce the speed below 6, but you also have -1 to the check. And we checked a 2 on a 10.
Yeah, it was it failed.
Ooh, we needed to check a 5 there for sure.
Yeah. And then we lose that breaker block that I think we really were trying to hold on to and use by committing this pass-through walls.
Yeah, we got +4 to this check. We check a 3 with +4 becomes 7. So very smart for Ryan to spend the 2 momentum there. Very, very smart to make sure that he's not committing extra resources. You talked about the no fail state. Smashing Stomp going to give +1 to our next check. If this attack deals damage, we're going to get to draw a card. We have +5 to our next check.
Still with the momentum to go on the next one, as well as this connecting. It draws us a card. This is a partial block coming in here with a Fateful Decision. Again, I always think this one also has Breaker on it. It does not, but it gives Breaker if we want to use it. But going for that half block here, going down to 10 here on the side of Chris, that's 1 move in any Godzilla deck, especially with the City Rampage already in the card pool. Typically, they float at that 9 damage spot, but any move can go to 10.
And what's interesting, we decided to commit the Hacker Extraordinaire to get the momentum.
Yeah.
Probably deciding that a 3rd foundation is not really going to help us block any of these moves. We are late enough in the string where it is definitely a walk the dog world. Letting the rival discard and draw here, probably not the smartest. However, probably not going to matter because if we can get through that Roman cancel token, 10 damage is not difficult to deal at all.
Yeah, this one, of course, more than anything, probably just only dealing the 3 damage, which means there has to be 1 more move here from Ryan, and this could be exactly the kind of quick game that we were talking about from these 2 aggressive 6-handers. 1 more move. What is that?
Is that Deus Ex Machina?
Oh, that's another Walk the Dog. That's the Borderlands one.
Oh, the Borderlands. I've never seen one actually play the Borderlands Walk the Dog. That's pretty cool.
So, yeah.
I hope a lot of people at home are tilted that he has mismatched Walk the Dogs.
Nah, I would do it too.
I do that on purpose. It gives me a competitive edge.
And there is game 1 going to Ryan here with that Walk the Dog from the Borderlands one.
When I see my opponent flinch because I have mismatched cards, I know I've won. I know I have already won the game.
So as your Templar enthusiast, you had 4 different ones, right?
Yes. Which I think there's 5 printings of Templar.
Correct.
I don't use the one without Breaker. It's not real Templar.
That's fair. That's fair.
The ones without Breaker are fake Templar.
That was so fast. What we have? Yeah, that was turn 3.
9 minutes in. You love to see it.
Very quick gameplay from all the players here. I'm excited to see what Sideboard options potentially could come in, but like when I think of Godzilla, I don't necessarily think of Godzilla's sideboard as its strong suit. And instead, I wonder what Chris is going to have to do here. And, he's going to be able to go first. That matters. That goes a long way. And also at the same time, maybe being able to find better avenues to use those. Because we had pieces, right? We had the Big Fist Bash that we were hoping to block with and get the breaker. But incredible check hack play from Ryan. And I think even at the end of the day, even with that breaker 3, I think we were still playing through that turn.
That's what I was going to say is, as much as we were able to defeat the pass-through walls, as much as we would have liked to hit the breaker 3, I think Ryan had +5 to that check. I mean, It wasn't going to change much in the grand scheme of things. So what Nago's really got to do is get the breaker off early on a turn 2. And now that we're going first, I mean, really the answer for Nago is just be the better aggro deck.
Yeah, for sure.
Really the answer is, what defense did we see in Ryan's stage at all in that game? What defense do we see in his deck? It was pretty much moment of normalcy. Nago has a built-in answer to foundations in the stage based on where the counters are. So I really think if you get a couple counters turn 2, my favorite thing with Nago is to get 3 counters turn 2.
And then the first attack on the next turn. Yep.
Granted, you typically have to use cards like Fukio or something to do that, which not a really popular card in Nago. But I feel like if you can get at least 2 counters turn 2, so that way by your second attack you can get the targeted commit, then you're in a really good spot. And so if the only defense that Godzilla's gonna have is basically moment of normalcy, as soon as you hit the 4th counter and commit it, you're free to go,
Yeah. I think my biggest thing that I'm gonna expect to see here is, as Chris will be able to attack first, even with only a build 3, not the greatest. I see a
double passer wall.
Yeah, that's again, you're really racking up the points here. Not that we're keeping score, but of cards that we picked for the weekend.
You might not be.
all right, okay, all right.
You and Bromley don't have to keep score.
Well, Vass Hybrid's in this game. I'm doing okay. All right, I'm getting my reps.
We're waiting to see it. Yeah, I mean, if there was any bigger blowout last game, it would have been to open with a Vass Hybrid. So.
But with only build 3, I don't think there's going to be that kind of 3 blood counters acceleration, especially. But I mean,
especially if you're going to check a 3 on your first attack.
But it is a 3 diff. This is at the ready, which is I mean, right? Yeah, it is a 3 diff.
It is a 3 diff.
Yeah, it doesn't have a block, but you don't care because you're going to swing it. And the best part about this one is it has such a lopsided speed stat compared to damage, but Nago supplements that by giving itself +4 damage to a 3 difficulty move for 5 mid for 6 that generated you attention or a power token. Feels good. There's the Inventor's Creation that you were talking up with this character, and we might see it in action as we pick the Echo to move, which means we're going to be able to play this Inventor's Creation twice.
Yeah, I love this play because you pick the Echo attack the first time you play it. The second time you play it, then you pick the tension move, or you pick Blood-Sucking Universe, hopefully, because then you get throw and tension. So, granted, it'll flip so it can't go to momentum, but the guaranteed damage on Nago is insane. And because we get to echo this is how we set up that 3 counter play that I was talking about. So, utilizing only 2 cards basically played to stack up 3 counters, and so far we've dealt 8 damage. I have a feeling we're about to deal 8 more.
Yeah, stun 1 coming in here as we picked the walk the dog. Yep, it's going to get the extra 4. I have that 3rd blood counter, and we aren't going to get any momentum because our flipped attack went over, but we are going to build some extra ones. There's that Fukio that you were talking about, as well as a Not Now, I'm Gaming, which can really help against the check plus kind of style deck that is going for this Godzilla.
Yeah, as soon as Godzilla invests resources to get a one-time check bonus, you can bounce that attack back to their hand and essentially waste it. So really, really good card to have in this matchup. And, I mean, this is aggro deck going first versus aggro deck going second, right?
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
Kind of how you expect the matchup to be. What we're really going to have to see is something incredibly flashy, either defensively next turn for Ryan, or we're going to have to see something really amazing in Game 3 to turn this around.
Do we see a City Rampage? There it is on a 5, checks a 3, and boy, we know that Chris has a Coenma's task in hand for the cancel.
You love to see it.
Man, you really are getting a lot of points in this matchup, huh?
Yeah, he's got to remind him you don't get the check bonus. It does stay in the card pool.
Yes.
You get the 1/1, but you don't get the check bonus.
Yeah, that was actually exactly what his lips said. So in real time, you said that as Chris was informing Ryan. In case we were missing the clarification. On a 6, checks another 3.
I don't like it, Barry. I want off this ride. I want off this ride.
I finally got some points, though. There's a Vast Hybrid in
That's true.
I finally got some points.
If there was ever an attack that for me to commit out for, it's definitely the one that commits and freezes right.
I was going to say, do you even throw the not now I'm gaming? Now you have to check a 7 here. The 5 helps. So that we're going to completely shut out the turn of Ryan's by bouncing it back to the hand, and every card is committed in his stage and a card still in the card pool.
Low key, there is the only world where that's really a mistake is if next turn you completely brick. And if you let him have the Vast Hybrid on another turn where his luck is better, giving him back the Vast Hybrid might not have been worth having one of your cards committed and frozen. However, I am a use it before you lose it kind of guy.
Yeah.
And letting him commit and freeze something like Fukio or the Not Now I'm Gaming anyways, and then you brick is probably worse overall. So
have you seen this game already, Sam? Because he drew exactly 6 gray cards. So I don't. Am I getting punked right now? Are you just actually calling this entire game without me knowing anything, and you know the entire storyline? Because that's exactly what happened.
I've been doing this for a long time. I don't know what to tell you.
Yes, you have.
The caster clairvoyance is what I'm calling it from now on, and it's weird, isn't it? I mean, you've done it.
You reach a point of enlightenment, I think, sometimes, of knowing what's going to happen sometimes right before it happens.
You're just guessing, and then it happens, and I don't understand how or why, but here we go, opening Vast Hybrid, checking a 5 this time.
Yep. A gift, even, of letting Ryan reset on a turn, and now Chris not having access to those tools. Different tools, of course, now in the stage. And we still got to hold on to those 3 blood counters. So eventually, when Chris does go back in, which wasn't last turn, you will still have that selective committal to really come in here. But now Ryan has a finally free, even though he doesn't have the City Rampage in the card pool, and with the effect, we are kicking this turn off with a momentum, which is something we didn't have last turn.
Yeah, granted, Chris is still in a great spot. Still full health, big stage. So if we do draw a ton of attacks, we'll be able to pass them all. We'll be able to fight through any breakers that Godzilla might have. I don't think the Chaos symbol is actually doing too many breakers these days. It used to be one of the best breaker symbols, especially back in the MHA days, all those Tokoyami and Todoroki cards. But, yeah, I could see a world where this gets really inky for Chris going into the next turn or so, but...
we have the fake breaker card.
The faker?
Blue Flame Torment, which kind of helps with the check hacking, but we need momentum to do that, and we don't have that right now.
That is a fake breaker, though. You're not wrong.
The faker, yeah. Oh, hey, second Vast Hybrid. I'm getting some points in this game. How we're going.
Double Vast Hybrid.
Check the 6 on it, but we also have +2 to our check.
Yep, targeting the Fukio, it looks like.
Yes, it's either that or the Fateful, right? Looks like it's the Speed Hate
he
card.
doesn't want to deal with the breaker or the Speed Hate. Makes sense, makes sense. Once it goes back to Chris's turn and he gets to activate cards like Fukio, it probably doesn't matter too much.
No, I would agree.
You know, yep. And then remove the frozen cards. Makes perfect sense here. So incompatible quirks, one of the best foundations in the format right now.
I'm going to miss it.
You can commit it for -2 speed, yep, and then ready a foundation or remove a foundation to ready it. And I feel like it took years for it to catch on, didn't it?
I think so.
I felt like people didn't play it for like the first year at least, and then the second year it started to pick up. Then it became recognized as like infinite foundations.
And then it was also, you know, the best Science Bros synergy piece because it gave even more stats while helping you commit your stage.
Yeah. And you
checks.
can remove stuff while it's ready, right? You don't even have to commit
Yes,
it first,
correct,
so.
yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see repeatable incompatibles here. Remove to ready. This Blue Flame Torment could represent some really high extension, though. The incompatible quirks allowing us to pass the check, but this is a long-term detriment. You know, Chris Bromley was talking about in an earlier matchup where we saw players who overcommitted to incompatible, used it too much, and they ended up debuilding themselves too far.
So you couldn't even play your attack stream, which we know. We're anticipating Chris to draw attacks because he drew actually 0 last turn, but gets a good block going through against the Blue Flame, and now a Smashing Stomp also coming up here as the 4th attack of the turn for Ryan. Remember, not on the City Rampage, and only started the turn with 1 momentum from the Finally Free.
Yeah, crazy we're doing this with basically only 1 momentum, no other tutors here. Smashing Stomp giving +1 to a deck. If we played another 5 diff on a 9, we wouldn't even have to commit Godzilla to pass it.
More minded speed coming in here, though, as we probably have another low block. There it is with the Foresight as well. So on a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, tap out for the extra full block here. Staying a little healthy. 18 is pretty hard to do on 1 attack as Ryan, and there's no way I think you can pass 2.
Yeah, Chris remembering the hidden text on Foresight that I've never seen anyone use before.
Oh, I love that card. You block
When
with
you
it,
block
get a little
and
peek.
the top. Yeah, I've seen it for building, around 2 checks, but here comes another Smashing Stomp. Gonna commit almost all the way out. We can commit Godzilla, I guess, because he doesn't have relevant text if you don't deal that much damage. I was thinking maybe keep Godzilla, use a +2 to your block check, try to block 2 moves, but we're gonna commit down Zilla, keep up the pass-through walls. But with only +1 to our check, I don't think we can play another attack.
No, Walk the Dog would be on a 9. We have +1. Even if you check a 6, 7, you can only go to 8. So it looks like it's just going to be Build More Foundation. Checks a 3 anyway. Lets it go. Take our momentum of the moves that did connect, which I think is double Vast Hybrid and that last Smashing Stomp. So 3 momentum on the side for Ryan, which means it's going to be very scary territory. I think Chris has to win here. And now the question becomes, did we remove too many foundations from our stage, like you were saying, to survive there? Can we pass all the checks to deal 18 damage off of Ryan?
And notably, Incompatible doesn't ready on its own.
Yep.
It effectively is frozen all the time.
Yeah.
So you have to use its ability to ready it if it's not already ready. And so that's 1 less foundation we're going to get to start our turn with. However, Blood-Sucking Universe, a beautiful, I think it's top 8, or is it top 4 version? Or is it the champ from the local?
It's one of those ones for sure. I just don't.
Certainly one of the ones I mentioned, huh?
It's not the alt, or it's not.
It's not the altar. Yeah, it's one of the promos, but yeah, Blood-Sucking Universe, 9 damage throw.
Ooh.
Nobody likes that. Nobody's a fan of that one.
We even had our last blood counter get popped as we go down to 1 because Nagu can't kill us from our own effects. Tap down the last foundation, and now with the Fukio coming in, we also have accelerated getting a 2nd blood counter as well, and also gets a little bonus speed, right?
Yeah, it gets 1 speed for each counter, up to 3. Very cool stuff. Walk the Dog now on a 5. And, yep, we're going to show a high block, and we're going to get a game 3.
Yeah.
So even with the little hiccup, even with the little brick, I think in retrospect, so this is one of my favorite techniques. I don't know if we ever talked about it on stream before. The Yomi pass.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot, Sam. I've been commentating with you for a long time. But yeah, go ahead, please. The floor is yours.
Now, granted, Ryan's hand was flooded, so
Yes.
I don't think Ryan could have necessarily pulled it off here because he played 5 attacks, and he had a unique foundation in his hand, So I don't know if he really had the option to do it. But when you are in desperation situations, if you are very close to being dead and your rival draws up their hand and they don't attack you and they build 2 cards and they hold 3 or 4, you have to know that only 1 of those at most is an attack. And if your rival had card draw on stage, you should recognize that they probably drew no attacks. So by Ryan attacking 4 times, 5 times in the turn, he gave Chris the opportunity to dump all of those cards out of his hand and draw a fresh set of hands. Whereas if you had just built 1 and pass or built 2 and pass, Chris would have had 4 non-attack cards in hand, drawn half as many cards.
Yeah, in that scenario, we did Yomi, but we didn't pass. We played 5 attacks. We played every card, right? That was in Ryan's hand with the extra bonus draw from that Smashing Stomp at the end. So, which is cutting to us as we fast forward a little bit on the gameplay technology that we have here with our little delay, of course.
Making the experience a little bit better for everybody. So that's the main thing is you got to recognize when your rival has a bad hand, and you got to make sure they still have a bad hand. Every time your rival blocks, that is technically a review for next turn. Every time they can even fail a block, they can attempt to block and fail it. That's that extra bonus review step that we talk about. So, again, 5 attacks. I don't think you as Godzilla, you play the 5 attacks.
It was 2 full blocks and a partial block. So, it was a very key piece here of how Chris was able to even survive going through all those 5 attacks. And again, That was although we didn't Yomi pass, it was an impeccable offensive turn off.
Double Vast Hybrid, I mean.
With and the turn prior to that being denied the City Rampage, and even the only attack, or the first attack to be played with that Vast Hybrid, getting not Now Time Gaming to even create that game state in the first place. So,
yeah.
Great defense, I think, overall, even though I agree with you that there's just a world where if that onslaught came a different turn after you forced Chris to move more of those cards that he held in his hand around, it could have been a different outcome with the same sort of powerful aggression.
And I mean, if we didn't have that Koenma's task, I mean, how stacked was Ryan's hand the turn before? You know, if he had double Vast Hybrid with City Rampage, that's a completely different game.
Completely different. It honestly could have been the match. But now we have a game 3, of course, where Chris is going to have to then fight the same problem that he had in game 1 of going second. And you already talked about it, as we saw from the first game. That second game with a little bit more of a storytelling, of course. But is this just going to be another game of Godzilla going first? We're getting it fixed. Don't worry, everybody. We will show you the full game. There will be no full spoilies. We'll get it fixed. But so
that's what I was afraid. I thought we were spoiling.
No. It's okay.
Like, don't jump to the end of game 3.
So, do you think it will be the same story? Will Ryan just find the key pieces to do the Godzilla thing?
For the sake of drama and the stream, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm going to say Nagoriyuki pulls out the Inventor's Creation, Fateful Decision, Breaker 4, cancels the Rampage, breaks serve, you know, turns it around. I want to see it. I want to see something different, because as likely as I think it is that Ryan just builds 5 here and then plays Determined Advance and banks momentum and then turn 3 plays City Rampage. Well, I was wrong about the build 5. We got the build 3.
But a new piece, right? We have
now we have Inspiring Song.
Yeah, the Inspiring Song coming in here, and then also the
so it's kind of like a build 4.
The short-lived promotion, which could be pretty scary going in for Ryan to have an opportunity to do that sort of turn 2.
Right.
But Imprisoned hitting early could even touch, or I don't know the timing. Is it beginning of combat phase for Imprisoned?
Imprisoned should be at the start of the combat phase, yeah.
Which means we can still use short-lived promotion. Okay, but I mean, oh wait, I was wrong. Never mind.
No,
the players know. I'm gonna pull it up.
Is it before the draw step?
I've got everybody.
You know, low-key, one of the things that's nice about casting things on delay is I don't feel pressured to go tell a judge if it's... Oh, it's after the ready step.
It's after the ready step.
So ready, review, draw. It is before you review.
Which is the timing on
short-lived should
promotion.
Be at the start of the draw step.
Yeah, there it is.
Draw step, yep.
Yeah, it's okay. So, yeah, it is a good answer for that specific piece.
So now we see the Determined Advance.
There it is.
Going to bank the momentum.
Use the EX, like you said. It seemed to be or no, this one actually is plus a check. So we're even kind of mixing it up here as Ryan on what to use that momentum for with the Determined Advance.
Yeah, this time with only 3 foundations ready, we would need a +1 block, and it's still not guaranteed with a +1. There's a 3 check. Yeah, so Bloodsucking Universe not gonna block this one. Easy 9 damage for Godzilla.
And I can only imagine we went +2 our check. I think there's probably even another attack coming here. Even that
it would be weird if there wasn't.
That Determined Advance was a crazy risk too, right? I mean, like we did commit. Sorry, we already had one of them committed.
Well, and what I love here is we kept the pass-through walls up.
Yeah.
We did not keep up the Inspiring Song. We kept up the pass-through walls, recognizing that the Breaker 3 play is scary. And Inventor's Creation is really cool because it's a low block that you can put the Breaker on. So potentially able to block the Smashing Stomp here. Looks like we're going to Botan to look for the low block.
We do also have that Fierce Wings, which could grab us one, right? But I mean, you're just have the Mercy.
Target, yeah, looks like we're not. Looks like there is no target. Also, Fierce Wings. I think in this matchup, it's very important that Fierce Wings helps defeat the stun or the commit and freeze of things like Walk the Dog or Vast Hybrid. Because one of my favorite plays, granted it got worse with the unique rule change, it got a little weaker. Or I think Fierce Wings price is non-unique anyways, but. When your rival commits and freezes the foundation, if you use Fierce Wings response to build a second copy of it, it feels so good.
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
so
yeah. Oh, another attack. I actually wasn't ready for this one. But with the +1 to our check from the Smashing Stomp, this Blue Flame
they're
Torment.
playing pretty quick here.
Yeah, I mean, they have time. There's 32 minutes still here, but it's tons of damage going through here. Chris getting knocked down to 10, not having the low block for the last one, so probably not having it for this one, of course. Moment of Normalcy on a 5, passes back.
So everything you want to see is Godzilla. 3 attacks in the pipe, 3 attacks hit, 3 momentum ready for next turn. You know, not quite an unfailable state next turn, but pretty close with cards like Inspiring Song. However, Imprisoned is going to be able to give Chris a little bit of leeway, or he could just deal 35 right here and we can go home.
Do you think we could
I
do
think
that?
It's incredibly unlikely.
Okay.
It
I
would
was like, what?
it would pretty much require tension to get a momentum and then echoing a Thunder Spear barrage against Ryan with no high blocks in hand, and you have to hit with like 2 other moves.
And we have to snap commit this Moment of Normalcy because
And
our character does move stats around pretty aggressively. So, okay, this is on a 5.
okay,
Checks. That's a good start. Maybe.
the rare walk the dog opener.
Yeah. I played these on an 8 as a lead.
Get
I'll
the
do it.
stun. I used to play it with Shishi Wakamaru.
Oh, yeah, that's
like
great.
people would play around the stun and sack all their foundations. And then I'm like, okay, I'll form with Shishi and play it at the end of the string anyways.
Exactly. +4 here goes up to 10 damage. Almost entirely nothing that Ryan can do about this one. Going to immediately take off a gigantic chunk. What comes next? A second walk the dog? No, Inventor's Creation 4/5. Checks a 3, so it's already getting dicey on whether or not we're even going to be able to do this.
So now we're going to get the throw with the tension. So we'll
This is
get
exactly
the Roman cancel.
the play that you were talking about that we really like.
Yep. One of the best targets for Inventor's Creation. So now we can echo a Thunder Spear barrage. However, those combined, if Ryan does not block a 1 speed move, those are only worth 20 damage.
But like we see
Combined.
here, posturing that we can spin our momentum defensively as Godzilla to get +2 to our check to play our next card.
Enhancing Fierce Wings.
This grabs
Thunder Spear
This grabs
barrage.
Thunder Spear barrage, right? And that's one of the other benefits of doing this is that you can go pick up attacks with your Fierce Wings, doubles up as a defensive option, but also grabs your offensive pieces. But with the +2 to the check, we're going for the block here with the Finally Free, which does have an incredible block mod, but it is a half.
Yeah. The pickup Thunder Spear barrage is interesting here because I feel like one of the only ways you survive Godzilla's next turn is blocking in tandem with the Roman cancel, but it looks like we're going to go
Oh
for
my
it. Checks a
goodness.
4, the order symbol special.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I've seen many people lose by checking 4s, especially on the order symbol.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is if we commit to this play, Nago's ability is mandatory. So if this fails, we go to 1.
Yeah.
Like if it gets blocked, you know what I'm saying?
Right. But Ryan's at 20, and it would be exact lethal if
It
it hits.
is exact lethal if it hits. Of course, we have to play the next one after this. Again,
And
Nago,
it's like the slowest move of all time.
we did check a 3, though, but the question is we can still do the echo here. We have to check a 5 and then play something afterwards.
And it would have to be at least printed 6, which it looks like we have printed 2s in our hand. We'd have
That
to
is
check
true.
a 5 here and then check a 6
6.
and not commit Nago. Unlikely.
Yeah, it's tough. I think Chris sees that writing on the wall, and I think that means we're not going to echo the move, and instead just go for the – and we would have checked a
We would've
3
checked 4
anyway.
anyways.
So takes the 1 momentum, again with our defensive, and we stuck at the 3 blood counters. So honestly, I think Chris making that decision to not carry it out
Yeah.
could be a blessing in disguise. But it is
Ryan could brick here. We said it last game. Ryan could draw 1 attack. It deals 3 damage, and we just move on with our lives.
and we are a 7-hander. We did use that short-lived promotion.
Oh, yeah, no Imprison this time around.
What did we draw? I think I see double City Rampage, so any moves are unfailable. But
and probably unblockably fast.
And I just don't actually think there is one in hand. I think you, once again, are just punking me and telling me what happens
This
on the
time I
next
said
turn.
he could. I said he might. You know, it was always possible.
Yeah, of course.
Barrett.
It's the classic Double City Rampage 5 Foundation hand from our 6-hander Godzilla. How could we not see that writing on the wall?
And you know what's extra tilting is we had the extra card draw from Short-Lived, but we couldn't do the once per game. You know, Short-Lived is really nice timing for Godzilla specifically.
Yes.
Because you have to discard the 4 cards, but your turn doesn't end. So we could have had like a nice little build 3 instead of like a build 2, but there weren't enough foundations in play to do the once per game because our rival failed to, the check to build foundations after attacking. So that could have been a stronger play for Godzilla in the long run. But obviously, if you're Ryan here, you're pretty tilted that you didn't just draw the easy game-winning line.
And I think this is do or die for Chris here. Now, we have a couple of avenues here. Okay, so the first blood counter we're going to get, we can selectively commit any piece on this stage. I can only imagine we're looking at things like...
Incredible display.
Yeah, exactly.
Your entire game plan is a response. We're about to play an attack whose main ability is a response.
Immediately giving echo to this
Which is another response.
It's another response. So this first blood counter has to tap that down. We then have to play through a couple of things, right? We still have an expiring song that we're staring across.
If Ryan had the heads-up play, he could have canceled the Inventor's Creation to even prevent him from getting the echo in the first place. So not allowing Chris the opportunity to choose Incredible Display.
There it is.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. This could actually end up being, because Ryan drew no attacks, Chris could find an avenue. It's do or die. This is the turn on whether Chris wins or Chris loses.
He's literally killing himself. He put himself to 1.
Yes.
This is absolutely flavorful Nagoriyuki gameplay.
We're even using our don't do this to get some extra stun, extra mileage for the moves that will be coming afterwards of this first Inventor's. Sending it.
Don't do this is huge here.
We get the moment of normalcy already out. So another committed foundation, and you don't have to worry about it later. So a 4 low for 4 connecting, 16 left to go.
Echoed. Oh, we didn't get 4 damage from. Oh, we normal.
We normal seed. Echoed copy coming through. Checks just fine. Get to grab another card here from our discard pile to copy. What are we picking? We have a powerful 3 stun 1 option from the Walk the Dog. I'm even missing the cards here. I'm actually really excited. I'm not even.
Bloodsucking Universe or Walk the Dog, I think, are the 2 main
Bloodsucking
here. Yep, we're gonna go for the Bloodsucking Universe. Get ourselves a momentum, and now I don't think you can clear it. If you have the Roman cancel and your rival blocks an echo attack,
correct,
I believe it'll flip before you can do the response.
Yes.
So it won't clear, but you can draw. You can spend 2 momentum on a block to draw, which is pretty expensive, but Chris might need better moves in hand. We might be stuck with the weenie 2 damage moves, and we might need to draw something stronger.
I actually think I see triple 3 difficulty attack with those at the readies, which are all mids. Yep. So I think there's also a world where this Roman cancel token could instead be used for changing the zone. But here we see a partial block here of this mid block that I think Ryan, again, hindsight, if this turn does not go your way, not holding on for the 5 mid moves that could be blocked for full damage.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I guess we did clear. I guess I just don't know the timing. I know it's the floating effect, and I don't know.
Well, the Roman cancel is on resolution.
Right.
And Echo is on resolution, but it's not playability.
Yeah, it says, yeah. Oh,
it's when it resolves, you
blocked
flip it.
attack resolves, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the triggered timing as well?
Yeah, and then the token is after your blocked attack resolves.
We'll see if it does matter, I actually think, but if there was a card in the card pool, will we fail this turn, right? That's the big question.
If it comes down to he commits everything out, then it's going to be a little inky. And, I'm not a rules expert. I could be wrong, but that's how I read it, and that's how it was explained to me when I last checked. So I don't have the cards in front of me. I could be wrong, but
there's a zone change.
We're going to get plenty of Roman cancel tokens from these at the readies.
Yep. Right here, 5 low for 6. 2 of these does win the game. I actually think the math won't matter, right? Because we did check a 5 on this, regardless. Or when we drew a card. Okay, maybe math matters. Hold on. I forgot to draw us a card.
Well, you can always draw.
Oh, okay.
That's the difference. You can't clear. You can always draw from the token as well. I was trying to explain is that you can spend the 2 momentum to draw.
Which you said, it's just hefty. It's just, it no longer sees itself as a resolved attack.
So far, we haven't checked bad enough for it to matter. So far.
Yeah, and here it is. This is lethal. We're going to have to use our momentum here as Ryan. And I think, again, I think there's a City Rampage still in Ryan's hand, so we have to be able to block it. Doing the math, 5, 6 with a card in a card pull, +1 mid block is on a 7, +2 to our check, +4 to our check.
Yeah, we stacked the check. Yeah.
So I think unfailable.
Yeah, I mean, the lowest you can check is a 7, right?
Yeah, exactly. So this one is going to block it, but the question is,
Check to 10.
another move on a 3-4-5, checks a 5 anyway, same exact motion, gets another Roman cancel token, can't use it for any of those effects, I guess, aside from the freeze one, but gets the 4th one. You would actually go back down to the 1. You get a selective committal here from getting that blood token, or blood counter.
Yeah.
So again, do you have another mid block? There's the commit for it. Spend 1 more momentum, +2 to the check, 5 mid, 2 in card pool, partial block lives. 5, 6, 7.
On a
9.
checks a 6, gets
7,
the
8,
commit
9.
out. He needed exactly the 6 check to stay alive. And you know what we like to say? Passer walls to check a passer walls. That's a true combo in this game. Whenever you check a card to play itself, that is the message from God. That is the gift of the heavens. That's when you know that you are truly blessed. Unless, you know, it's like an attack and you check an attack to play an attack.
True. We're now, it got blocked, half blocked, takes Ryan down to 3. We're going to spend one of these Roman cancel tokens to freeze the, I think, incredible display as we pass it back. But that is going to be, I guess, the end of the match going to Ryan as it's one attack, right? It's one attack. It's over. It was so close, down to the nail biting moment. And you said, hey, message from God, why not come from Ryan Kogod, of course. So that is Godzilla
his name.
going
Ryan
for
Godzilla now.
Yeah, it's true. Even better, even
He should have
better.
been playing it the whole time.
And that's very different again from the decks that he's been playing throughout the entire year. Now making the decision to run Godzilla for this, needing to hit top 16 to progress onto the day 2 tournament for the event. But wow, that was more exciting than I guess I thought we were going to end up getting for that game 3.
And that's what I was mentioning in the final game. It was going to take something absolutely incredible for it to even be, a back and forth, right? So I'm really excited for that. I mean, these are 2 players who brought aggro decks, played aggro decks, and that's how the aggro matchup shakes down. Whoever draws the grip first, whoever checks them right. And I mean, the flexibility of Godzilla to get +2 to the checks to block, incredibly underrated. You love to see it win a game.
Speaking of winning games, we have some updated players to watch after this round. So, of course, we're going to see Ryan's name here, top of the charts, with 3 other players currently at 4-0. Some of the other standings not currently 100% updated, so that's okay. People still playing rounds, of course. So, all these players that are currently there are Ryan F., Paul Butler, Cohen, who, by the way, a 15-year-old Cohen right here on Rodan going 4-0. And again, we saw that Bertolt deck now being even more successful here with Paul Butler piloting. Of course, Mark Tyner as well, playing himself, going 3-0-1. As you can see, some more of these other decks in this standings.
Ryan Field, Rochester CCG.
Yes.
Regional winner from the MHA days. Kind of took a little bit of a break from competitive to run some boots, do some vending, but now back in the mix. 4-0, ready to move on. Mark Tyner playing himself.
Yeah.
You expect him at the top of the charts there, so.
Yeah, and that Ryu deck and that Benny Maru deck also still in those standings, which gets me really excited because I hope we can maybe take a look at some of those decks.
I'm a big
as
fan
well
of
as
Benny Maru,
I want to see what Cohen is doing because, being able to pilot Rodan is very, very difficult and being able to survive and go through these. So they want us to open some more packs, Sam. They're over on your right.
If I must.
We have yet to open an Altart, which I'm waiting to see.
Oh, true. Okay.
And we have yet to open a secret rare.
Pick one.
I want that one.
All right.
I'll go first. I'll let Bromley go first last time. So, yeah, that's what we're looking for.
I like Bromley's method. We should do Bromley's method.
The showing them?
Yeah, where he just goes gray, gray, gray.
All right, here we go, everybody. Again, Godzilla, Reign of Kaiju, super pre-release happening right now this weekend at Worlds. You can, of course, go to your pre-release next week on March 6th. That Friday is when that is happening. And the following week, March 13th, for the actual release of the set. I said I was going first. Me first, okay? Weaponized Wreckage. I'm going to cycle through these comments and uncommons, everybody. We're going to see so many of these. What do you think? Call it rare? Ultra rare?
Secret rare.
Secret rare? This is it?
I don't think we've seen one
We
yet.
haven't gotten one yet, so here we go. Character, Mothra, very pretty. I got a rare. This one is going to be the Paired Beams.
Paired Beams.
Another
all
2-check with the chaos symbol. So.
All right, and then here's my pack. We're going straight to the rare.
Oh,
We've
Divine
got
Defender.
Divine Defender, hell yeah.
That's my pick for the weekend
I
on one
love
of the
Divine
rares.
Defender, dude. This card's so cool, and it's so appropriate for the air symbol, not the water symbol. Should have always been air.
Chase rare from the set. I guarantee it is this
Yes.
card.
That card is going to be. I mean, we saw the Street Hero where you got to block some to get it in, but this is just, you know, if you play 3 attacks.
I think the biggest thing for me is that it's on 3 different symbols that Struggling with Studies had, so it's still, no matter what, going to create a different diversity of what the card is going to be doing for the decks that it's played in. And we all know the good symbol and the order symbol love their block tricks. So
absolutely,
being able to get them back is a really big deal.
Super excited for that one. Super excited for all the block tricks coming to the air symbol in Reign of Kaiju. Hopefully we'll pull a Sacred Guardian. But do you have anything else we got to do before we take a quick break and get the next round going?
Nope, I don't think so. But we have some more action coming back here. That, of course, concludes our round 4, which means we have 3 more rounds to go before the top 16 players from today's tournament will be progressing to the day 2 of the World Championship. So don't go anywhere. We've got 3 more rounds to go.
welcome back everyone to another riveting round of UniVersus action here at the World Championship for 2025 organized play. Bromley, you've got a lot of power in your hands.
I'm so powerful right now.
What's your powerful rating? 1, 2, 3. Well, you're like powerful 9.
It's a lot of power, Sam.
It's a lot of power. We're gonna be dealing with a couple characters who got a lot of power in this next matchup.
That's
I mean,
true.
of all the big meaty boys slapping meat back and forth, we've got Ryu versus Grog for your next round, and those are some big meaty boys, and they like to stack on the damage. And we've got Dominic B playing Grog Strong Jaw, but he's also played Nick Reagan and Pony Sunatori, so a little all over the place, a little maybe
easier to kill
five-handed
you.
bias. Yeah. Well, okay, yeah, aggro for sure. But the way he's doing it is a little different each time.
True. Yeah. I mean, well, so it looks like the Nick Reagan was just like the most popular build at that time at Denver, I think.
Right.
Right. And then Pony was also very popular in Albuquerque before the errata to the character, right?
That's true.
So I think these are premier aggro characters, and so since then, right, there's no real like this is the aggro character to play apart from Mikasa, I guess, and I guess Godzilla
for
sure.
a while, yeah.
Yeah, Godzilla for a long, but Godzilla has seen a couple of hits, right? He's safe for aggro characters.
They hit Titan Cliff, and that
Cliff.
seemed to matter a lot more than it should have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably, I agree with you there. But anyway, on the other side, we have Marvin Emery, okay, who's playing Ryu, and he was for sure playing Pony.
He was the Pony guy for a while
He was playing Pony for a long time. It's interesting. Actually, he's only been to one regional this year, and it was Albuquerque. I think I played Marvin in Albuquerque, actually.
I drove with Marvin to Albuquerque. It was a great ride, actually.
Oh, that's cool.
Absolutely
Okay.
fun time. The undefeated at locals guys always swell. Always good to me, at least. I don't know about
I'll
other people.
call
Always
both
good
these
to me.
decks off meta.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think that
Ryu and Grog are like very well represented, but I think they still kind of fall into rogue deck status.
yes, I think they're both at least underdogs for this event specifically. Let's go look at Grog's deck list.
Yeah, we got the deck spotlight here. Your 5-hander Grog. Every time an attack deals damage, he's going to get a rage counter. And then those rage counters, he's going to spend a draw card and add some damage. And what better to add damage to than a whole bunch of throws?
Yeah. You see lots of these guys are throws, and kind of the key defensive piece for this deck, of course, being Referee Jury, I think is the big card that I see in a lot of Grog decks. But there's a lot of other stuff in there, too. We've got Facing Dangers. We've got Pull from Dangers. We've got all sorts of these interesting little damage, if not reduction, but reset sort of ideas here saying, hey, I can't prevent you from dealing damage to me. It's part of my game plan, actually.
Yep.
But, I can make it so that you can't one-shot me, right?
Yeah, and I love the setting the record straight. The Grog loop with that of I take damage. When I take damage, I get a counter, which lets me draw a card. When I draw a card, I get to discard it for -2 damage. That goes back to my first World Championship in a card called Key Techniques, combined with the character Clark. So very similar to a World Championship idea from, well, now over a decade ago. Jeez, I'm old.
You're old as hell, Sam. On the other side of the table, we've got Ryu. And, of course, this deck is simple and clean, dude. It's pretty simple. We got 4x of every single attack in this deck, all of them being punches, okay? Including one of them that can be played on our opponent's turn, too, if we block with it, right? And then as far as the foundations go, there's only 2 1x's and only a few 2x's as well. We're here to do one thing, and it's punch your opponent. We got Sacrifice for a Cause, right? To add damage
To
on
punch
top of,
harder.
Yeah, punch harder while we're punching. Okay, we got all sorts. And then the defense of the deck, we can see here, Ryu also draws a ton of cards too. So we can flex that hand size into something like Barrier Shield. Okay, and Barrier Shield into Rejuvenating Smash is kind of like the 1-2 defensive punch that makes people cry, because you get the enhance a Barrier Shield, block with no progressive difficulty with a 1 mid that has Breaker 2, respond, draw 2 cards, gain 2 life. So I think that these are both very simple, straightforward decks where the matchup is going to be dependent on a lot of what I would call fundamental gameplay.
Yeah, Ryu is Mr. Fundamentals for sure.
Yeah.
And I will say we see 2 copies of Three Eyes of Hiei.
True.
Which I think is really the cherry on top. The piece de resistance for this deck is the Three Eyes of Hiei, because not only is it actually a 6-check, It got a misprint
Oh,
with
sure,
the
sure,
5.
yeah,
it's
yeah, it's
it's
a
actually
6
a 6. And Ryu's ability to stack his deck makes 6 checks very relevant.
Sure.
But Three Eyes of Hiei allows you to change the zone of rival attacks. And Ryu requires complete blocks to be able to activate his ability. So when you can guarantee that you will always get the Ryu response on defense, the deck becomes much, much harder to kill. And your opportunity cost of playing pokes becomes much, much worse.
Yeah, I think that you're right in that that's a card that's like, it's not just nice to have. It feels like I wish I had this every single game almost, right?
Right.
Because it does everything
I'm
the
a
character.
4Xer in my Ryu deck. I'll just be honest.
Okay.
I am seeing that card. I am completely blocking. That's what I'm doing.
Well, but the interesting thing there is on the flip side of the table, right? Between close combat tackle, biting dragon grab, flying takedown, Potemkin Buster, dude, that card should have been called Potemkin Busted. Okay, it doesn't matter if you're full blocking these.
You think it's busted? I think it's a very fair 2-check.
I think so too. Yeah, I think it's a great 2-check.
And I think it's really cool that we finally have a throw deck in the format. I know a lot of people have split opinions on throw decks and whether or not they should exist as a strategy. I think it's kind of neat, and I do think that they should be mostly relegated to 5-handles.
Sure.
I do think it should be mostly relegated to decks where they say, I can play 1 or 2 or maybe 3 throws a turn reliably, and you're going to block them all because they're all slow.
Right.
But, they're going to chip away at you with my big damage bonus. So I'm a big fan of seeing that. Both players looking over each other's deck lists before the game gets started. I think it's the first time we've seen that today. I don't know if players have just not been looking or looking beforehand.
So the only time that I think a throw deck is not good for the format is when they can reliably put like 40 damage through by turn 3.
Yeah.
Right? If they're like, here's
it's when
20.
you play 5 throws. In a turn.
Yeah, if they can kill a 7-hander between 2 attack cycles, it becomes a little much,
or
right?
if it's like the throw decks that gain a bunch of life.
Sure.
The throw decks that spend momentum really well, they gain.
Yeah. Sure.
A little too strong.
I mean, they should be doing that, though, right? They should have some payoff for their
should
momentum.
be ready to. Yeah, Dragon's Fortitude is an absolutely great way to spend that momentum and maybe key to this matchup because we talked about the Three Eyes of Hiei making so you can completely block. That's going to matter a little bit less in this matchup because of those throws. When you completely block a throw attack in UniVersus, it still deals half damage. So,
yeah. And so on, what I think a deck like Ryu's has to do is just play strings, right, that are going to be threatening, right?
Yeah.
And you have to force Grog to be uncomfortable. You can't just send their whole hand like sometimes I see Grogs do, where they're just building out and saying, "Hey, I'll draw on your turn." We're like, "Hey, no, first one's for 14, brother."
Yeah. You gotta grip the jury at least.
Yeah. And so that's and wow, starting off with 2 disarming glances and a hacker extraordinaire has got to make you feel good.
Disarming glance non-character?
No, disarming glance is I think. I'm pretty sure it's just no draw cards, no add cards to hand. Doesn't non-character, it's just straight up not doing it.
Yikes. Yes. That could be huge because of the way that we just talked about how, Grog players like to draw during your attack. Well, guess what? Now you can hit them, give them a counter, then play another attack, use disarming lens. If they have no cards in hand, they have no cards in hand.
That's it. They're out of juice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that.
Did our Grog player build 1 going first, or
no? I think he reviewed a sacrifice for the cause and then started building.
Okay.
Yeah, I think on its face, I favor the throw deck because both of these decks are doing straight up fundamentals gameplay. But if Marvin piloting Ryu can play this matchup very well, I think he could be favored, right? If he's just playing clean gameplay, the thing is that I don't see anything in here apart from like a reset that is going to do much about this. Do we have any anti-throws? I don't see any throw hate.
A lot of people not respecting the throws.
Well, because the usual answer to a throw deck is that it's going to take you 3 to 5 turns to kill me.
Yeah.
So I'll just kill you before then, right? Because they've got a very slow, plotting, predictable game plan. But if you're not able to churn through their defense, then you can just lose. I've been a fan of some throw decks in my day. Throgo was one of my favorites.
Throgo?
Yeah, Throgo. Good old Togo 1 with throws.
All right. Like Kago?
Kago. What is Kago?
Kago is a magic deck where you played a 1/1 bird and then you just draw pass. It was Drago, which was the mono, I think mono blue or like blue white decks where you just play control. on
Oh,
their
sure,
turn.
sure.
And so then people realize, well, what if I just added a 1/1 bird to my 59 counterspell deck, and they called it Kago.
That's
'cause you have
funny.
the bird. Yeah.
That's very funny.
Yeah, so UniVersus is the most anti-Drago game of all the card games I've ever played.
Very
So
true.
if you're able to play like that, usually your deck's pretty busted.
So we see Heat Tackle being used. This is another 4X in
It's
the deck.
another just no throw or no draw for you.
It's
card.
just no draw. Yeah, we really care about opponents drawing, and this is it's like a random 2 low block too.
yeah.
I'm
Oh,
trying
it's
to-
such a good card.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about like
This-
how
this
effective
card
this
is-
is.
This card is how I beat Ryu's a lot. Because you'll full block their attack and they'll instinctively commit Ryu. and then you just Heat Tackle response. Because this is also one that cancels or prevents character draw as well.
Yeah,
so.
we've slowly, and by slowly I mean all of a sudden last year decided that character effects were our fair game again. So
Sometimes, it's not all the time.
well, yeah, I mean,
We reprinted Can't Escape Me, not Caught Red-Handed.
well, sacrifice for a cause, disarming glance, Heat Tackle, all in this game
Yeah,
so
this
far
game,
can
yeah.
all hit character abilities, right?
Now someone block with an aerial Goblin Bolt and we can send Bromley all the way to hell.
Well, I just remember when between the release of Elder Toguro and the year following, I felt very safe playing him.
True,
And
yeah.
then the year afterwards, I did not.
No.
I no longer felt safe playing the character just because there's so many ways to cancel his enhance.
That's true, yeah. And the open-ended nature of cancels in UniVersus means that the more an effect does, the more likely
Yeah.
it is to run into a
Yeah.
cancel. So.
Yeah, for it to be a problem for
Speaking
you.
of cancels, you can't cancel the Pop Buster.
Boy, I've never seen the alternate art for Potemkin Buster.
Oh, it's so good, dude.
That looks cool. I wish you
like
could
it
get
a
the
lot.
alt arts on the screen too. He's just there chilling.
My only request is I wish that there was a victim on the card. I wish you could see him holding the lifeless body.
Well, because you're a fighting game guy. You played
Yes.
Guilty Gear. Is that what he does?
Yeah, so the Potemkin Buster is he picks you up and puts you on his shoulders, and then
And
he
then
jumps
nukes you.
into space, and then upon re-entry into the atmosphere, you burn up, and then he lands and you slam into his shoulders.
Yeah, that seems like if it wouldn't get blocked, it should get 6 damage.
Yes, yeah. The Heavenly Potemkin Buster, you go past space into heaven, and then you high-five God on the way down.
Straight up God.
Yeah, God whispers to your opponent, you shouldn't have jumped.
You shouldn't have jumped. Well, this
Yeah.
one looks like a follow-up biting dragon grab. We're at 27 to 27.
Yep, back-to-back throws here. Flip the disarming glance, trying to slow down the card draw from Grog. So if Grog plays 3 more attacks, I think I'm flipping disarming on all of them. I want to shut down your turn as much as
I think
possible.
so too. Yeah, you want to prevent even a build, right?
Yeah,
From
And
happening.
Preventing them from drawing cards is also potentially going to prevent the use of that sacrifice for the
Yeah,
cause.
true. Very
And the
good
more
point.
you can slow down sacrifice for the cause,
the more time you get.
the more turns you get. Yep, absolutely. And now
Okay,
the-
wow, and
Never mind, we don't need
blocking
the
with a
disarming
heat
glance.
tackle, dude.
Yeah, the
Wow.
heat tackle, huge here. Between the heat tackle and the Roman cancel, I mean, you're feeling pretty good as Marvin. You're going to take at most 3 damage this turn,
Well, but I mean,
or 3 damage more. I
yeah,
should say.
more.
You
so-
did take 10 from blocking 2 attacks.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing: is we've got a lot of answers for draw, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for Dominic, we've got facing danger. We've got set the record straight, right? We've got incredible display, right?
True, we get into some cancel wars.
Warm and bubbly as well. There's a lot of damage reduction, right? And Ryu is not a big damage character, right?
No, he's only +2, solid, but not.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
not
respectable.
a monster.
Yeah.
No giant keyword on him.
It's not Nagoriyuki, right?
No, he's not Bert Holt.
Yeah.
None of the. There's a weird amount of characters in Attack on Titan who transform to give +3 damage.
Oh, sure. Oh, man. Here's one I haven't seen in a while. Good old rewind throttle.
Well, then you have not been playing against Ryu players because, brother, this card is everywhere in those decks.
Really? I mean, I
I've
played
been-
in Ryu, and I felt like I was playing against, like, I thought I was playing a demo.
Yeah. Well, it's weird. When I first saw Ryu, I think I talked about earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't think it'd be very competitive at all.
Sure.
But it's like it's revived the Void Punches lineup along with Rodans have gone back to repeated.
Yeah.
And because he doesn't get to play Ice Sword execution, or at least he doesn't get to give the damage bonus
Sure.
to it.
I don't know
you play
why you
Rewind
wouldn't
Throttle.
play it, though.
I have suggested to some Ryu players you play like 2 copies.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't.
It's still 10 damage and freeze sometimes.
Yeah, freeze stuff is just work. I mean, yeah, it's a good outlet for your momentum, especially if you're playing some of these tension moves, right?
It's a great opener.
Yeah.
It commits more cards than rewind, but it is high difficulty. And it,
Sure.
you know, it does have its drawbacks.
I mean,
but
if you're all in on the repeated $100
Punch,
smash, then that it's less good. But
yeah.
no one's saying you have to play 4 copies of every card in your deck.
I think another issue with it is this deck's attack lineup. It's a lot of high blocks. You know, Heat Tackle and Repeated are lucky to be lows. Rejuve is, I think, the only mid in Marvin's deck, and then Rewind and Rising Uppercut are highs. So you'd have to be replacing a 4 difficulty attack to get Ice Sword in.
That's fair. Yeah. And if you draw it early, right? Because Ryu doesn't. He sometimes draws. I mean, he draws defensively, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So there's no like. Yeah, I guess I could see it. Yeah. What we're seeing here, Rejuvenating Smash response was canceled by Incredible Display. There's a use of our momentum.
Love to see it. I don't get to draw. You don't
get to draw. Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna see if we want to use any more resources here. Or if we're going to block. I mean, you know, that's a viable thing. I feel like people expect 5-handers to just never block, but it's allowed. Boy, howdy. I mean, I don't see it. I don't see it, Sam. I don't see it.
You don't see what?
I know you play Grog a little bit, right?
I like Grog.
Okay.
I was about to play Grog in Denver.
I know you were.
Always cool is amazing in this character. Your attack, like, printed -4 damage, minimum 1. Pretty solid.
Okay. I
mean, he's got sauce on all of his symbols, really.
He does.
I've been converted into a believer of Earth and Fire, but I was definitely a death symbol guy for a while.
Okay. I just, like, personally, I look at both of these characters and I'm like, man, World Championship with his deck? You got to convince me, Sam.
That's how I felt about Ryu, and yet it's performed pretty well so far. Both these players are undefeated, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
Are we X1 or are we XO?
Are we X1 or are we XO here? 301.
Okay, so still undefeated.
That's my home
at
part.
locals,
That's my home area code.
Oh,
nice. Okay, well, we're opening with yet another throw. That's one way to deal with Rodan, though.
Okay.
Just check a bunch of throws at him. I don't know what Rodan does against Potemkin Buster, right? He takes half.
What does Rodan do?
Yeah.
You seal it.
Okay, fair.
You play Nonagon and you seal it. You Genkai's it and you tell him, you know. Or you ask David to stop bringing Potemkin Buster to locals.
All right. So we're seeing here, we're going to take
so much momentum.
Partial here, go to 15. We're at the halfway, just past halfway actually for life total. But we got so much momentum.
He's extraordinarily hacking.
Yeah. So,
remember when you said, hey, the first attack's for like 14?
Yeah.
The -2 does nothing.
Well, but that's the thing is you got to make you can't dump it all right now, right? Because at this point, our opponent could have a refuge early, and I definitely scouted one.
Yeah. He's got the hardened. Oh, which hardened card is this?
Oh, I believe in you. Facing danger.
It's not a hardened card at all, is it? Okay, yeah.
No,
He's got facing danger, which does put the attack down to 5.
Yes.
So we do have a reset on board. We have the potential jury in hand. We've got military airship to make jury something that we don't even necessarily have to be super lenient with. However, you have to be careful because disarming glance prevents military airship and heat tackles in play. So there's a lot that can go right and there's a lot that can go wrong.
Oh, does heat tackle cancel jury?
Yes, sir.
Because it would draw a card.
It would draw a card. It would get canceled. And you can prevent the military airship abuse.
Right.
So you have to be very careful when you use the jury. But also, yeah, if he opens with a heat tackle, jury's just effectively a dead card, except we have incredible display. So it's a huge back and forth. There's a lot of different options these players have.
You know what I call that?
What's up?
Good gameplay.
Yeah, I love to see it.
2 hackers though means I think that the military airship is just not going to last very long.
Oh, that's true. I forgot we have the real text on hacker.
Yeah.
We just use hacker to get a million momentum.
Yeah, we could
you're
draw
right, we do
100
get to-
cards, but
Yeah.
but we could also just, hey.
We could flip and draw, yeah.
Yeah. Opening with 100% is wild to me.
I mean,
I guess
we
it
got
gives it more.
Rejuve and then another repeated.
That's
my best guess.
All right, I'll accept that logic. I think it's good.
And you can pump this one, pretty high to start forcing resources, but nope, just going to opt for the 6. Double repeated, living up to its name. Truly a repeated 100% smash. He literally repeated it.
As you're supposed to.
I was a little mad the first time I saw the card because I'm like, how do you have a card with repeated in the name and you don't give it echo? What are we doing here? Literally repeat the attack. But, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool card overall.
Yeah, and it was like the premier card from that set too, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, in that format, you basically had Mirio decks, and then you had Life, Order, and Void Punch decks.
Yeah, right.
That was like the format. And then Amajiki and he's like a mushroom. You have like rock, paper, scissors, and then the mushroom under the rock.
Oh, that's funny. Amajiki didn't really come into his own until the following set, though, right?
Yeah, I think it took him a minute. Yeah, I mean,
it was
he was good at
Hakusho's.
nationals.
Yes.
A lot of people played him at Nats.
Yeah.
But that Nats format was basically like Amajiki Mirio overhaul with a little sprinkling of Eraser head around.
So, do you think we used the disarming glance there to foolproof against the referee jury?
Well, so the disarming lance doesn't stop the jury. It only stops you from drawing the card. So you still reset it.
Okay,
You just can't
that
draw the card.
was my question. I was like, this is a
Heat
drop.
tackle cancels jury, and you don't get the damage reduction because it cancels the ability. So they're two different interactions. Disarming glance says you can reduce the damage, you just can't draw. Heat tackle says you don't get any of the effect.
Okay, so disarming glance. No, disarming glance prevents you from being able to respond with jury.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
doesn't
it
say
says
you can't play the ability. Oh, you
says
can't play the
cannot
ability.
play the
My bad.
ability. Yes.
I thought it was you can't add cards to hand. It's been a while since I've seen this card. And it got an errata, didn't it? What's the errata on it? The errata, you can only do it during like your attack or something.
I think the errata is that it says that at the end it says Sam Tate is very handsome.
The errata it says on the card until it resolves. The errata just says during this attack. Because it used to be that you could abort your attack.
Sure.
And it wouldn't
it would
resolve,
last
so
until
they
end
could
of turn.
never draw again, which was super cool and based, and everyone else is a crybaby. But that's okay.
I think it's kind of not based, Sam.
Well, you can.
I think exploiting game rules like that is in an obtuse way is a little silly.
This is a guy who plays Mill Takeda, so I'm not gonna take any guff.
In my true retro deck,
Yeah, I'm not gonna,
true multi-symbol retro
it's
deck.
a multi-symbol
Yeah,
deck. It's not even legal anymore.
It's not even legal in retro.
You can't even do it anymore. I'm sure you'll find a way. You're a smart deck builder.
No, you literally cannot. You cannot do it.
You can't do it off. It has to be off symbol.
It has to be off symbol.
Because Takeda has void.
He does have
And
void.
Juan, Shikon, whatever the attack is called, has void.
Well, but the problem is Fool Me Twice does not.
You have to have Fool Me Twice?
Fool Me
now?
Twice is the only way you can get people to draw more than like 15.
Oh, I guess. You should just draw 20 cards and then. Because it's both players. We're talking about something totally different. We have a third repeated 100% smash hitting the table, and we have readied more than half of our cards. We have the double once per turn being marked. I love these, by the way. I love the way that we can, mark things on stream now.
Yes.
With the readied and the once per turns and the check bonuses.
Those have always made me happy.
I've never seen a less impressive triple repeated string in my life.
Personally, though, I like those other tokens they had last World Championship.
Oh,
the larger ones.
The really fancy ones.
Yeah, they were really fancy. They were
They looked like
laminated.
they were made by a really handsome guy.
Yeah. That's exactly. I'm pretty sure what happened.
Yeah, both players would have an airship, but Hacker Extraordinaire is too cool on the card.
So much momentum.
I can't believe did we not find any momentum?
I think he did he used Hacker to flip the
on
military
repeated.
in there. No, he didn't.
We could have spent like one EX, one powerful.
It's so crazy to me, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should have been slamming it into the powerful. Because at this point, we're at 15 life. That's like 3 or 4 throws.
Yeah.
But Edgley could do it.
Very interesting stuff. I wonder what we're saving the momentum for. Maybe for us to actually have like a heat tackle to cancel the jury, maybe? Because we did play the jury during the turn, so it was definitely something he could have
Yeah, I don't know.
gotten screwed over by.
Is that Azimov and Katarina on that card? No way. It looks like it, though. Could be anything. It could even be Azimov and Katarina.
True.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, here's the flying takedown. It got 3 damage from either Grog or the mill. I think the mill is what gave it 3 damage. We milled a copy of Close Combat Tackle, and then here comes the Grog for 3 additional damage. Yeah, it's just for 11. Just a little, barrier shield being played. I'm going to assume we have a Rejuvenating Smash that's about to come out. Unfortunately, we have momentum to cancel the response on it, however. But will we cancel the Breaker or the Draw 2, Gain 2? I think it's going to be the Gain 2, Draw 2.
The Gain 2 is definitely what I would choose.
Yeah.
The Breaker's not that annoying for this deck, I would hope.
Well, you know, I mean, if you're trying to sling Potemkin Buskers, perhaps. But we'll see here. We haven't taken the damage yet. We're deciding, we're waffling on what to discard for Sacrifice for a Cause, I believe. And we're discarding the world's most red card that I've ever seen in my entire life. What is it? Who knows? Not me. I specifically do not know.
I'm going to guess it's a throw.
No, it's Armor-Clad Faith.
What?
Armor-Clad
Oh, you're not
Faith.
talking about the attack.
No, it's what he discarded for Sacrifice for a Cause.
You said a red card.
Well, it's red in the background. It's the alt art. I like this one, though. I like Armor-Clad Faith. That one's neat. And, yeah, we are going to block with the Rejuvenating Smash that I would have liked to have seen last turn. But is this a championship one? No, it's not a champion one. I was pretty excited. It's just an XR. Wow. Imagine only having an XR Rejuvenating Smash, Sam. Couldn't be me. You got to shell out.
Isn't there a chrome?
There's a chrome.
Rejuves?
There's
I'm
chrome.
surprised Marvin doesn't have 4 chromes. To be
Yeah,
honest.
come on, Marvin. Step up your game,
I assume
buddy.
nobody is selling them, or else he'd have them.
True.
I've never known Marvin not to have a max rarity deck, actually, now that I see the rejuves.
That's his
It's
thing.
the only time. Yeah, it's the only time I've ever
That's
seen him
like
have
a
max
lot of
rarity.
people in this game, though, dude.
I mean,
It's a lot of people.
I know a lot of people who would if it wasn't a hassle to track them down.
Oh, sure.
It's almost always someone who's like, I would love to have a playset of the max rarity, but
however,
one of those, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when we had XRs and your whole deck had to be foiled to be max rarity? Those were the days.
I remember the bling events, right?
Yeah. Oh, they've had a couple of those. Yeah, the collector's cups.
Yeah, the collector's cups. I
Collector
submitted my
tournaments.
deck that had 6 crumbs in it, and I didn't get anywhere near the top.
Well, yeah, because you gotta have. There was I can't remember what the meta was, but you had to have the 4 chrome attacks.
Well,
you had to have the 4 chrome
so
attacks in the deck.
I was
plus-
strategic. I played Toga, so I could
Uh-huh.
put the chrome characters into the deck.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? And I was nowhere near, apparently. I was like
Yeah.
40 points off or something. And I had it was a lot. Anyway, whatever. Back to the
you gotta
game.
you gotta have at least 4 chromes in the deck. I know that. I just remember when Sean O'Brien did it, it was like 2 carbon copies of like the same deck, you know,
Yes.
because it was like Pippa and I can't remember who else.
It was definitely Pippa.
Yeah,
and
they
someone
figured
else.
out what the max, points were and built that deck, like theoretically. So
What the hell is Battle Holds the Answer? Oh, it just goes to the top of your deck and it's a 6 check.
Just a free 6.
Okay, sorry. I
Well,
was perusing through these decks and I was like, what's this one do? Hey, what's this guy? Hey, what's
yeah,
this
Battle
dude?
Holds the Answer is a great Ryu card. It emphasizes how powerful,
Checking a 6 is?
Yeah, well, how powerful controlling the top card of your deck is.
Yeah.
Right? And the most important thing is it's tenacious.
Oh,
If it wasn't
yeah.
playable while committed, it would be kind of like checking a 4, right? Because you would debuild 1.
Right.
And then check a 5.
Mhm.
Now you're debuilding 1 and checking a 6, which would still be like checking a 5, except it's
It was
tenacious.
committed, yeah.
So you already got to use it, which is way, way better. So
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think we didn't cancel anything. I think we said you can gain 2, you can draw 2, you can do all your things, and we valued the momentum for something that we're going to use later.
Yeah, maybe valuing the actual resource. We committing a foundation here because I said the breakers shouldn't be too big of a deal. However, it might be now, and there could be more barrier shields on the way.
Well, even if we have a barrier shield, if a move gets to 12 damage, it's over.
True, as a throw, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, and that's all there is in this deck, is just throws.
Yep.
We used the last Disarming Glance this turn at some point. I'm not sure when.
We're perusing the entire discard pile.
But, I mean, between Sacrifice for a Cause and Grog, what move doesn't get to 11? Right?
Yeah, you'd have to have pretty good block mods in your hand only.
Yeah. Like, I think every single... Oh,
here's a move that gets to 11.
that's a move that can't... Unfortunately, we had to... Without it, if your opponent doesn't block, right?
But your opponent has to not block, yeah.
So I think this one can only get to 9, sort of naturally, right?
Yeah, but Marvin's pretty much going to be forced to block this, and even if he completely blocks it, he should still take 5, right? 3 from Grog. You completely block a 9 damage throw. You take 5. That puts him at 1.
Yep.
And then you get to clear this and potentially draw a card. Does Marvin have a way to prevent the roaming cancel token from drawing a card? Could block with a heat tackle, I guess.
You could block with the heat tackle.
Because if we clear this and play another throw on a 6, and we commit Grog.
So, or play a close combat tackle.
We just discarded an attack too, and
I think he just has another one, yeah, because the one he discarded was a 5 difficulty throw.
Got the barrier shield. So the breaker is probably going to save Marvin's life. I say probably, because if there's a 3 difficulty throw in his hand,
you could still do it.
You could still play a foundation and then the 3 diff throw.
Yeah.
But that's making it way harder for Grog.
I think all we have is a throw and a referee jury.
Ooh, referee jury would be kind of interesting here. I guess there's no Marvin's not reducing damage.
No.
I was gonna say if Marvin swapped the speed and damage, but
it's just not.
Spooky's not legal. Spooky's not legal.
No spookies in this chat. Okay, so I think now we're gonna start using that momentum to draw cards.
Yeah, Marvin has been just sitting on the momentum.
Yeah.
So much.
Going to start using our resources because we say, hey, I think I'm going to live here. I don't want to block with one of my attacks. I want to use that next turn to try to kill you. Okay, never mind. We are going to block with the Rejuvenating Smash. Understandable. Have a nice day. Go down to 2. Wow. Breaker 2. Oh, go to 1. See, we were right. You and I are smart.
Yeah, it's 9. You take half, round it up. 5, live at 1. And then the breaker should save you.
Okay, we're figuring out where things go, and that's fine. Okay, so we got to conjure now a world where Dominic lives with a completely tapped board. And it's like, take 8, take referee jury the second. That's it.
Yeah,
go to
referee
2.
jury gets worse and worse too as your health dwindles, because once you jury, he can pump the damage back up with that momentum most likely. But I think the only powerful move is the repeated. So
I think you're right.
And we saw him play 3 already. If we added those to momentum, they're not there for the cycle now.
I think we drew the 4th one.
Of course. Why wouldn't
because
we? We're
good
gamers.
At the game.
Yeah, we're so good at the game.
Yeah. So it's still an option, and will probably be how this game ends, if I were to hazard a guess. But, yeah, we'll see if we can draw any other juice. Yeah, okay. Understood. I think you drew another 100% smash.
Some decks are just built better, Bromley.
Well,
some players are just born better.
Yeah, yep. Well, this is how it ends. Huh. Yeah. Well, I said it at the beginning, right? I said Grog was gonna play 3 attacks, and then and it would be turn 70, and we'd win with a true 100%. That's exactly what I said, right?
That's how I heard it.
Oh my God, we're walking into the jury.
Yeah, this is the show me the jury moment.
EX50.
Or it's the I don't want to get all my attacks left in momentum moment.
I mean, at this point, he's saying that I'm passing, right? Maybe there was no disarming, I don't think. Oh, we're just not going to use the jury?
Maybe he used disarming, we missed it. Oh, jury gets canceled by sacrifice for the cause. He's got every answer, actually.
Oh, handshake, Sam. Handshake.
Yeah, he's got every answer, actually. We're sitting over here counting the ways that referee jury is not a real
yeah, sorry. I
player.
got used to looking at the sacrifice for a cause on Dominic's board.
Yeah.
Not
it is.
the one on Marvin's.
Oh, he's canceling a Roman cancel, right? Or no?
To return it to printed?
Yeah, we're scooping it up. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
We had the Roman cancel reduce it to 3, I think got canceled there. Instead of which if we had jury, we could have done both.
Yeah, I don't know why we, there are many mysteries in this universe. This is not even amongst the chief of them.
Yeah.
Grog will be going first.
What's really funny is I once goosed my locals because they had sacrifice for the cause out, but I was playing Earth Grog, and I had toughest punk in junior high and Grog out. So my opponent played like a lethal move. And I was, it's like 2 over lethal, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll respond toughest punk, and they're like, I'll sacrifice. I'm like, I can't do that, pal. Toughest punk in junior high reduces the damage you would take, not the damage of the move. And so then I was like, okay, well, I'll grog for -2. He's like, well, I'll sacrifice that. And I'm like, well, you can't do that.
You can't. Well,
because grog reduces the damage you would take, not the damage of the move. So it's pretty interesting in this matchup that sacrifice did cancel all the relevant stuff.
Right. Except for Grog, who it could not cancel.
But Grog did not.
What does goosing your local mean?
You've never heard of the term getting goosed?
No.
Oh.
I just have a friend named Goose.
He doesn't goose you all the time?
I'm assuming he does. It's his name.
I bet he does. Yeah, I bet he does, and you don't know it.
What does it mean to goose your boys?
Bromley's getting hit and goosed.
What? I'm getting goosed right now?
In the tall grass, yeah.
What does that mean?
Crouching ducks hitting geese.
Crouching ducks hitting. You are an enigma, Sam Tate. And you know what? I understand.
Well, so I can tell you how goosed. I think goosed is a term that other people use. I probably use it slightly differently because, in the South at least, where I grew up. Well, I grew up north of you actually, but I grew up in the South where.
It's okay. In Florida, the further north you are, the further south you are.
Right. Yes. Yeah, it's weird like that. Like Andrew Holder lives in like the southest south of Florida. And that's the most northern part of it.
That's correct.
But so we old people who used to tell me I'd have to go get a switch, right, to get whipped, or they'd say you'll get goozled.
Goozled?
Yeah, you know what goozling is?
No.
It's when you grab someone by the neck. Like you ever see them like in like TV shows and stuff where you grab people by like the scruff of their neck or like you like grab someone around the throat, like choking them. So you get goozled, and then if you get the really southern accents, they're like, they tell you be careful, you'll get goozed.
And that means
goozled.
Picked up by the neck.
Yeah, grabbed by the neck. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like Itachi Uchiha with Sasuke.
Kinda, yeah.
In the meme.
Yeah, less erotic, but yeah.
Whoa! Whoa! Well, anyway.
Less intimate.
Okay, all right. All right, well.
I can't believe you've never been goosed before, at least knowingly.
I'm not touching that one.
Unlike
I thought about it. I thought about it. I'm not touching that one. I like commentating too much.
All right, how does Grog win this one?
Well, he does the thing he did last time, but better.
Okay.
I like the throw gameplay.
I
like the throw gameplay. I think finding the sacrifice for a cause was good, right? I think you gotta just like chew.
I mean, we were one check away, right?
Yeah.
We were effectively like 2 foundations away, maybe 1 foundation away from actually winning that game.
I think the previous turn he played a little too respectfully.
Yeah, potentially.
So I that is actually where I'm at, is that he didn't just vomit his whole hand minus referee jury.
Maybe what he could do is he could convince the judge that disarming A disarming lance doesn't prevent you from playing the ability.
Now he's goosing the judge.
Yeah, now he's goosing the judge.
That's definitely an erotic way.
Yeah. Well,
The thing here though is that you just gotta play through those parts, right? As a 5-hander, that's one of the things you kind of just have to do, right? When your opponent's playing a ton of answers for you, you just have to play through your through your opponent's outs. And then in the sideboard, I will say we do have a ton of answers for what Marvin's doing. We got Dark Wards, we got Driven by Retributions, we got Vast Strengths, okay? So we have things that can come through here that could get us back into this game. None of them are on board.
yeah, I mean, really, the answer for Grog here, the way for Grog to win is for Marvin to not build 3 disarming glands.
Right.
If he just doesn't open with the 3 best foundations in the matchup, I mean,
Everything's easy when that happens.
yeah.
All right, let's see. What do we have? Okay, not disarming glance. Not disarming glance.
Oh, he's not windmill slamming disarming glands.
Oh, everything's coming up. Dominic right now? Oh, we're also playing cool armor-clad Faith card. That one's pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah, Armor-Clad Faith is pretty nice.
Messed up.
Did that come out of the sideboard, or was that main?
It was in the sideboard, yeah.
Okay, yeah, good sideboard deck.
For Marvin specifically. We said I don't like dealing with throws, huh?
No. Bad keyword. Bad keyword, bad touch.
No goose for you.
No goozling.
Yeah.
No goozling in this matchup. Keep your hands to yourself.
For shame, Sam. They put the asset in the top right corner. Still don't like the characters in the middle of the screen. Oh! 3 eyes spotted.
3 eyes has appeared.
Yeah, man. I don't know how badly you need Hacker Extraordinaire right this second. Can we discard card? I guess we can discard a card to sacrifice for a cause and then get a momentum and then immediately use it to get rid of the airship. Okay, so here we see Refrigerator used pretty immediately. Sacrifice for a cause, gonna get us get us damage back to 7. We're gonna use the Rejuvenated Enhance to get a momentum, and then use that momentum to flip over the military airship. I think that the airship is gonna pick up Refrigerator now. Yeah. As one does, because he said, hey, you've announced your intentions to flip over my asset. So now I will get my jury back, and I will use it again?
You love to see it.
So there's 2 floating effects to draw cards here, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, very, very funny.
Yeah. So we're going to take 4. I think. No, we take 2. We take 2 because of Grog.
Grog.
There's a disarming glance. It's over. Our game is over.
Yeah, he got the double jury in before the disarming hit. He's like, I gotta milk it.
Gotta do that now.
Yeah, and before the hacker flips the airship, right?
Yeah.
So heads up by Dominic here. Use it before you lose it.
Yeah.
Something they also used to say when I was growing up in the South.
Oh, we have the second jury in hand, by the way.
Which, yep.
Should have used that one too.
Well, I think we drew it off the jury.
I disagree.
I could be wrong.
It doesn't align with my.
I don't look at players' hands that often.
I do. I think you're right, but also it doesn't align with my, my
worldview.
Yeah, my worldview. Yeah. So I reject your reality and I substitute my own where you already had it in hand.
Well, you know what they say: perception is reality.
Is that something you say?
That's what they say.
Who's they?
You know, the royal they.
The people goosing us.
The people goosing us. Yes.
Okay. All right. So here's one of them throws. Are we gonna use the Armor-Clad Faith here? Right. This is a mid attack, right?
I think if I had to guess, because Armor-Clad Faith only gets rid of 1 keyword, right?
Yeah, it was used there.
I think Potemkin Buster is not a bad one.
Whoa. So here's the thing. We had to, in order to full block this, we had to commit 90 cards. So we could see Potemkin Buster do 15 damage right now. I'm just saying, this would be the coolest double to Potemkin Buster in my entire life. I mean, it could still be blocked, right?
That's true. It's only 2
speed, but...
That's my secret tech, by the way, is if you just play Potemkin Buster and Rodan and give it 4 speed, sometimes they can't block
What are
it.
they gonna do? Block it?
Yeah, block a 6-speed move.
I think it's pretty cool. It's like you know what it reminds me of? Vengeance of the Fallen Angel.
Yeah. Kind of.
Except worse, but also a little.
Except it's like Andy.
It's more funny. Except it's like he's kind of like
Except
Andy.
Yeah.
I love Vengeance of the Fallen Angel.
That's still the craziest UniVersus lore of all time to me.
Nothing like Andy. No,
well,
he missed the block. He's gonna take 15.
Because when I was playing, the only like unblockable move was the Andy combo with Andy's elbow, and then they banned it because they didn't like unblockables.
Right.
And then within the same year,
Yeah,
like
they
within a
released
calendar
Vengeance of
year,
the Fallen
they
Angel.
printed an unblockable attack in the same product that had a card that said nothing like Andy in it. And I'm like, this is exactly like Andy. It's unblockable. That's the only time anyone ever successfully played Andy. Like, Andy Bogart is such a strong character, and yet it would never see success until it had an unblockable combo. And then they took it away because Andy is the Terry's ignorable younger brother. He's not the pro tag.
Have I ever told you that was my first like competitive UFS deck?
Andy Bogart?
No, Spike 2.
I was like, what the?
I was
You
playing
played back
Spike
then?
2, and just my plan was to play Vengeance of the Fallen Angel and play
sick.
every card that responded for damage.
Okay.
So like strengthen numbers, a couple of
Yeah.
Airman cards, or not Airman. It was I think it was like Boomerang Man or something like that. One of the something mans.
Air stuff.
Yeah, and I played, and my friend was like, "But what if people know what you're doing?" And I said, "Well, that's the thing. I play all of the other Spike 2 cards."
Right, you just play like a normal Spike deck. With that,
yeah. But I'm gonna kill them with my silly cards.
I mean, I put Vengeance in my Spike 2 deck. Like, it's got Spike in the name.
It's
You
got
can
Spike
put
in it.
hands.
Yeah, you usually spike it with the Spike
Sometimes
card.
it's a 12 damage move that clears your card pool.
You get the build afterwards. Yeah.
I remember this is an 11 damage heat tackle, which is
It's a 4
going
damage
to
heat tackle.
cancel. No, it's not.
It's a
gonna
4 damage
cancel
heat. What are you
Jury.
talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
He's gonna seal heat tackle.
No.
And we're just gonna cancel Jury.
No.
My favorite Vengeance of the Fallen Angel story is playing a 50-minute game 1 against Phil Burge in a Spike. I was playing like a Spike Spiegel starter deck, basically, versus him playing Skullman.
Okay.
And I beat him with 3 turns in a row going like unblockable, and he was just like, yeah, whatever, man. And then he sided into Spike going first.
Okay.
Because he was sandbagging.
And then he
because we had
unblockable
diversity.
you back.
No.
Oh.
He played a Vengeance of the Fallen Angel and gave it 6 damage. Because that's the other ability on it.
Yeah.
And then I took 12 because I checked a 3. And then he played a second Vengeance of the Fallen
And
Angel.
then made that one.
And then he made that one 12 damage. And because I was playing Spike, that's 24 health. He did exact lethal in like 2 minutes. And we tied 1-1, even though I won a 50-minute game 1. And he played 2 attacks game 2.
That's so funny.
It was so corny, dude. But I had a terrible opener. Like, I couldn't block a 4-speed move, so.
I do like that card, though. Personally, a
Vengeance
fan.
of the Fallen
Vengeance
Angel?
of the Fallen Angel. Especially when I
that's
can put
so
noob in
weird.
front of it.
I feel like most people hated that card because it's like so basic.
I started with Cowboy
You
Bebop.
can play noob in front of it. That's
I just have a I have a special place in my heart for
My
those
only
silly Bebop cards.
My only beef is there should have been a mini game. There should have been.
To get the
you should
unblockable?
have- you should have accomplished the unblockable.
Yeah, because I think Spike's thing was like discard 2 momentum and then you get to burn your opponent. The Cathedral Standoff.
Oh, you mean Vicious?
Vicious, sorry.
Yeah, Vicious was
Vicious.
discard 2 momentum, burn for
Burn
5.
your
Yeah.
opponent 5, yeah.
Or you could just play a 6 stiff and effectively burn
Yeah,
for 6.
burn
yeah.
them 6, yeah.
Plus whatever response.
And
speed
bang,
stuff.
and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but here we've got back-to-back heat tackles. Maybe the actual best attack in this matchup. Canceling Jury, canceling Grog, preventing all the ways that you can undo the 5-hander problems.
And you still make them deal with it, right? Like all the important stuff that it does happens when it's played, right? It's a blitz.
Yeah. Well, and you get the Roman cancel token, which
Yeah.
you can't use the damage reduction ability during Potemkin Buster, but all the other throws you can reduce down to 3 damage,
Right.
which is a pretty big deal. So sacrifice for the cause, right, is in both decks. So there is interaction for it,
Yeah.
but I think having the Roman cancel to, oh my God.
Everybody loves a good trilogy.
Oh my God. Hey, the king's back. We've got heat tackling some buddies. Then we got the sequel, the 2 heat tackles, And now we've got the third one. Hey, the heat tackle's back.
Dude, 3 heat tackle is a little much for me.
The return of the heat tackle. This is
I
kind
think
of yucky. I'm not going to lie.
I think that the series really peaked during the sequel, though.
Oh, yeah, the 2 heat tackles?
Yeah. I think the second.
The 2 tackles?
Yeah, the 2 tackles. Yeah, triple heat tackle is they were really reaching.
Return of the tackle was very full of itself. Return of the tackle was very it insists upon
it
itself.
Really truly does insist upon itself, right? Yeah, like at that point you're really just truly goosing the audience.
Now I'm really insisting that Marvin plays a repeated on an 8 here.
Oh my god.
And readies half of his stage.
That would be sick.
And then powerfuls this to the moon.
It certainly would be possible, right, with all that tension.
But it's not gonna happen.
Hang on, can you have more than one tension token?
You can have more than one Roman cancel token.
Whoa.
But
we just used
they
it?
all go away at the start. Yeah, I think he just used it.
Okay.
He froze set the record straight.
Okay.
So I think the first one, I think we changed the zone and did a freeze and kept one. Is I think how we used our Roman cancels. Because I think we blocked a heat tackle with a low.
Yes.
And it's a high attack normally. So I think we did a zone change. And then we froze one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now we got disarming coming in saying no draw.
Good work.
Stay a 5-hander. Which I think personally the disarming's a little better on the second attack, if only because military airships exist.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, we have hacker. We're gonna flip
We have hacker, yeah.
I keep forgetting that assets just don't exist against the void decks.
Not at this table.
You just side them out, brother.
Yeah.
Side them out.
Honestly, last turn, we didn't have the airship. Okay, never mind. Well, okay, time for a close combat tackle. I do like this one though. Of all of the 3 difficulty throws, this one is one of them.
Yeah. Close combat tackle got so much play like a full year ago, and then it just disappeared, didn't it?
Did it?
I felt like it did.
I certainly played it in my Reiner decks.
Yeah, there's a lot of like AOT death decks that could just slap 3 damage on it.
Right.
And sometimes you would hit Cape of No Return.
Sure.
This is back when people played Cape of No Return.
These are the same people that didn't play Jawjammer.
I think some of them did together with close combat tackle.
Yeah, as they should have.
Yeah.
Like true kings and queens.
I definitely remember getting my jaw jammed around the same time.
Well, I think we're at 9 now to Grog's 20, which puts us in the danger zone. If Grog finds 2 moves and we don't have an answer to them, could be all she wrote for this game.
Yeah, it's you don't want to be sub 10 against a throw deck, but we did side in a little bit of interaction.
Yeah, we could draw into those armor-clad fades. That's true.
It's not hopeless.
You can do it. You can do it. Or you can't. It's one of those 2 options. It's 50-50, really. And unlike last game, though, we do have a full board on Dominic's side, right? We've got the avoiding danger, or facing danger, sorry. We've got pull from danger. A lot of danger up in here.
Yeah.
We have refreshing blend and 2 momentum, not to be discounted. And attack on Titan red card that I can't read from here. Time for battle. Time for battle. Sack a foundation after your rivals attack deals damage to your character. They commit 1 foundation.
That's a card I've wanted to utilize a lot, but it is pretty expensive.
Yes.
I got to lose a resource and get smacked?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't like either of those things.
Yeah, if it was like sack itself, it'd be weaker. So I think it's good that it's sack another foundation. It's repeatable, which is where, but it's kind of like we talked about with incompatible quirks, right? If you do it too much, are you even going to be able to backswing? Are you losing slower or are you trying to win, right? And I think a lot of plays in UniVersus, especially compared to other card games, really amount to losing slower, losing on a later turn. But losing on a later turn does give you opportunities, so you got to take those chances where you get them.
Which is right now?
Hopefully. It's a pretty, I mean, Grog's got a lot of foundations for a Grog.
Ideally, I would just like to not lose.
But remember how Breaker 2 prevented us from winning game 1? If we sack a bunch of foundations here, tap our rival out, but he can barrier shield, and Breaker to us with no foundations ready, what did we really accomplish, Bromley? It is a good play to tap the rival out on their own turn.
Yeah.
But if their defense is able to be played without those resources, and us losing those resources makes us vulnerable to their defense, are we truly trying to win the game, or are we just trying to lose on a later turn? And we still might lose on this turn because, you know, Ryu can potentially threaten lethal here with a really big, powerful move and just, you know, kind of force Grog to have it. I mean, Ryu's down to discard cards for Sacrifice for the Cause as well.
Yeah, and with the hacker, with the... Oh, sorry, that's not Disarming Glance. That's Rifle Arm.
That is Rifle Arm.
Okay, so we don't really have an answer for that. The jury, if we found...
Sacrifice for the
Sac
Cause.
would have it? Okay, all right.
Yep, which is why you want to press as much sacrifice as you can.
Right.
And it's why you technically want to jury as soon as you can.
Right.
But Rewind Throttle is also the smallest damage move, so it's the worst jury target, but it's also target committing all your foundations, right? So it's the best thing to open with. And here's the repeat it. And notice Marvin did not commit the time for battle. He could have if he thought that was preventing him from winning the game,
Right.
but that's not the issue here. The issue is facing danger, which is now committed. So we're going to see. It's going to take double jury.
Yeah, it's going to take... Well, you know, I do think we need another move, right?
Oh, we only have 2 momentum this time.
Yeah, we don't
You're
have,
right. We
we
only
don't
have
have
2 momentum.
50 momentum.
Yeah,
We had
need...
50
Oh, no, we
momentum
have
last-
Sacrifice.
Oh, okay.
Sac for the Cause, +2 from Ryu, +6 from Powerful. As long as we discard a +2 block mod or greater.
I mean, we just have all the attacks in the entire world in our hand, too, so...
Yeah, we're also, we readied half our stage.
I think we're just, you know, if you have a moment, guys at home, go to your fridge, find yourself a drink to pour out for Dominic, because I think he's about to die.
Yes.
Yeah, man, set the record straight.
Let him know.
Let him know.
Let him know. He got the mic in his hand. He said, let him know.
Wowzers. Yeah, it's looking not hot. We're going to take 6 from this guy, go to 10. Going to follow up with another, the sequel. The sequel. This is a lot of series is getting sequels in this game.
The 2 smashes.
Yeah. Ready a bunch of cards. Ready a bunch of cards. Wow. Yep. Can we block? Okay, we're going for powerful 3 to make it lethal. No, it's not lethal just yet, right? Still need to do sacrifice for a cause. Oh, no, we EX'd. Okay. Now it's powerful to make it 11. We need...
Marvin likes to play it extra safe.
Sure.
He likes to spread his resources out across multiple attacks.
Sure, I mean...
But this one's only for 11, so Grog keeps us alive?
He still needs to sacrifice for the cause.
Yeah.
Oh, he just passed. He said my follow-up will do it.
Yeah, he's just got a whole nother attack.
Oh, he only had 1 more card in hand.
Which theoretically
only
it still would have been
+1
lethal, but he's
damage.
playing it extra safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Marvin had this, he had the math. He had the math in hand.
Sure.
He knew he couldn't fail, right? Even we checked the 3 there, we just commit Ryu.
Yeah.
Ryu's playable while committed.
Yeah. And we could give it 2 speed. But the thing is that it's mid, right?
Yeah.
It could still be blocked as only 4 speed.
It's no momentum. Yeah, you're right. He could just block this with a +1 mid, or even a +2.
Okay, 2 speed.
Or a +3.
I
2-2,
think that we should have given the last one 1 damage.
Maybe it was the last one, what, 7 speed? That's not exactly unblockably fast, but
okay, doesn't matter.
It got the job done. Marvin's in the hot seat. He got the job done. I don't know if that was mathematically the perfect way to play it, but
that was close enough for government.
It was better than I would have done. I definitely would have got my repeated blocked.
Oh, there you go, dude. Marvin Emery taking it going 4-0-1, right?
Yep, 401, and that's what I'm talking about. This Ryu deck is so much better than I thought it was. When I first saw the character, I thought, well, we have Godzilla, who just static gives everything 3 damage. Well, how is a character who gives only 2 damage, even if he can do it tenacious, going to keep up? And you see, with the power of the Void symbol and all the disruption that it had, he pretty much was able to prevent Grog from playing his game plan, even all the way down to taking away the throw keyword.
That's true. Those were sideboarded in, though. That was cheater cards.
He won game 1. He drew the
Yeah, he should have
one.
just won the first game. True.
True, but we got a little bit of
open these?
business. Well, yeah, let's open packs, and then we'll talk about our players to watch.
Okay, you go first. I've done it first every single time.
Oh yeah, okay. All right. I'm gonna do this one a little special. All right, pick a card, any card. Hey, all right. Hey.
Whoa, it's an alt art? We got alt art?
I think it's SR.
It's an
SR.
S. Oh.
King Ghidorah Unleashed, which we saw in our feature match, which was during the lunch break. We saw Ghidorah in sealed pull the King Ghidorah Unleashed, and
And
that
do
was
the
pretty
thing?
sick. Yeah, do all the things.
All right, pick any card that's name is Power.
That's name is Power?
Yeah, you got to name Power token.
Okay, all right.
Dude,
big
nice.
Power. All
Okay,
right,
now you
I'm
can
so
get the
good
rip.
at this. All right. Now I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, you do.
Hey, I still pulled it.
Well,
Monster Swing.
mine's less exciting than yours.
4 mid 4, lose 2 health.
I
it
did
gets
get
4
another
speed or 4
Power
damage.
token, though, baby.
I don't know. This one's pretty solid. It's
Let me
a
read it.
8 mid 4 or 4 mid 8. As long as you're a monster.
Oh, that's cool.
Which, if you're playing that symbol, you are a
You
monster
are a
in real life.
monster.
So,
Okay. We do have to look at some players, though, I think, right? Before we take the people to the next round.
yeah, we're going to watch the players to watch.
Whoa.
Which we're starting with Ryan Kogod, who we saw on stream, 5-0. Paul Butler, Mr. Berthold himself,
Yeah.
undefeated, playing his favorite character, his favorite deck,
He's Bert Hooven right now.
his deck that he won $400 playing in a Hero 2 tournament by just playing this Berthold deck with Nitro Ignition Explosion. As
Oh,
like the
that'll
only
do it.
Hero 2 card, yeah. Mark Tyner playing himself, Marvin, who we just saw,
Yep.
Dawson M. 401 on Benny Maru, one of my favorite characters right now. So we're seeing, someone asked me earlier if there was any real surprises. And at the time, I didn't have one because all we had was like the breakdown.
Yeah.
We had, we had our first couple matches, were known entities in the format. But I would say Benny Maru's a little bit of a surprise.
For sure. That was one I saw with 2 wins, and I was like, yeah, they'll lose later.
Yeah. I think if people haven't seen the Bert Holt deck, I think it's a surprise to them because he was errated and everyone
Yeah,
kind of stopped playing him.
Yeah.
And what's really interesting is no undefeated Mikasas. Our highest Mikasa is Ryan Field at 4-1.
4-1, yeah. Well, where's Jacob Johnson? Can we go to the next rung of people? People from 11th to 20th. Oh, there's Jacob Johnson, 3-1-1.
Playing himself. Very
Chris
nice,
Smith
very
playing
nice.
Rodan, 4-1. Parker, 4-1.
Ryan Levine, who we saw earlier win on stream, is now
True,
3-1-1. So
3-1-1.
I think 5-1-1 is in the running.
Yeah.
5-2 is starting to look like it's not good, but I'm not the math guy.
Yeah,
so
Colby
don't trust
Cram
me.
is in here, and
Yeah.
I'm a musician, so I operate on vibes. All right, and
Yeah.
then 21st through 30th for fun.
Ooh.
Whoa, is that Invisible Girl?
Yeah.
Keenan Meadows playing.
Keenan Meadows playing Ashley. Of course. How could you not?
Oh, that's so awesome.
How could you not? You get in trouble. You got another Bert Holt living weapon from Coping with Cardboard.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite have the Paul Butler magic, but still technically in the running.
I
So
just can't get over Keenan playing Ashley.
It's pretty
That's
good.
next level.
I'm here for the
Can you
Toro
imagine
Hakakure.
showing up playing with your fiance? That'd be so sick. Yeah, I'm just here. I'm playing with my wife.
The question is, where's Ashley on here? Why isn't Ashley undefeated playing Ashley?
Or playing Keenan.
I don't think you're allowed to play Keenan.
What if you did anyway?
Well, then you'd be getting goosed something major, my friend.
Okay.
That'd be a powerful goosing, as my uncle would say.
Your uncle would say that?
Powerful goosing.
Powerful goosing. My
You're
uncle,
powerful goosling.
my uncle would say
Powerful
"Ya
goose.
demoni no," which means
Goose
we'll see you next
powerful.
round. I'll see you next round. I'm kicking Sam out for saying goose too much. He's going to be out for equal amounts of minutes for the amount of times he just said goose.
We're here at the Buffalo Regional. It's the end of round 2. We're going to be asking some players what's going on today. All right, we're here. What's your name?
Paul Butler.
Paul, what's your favorite UniVersus card?
I gotta say, it has to be Pale Rider. I love the way that Pale Rider lets you clear cards from your card pool and just continue attacking your opponent. I really love it in Ryu too, because you can stack your check, stack a 6, and keep playing Pale Riders. It's such a cool card, man.
Sick. We're here at the end of round 2, though. How's your day going? What's your Swiss record?
Pretty good. I'm 1-1 right now. I lost round 1 because I miscalculated a little bit of damage and left my rival at 1. But then round 2, I killed a double Jin in 20 minutes.
Oh, what are you?
Channeled my inner Caden, you know. Kill him on 2.
What character are you playing?
I'm playing Bert 2 on Death today.
Berthold Living Weapon. Okay,
Yes,
that's a
sir.
character we haven't seen in a minute. Let me ask you this. If you could have any intellectual property for UniVersus, what would it be?
It's gotta be Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, I gotta say. That was my first anime. I grew up watching it. And the characters just fit so well in UniVersus, I think.
Full Metal Brotherhood's a great answer. We'll be back here at the Buffalo Regional with more players. We're here with former world champion Nick Reagan. Nick, what are you playing in today's event?
I'm playing myself.
As you should, as you should. We're here at the end of round 2. What's your record today?
2-0.
2-0. Nice, nice. And if you could have any intellectual property in UniVersus, what would it be?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Recently, I started playing Expedition 33. I think that would be sick.
Expedition should have won. It should have won Game of the Year, right?
It did win Game of the Year.
Oh, it did? I thought everyone was mad about that.
No, it was Silksong they were mad about.
Oh, that should have won Game of the Year.
Yes.
Okay, those are 2 great IPs. I would love.
I would
to
like
see
either.
Silksong.
I'd take Hollow Knight too. You know.
That would be pretty good. Shovel Knight, all the nights.
Oh yeah.
We could have all the nights. The last question I have for you, I got thrown off because I thought Expedition 33 didn't win. If there was one card that you had to pick to be your favorite UniVersus card, what is it?
Well, I mean, it's Remulus.
Remulus? Okay, Remulus 1 or 2. You got to pick
Remulus
one.
1. Obviously.
Okay.
You start on 1.
Remulus 1. Got it. All right, we'll be back here with more players at the Buffalo Regional. We're back here at the end of round 2. Why don't you introduce yourself to the fans at home?
Hi, I'm Sridhar Ayala. I'm from the Trading Post, the team, and the store.
Awesome, awesome stuff. We're here at the end of round 2. Are you playing in the event today? I think you're not, right?
I was supposed to play, but we pulled an audible. I'm going to do content for the team, and Tam Cardwell subbed in, playing Mikasa instead of my Devil Jin. We figured there were enough Devil Jins in the tournament.
That's a pretty good sub, though. If you had to pick one, Tamron Cardwell is up there. So let me ask you, since I can't ask you about your record for today, and I can't ask you about what you're playing for today, let me ask you, what's your favorite UniVersus card?
My favorite UniVersus card has to be Coffee Samba.
In retro.
I just got into retro. I started in Turtles. So every time I go down the retro path, I keep finding cards that I can't believe existed. And I want to play Coffee Samba in every deck I can. So
Coffee Samba is a good one. And it's cold out here, so a hot cup of coffee would be pretty nice here in Buffalo.
I could use one right about now.
Let me ask you this. If there was any intellectual property you could have in UniVersus, what would it be?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think Pie in the Sky, if I could have anything, I'm a Star Trek.
Anything you want.
I'm a Star Trek guy. If I could get the Star Trek universe, I know it's coming to Magic, but if we could get it into UniVersus, that would be amazing. I'll also throw in a sub one in the Cowboy Bebop vein. I would love to have Samurai Champloo.
Okay.
As a nice follow-up with the art style. I think it would fit really well within the space.
I'm a huge fan of Samurai Champloo. We already got lower decks. You might have a doorway in with more Star Trek, but I like those picks. We'll be back here with more players real soon. We're here at the end of round 2 with another player in Buffalo. Why don't you introduce yourself for the fans at home?
Hello, I'm Carson Panos, part of Team Let's Talk UVS.
Team Let's Talk UVS still alive and kicking. Tell us, what's your record for today and what character are you playing?
Fortunately, 1 run right now, and I'm playing Rodan on the air symbol.
Okay, Rodan air symbol. That's my favorite symbol. I like Rodan on the air symbol. Let me ask you, what's your favorite UniVersus card?
Shoto Todoroki 1.
Oh, Todoroki 1. Okay, technically retro now. We've had a couple of retro answers
We're
now.
talking standard, then I guess I'd say I like the Breaker 3 card.
Okay.
The attack. I forgot what its name is, but I love that card.
There's a couple of them. Big Fist Bash is one of them.
Not that one. The other one that's like a 3 low for 3. It gets +1/+1/+1/+1 from static effects.
Okay,
It's a
I know
good one. It's a good one.
It goes in Rodan. It's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
air version. Okay, and then let me ask you, if there's any intellectual property you could have in UniVersus, what would it be?
Hajime no Ippo.
Okay, Hajime no Ippo. I gotta.
Challenger deck.
I'll have to go look up that one. That one I'm not familiar with.
It's a boxing anime. It's really good.
That makes sense. Okay, I probably am familiar with it then, and I just don't speak that good of Japanese. But we'll be back shortly with more players here in Buffalo.
See ya.
We're back here at the end of round 2 at the Buffalo Regional. I've got another player for you. Why don't you introduce yourself to the fans at home?
Yeah, my name's Ezra. I'm with Level Up Games. It's a game store out in Hastings, Minnesota.
Awesome. Level Up Games representing. What's your record in the tournament today?
Currently, I'm 1 win, 0 losses, 1 tie.
Okay, not bad, not bad. 0 losses is where we want to be. What character are you playing?
I'm playing Krista.
Krista, which Krista? Krista or Historia?
Krista, the discard Krista.
Okay,
Six
Krista
times,
Lens,
yeah.
got it. I had one person tell me Krista, but they were talking about Historia
Oh,
earlier,
okay.
so I got to make sure now. So you're in the right bracket. You've got no losses. You're playing Krista. What's your favorite UniVersus card, though?
My favorite UniVersus card. Oh, actually, I don't play this card, so this is a little bit funny. But the just released Ocean Buddies, love that card.
Ooh, okay. Ocean Buddies is sick. A lot of cool combos you can do. A lot of good defense you can have. I'm a big fan of that one. Let me ask you this. If you could get any intellectual property in UniVersus, what would it be?
Oh, that is a tough one. Because previously my answer would have been Guilty Gear, but y'all got that one.
We
so-
got that one. If you had a fantasy pick, though, what would it be?
Let's see, fantasy pick. On spot here. Sorry, I can't think of anything currently.
That's fine. That's all right. We're here at Buffalo. We're going to have another player for you real shortly. We're here at the end of round 2. I've got another player for you guys. How about you introduce yourself to the fans at home?
EJ Lucia.
EJ, I got to ask you, how are you doing in today's tournament?
0-1-1. First round was against a buddy of mine. Anime pushed each other to our limits, but second round lost to an Innsmouth deck of all things. When's the last time you heard somebody playing that?
Only when Ocean Buddies was previewed. So
Yeah,
only that.
There's an Ocean Buddies. They cracked the code on that, I think.
Awesome stuff, but not where we want to be, unfortunately. So let's talk about something you do like. What's your favorite UniVersus card?
I might get hate for this, but probably City Rampage.
Ooh, okay. I do know some City Rampage haters, but I think it's got more fans than haters. And then let me ask you, if there was any intellectual property you could have in UniVersus, what would it be?
Ruby.
Okay, we got a Ruby enjoyer. Nice, nice. And then I forgot to ask at the beginning, what character are you playing in today's tournament?
I'm on Godzilla.
Okay,
lost it last time. Figured I'd run it back.
Godzilla, City Rampage enjoyer. It makes sense to me.
Big dumb stuff.
Well, good luck with the rest of your tournament. We'll be back here with more players for you real shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the end of round 2 in Buffalo, and I've got another, I guess, judge for you, not a player. How about you introduce yourself to the fans at home?
My name is George Ringel. I've been judging the game for the past year. I got second in Atlanta earlier this year, so that's pretty cool.
Are you representing any team even though you're not playing?
I am part of Let's Talk UVS, but as a judge, I am not biased to anybody.
Fair enough, fair enough. I guess I can't ask you how your record's doing, but I can ask you, if you were playing in this event, what deck would you be playing?
Devil Jin.
Devil Jin. Okay, a Devil Jin enjoyer. That's our first one today. Let me ask you this. What's your favorite UniVersus card?
A little weird, but it's Heroic Clash.
Ooh,
Heroic Clash is my favorite card in the game.
Okay, got a one-check enthusiast. Nice, nice. That's the second one-check we've had today.
Nice.
All right, and then let me ask you this finally. If there was any intellectual property you could have in UniVersus, what would it be?
Dragon Ball Z.
Ooh, a classic, an absolute classic. Well, we're going to be back here with more players for you in just a little bit. Please don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, UniVersus viewers at home for the World Championship Tournament Day 1 here in Dallas, Texas. I'm Barrett Bryan, joined by the wonderful Chris Bromley, who is so too powerful for me.
I've never been more powerful.
I believe it. As you can see by all the power that we've accumulated in this entire tournament, so have our players. And so we've got round 6 that we want to dive in immediately because things are heating up. And our top 16 players that will be moving on to day 2 of the tournament to join our day 2 players that already had enough points coming into the event.
I have 6 of them now.
Being finalized. That's right, round 6 for power. So we've got your tale as old as time, Bromley. We've got a good old kaiju off coming in to this round. And we have some spicy stuff to talk about because, we have caster picks first.
We're going to talk about our things, how we're doing. All right, how many of your picks have you seen today?
My last one I commentated, there were Vast Hybrid Chimera Krakens out the wazoo.
There were Vast Hybrid Chimera Krakens being played?
Absolutely. Vast Hybrid Chimera Krakens, yet no Genkai's guidances or daily trainings to be seen from me.
Well, no Genkai. I've seen Genkais.
That's good.
Yeah, I've definitely seen Genkais. No daily trainings. People have not been taking their daily training seriously. But I have seen Barrier Shield.
I've seen a lot of Barrier Shield.
Yeah, Barrier Shield and Violent Animus Shot I have seen. Violent Animus Shot is a 1x in a lot of decks with some more on the sideboards. I've not seen Ocean Buddies, though.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
And we have even seen some water characters represented.
Yeah, we saw JJ had the other Ocean Buddies-like card.
Yes.
From Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. On block, they put a card from the top of their deck, which is kind of the big deal, is that Ocean Buddies need specifically you to have been played a Roman Cancel ability to get the a card face down. Right?
Unabusable card.
Yeah. And so... Yeah, so Barrier Shield, though, and Violent Animus Shot. We've seen Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, known Barrett Bryan favorite card, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. And I think Giga. So I think our picks have been pretty too. 2 for 3? 2 for 3?
I do think Sam is probably winning, though, because he's got Koenma's Task, and I've seen a lot of that card. He's got Pass-Through Walls. I feel like I see a lot of that card.
I've seen 0 of that card.
Well, I feel like we're going to see a lot more because here we have
here comes
another Godzilla. But on the Earth symbol, so actually no pass-through walls on this one. Earth symbol for this tournament, but has previously played Godzilla in Louisville with a 51st finish, coming in with this event with exactly 1 point extra, coming in for this day 1 and rocking an incredible 4-1 for Austin E here. Another Coping with Cardboard representative. They're doing pretty good so far in this day 1 tournament.
Yeah, and so it's interesting. I've seen a lot of them playing the Berthold deck.
Yes.
Yeah, the James Berschmugel man. That's his full name.
It is?
No.
Paul Butler?
Oh, no. I know Paul Butler. I meant Bert Hoover.
Bert Hoover. Oh.
Berthol. Yeah,
Hoover.
But this is a Coping with Cardboard Maestro who's not playing Berthold, playing another premier aggro deck, though, in Godzilla. This deck playing some cool ones, though. It's all a bunch of we'll get to the deck later anyway. And on the other side of the day, we've got Cohen Nugent playing Rodan, another giant monster. This one of the sky.
Our first EU representative so far on stream today. And might I also add, he is only 15 years old. And so the Europeans coming out in full force this event, not just in the sense of going 4-1, but piloting an incredibly difficult deck, because I don't know about you, but I can't go 4-1 with a Rodan deck, not in this current format, because it's so difficult to survive with your 21 life and having to play perfect defense. And even previously having come from Devil Gen representation across these other two. But with 113 points showing up here, 4-1, clearly on his way to make a day 2 appearance. So I'm very excited to see how this match is going to go. But we've got some deck lists like you were ready to yap about.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about all the low attacks in this Godzilla deck, okay? Piercing Thorn Lances is going to be the card to think about first, right? You're going to be wanting to go into the card pool with stuff like Black Abyss, with Earthbreaker, with Smashing Stomp, and follow up into the Piercing Thorn Lances, which is going to clear the card pool. Obviously, we're going to want to see City Rampage. I almost said it, Barrett, okay?
Citywide Rampage.
I almost said Citywide Rampage. Yeah, I was, but clearly we're going to dig for those City Rampages. Those inspiring songs, those other cards that we are used to seeing in Godzilla's, but the low game plan, right, could see kind of a wrench thrown into people's, kind of assumption of what Godzilla can do.
And
right?
I think a lot of people maybe not having as many stock of low attacks in the deck. Now, we know that this is kind of a deck that has had some success in some tournaments, but again, like you said, with the Piercing Thorn Lance, it's not just about cleaning the card pool, it goes to the momentum.
Yeah,
so it's
true,
like
so
a
you can
double
use it.
up with Godzilla. But I'm a big fan of Earthbreaker, and I'm excited to see the success of that one because it's one of those moves that's not just about stunning for later, giving more damage with your draw effects later on while it's in the card pool, but if it connects, being also to control the foundations on the stage. Meanwhile, for Cohen, we've got this Void Rodan list, and it looks pretty standard in the sense of we love Rejuvenating Smash. Because we're playing those 4 punches, we might as well rock the true 100%, or not true, the 100% repeated smashes, and also a 4 full suite of the Tri-Gravity Beam, and really respecting also interaction of the board by playing 3 copies of Ice Sword Execution.
Yeah, I mean, this is last round we had a Void Ryu who played 0 copies of the Ice Sword Execution, 0 copies of the Tri-Grav Beam, right? And only, I think, 1 copy of the Violent Anima Shot in the sideboard. Cohen saying that, hey, I might not have the perfect hand, quote-unquote, for the true 100% smash, but it's good enough, right? It's going to get speed from Rodan. It has EX and Powerful on it, right? I don't need it to have the full, ready for cards thing going on for it. It's just very, very serviceable. It's got a good block modifier, and it can be a kill card. And that's really what I see from most of these cards. The only card in this that can't, the only cards that I'll say that can't really kill our opponent are disruptive or they're supportive, right? Draw cards. And so that's a big thing. We see on the defensive end, right, we have the classic Void Rodan stuff with the Cape of No Return, with the Genkai's Guidance. Sorry, there's a
the 1.
Yeah, there's your 1. Copy of Genkai's Guidance. 3 barrier shields, though.
Yeah, you're right. You're winning on that one. And you got Violent Anima Shots represented here as well.
Violent Anima Shot.
So
both very, very relevant. And I think Violent Anima Shot is one of the best openers against Godzilla because it forces them to think about blocking.
Yes, it does.
Not for the backup thing, but Godzillas tend to want to absorb as much damage as possible. When you send a 5 damage move at them, they don't really care. And so Violent Animus Shot is going to be an incredible opener, or just a second, or move even, for you because you want to make it so that your Tri-Grav Beams, your big, powerful Ice Sword Executions will connect.
And we also see a lot of Godzilla specifically use their 34 health total to tank the moves instead of, and hold those attacks. But cards like Violent Anima Shot really deter that.
Because they're random,
Exactly. Right? And then also the, not as beneficial defensive side of the character of Godzilla. Blocking a very fast Violent Anima Shot is very difficult to do sometimes because that's just not the pieces we're playing in these sort of aggressive 6-hand size Godzilla decks. But only a build 3 here on the side of Cohen, who is going to be going first, as we are seeing a potential, there it is, a build 5, one of which being that military airship, meaning this attack turn that will eventually come through for Austin is going to be pretty potent if we can double up on one of these powerful attacks.
On Rodan's side, we see this is like the classic Rodan thing where like, oh no, they only got to build 3, but it's Battle for Dominance, Incubating, and Armor-Clad Faith. Every single card in this deck does something.
Yes.
Which is one of my favorite things about watching a Rodan is oftentimes they'll get a build 3, they'll get a build 4, or something like that. And even like if they'll follow with a build 3 afterwards, it's like, oh, something's going on our side of the table over there. But each of them has, they're carrying a really, really powerful weight. Even the 1 difficulty foundations will be doing something significant, right? Armor-Clad Fate, of course, you'd like to see it into decks with EX and with powerful, but even being able to just strip stun off of an Earthbreaker
is huge.
Could be massive when you're at a low foundation count like we are here. Gonna have to tap it down already, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we're going to lose the Ironclad, like you said, but a Ice Sword Execution coming in here, being able to pick a piece, and hey, it's our own Stun 2 move because you built 2 copies of the same card. Horrifying Realization getting named here. Commit all those pieces. Now we don't have a momentum. Can't use the other enhance of it, of spending the momentum to give it +5 damage and freezing a selected piece. But immediately removing the top card of our discard pile with Rodan to give speed equal to the block modifier, which is +2. And we now have 1 attack already in our move from game pile to hit that magical number 4 for Rodan to unlock the full text of the enhance ability.
Yeah, we put the Ice Sword Execution from our discard pile in the throw pile.
Yes.
Yeah, which is customarily where cards go when you remove them.
We're throwing them.
Yeah, throwing them out of the game.
To the remove from game pile. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it does connect, easily getting us our first momentum on the board for Cohen. That benefit of going first after the build for the poke, and then getting a cape and overturn into an Aaron sidestep, and hopefully any other fateful decision follow up as well. And as long as we check pretty well, which is not too bad, we get to keep this incubating up in our stage.
Yeah,
so.
this is though I think the most exploitable turn.
Yeah, for sure.
For Rodan, right? If you can do 10 damage here, I think that Godzilla could win. Otherwise, if he gets to turn 4+, it becomes Rodan's game, even with a board nuke.
Absolutely.
Just because they will have accrued so many resources, and their scout becomes online, and yeah, it gets unrealistic.
It's even like the duality here of assets for both these players. We have the military airship, which functions as like a double up of one of these moves, but Cohen has immediately responded with their own 3 difficulty asset for the cape and overturn, says one of these attacks I will not have to deal with.
Right.
And depending on how much investment or when the timing of when that enhance is pressed, you could catch Austin maybe in between powerful enhance abilities that he wants to be pressing, maybe not getting that extra +2 to his check because he didn't press the Godzilla enhance first. But yep, there's that double Horrifying Realization as we are now then going into this I always forget this one.
Determined Advance,
which is a tried and true. And I remember talking with Sam in the previous round with the Godzilla of like how quickly people spend this momentum and what they choose to do it on. Because my favorite version against these Rodan decks is not using EX.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now using it for the plus checks because it already can't go below 6 speed, and that is the best move also for Reiner to cape and overturn the attack away.
Get it out of there.
Because it will always be 6 mid no matter what, not lower.
Yeah, I think that is going to be pound for pound your best attack in the deck because it's one that Rodan has to actually block, right? Uncomfortably.
Terribly uncomfortably.
Yeah.
Especially with that Horrifying Realization, one of the cards that was pitched by Cohen ended up being a foundation, so we had to commit even a bonus foundation of our own.
Yes, yeah. My fear there was after the Horrifying Realization, we only had 2 foundations up.
Yeah.
So an Earthbreaker would have been,
just as devastating.
Yeah.
But yeah, here's that Smashing Stomp. Going to get that minus speed, and this is a lot easier to block here for Cohen, of course, but it's a low zone check, and what is this deck playing a ton of? Low attack. So just because you have a low block for this Smashing Stomp, which is for 9 damage currently, do you have enough low blocks going into the rest of the moves that Austin can play?
Yeah, on the attack side, I think that we are at 3 violent animus shot and 4 repeated smashes.
7.
So 7 of the attacks have low blocks, and the rest of the deck, I mean, Void is not shy on low blocks. We've got Mikasa defeats the female Titan. We've got Battle for Dominance with a 2 low, and we've got the Now I'm Gaming, which was one of my favorite guys.
I like that one.
I love Now I'm Gaming.
Also the incubating, right? I think that's the hard part, though, is that we talk about all these good cards that Void or this Rodan deck has access to.
You want them
play.
on the board.
You want them on the board pretty bad, as we are already seeing, 1 Battle for Dominance in the stage. But we have 1 to block with.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the thing is, though, every card has a block modifier in this game. Almost every card has a block modifier in this game. And so going into this matchup what the zones of your opponent's attacks are if you're paying attention, right? So we probably held a bunch of those low blocks.
I sure hope so, right?
Yeah.
Even though we did build 1, right? That Battle for
and
Dominance.
discarded the violent animus shot.
And then we have a follow-up here with that Piercing Thorn Lance being able to, yes, although it was blocked, but here is a second low attack now here, and gets the momentum, which means we can get the check grease. And, of course, with this military airship still at the disposal, if there is another low attack played after this, as we are giving +2 to our check here from the Godzilla enhance with the momentum we generated, we could pick the Piercing Thorn Lance back up and do the same play pattern.
Oh, that's kind of mean. I mean, we only have 1 foundation up, though, right? Even with the check bonus, right? We started this turn by chucking a 6 diff into the card pool and checking a 3 on it, right? So it's not free. We could check a couple of 3s here, but yeah, I think you're right. That's going to be the play line at least. Wowzers.
Second Smashing Stomp. Of course, that Piercing Thorn Lance was half blocked with a Rejuvenating Smash. So the gain 2, draw 2, going in effect first, and then we take half, going down to the 17. But yep, this is exactly what's happening. There's a military airship to pick up the Piercing Thorn Lance, and of course, if this low attack also connects, we will draw more card.
Yeah. It's a kind of disgusting. Oh, barrier shield, baby.
Yeah, for the enhance, of course, because we can't block with that one.
Yeah, that one's not blocking high.
Set the speed to 0, and the next card we play will have Breaker 2. This is now where I do feel you. Even if we do had another +2 to our check to play a card, we'll just have the 1 from the Smashing Stomp. This Breaker 2 here, even though it's on a half block,
it's a half block, yeah,
is still going to make probably the rest of this turn slow down significantly, and I can assume Austin probably just has to build.
Yeah, I mean, because we didn't get to add the Godzilla check bonus, here it means that the Piercing Thorn Lance is going to functionally be on an 8 with +1.
Yeah.
So you'd have to check remarkably well.
7, I guess,
Yeah,
right?
You could tap, or you could commit Godzilla and your Foundation if you check a 5, but I just don't know if it's worth it.
We do also play a lot of 6 checks. Godzilla players love 6 checks.
True, yeah, I guess so. I mean, if you just Yahtzee it,
we're thinking about it.
Yeah, we're I mean, because the one thing I will say that this deck isn't running is Walk the Dog.
Yeah, it's not on Earth.
It's an Earth deck for Piercing Thornlance. Okay, I just assume Chaos.
We always do.
Yeah, we always do.
We do always
Hey,
do
the
that.
Earth is even up there in the corner. Sorry, Austin.
No, it's good. Oh, we weave the Foundation in. That is another option that we were able to do. We did do it, and then checked a 5 on the Piercing Thorn Lance,
Wowzers.
which still gets us the same kind of end result. Snapping in the momentum, still comes in with the +3. We still have Godzilla ready. If there is another attack after this, it is 100% passable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly, we could see Ghidorah die here, right?
Yeah.
We have 2 cards in hand, but how many of these can we viably block right now? This one's 4 speed with 3 cards in card pool. It's functionally 7 speed. We're going to start removing cards with incubating. Oh, just taking it.
Wow, down to 4. One more. We didn't use a momentum. It is kind of telling when the Godzilla player doesn't spend the momentum. So maybe that was for sure showing the last one. As we pass turn, getting the extra momentum and the 1 Foundation we built to weave in through the breaker, passing back to Cohen, and this is the turn to stabilize.
Yeah, you must stabilize. That's you don't go for the throat, right? I mean, maybe, I don't know. Certainly, I've seen a Rodan do 29 damage on 5 Foundations.
Yeah.
It's certainly possible, right? Especially with a Supersonic Flight in the discard pile. But I don't know if I would go for something like that. Rodan should be ready. I like that every Rodan has Rodan sleeves. What was that?
Well, I think he actually was given these. I don't know if that's true, but I think even at some point someone gave him or loaned him an alternate art Rodan. Obviously not for this match, but I think someone's like, hey, man, you want to play with my pristine 10 alternate art Rodan that we can see going around here. So it is very much, yes, the Rodan sleeves are very nice, but, we got to protect them a little bit because they have that glossy foil finish.
Yeah, it's shuffling them can be a little funky. Yeah. I prefer to put the oversleeve on sleeves like that.
This is a good one, I think, to help stabilize, right?
Yeah.
So we talked World's Weakest Hunter being, yes, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it is a utility draw-based attack to give us 3 more cards in our hand.
It's a huge swing in terms of resources.
Yes.
If not for, game state, it's not going to be bringing your opponent to I don't think I've ever seen one of these for lethal, but just drawing as many cards as it can means that you get closer to that point where you can stabilize, right? And with the foundations we have on our board, I think it's certainly possible that we could get, there. Oh boy, we said 3 cards was not enough. I would like to draw 2 more and gain 2 life with our
This is another good way to help kind of get more cards in your hand to help find and figure out what we're going to do to navigate. But like you said, we are also very quickly, but also maybe a little slowly, figuring out how to deal 26 more damage. This will get 6 of it done, of course.
Yeah.
We have to deal with 20 more. We don't have 2 momentum, or else I would just say, oh, that's 2 Ice Sword executions. But we have to work a little bit harder for other moves in this Void list. As we've kind of I've been talking a lot with people throughout the event of what's Void's biggest weakness? Why are we seeing people maybe gravitate towards some of these Void characters that are like Ryu? And the answer is well, they do the thing that Void doesn't. They put damage on moves. They can help close out these games. But the sacrifice then is exactly what we're seeing for the kind of strengths of this deck like Rodan. Impeccable defense. You do lose those things, but you still play, strong UniVersus.
Well, that's interesting because I've been seeing, Rodan on all. I saw Rodan on air. He's been played on all of his symbols, right? And so it's interesting to see them come back here because of some of the options that were supplied to them from the newer sets, right? I haven't really seen Rodan since Atlanta, since Phil Birch won.
True.
That event, and that one was on the Void symbol. Yeah. And so I can only assume it's gotten better since then. And especially since there's been the removal of some of the juicier cards in the format, right? Unyielding was a card that did bring Rodan down back to earth, right? A lot of times they would build 5 pass. And if you could get them back, and maybe even build past them, right?
Yeah.
It was definitely something that was stemming his ability to scale. So I think he's only gotten stronger. And so I'm actually surprised that there aren't more at the top tables because I think tomorrow we'll have a lot of them.
I would not be surprised if there was still a top 3 representation of Rodan like we have in this day one.
Yeah.
Right?
Top players tend to favor, being able to control against it. I think there's going to be a lot more of your peaks, right? I've been talking to people about that, but a lot more death
and valleys. Oh, you mean the characters?
You're funny.
Yes, of course. You're talking about Peak Finger.
2 City Rampage.
Wow, my mom only lets me have 1.
My mom doesn't let me have any.
Well, that's because you call them citywide rampages. So.
Yeah, well.
Not kidding. On a 6, 7, 8.
Plus 4.
Nice. Checks a 9. Hey, another city rampage.
Yeah, well, at least we know he didn't have 3.
That's true. Comes in with the +2, +5 with all of these floating stats from the city rampages and also Godzilla. And again, this is the scariest move for Rodans to deal with. Because, yes, you can give enough minus speed to knock off this +2 over the top, but it will never go below the 6.
Yeah, and no Cape of No Return to get it off the board this time, so you're going to have to block it. And we're at 6, so you're going to have to block it.
And you can't half block it. You have to not half.
If the oven hot, why of in the hot of?
No, of out. We want out of in because this attack is too hot for us to handle.
Imagine do we have power tokens for this one, though. EX6. Oh, boy.
Going for the...
Yeah, so Barrier Shield.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Bringing it back to 6 speed because we EX'd twice for 6 speed on this
Which
guy.
was a smart call.
Yeah, I think so, too.
If that Barrier Shield didn't exist in Cohen's hand, it was just over, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Or at least the follow-ups would have. The follow-ups still could kill here, right? Because depending on what we check on this block.
And how much we have to commit.
Yeah, it could be a bad deal. We flipped over the airship here.
Yes. Was it ready?
I think it should be committed.
I think so, right? It was already still frozen, right?
Yeah, it was.
Ooh, the 1 mid block's nice.
It should have been committed. But we had him on mid. That's nice.
That is nice. So on at 7, we checked a 3, so we're tapping 4 of our resources, which is, again, the scary situation we just talked about for Cohen to be maybe not surviving this turn because it's whatever follow-ups. But I think the big thing I like when I see Double City Rampage is that's 2 less attacks that the Godzilla could have. But, oh, my goodness, this is the Mega Burst? The Heat Ray, I'm sorry.
Heat Ray.
Another low attack and another insanely fast one at that as it is a 7 speed low base. Comes in with the extra 2/5.
So I think this one was on a 6, 7, 8, 9 with functionally +2, right? Because we had 2 City Rampages and Breaker 2?
Yeah.
So we checked the 5.
6, 7. So we'd have tap 2.
Okay, yeah. We got there.
So again, another incredibly fast move. We have a Battle for Dominance, which will help Cohen out a little bit of clearing that card out of the card pool. We're even looking. We don't even have another low block. That's the big problem. Or we wanted to put the Supersonic Flight on top.
Yeah, to be able to draw more cards.
And -4 is huge for us right now. So either great play or desperation, I'm unsure.
We're going to find out.
But I think we did actually end up drawing and incubating from that Botans. So we have an answer, and everything is coming up a little bit better.
Yeah, really interesting. Favoring getting the Botans coaching ready instead of incubating that's on the board.
Yeah,
for me.
Another low block we just drew, and it looks like we're going to be blocking with that one. The Battle for Dominance.
We take those.
Yeah. So on a 5, 6, 7, 4, Or I did my math wrong.
No,
No, that was it. It was too much. We checked
Yeah,
a 4. We actually needed a 5 there to live, and we failed it. So game 1, going to Austin on Earth, Godzilla taking down Cohen on Void Rodan.
Yeah, you love to see Heat Ray kill a man.
That's what it's for. Look at it. Look at this nice little laser beam right here.
I mean, yeah, I liked giving it throw and Annie.
That's true.
To get my
the flip,
target flip to.
Yeah.
It wasn't good, but it was funny.
We actually, I think Austin missed the trigger there after it connected and dealt damage. We didn't select.
Yeah, what a loser.
No, so that's not true. He's not. No, absolutely not. Yes, because the game was over. Actually,
It turns out your opponent dying is a state-based condition.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
true.
so he died before we got to activate the ability, and it fizzled.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So so no missed triggers here. Game 1, pretty. And I was in the same boat as you though, Bromley. We drew a bunch of cards as Cohen leading into that last defensive turn. It seemed like we found all the right pieces at the right time. But, one bad check on that incredibly fast, determined advance. We had to fight through it still. We even had the barrier shield for it. Fights through the breaker too, obviously. And even still, we ended up falling with what seemed like enough juice to survive, but realistically it wasn't.
But in our sideboards, okay, we have some pretty juicy, some spicy meatballs, okay?
What set has meatballs?
Does Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles not have a meatball pizza?
No.
Okay, well, we have another Genkai's Guidance. We have a Dimensional Sphere. And a Scales of Juno.
This is a good one right now, for sure. If you are able to play these symbols, being able to stop anything that causes a card to leave the card pool is very powerful. And this specific iteration of Godzilla is doing what, Bromley?
He's making things leave the card pool.
That's right, to the momentum.
To momentum.
And it's just a flip response.
Yeah. This card for sure makes, it's got a 3 low block.
It's got a low block.
Oh!
It's almost like a perfect recipe to add into our cookbook of deck here.
Yeah.
And maybe take out some of these high blocks that aren't just going to aren't doing a whole lot for us, right?
And most crucially, Barrett, this card has flavor text.
Oh, it does. You won't get away!
I didn't like the way you said that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're going to have to run that back. This time, do it happier and with your mouth open.
My mouth was open. I have to... Or you mean like just open the whole time?
Do it happier and with your mouth open.
You won't get away!
Oh, that's perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
On Austin's side, though, we have Analytical Observation.
Oh, I like this one, too.
This one is really choice in this specific matchup.
Yes. It stops. You ready? We just talked about Dimensional Sphere. That could also come in the sideboard here. But all those Breaker 2 blocks that come through because of the barrier shields get stopped. Or trying to block with a Rejuvenating Smash as your second card. This card stops all of the... Wait, no. Rejuvenating Smash does not work. I'm sorry. That's on play.
That's on play. Okay,
my bad. I corrected myself. But it does stop Breakers,
It does stop Breakers.
And other block tricks occurring on the card.
Yeah. And one singular copy of Guardian Angel of Chinatown.
Are we doing a lot of DR?
No. But I just wanted to point it out.
I like this card. It's cute.
I like the card, too. And by like it, I mean it ruined all my dreams of playing a damage reduction character like Reiner. And by ruined, I mean nobody plays water, so it didn't do anything actually after all.
People are still playing damage reduction.
Yeah, they certainly are. Yeah. Yep, they sure do be. But yeah, we're going to get right into it. Cohen, this time, going to be going first. Unfortunately,
we went first, game one, actually.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rodan is a... I would like the game to go to 45 minutes and then win one game and then play defense for the second game.
Not the story.
It's not a fast character. And doing 34, also not easy. So we got to play fast, we got to play not loose, and we got to play well. So
we have to play fast, stiff, and well.
Yeah.
I know that person.
Will Howard?
No, Tam Fastifwell. Sorry, that was a bad Tam.
You can't
Cardwell
see
joke.
me, but I'm
that was a bad.
So disappointed.
I'm sorry. All right. Okay. Solid build turn here though.
Build 5?
Build 5. One of which being that supersonic flight, and I think also that the Aaron sidestep in conjunction with the hacker. There's that not now I'm gaming in here. So great defensive pieces to start things off, and it can only probably go up. I'm already loving this as well. One of the benefits of playing Godzilla on Earth
Web of Blades.
Web of Blades against a character like Rodan, who is essentially never going to let any of your attacks be their printed speed going into the block step.
Yeah.
This is a way to get 2 of it back, basically helping counteract the character and get a little bit more edge. I think when I see these 2 stages, yes, it's only 3 foundations versus the 5. Austin has a card in his stage that I feel like has to be answered by Cohen, or there is just a world where if we take too long, like you said, we have to play well, we have to play fast, and we have to play stiff, that we have to find an answer to this card, or the game might take too long, and their stats on the Godzilla deck are going to be too powerful and overrun you quicker.
Yeah, I would be looking to poke to get a momentum.
Yep.
To be able to activate an Ice Sword execution next turn. And this is a great opener. It's going to give us cards if it hits, right? And also momentum if it hits.
Yep.
Right? And those are the 2 pieces of the puzzle that we really, really, really need here, where we need, not next turn, right? Because it's going to be difficult for Godzilla to, I mean, we saw him do it on 3 foundations last turn, but it's going to be hard for him to get a crazy line on just 3 foundations, right? And no momentum to start with. So I would feel fairly safe on 5 foundations to send this 8 high for 3.
Mid.
8 speed for 3.
There you go.
World's weakest hunter.
I think the biggest downside to it, though, is that this is a card that needs you to hit that 3 removed from game cards to get to the draw.
Sure.
And we only have the 1.
Sure. I mean, we're still going to be drawing. Oh, okay. All right. Well, this is a little.
I guess I'll eat my words here.
All right. Okay. All right. We're all drawing 3.
Eventually.
I saw it coming.
This is like a weird roundabout way of doing future charge. What did you say? Sorry, was that a bad callback?
No, that was a good one. I played that earlier today, actually.
Oh, nice. I'm proud.
I played it in my Takeda deck.
Yeah, 2 of those connecting, getting a little bit of chip damage in, bringing things down to that 28, and drawing a total of 3 cards across both of them after they connect. And now it is all about the stage. How big can we stabilize? What can we get? Things like Team Hero are going to help us find even more pieces from our discard pile on whatever we're looking for. And then, of course, a little bit of draw. Moment of normalcy to answer the one on Austin's side. And I think, at least in this current situation, this game is going really well for Cohen, aside from that check we just had. But only staring at 3 foundations on Austin's side. No way of momentum generation on the board.
I mean, so the thing is Austin's deck, because we're on the Earth symbol, doesn't have a lot of, creative snipe, right? There's no vast hybrid Chimera Kraken, right? There's no walk the dog. It's just, good old-fashioned punch through.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Sorry, what were you going to say?
Heat Ray.
Yeah, Heat Ray could,
and
if
then
it hits.
we talk about the stun from the Earthbreaker.
Yes.
That is, pinpointing.
Yeah, but those are very like I'm just gonna keep punching until something gets through, and so having something like Aaron's sidestep and moment of normalcy on board is gonna be So there we go. If we don't have the hand, it's not even worth punching into this board, and so that's gonna be a big blessing for Cohen. It's gonna give him I think the Ice Sword execution is going to come through, and that's going to be, I think that will be the death knell for this specific game.
It helps get the 10 damage through. I think we have to be a little worried, right, as you stare across that moment of normalcy, but if that's the one you tap down, that feels really good. You can then freeze it as well with this momentum. I agree with you. I think that will be a key piece here on closing it out, specifically in this turn.
Yeah. If you want to do it this turn,
Yeah, because my fear, as I was going to hit you with, is if that isn't the result of this turn here.
Yeah, we could just go too late.
I would actually be afraid of a Godzilla reset.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, and then you are almost definitely not getting a game 3 to finish.
Well, I think there's actually a world where Austin could maybe turn it around, because the reset with the short-lived promotion, having actually built 3 foundations instead of the 2, could be enough to where, as we saw in game 1, 3 foundations just being enough after you reset Rodan, and I can only assume after building out all those foundations from Cohen, we'll probably have attacks, not foundations in our hand.
Right. Well, there you go. Seeing moment of normalcy committed. Going to remove the Team Hero 15.
Grab any foundation of difficulty 4 or less from our discard pile and build it. So it looks like we're picking the Science Bros.
We're going for the kill.
Yeah, this is the turn that we are looking for. So every single time now that we remove a card, we're going to get a bonus 1/1, and we are allowed to turn it sideways at any point to get another draw if we so wish. Now, no incubating on our stages here for Cohen, so it's not like the free damage you could be getting, but it says on every Rodan enhance, we're doing our mini little City Rampage impersonation of the extra 1/1 on top of the speed.
Yeah, that really signals hitting the moment of rest and then grabbing Science Bro, even without incubating, like you were saying.
Actually, hold on. I think Team Hero says non-unique. Sorry. I'm going back before I even go too far down this.
Nope.
Nope, never mind.
Just
Card's
build
great.
one foundation. Yeah, Card's
great. Never mind. Never mind. I forgot.
It's okay. Those are things.
Wow,
to
what
keep-
if it did, right?
Those are things to keep in mind for sure.
But there it is. We're going to freeze down that moment of normalcy like we talked about.
Yeah.
And this is incredibly fast, but a nice
Whoa.
one block. It is a partial, though.
You'd love to see Determined Advance specifically gone.
Yeah.
If you're playing Rodan. Because this is realistically the only card that really scares a Rodan player, I think. Any other move can be blocked comfortably. But it dealing damage, right? Even though it wasn't a full hit, right? You get everything you want out of it.
Yeah, it takes a 6.
Yeah.
Get a big attack out of the hand.
Comes
like you said.
rejuvenating.
On a 6.
Fortunately,
checks
checking a 3. Wow. Wow. If we're going to kill, why not keep Supersonic Flight up?
It is an extra 2/3, and then that +4 on top.
Yeah.
It feels really nice. But I mean, I think the real answer that Cohen probably sees is that we just don't need it. I think this card here, it has EX if we want it to land. We also have the ability of like, if there's another card in our hand that has like the 100% repeated, we could use it as a powerful. So I think to me, yes, but I think there's a world that Cohen is afraid that if we miss here, these defensive pieces that we're choosing to keep ready over the Supersonic Flight are maybe just a little smarter. But again, I'm not there in the game with him.
Yeah, we're not living the life.
Because, if I would also maybe even consider keeping up the moment of normalcy. If there's like a crazy hand trap I can't think of that, brings the speed or the damage down and you want to reset it back.
I guess I could see a situation where, Godzilla has no momentum, right? So you're static, right, minus speeds, and also forcing Godzilla to make a recheck after giving a bonus to something with Not Now I'm Gaming could be really, really, really key. So yeah, I could see that. I could see that mattering.
So here's the scary part to me.
Yeah.
So that's why we figured it out.
Yeah.
We didn't have any more gas.
Yeah, okay.
And we built or attempted to build 3 more foundations from our hand.
Yeah.
This is the best point, I think, this game that we will see Austin press the destroy everything on the board.
Yeah.
With this short-lived promotion becoming essentially a 7-hander so that we can build 3 foundations to Cohen's 0 after the board wipe. Because you built so many foundations right there, you showed like, hey, what else do you have? The question then becomes, can Cohen draw enough foundations after a board wipe to
build out.
restabilize?
Yeah. I think you're right. And
There it is.
also means that the game will go longer, right?
Correct.
Making a game, a one and done more or a tie, right? More likely.
Okay, with 30 minutes left, and essentially the game being reset. The biggest difference here is, of course, Godzilla, or Austin here, only 15 life. Full life here for Cohen to kind of maybe use some of that to stabilize, and 3 momentum. So there is also a world where Cohen now has the ability to close the game out on less foundations as well.
Yeah.
But it's all about stabilizing after this build 3 that we saw come through from Austin. And here it is. Yeah, how many foundations did Cohen draw? This is the biggest and hardest
2
part.
Supersonic Flight.
Double 3 diff is rough, especially when you check a 3 on one of them. Only telling what else we have in our hand. No 2 diffs. 1 diff. Incubating is good. Ironclad on a 4. Fails that one. So a build 3 rebuttal. And if any of these decks are way worse at playing on 3 foundations, it is Cohen's.
Yeah. And our character's committed, right? Something like an Earthbreaker would be earth-shattering.
Nope, City Rampage is it. Checks a 3, though. That could be some saving grace for Cohen here, as he kind of is even posturing that. He goes, oh, that helps me a lot.
Why are those in the discard pile?
That was just an accident.
Okay.
City Rampage. So we're on that. Cohen says, yeah, man, all yours, all good. The first attack on a 6-7. Checks a 7. And this is the scary one to start things off. And it gets some momentum. And we already have +2 to our check here.
Well, but this means that we're not going for a Piercing Vine Lance's line.
That is true.
I honestly almost want Cohen to take this.
+4 to our check. I think of like a Heat Ray coming next, then
Yeah.
something high difficulty. Another Determined Advance could also be the answer. Inspiring Song also coming through here with the Mill 3. Looks like we're going to minus the check over on Cohen's side. Goes for a
Draw
block.
card.
Or yeah, that's the incubating. You're right. Removing the supersonic flight for a draw and -1 speed. Again, this one is still nigh impossible to block, right? It's going to knock 10 life off of
Yeah, I mean,
Owen.
you could attempt it with a 1-speed move, but yeah, I think you just got to take it.
Goes to 11. Another big move coming. Another determined advance on a 6, 7, 8.
Wow, man.
Checking a 7. Taps the last remaining foundation here and getting another momentum. Again, 1 off lethal. So we need to give another plus to our check. Plus
We're gonna
4.
play another move.
What could it be? Is it enough?
Is there anything in the deck that can kill from full if this one gets blocked? Because it's still possible for Cohen to block this.
How big does Heat Ray get? It gets damage, doesn't it? Based
Oh,
off
man. Attempting a block. Wow. Gonna go to 1.
So now anything can end the game. Plus 4 to our check. Earthbreaker, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Boy.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Comes in with the 1, 4. With a stun 2 on top of this.
But Barrett, if it hits, he'll be able to destroy one of those foundations.
I already made the joke. Okay.
I was calling back.
I know.
I like that we faked the block, right, with the cape so we could give -3 speed to the next move.
Yeah, and it eats up the minus check we had from that inspiring song. So if there's a way to live, it is right here and doing that kind of jump block. We need a low. We have it.
He has it.
We check.
Now,
A 5.
Mom, I'm gaming.
A full block, plus 2 to the check still for Austin. A 5 diff is possible. No, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, you'd have to check a 6 on it, but instead there is the analytical observation.
Yeah, okay, and this is that card we talked about coming from the sideboard.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to matter in this specific case, right? The analytical observation. Cohen has to kill.
Yeah, 3 foundations, and it's going to be very difficult. But this is where we were talking about the 3 momentum here is the key to do so.
Yeah.
It has to be something like an Ice Sword execution. It has to be something maybe like a
True
100% repeated for powerful or EX. There it is, the Ice Sword execution. This is Cohen's way to win this game, to take us to a game 3.
Yes, I will name that card that you built, the only one that's ready.
We'll be able to freeze one of these. Man, there's a Godzilla Foundation over there, and I don't remember the name of it.
No Science Bros, but we got a bunch of speed off of the Supersonic Flight and a draw. We could kill the Supersonic Flight on our board, and...
Well, we pressed 1 already. We have a second one.
Oh, right, because we built 2 on turn 1.
Yeah, so it'd be plus 6
Would that
damage
be
from
lethal?
those.
Is it
plus
3-2?
5.
It's 3-2. It's 3-2.
Yes, yeah. 3. Wait.
Is it 2-3 or 3-2?
2-3? I thought it was 2-3.
Let's go find out, my brother.
Is it 3-2?
Supersonic
2-3.
Flight is 2-3. Okay, yeah, it will be lethal, right?
Yeah, right. So 6 plus the 5 from the other effect for the momentum.
Yeah, I
plus
think
the 5
you
base,
just-
16 damage.
Yeah, I think that would be all she wrote. Just hit the button.
There it
hit
is.
the button, my brother.
Puts it there. Shows our hand. Austin does some math.
Yeah, I can't make that one.
Can't make it. Game 3, Cohen barely squeaking it out. Living
2.
at 1.
Game 2.
Game 2.
Yeah.
Going to game 3. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, we are going to a game 3, though.
With 25 minutes to go. I think that is enough, though, for either of these players.
Yes, yeah. This game could certainly end, especially since we would have overtime.
Yes.
Past that, it certainly could end. So we could have a lot of games going the
To 3.
distance today. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel it too.
Yeah. I had a long travel day yesterday, so sorry.
No, I get it. I feel you.
Oh, boy.
Well, and I think this is the hardest. If you're a Cohen fan out there, all you European viewers, this is a hard one because we're going second.
Yeah.
Against this highly aggressive Godzilla deck. And then again, if Austin is another advantageous position of doing a board reset, could be in a similar situation twice.
Yeah.
And it's just very hard for a character like Rodan to do. Again, not impossible.
Yeah. To go second twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, not great.
It's going to be hard. But for everyone at home, get in chat. Tell us who you think is going to take it down. Both of these players, X and 1, in our penultimate round of day 1 at Worlds 2025. I mean, the winner of this, Bromley, I mean, full transparency, the winner of this is probably locking their day 2.
Yeah, I think so.
Draw the last one. X1-1.
It depending on who they pair
Yeah,
into,
for sure,
right?
for sure.
Yeah, it could be a lock.
But yeah, they could go against somebody that
needs a
has
win.
to play,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, 100%. That's why I won't guarantee anything. But we are witnessing potentially a name that we will be talking about tomorrow as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we'll be talking about these names for the whole year, of course. This is the tournament to be at.
Is it?
Yeah.
Was this like some kind of world championship?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
We did get the years wrong, though. We are in 2026.
It does say
I'm kidding.
2025.
Well, that's the year we're wrapping up.
I know.
Isn't that crazy? Romley, can you tell me? I have a fun fact for you.
Yeah.
There has not been another year in UniVersus / UFS history where there were 2 world championships in the same year.
Why would I don't. They were always in the same month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this year,
Yeah,
it'll
it's going to
two.
be in November, right?
Yeah. But we're also doing one right now.
Yeah, we
in
sure are.
February.
Yeah.
Isn't that fun? Isn't that a fun?
It's a short
That's
season
a fun little
for sure.
stat for you, right?
Well, so it means that next year's will be further away, I guess. It will be a full year after that one, I guess.
Assuming, the timeline, yeah.
Unless they keep moving it closer, right?
Oh.
You know, they're like, actually, it's in July. The next year it's in February again.
Because we held Worlds in November, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
We used December, January, February to use for the next year's. Yeah.
Right.
Then we move it up. No, I don't know about that. But we after this event, all of the 2026 competitive year will take place in the year 2026.
Crazy. Nuts. We do have 2 copies of Analytical Observation on the board.
Build 5 as well, going first.
Yeah, you love to see that as Godzilla, not as Cohen playing Rodan.
Trying to match it on our own, though. Build 4? Build 5?
5, perhaps?
We got a game. We got a game.
Holding 2, holding 3? Build 5 means we're holding
Godzilla
3.
reset right here.
Godzilla
There are
reset.
10 foundations on the
Yeah,
board.
you could do it. I wouldn't recommend it unless, you were a crazy person, but it's a possibility.
Challenge Cohen that he will only draw orange next turn. Challenge.
Don't do that.
I'm kidding. Don't do that.
Don't put that.
Double build.
Whoa. Actually,
I like double building as Godzilla.
I like that too, especially with the foundations we have on board.
Yep.
Right? These are like the impactful foundations that Godzilla has. This means that next turn, Godzilla's going to have, if we draw like a nut hand, right? We'll have a momentum. We'll have 2 draws.
Yep.
We'll have 2 ways to interact with block tricks.
A cycle draw.
A reset.
And a cycle draw.
And yeah, exactly.
That's a lot of draw.
Yep. So yeah.
What did we just use? What was that?
No idea.
Whoa. I looked away for one moment. The classic foundation into rejuvenating smash and checking a 3 could be very bad here for Cohen. Mainly because this is just the scariest thing to do with this card, right? Yep. Yes, you want to draw 2. Yes, you want to figure out what's going on with the turn, but you're playing an attack into a double-built Godzilla, and for you to draw the cards that you want to hopefully stabilize, you now have to commit 3 pieces on your board.
Yeah, not ideal. Not what you want to see, but it's a part of the game, man.
It is.
Yeah, sometimes you check a 3.
Checks are made in our game.
Checks are made.
And checks are given.
Checks are given, and sometimes they're taken, too. What?
Are they?
Don't look at me with that tone of voice. They took that one from us.
It does connect, of course. Getting another attack in the remove from game pile. 6 damage on the board. And, again, the stabilization here afterwards does feel very good.
Yeah.
So I do think it was worth it. But there is just now this scary territory of we had to commit some pieces. We have 7 foundations to play with for defense, as well as our character who's playable while committed.
Yeah, I think if we didn't draw the big ones, we're going to nuke the board. Right? You need like a very scary hand to deal with this sort of board.
Well, we could have sculpted. We didn't do any blocking.
Okay,
Determined advance.
well, that's a good one.
Checks its own. Sam Tate once told me that when you play a card and check another copy of it, that is the epitome of UniVersus.
That is the epitome of UniVersus?
I'm paraphrasing. That's probably not about at all what he said.
Well, yeah, I think that's not the... I don't think that's the pinnacle of UFS.
The situation was we played a block that the block card had a value of checking a 6, and we checked a 6 on the card to block
and
with
that
it.
was the
And it
pinnacle
was
of
the I guess.
No.
To live. Exactsies. Okay, it is what it is. Anyway, Determined Advance. It has been sealed with the Nonagon coming through, which means we can reduce its speed. One of the best answers you can have here for Cohen on sealing the attack with our nice 1 mid block, with the Aaron sidestep, getting a nice redraw as well. But it costs us a card in our stage, of course, but it is going to make us feel a little better. Black
Here's
Abyss.
one we haven't seen yet. It's Black Abyss. One of the best ones to shove into your momentum with piercing Vine Lances. But only one momentum to play with here, right?
Yep, the one we got from the Finally Free. But we did draw a bunch of cards, so there's really a lot that can go on here for Austin. And we are going to go ahead and spend a momentum to give us +2 to our next check. And then we even reset the speed here with that moment of normalcy aggressively. And so now Cohen has to kind of play with some more pieces. Battle for dominance, removing that block out of the card pool, getting even more minus speed from the incubating. So -1 more.
Yeah, so -1 speed from incubating. We do have an Aaron sidestep available, but I think we're just going to go for a
nice. There's
violent
that
damage shot. Yeah, checks a 4. Not the end of the world. We will need. Oh, it's flipped over. Okay, we didn't want
no breaker.
The breaker on block.
So yeah, a good use there of that analytical observation we've been talking about. And you're still having that bonus one for if like a barrier shield block comes through, like we've talked about. But what is going to be coming next from Austin? We did use that momentum there, but it looks like we're just going to send some foundations.
Yeah, that was a moment. I mean, I guess the thing is that I will assume that Cohen is going to start slinging attacks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And that puts you into a little bit of a dangerous state, right? If you do nuke the board, right, and Cohen just, sticks the landing on a big move, you could just die after building your whole hand out.
Yeah, I mean, plays a 100% repeated, checks a supersonic flight, which is going to give us the +4 speed and draws us a card.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's another supersonic flight below it. Not that we'll probably hit that one, but...
Well, you could incubating whatever you check on the next one.
Correct.
Unless you wanted to draw right now.
Yeah, so a lot... and there it is.
And,
on the remove, going to even draw a bonus card here.
Wow. Like I said, I would like to hurt you now. This is my opportunity to do so.
Or even just extra stabilization, because the more cards that Cohen can hold on to, even and then the ready coming in, I love this play. I did the same play in a pony deck just because, there are just incrementally enough cards in the game that say, hey, ready a foundation that hasn't been ready this turn. And doing the same play of, get the proc off of the Science Bros, get the draw bonus with it, and then ready it up, and then just not press that second button
Yeah, I
again.
was in the headspace that this was a rejuvenating smash. I was like, how did this get readied? What a crazy thing that just happened. It's because it's a totally different card called True 100%.
100% repeated smash.
Truly repeated $100 smash?
Only 100%.
Okay. All right.
Soon to be leaving the standard format.
Yeah, gone, but also forgotten.
I'll never forget.
Okay, I will assume this will not get blocked. We'll go to 21.
Yep, that sounds right. 21 all, as they say in tennis.
21 all. They say that in Texas?
Tennis.
Oh, I was like, they play a lot of tennis in Texas?
I think they play tennis everywhere.
Somebody probably does. Okay, well, there's the card I thought it was. Okay, so, don't make fun of me.
No, this one gets played second. Always.
Draw 2.
Gain 2.
Yeah, so I think, are we, okay, yeah, we use the incubating. We're going to draw.
Just how you drew it up.
Just how I drew it up. Exactly the way I wanted it.
Yeah, and remember, because the Science Bro on the board, that incubating is just free.
Yes.
For extra damage.
Yeah. Cohen's got some heads-up play, man.
EX for
We're
+3.
doing some cool stuff. How are we going to discard things? No idea.
We don't. 12 mid for 8.
Oh, it was actually 20 because of the Science Bros response. So this one's taking us to 12.
Yep.
12, not 11. Not 13 either. It's 12. Are we going to go for the kill?
I mean, we're getting very close, right? With 13 roughly and a half minutes left. Cohen's stage is very healthy here.
I think you don't have to, man. I understand the board could blow up, right?
Yeah.
If you have the kill, if it's super guaranteed, it can't rely on momentum.
He agrees.
Yeah.
I would have gone for it. But I don't know what's in the hand.
Yeah, you don't know what's in the hand. You also don't know what you're going to be checking, right? If it goes incredibly poorly from there, right?
Yeah.
Because the kill cards, I mean, Tri-Grabs beams. If it was double Tri-Grab beam, yeah, man, I'm in. But it appears to not have been.
Because even while you're going for that line, you're disrupting your opponent's sculpt, right?
Yes.
That feels a little safer.
Feels magnifique.
Primo.
I agree. But from here, it means that I think that Austin has to be quite careful with his Duke. If he does the nuke and Cohen decides to just go for it, he could die.
It could be it.
And if he doesn't nuke, I think he's just dead anyway.
And we have 2 momentum, again, that kind of similar state of game 1, but now we have 21 life to play with instead of the 1 that we were sitting on in the same situation.
Yeah.
But you've also knocked Austin down to 12. I think everything is kind of going up Cohen, at least in this game. I think this turn is the biggest decision for Austin to make of whether or not we go for it.
He's going for it.
And it is the discard 4.
Oh, we're discarding.
Discard 4, blow up the board. And then now we've got a new game. Game 5, as they were saying. Because we've nuked twice, somewhere in game 3.
Oh, I understood. Yeah, I got you. Only building 2, though.
Building
1.
But we pitched the foundation.
What could we be holding?
City Rampage is
Show
that
it to me,
important?
Austin.
Is it City Rampage?
Could be, I guess.
Just that's how important that card is to get this attempted new turn 2 on Cohen. On a 3, on a 3, on a 3. On a 4.
4.
Checks a 3.
It must. Okay.
Passes. 3 foundations.
I did see a barrier shield.
That's pretty big.
I think. And there was. I think he could have killed him. I think he. Honestly.
Like going for it?
I think he should have. Because. Oh, no, we kept 1 card. Never mind. Should not have gone for it. Sorry. With 1 card in hand, I would not have gone for it. Because there was a chance that opponent could have blocked it. But. Oh, wow.
Now we're building. What is that last card?
It must be a City Rampage.
It has to be, right?
I think it has to be.
Whatever it is some key to success for Austin to win here.
But with a supersonic flight and a copy of a Team Hero 15, right? We could give a move +4, +6, right? Since it's not a first enhance on supersonic flight.
This is kind of where I'm seeing it right now, Bromley.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a 5 base damage move.
Yeah.
We have
4 high 6. 4 high 6.
4 high 6. Sorry, 6 base damage move. Even better because it's exact math.
That's exact math. Yeah.
Because our supersonic flight gives the +2, +3.
Yeah.
This card has powerful and EX on it. That means we only have to use 1 momentum for powerful, and then we have a bonus 1 on top for EX. You can't even use something. Hold on. Yeah, if this attack's damage is 10 or more, checks cannot be modified for the rest of the turn. That means that Incredible Display that was also built can't even be used defensively to block this.
Inspiring Song.
Inspiring Song?
Yes,
What did I say?
You said Incredible Display.
Oh.
It started with an IN. Yeah, I mean, so if he uses it, it doesn't matter, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Because we can change the rule.
Yeah, and we're pressing all the buttons. We get 1 damage from the team asset.
Yep.
Gonna remove this, build back in the supersonic flight. Gonna get 2. Okay, yeah, we're looking at the card. Okay, yeah. We're gonna get +2, +3 again, making it lethal, making it fast. Gonna get 4 more speed off of Rodan and draw.
Double EX.
Yeah, and then double. Yeah. I think it's all she wrote here.
Plus the 4. Oh my goodness, this is exactly what you were saying.
Yeah.
This was an avenue because of how much damage Cohen did earlier on. As we're showing it, Austin sees the writing on the wall. That is game and the match. Cohen taking it down with 9.5 minutes to spare. Basically all but guaranteeing, again, all but locking in his day 2 for Worlds.
Nice job, Cohen.
That was great.
Yeah, British
Losing
invasion
game 1.
going along swimmingly.
Yeah. And losing game 1 for the reverse sweep, coming all the way from Europe, of course, representing.
Yeah.
And he's doing a fantastic job.
King Charles would be proud, kiddo. He'd be proud. Of all the power tokens I have.
And just like the power that Cohen represented there on stream, we've got a little bit of a schedule for you all to do before we jump into our last round that will be coming up as I help us get it ready to go. So, of course, we've got players to watch going in after the conclusion of this round. And as you can see, the people at the top of the tournament are starting to draw. Why is that? Because all but these players have basically guaranteed their submission into day 2. Paul Butler, day 2. Ryan K, Day 2, Marvin Emery on Ryu, Day 2. As we just watched, here are the other ones that we have to kind of pay attention to. We have Cohen, Chris, Ryan Field, James H. Collins C. But again, it goes all the way down the top 16.
Yeah.
These are all but locked.
So I think, Cohen is locked in. He's going to, because he's the top 5-1 seed, he's going to pair into probably Marvin Emery and be able to tie. Chris Miner and Ryan Field, James. It looks like we've got our top 8 players, and then it will just be down to, because how many players are going to qualify? 16? So yeah, from 9th plus, right, it's going to be a bloodbath.
It kind of depends on what it looks like below it. And the reason we say that is I think 4-1-1 going into this last round with another draw even still puts you above every 4 and 2.
Yes.
Sorry, every 5 and 2.
Yeah.
No, that's wrong. I did that math wrong. That's incorrect.
That's
I'm lying.
Yeah.
So again, there's a world where depending on how many 5 and 2s exist at the end of this tournament, that those could get a little muddy if those records become, again, they play an opponent that also has to play. Those records could be 4-2-1.
Yeah.
Which is where it gets weird.
So let's see 11th through 20th. That's going to be the most telling, I think, if we can.
Yeah, so as we see, there are another 5 4-1-1 players, and now we're starting to see the 4 and 2s.
So if every single one of these X11s also tie, there would be one. No, because there's more
but
points.
But all the X2s below them would be better than X1, 2.
No, they would have, the 4-1-1s would have one more point than the 5-2s. Right?
No.
Right?
A draw is 1 point and a win is 3.
Well, okay, no. So like, math is 15 through, can we go back to 1 through 10 real quick? Right? So from 9th place to 15th place, right, we have X11s.
Yes, 7 of them.
Right, we're going into the 7th round, so they'll be X12. Those players do need to play. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, those players do need to play.
And as we go to the next slide.
Yeah, we can go back to...
Starting with these 4 and 2 players.
Yeah, sorry. I thought these guys were 5-1-1.
Sorry. The goal is they want to be.
Yeah, they need to be 5-1-1 in order to secure their spot. So, so from 9th on, they must be playing. Yeah,
correct.
They must play.
And so these 5 4 and 2s here represented on this slide as we go to our last one showing their top 30 players of the event. As we go all the way down to Alexa V here, would basically be able to match that same energy we were just talking about. If they won their match going to 4-1-2, they would match any of those people that ID that we just talked about.
Yes.
But that's scary territory because, like you said, 15th through 29th are X2 players that are obviously playing and going for their win. And not every X2 player will make it.
Yeah, so like math, right, says that all the way up to 29th place could be, right, depending on if everybody played, right?
Yes.
If everybody played, they would be in contention. But because about half of the players in top 16
already will
can ID, it means that the last 8 slots are going to be a little bit funky. So they must play, and they must play well, and they got to pray too.
Yes, that's true. But some great characters to call out here of some of these players that we are hopefully also going to get onto our feature match going into this last round. We've got a Sung Jin Woo up here. This is the second Benny Mario, by the way. There's another one on the previous slide.
Yeah, true.
We've got Mega Mutant still in contention here with Nick. And then, of course, we have all the way down for Parker S supporting that Zeke Yeager from set 1. And then we also have a Midoriya here, as well as our slew of Godzillas and Mikasas, of course. So I think it's going to be a pretty exciting representation of what they use to qualify for Day 2. But we've... We're going to talk about KOF, I guess.
We're going to talk about the KOF 15 Challenger Series, which you can find UVS LGS. Do exclamation point, find UVS LGS in chat for more information about the King of Fighters 15 Challenger Series. And speaking of, you can go to your local game store to get your copies of this. And the Godzilla pre-release. If you're not at the super duper pre-release that we have at the World Championship, you can hit exclamation point Kaiju pre-release in chat for more information about your local game stores that are going to be hosting these events across the world. I'm pretty happy about that. Are you happy about that?
I am loving opening these packs this entire day. And I love how earlier today we were just like, hey, we're out of packs. More. And, of course, what do? They got us more packs. We got a whole nother kit here for everybody to open. We all get a history's greatest monster, and we've got packs to open. Power token, yes, of course, Bromley, we've got our power token. What did you open, Mr.
Shin Godzilla arrives?
I want to do it the cool way that you guys were doing, because I hadn't done it. Where it's like, all right, everybody, This is my pack. I got a bladed uppercut, which is a really cool one. I like this one.
I do like that one.
Yeah, bladed uppercut. It has EX2, Frenzy, Powerful 2, Stun 1, Fury, Punch, and Weapon.
Another fine addition to my collection.
Great Ultra Red open here for the representation of Gigan or Gigan, or yes, exactly as I said it.
I think it's Gigan.
But that's gonna be it for round 6, Bromley, and I believe I'm done with you for today. Is that?
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Okay.
Yeah. See you later, nerd.
Okay. Well, we all play card games here. Where no disrespect.
You'll see me tomorrow. This guy though, he's gonna stick around. That's my. Oh, I can't kiss you. You're sick. I really want to though, but. Don't go away. Don't touch that dial. Don't go get more chicken nuggets. We got one more round of UniVersus gameplay here in the final round of World Championship something. They won that one. Yep, that one.
We'll be back.
I'm really good at my job.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round for today.
Day one
of Swiss, to find out who our top 16 players that are going to qualify for day 2, join all of our day 2ers who got enough points to skip day 1, to skip this absolute bloodbath today.
Absolutely.
That we've had, and progress on in the World Championship Gauntlet. And we've got some pretty unique characters. We've got a couple characters that didn't make the pie chart, Barry.
That is true. Yes, 100%. And then even some that made the pie chart that personally I didn't think I had a lot of faith coming into the tournament, right? Based off the player standing stuff that we looked before coming into this round, a Ryu made their way to day 2 decidedly. Like ID'd the last 2 rounds decidedly, which, you know, is pretty exciting. But like you said, exciting characters that aren't even necessarily represented on the pie chart. We've still got some fun ones for everybody at home for some exciting gameplay of players who have to play it out to get their lock in for day 2 here at Worlds. So should we not leave them waiting, of course? Should we go ahead and jump things in? So, of course, we've got 2 decks that are going to be jumping in here. We've got Aiden L sporting, you guessed it, Zeke Yeager from set 2. And why do I say you guessed it? Because Aiden has been playing this character since Louisville, which we saw him running and piloting incredibly well.
Yeah, this is a character that completely took me by surprise. I thought you would have no competitive success with this character strictly because the early turns are so difficult.
Yeah.
Right? The early turns being a 5-hander, what if I don't draw the backups? But we've seen that if you build the deck smart, if you play the deck smart, then you will be rewarded for it. We saw this Zeke Yeager, Zeke Beast-Titan get to 3rd place, I believe, in Louisville as well.
Yes.
So there was also, you know, a higher placing Zeke Beast-Titan. And I've been blown away by the ability that it has to smooth out its early turn, and it basically skips to the late game pretty quickly. It kind of jumps over the mid game and goes directly into a late game sort of scenario with its ability to pass checks, its ability to tutor the right cards, and it finds its win condition pretty quick.
Yeah, very, very reliant on those early turns of how quickly we can transform. But, of course, its opponent going to be Dawson M here, coming in with, again, a character I didn't think I was going to be seeing a lot of at this event. Benny Maru, shooting star from the new KOF Challenger decks, coming into this event with 110 points, 57th across the entire United States. And formerly, Dawson has had some success, including a top 4 appearance with Porco in Atlanta, but now sporting this sort of other, might I add, if this is doing what I believe it is, very fun and aggressive momentum generation and blowing out its opponent as quickly as it can with this momentum.
Yeah, very similar idea. A 7-hander who has, well, I'll call fraudulent defense, if only because Porco has defensive tricks. But when you read the character, nothing about him says defense. But the way that he can utilize milling on the rival's turn definitely has that. And so I expect to see Dawson with some more defensive tricks. Benny Maru has a really neat and interesting speed reduction ability. But every time I've seen the deck in action, it has been full throttle, aggro momentum generation, end the game immediately, play the big funny punch as soon as possible. And so I'm not expecting a very defensive back and forth, but I'm also not expecting both of these decks to sell out the way that we might have seen in like the Godzilla versus Ryu's and the Godzilla versus Grog type of matchups throughout the day.
And this is the highest stakes for both of these players as we get into their deck lists, of course. Nope, straight into gameplay. Never mind. So I will use these as our resources here, but I do want to pull up Benny Maru because of exactly what you were talking about. Again, one of our newer characters here in the standard format, you know, literally released this year. But yeah, being able to add any foundation to your stage, to your momentum, repeatable. Every enhanced step, and you get minus, or you can give minus speed equal to the printed difficulty of the added foundation. But if we add face downs, you're giving no minus speed, which means you can do it on your own turn to get that turbo accelerated momentum. And as from the other ability, this character is allowed to give powerful to any attack in the game, or if it already has it, give a nice little +1 to that powerful. But as you were kind of talking about, the big bread and butter of this deck is this ultimate combination. So any of those foundations that you shove into your momentum, we can spend it for powerful on this ultimate combination, which has powerful 5. And then we can build all of those foundations right back and face up.
Yeah, quick quiz, Barrett. What's the correct order to play the enhances?
You have to play powerful first, and then you have to press the button to build them.
Incorrect.
What?
That is not how you play this card.
What do you mean?
You have to play the ability that builds when you powerful, because it triggers when you powerful.
I thought
like you did
you're right.
too.
Okay, I see it. I understand. Because it says to pay the cost.
It's genuinely worded ambiguously, in my opinion.
It's an old card.
And it was ruled the opposite way
for the longest time.
For as far as I knew. And then like 2 weeks ago, I was told that it was officially ruled by a UVS employee years ago when it first debuted that you're supposed to play the enhances in the opposite order. So hopefully it's not mattered to anybody. There's very few places, right, where the order would actually matter how you do it. But it'll be interesting to see if our players fall into that pit, that, you know, fall for that trap, because I was definitely playing it the way you talked about.
That's what I was told. But I mean, I think regardless, I think part of the reason why that clarification was even given to us is because people are playing this card again a lot because of this character.
It's been a consistent question. I think it's been something that comes up over and over and over again. And you know, like I said, I thought I'd always heard it ruled the other way, but we'll see how it goes. There is a few interesting things that could trigger, but again, I don't think we'll see that in this matchup. I don't think that that's going to be relevant. I just like pop quizzing people because this game has so many intricacies in its mechanics and rulings, and the more we talk about it, the more you at home will be informed and not make mistakes.
And he wanted to humiliate me on stream because I got it wrong.
No, I did the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
I'm joking.
I was also wrong for years and years and contributed to people playing it wrong. But like I said, unless you have something that specifically responds to entering the discard pile or whatever, it shouldn't matter. But we do see the sort of hands I was talking about where I would be afraid if this was my competitive deck. If my tournament life was on the line and I opened Masho Concealment, backup, and that's it for my turn one build.
And the one we searched for, right?
I would be terrified. Yeah,
and that's the thing, too, is that it's not the number you need it's not the correct number you need of these backups to do the transformation play that we've been talking about so quickly and so early on, which means there is an opportunity for Dawson to abuse these backups by attacking them as long as Aiden can't get enough of them on the stage quickly enough. Normally, this deck plays things like Hunter's Ally and Beast Titan Rock Barrage to help sneak in a couple more during the middle of the turn, but with only one foundation, it's a lot harder to do that when we only have two backups, and you need that 4, right? We need 4 of them to transform as our character.
Yeah, you need to get a nice chunky draw 4 out of the way. But starting off with, I believe, the Beast Titan's Rock Barrage?
The Obsidian version.
The Obsidian. Okay, yeah, not the Pearl, but Beast Titan's Rock Barrage. I could tell because it built a backup.
That's true.
That's actually how I could tell. I could tell because it was a 5 diff because we committed 2 cards to play it.
Yep.
And that's going to delay our transformation even longer. Because there was a world where we built 2 backups and then formed.
Yes.
Right? And then we kind of made up for our lackluster turn 1. But we're pretty much seeing, again, the nightmare scenario for me. 5-hander, low build early, trying to get some advantage, checking poorly, basically losing any advantage we could have. Because now we're not even going to get to draw the 2. We could have formed and drew 2.
Yeah, we don't get to do that because we had to commit our character to pass the check. So now we are legitimately playing this turn 2 as a 5-hander because even going first, we get to have that extra backup card. But I think that's kind of the biggest thing I was going to really point out was that I think the thing I like about Zeke, and it's probably the only thing I really like about this deck, is going second feels a lot better. Because you have your character ready, and you have that extra card, and the partial mulligan helps you find those backups on what you're looking for. And then additionally, because that feels so good for this deck, in this scenario where Aiden wins the die roll and goes first for this game, this is kind of the game that you're allowed to maybe lose. Not that I like saying that, of course, but when your deck does do and benefit a little bit going second, this is one of those situations where this is the game you're allowed to have this kind of clunkier start. But moving on to the other side, of course, we've got Dawson, who's going to start accelerating his own game plan and already has 2 momentum as we move into the rest of this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Dawson's got triple his foundations. Granted, the backups, they count for something, right?
Yeah.
Especially the Aegir's followers. They help you make checks. They help compensate for not having a lot of foundations, which is how the backup decks tend to operate. But Benimaru with 6 foundations, 2 momentum already, clear card pool ready to go, and fast hybrid Chimera Kraken. An absolute banger in this board state. The question is, Barrett, are you swinging at a backup or are you swinging at Zeke?
I think it depends on what's in our hand. I think the biggest thing for me is 34 is a lot to do at the beginning of the game for these Benimaru decks. So I would be attacking the backups, especially if I have at least 2 attacks in my hand. Kill one off, knock the Zeke down to 4, play another attack, knock the Zeke back down to 3. Also remember, if we want this to go to momentum, and it will go face up. So that helps when it guaranteed connects. But it looks like we went straight for the face, and that is if you're Aiden, that's what you want. You want to keep these backups alive. And if you're Dawson, you're still getting that life total a little bit closer to lower.
Yeah, we saw in the Louisville matchups, the Zeke Jaeger War Chiefs had started to target the Zeke Jaeger Beast Titans backups, and because they started out as the 6-hander and had a little bit better early game draws, they were able to consistently deny the transformation over and over and over again. And if this deck never transforms, you really feel safe because, correct me if I'm wrong, on the front side, you discard ranged attacks to pick up backups. But on the back side, you discard backups to pick up attacks. And that's when the deck really starts to flow and get dangerous. So if you can prevent that transformation, you know, all you're going to do is allow them to discard attacks, which that's not how we win the game.
Absolutely, yeah. Discarding any attack, just to grab the backups is great, but it is that slower game plan. You would rather just be playing the attacks that say get the backup in your stage, like the Hunter's Ally and like the Beast Titan Rocket Barrage. So you're never really going to be wanting to get rid of those. And even something like a Falling Titans, you feel pretty comfortable playing early on because it shifts down as a foundation for you to pick up later. So I agree with you. It almost feels like that line of text is completely blank when you play this character. But Aiden being in a better spot altogether of having these 5 backups, being able to transform, but we are staring across this falling debris that scales based off of momentum that Dawson has, and that first attack already connected.
This is a card, Falling Debris, I thought was going to be a way bigger deal.
Yeah.
5 difficulty for Zilla gives you usually +2 to your check, you know, without having to actually spend the momentum. A lot of decks that churn up a lot of momentum, the way that they do it is by debuilding. So we don't see people play those effects because losing resources makes it hard to spend the momentum that you just generated. But Benimaru is already a deck that's down to debuild himself to get a bunch of momentum, and we see exactly the payoff. A huge check bonus into our 6 difficulty win condition, and now with powerful 5, this is threatening lethal.
Yeah. 20 life to deal with, 7 base damage. The biggest thing for me is that, and the hardest part about this card is it is incredibly easy to block. And although every foundation and character is committed on the side of Aiden, we talked about these Jaegerist followers, and each of these Jaegerist followers give -2 speed because we have 4 of them in our stage.
True.
We have -6 speed to block this ultimate combination. The question is, do you have the high block?
Which, if we have any ranged attack, we should have a high block because of Zeke's ability, but we're committed, Barrett.
Yeah, we can't do anything about it.
Our super powerful ability to tutor to the right block zone is no longer available, so it looks like we did get the minus speed coming down, so we are at least bluffing a block.
Yeah, -4 total now, going to 0 high. Still haven't pressed the powerful button, haven't pressed the other enhance. Again, I don't know the right order, as we've already explained. And remember, it also gets...
Just assume I'm doing this correctly.
We're going to... I'm assuming, yeah. I trust Dawson knows the correct order of play, as I think they're actually even clarifying it right now, of like, hey, whatever the ruling is, this is the order I'm doing.
Yeah. It looks like he said it's powerful 5. I think he pointed and said powerful 5, which means we are almost certainly, powerful 5. There it is. Thank you, Judge. Got some wonderful judging going on today.
-3 damage coming from that other backup that we have.
Yeah, the Titans under orders.
Yep.
Oh, the full expenditure.
How many of these are foundations? Looks like 3 of them. +15 damage. And then because we've already pressed the enhance, they build down immediately. So 15 damage on top of the 4. We have 19, which is not lethal. And remember, we are already at a -4 speed, putting this at a 0 high for 19 damage that we're assuming Aiden will at least partial block.
Right. And we see one of my favorites for this deck specifically is that daily training getting rebuilt. Daily training is a super good way to bounce back.
That's on my list.
Rebuilding yourself. Yep. Same thing with the ultimate combination, right? You stuff all these foundations into momentum. Oh, we got the double daily training. We got the daily double, if you will.
That means that if it easily, because we build these extra foundations right, we can play even more attacks after this ultimate combination. It's not about it being this big finisher. Yes, it does a ton of damage, but again, if there's a high block here, we're going to be at a healthy 20 still for Aiden, but we can build these foundations in. It looks like instead it's going to be a partial, right?
Yeah, and we checked a 3.
It was on a zero speed.
Zero speed.
Yeah.
True.
So it has a mid block. Am I wrong? I might be wrong.
Hunter's ally? No, yeah, he took the half.
Yeah, half goes to 10, but because we built on these extra foundations from that daily training to get us even another daily training, a strategic meaning, even that one can go to our hand because it's got enough keywords.
It's got a million keywords.
Another City Rampage has, does it have, I don't know, Giant? Does it have the Giant keyword? I don't
think it has a keyword, no. But that one's going to go to Momentum. Now, the issue with Walk the Dog is it's a 6 difficulty move. Because our rival only has 2 foundations.
That is true.
So that is one way to counteract Walk the Dog, but I think Dawson's got the answer here.
And we checked a 6 on it as well, having to commit our extra 3 foundations. Oh, 2 foundations? I guess I mathed.
It should be 3.
And there it is,
we're gonna
showing
scoop it up. The
game.
powerful
Yeah.
from Benimaru is so strong. Determined Advance is going to give him a momentum. He can get a momentum from Benny. And then Powerful 2 on top of a move that you cannot reduce the speed of below 6 is going to be too much.
Game 1 going to Dawson there. Like we said, just that rough start of going first as Zeke Yeager here. Not being able to find the pieces, not even able to transform at all in that game. And that's the question. You were talking about the hardest part about this deck, and now it is coming down to the wire for these players. Aiden has to find a way to reverse sweep in this current match if they choose to go first again. Again, that's the hardest part about this deck, in my opinion.
That's what scares me.
But do you give up going first?
I've yet to see a reason to. We came close with a couple decks.
Yeah.
There is a few decks I have seen, and mostly back in the ready, get, set, go era.
That's true,
where I might
yeah.
have chosen to go second, but I don't think I've seen a reason to go second, since. And even those decks were probably still better off going first. So it's pretty tough. I wonder how good an ability would have to be for you to go second on purpose,
Oh,
like how strong?
Here's something I didn't think of. Of course, I forgot these decks do side into Han Zoe.
Ooh,
a character,
good backup plan.
Yeah, a good backup plan. Maybe even a situation that we might see this deck transition into for Game 3.
Titan Pile eats 7-handers alive.
Yeah,
Titan
that's true.
Pile is one of the best ways to kill a 7-hander, especially if you're willing to build 4 backups turn 1, and then play like 1 attack on a 5. Granted, Titan Pile only counts Titan backups. So I'm not sure if it's part of our sideboard game plan or not.
It's not, but I think instead we're just kind of taking advantage of political strifes.
Which counts all the backups,
Which
right?
counts all backups
Okay.
that we're already main boarding into this deck.
Baby pile.
Yeah, exactly. A little mini pile here.
Yeah.
With an icebreaker 2 on it as well. But yeah, we side Hans and we side a singular 4 difficulty backup to make that beginning text very good. And, we have a couple of attacks on the sideboard, but they aren't those Titan Piles that you're talking about. But regardless, even cards like Political Strife can get very high damage very
A
quickly.
4 diff that swings for 7 damage, that's pretty solid.
Does decide to go first, does decide to stay as a Zeke Yeager here. And I sure hope that this turn 1 build is at least a little more fruitful on what Aiden is looking for. We'll find out on the mulligan.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you talk about a deck, quote unquote, doing its thing.
Yeah.
Right? Whether you're playing casually, whether you're playing competitively, you want to see your deck do its thing. And the Zeke Yeager deck never got to do its thing. It never transformed. I don't think we saw a single ability played on it.
Nope.
Did we enhance a single time throughout that game?
We committed our character to pass
him
checks.
and then got zonked on 2. So, or 3, maybe it was turn 3, but
yeah,
it was quick. It was a very quick game 1, but I don't think we're in for a quick game 2 if I had to guess.
No, we did the full mulligan here for Aiden, of course, going first. That is your only option. And then a partial here from Dawson as well as our players shuffle up. So we are at the mercy of what those next 5 cards were. And then, of course, we get to search. So I know we're shuffling up, but we do get to go grab that backup. Yep, there it is, beginning of the game. Going through all the motions, finds ourselves a Jaeger's follower,
I thought
guaranteed.
the beginning of the game was before you draw hands.
I don't. Well, then you would mulligan it, right? Isn't that weird? It's post mulligan.
That's true. It
right?
has to be post mulligan.
It has to be post mulligan.
Otherwise, you would mulligan it into your hand.
But I for sure wouldn't have
But
offered my opponent to.
did it before he drew hands, right?
I don't remember.
It's fair. It's
I
been
don't
a while.
remember, man.
It's another reason I won't play this character because I would mess it up. I only played Eraser, I think, in one tournament, and I think I forgot to get a race one time, and I immediately checked one and felt like a god. I was like, I meant to do that.
With a little bit of time skip there, we did end up only, once again, building 2 backups and 1 foundation, which
is it Macho Concealment again? That'd be funny.
No, loyalty for a friend, of a friend, loyalty friend.
Friendly loyalty.
Friendly loyalty.
Not loyal friend. Loyal friend is on.
Yes, loyalty of a friend. Meanwhile, on Dawson's side, we have built 5, 2 of which are daily trainings. Again, card on my I don't know what to call it, my pick'ems.
Right. What I want to see from Aiden here is just no greed. Just draw 2 cards and then build.
Build, yeah.
Just be a 7-hander and build. Build 4, build 5, hold 2, whatever you got to do. Just make this a game worth playing.
But nope, B-Side Rock Barrage checks a 5 this time, which is...
I was wrong.
That
You
is
checked well this time.
Yeah, it is a different story, right? Because I would be afraid if we were just kind of rewriting the similar situation that we saw in Game 1. But going to be able to build down another Jaeger's follower, and now the game is getting a little better for Aiden. And again, even if we are able to maybe play another attack here that builds in a backup in the middle of the turn, if you check well, keep Zeke alive while we kind of do a little bit of peeking. He said, nope, I can't check a 4 here. It means I have to commit Zeke if there is another 5 difficulty attack, which we know we're playing. 7 copies of attacks that do this. We could build in another one and then get the actual transformation. Another peek. It's another 4 check. He said, no, I need a 5. You can see Aiden the kind of posturing, the frustration, the hard part of this deck, right? There are so many things that have to go right. But don't get me wrong, Sam, when they do, this deck does fire.
It's pretty amazing, yeah.
Giving the plus to the check. Nope, giving minus to the rival's check with that inspiring song that gets used. Goes for the full block here. Checks the City Rampage, commits the 1 full block. And it looks like we're not going to risk it. Draw 3, similar to what you were asking to happen. And now we can safely build, but we only have 1 foundation, so we got to play some good check math. Man, double daily training after we built 6. We could have 8 foundations ready to go.
It's amazing how much the Benimaru deck can build.
Yeah.
It's actually so crazy.
And also, it's amazing how quickly it puts them all in your momentum.
Right. It's crazy how much it builds while debuilding, and we'll still stay ahead of, 5 and 6-handers.
That, I think, was...
And it's only going to get better with next set because we got Queen of the Monsters
Oh,
coming.
that is true,
my
yes.
goodness.
And you just get that momentum
You
so
get
quickly.
to build my attack down into my stage, then add it to my momentum, then I get to add it back to my... Oh, we're going. I can't wait for Reign of Kaiju.
I think the biggest thing as well is, I think the biggest struggle that players had in the beginning of when they were testing with Benimaru, because I think it was a very eye-catching character right off the get-go on release. Again, quick
I think a
momentum
lot
generation.
of people dismissed it. I think a lot of people read it and went, oh, 7-hander that only reduces speed, it only pumps damage if I debuild myself with momentum. It doesn't look like a very alluring gameplay loop, truly. I mean, to give yourself momentum, you even have to be using 0 diffs and flipped face-down foundations to not hurt yourself. So it has its restrictions.
Yeah.
But they're not the biggest hurdles in the world.
Yeah, and I think the biggest downside I saw from people was that they would put too much into their momentum too quickly.
Mhm.
And then if something like the ultimate combination got disrupted or something, you've lost your entire stage, right? It's just gone. And there's almost no recovering from that point, even though you are throwing these kind of explosive moves. But you are putting your foundations into your momentum, and then you are trying to spend them and get a big buyback. And sometimes, if that just gets disrupted, you leave the deck pretty vulnerable, which I think is shied some players away. But as we are seeing in this tournament, Dawson not the only one playing Benimaru in this tournament, and also not the only one having success with it.
Yeah, and I think it's important because for a long time, it felt so bad to play a seven-hander. You basically had to play a racerhead or you had to play a seven-hander that had crazy defensive potential. And then the only other seven-hander people were really seeing success on was Rodan, who just blocks so well and has crazy speed reduction, similar to a racerhead. And now we're seeing a lot more seven-handers be viable, right? We're seeing a lot more seven-hand sized characters that can play different styles even. You know, if you were playing a seven-hander a while ago, you basically had to be on one end of the spectrum, either Tokoyami turn 2ing you, which Tokoyami said amazing defense. Don't let anyone lie to you about set 1 and 2 Tokoyami with all that breaker. Or you had to be playing like the greatest control deck possible and make no mistakes. But now we're seeing a lot more flexibility in the seven-hand size space, which is really nice.
Another build turn here from Aiden after using that form commit on the front side. We have now transformed into Zeke, the Beast Titan. So yes, like you said, all of our range attacks now for the rest of the game, we're going to get +2 speed and +2 damage, and now our backups in our hand turn into attack cards. So we need a little bit more of a stage. We have to pass some checks.
We still have to wait a turn for that.
Yes, correct.
Which that's the other wrinkle in this deck for me is, you know, you have to form commit, then you get the transformation, but then you can't even do the enhance while committed. You still have to wait another turn to unlock the full potential of this deck. So it'll be really interesting. I mean, once you draw 5 cards, you probably have a pretty good hand anyways. Hopefully Aiden doesn't need to be tutoring more attacks after drawing 5 cards, but it'll be interesting to see if he's got that grip or if he's going to have to build, play some defense without his character and survive a whole nother turn against Benimaru.
Yeah, we have 7 cards in Aiden's hand after only building a couple more afterwards.
Yikes.
And another build turn from Dawson. And because, you know, yes, when you transform into the Beast Titan, you actually become a 6-hander. One of the only characters I've ever seen that, like, changes its hand size, right, during the game.
I'm trying to think. I mean...
It's like All Might 1, I remember he would, like, reduce it, right?
But yeah, All Might could reduce his, but he didn't, like... flip between, you know, like that's like reducing a number on the card and you would do it with an attack.
Yep.
So all the All Mights could theoretically do it. We have seen in the past the Dullahan, what's his name?
Oh, Taisei.
Taisei, yeah. Taisei would start the game as an 8-hander
and turn into a 5.
If you deal like 2 damage to him, he would turn into a 5-hander. So that was always an interesting gambit for people to play. A lot of weird Taisei decks out there. A lot of people really liked playing Taisei. So, yeah, I think that's the only time I can think of off the top of my head where a character's hand size changed, like printed on the card.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, Super Skullman 33 had like you get 1 hand size for every character you build. All Might had the changing, but that wasn't marked by like having a physical character card change.
Yeah, exactly. And so what that means is because we built again for Dawson, the 7 cards that Aiden had, there's no reason to review because you're just going to lose a card. So we just started the turn with our 7 in our hand. But like we said, now our character's ready again. We can turn any backups that were already in Aiden's hand into attack cards every time we enter the enhanced step. But we've got this Beast Titan Rock Barrage already coming through. Comes in with the 2/2. We built a backup already. And we got some cards committed.
Yeah, Dawson, you know, skipping a turn there really allowed Aiden's deck to begin doing its thing like we were talking about, having to wait that extra turn cycle to be ready. Now you got to feel like, I mean, there's no way Aiden's not going to have the attacks, right? There's no way he doesn't have backups. There's no way he doesn't have attacks in his hand. And if he doesn't have attacks, the backups are the attacks.
We even used our own Capone. So that this Beast Titan Rock Barrage doesn't count towards progressive difficulty, making the turn a little bit easier. And I can only imagine, oh, okay, here it is. Discard a backup. We're going to discard this Genghis Frog, and we're going to pick up another Beast Titan Rock Barrage, just really trying to solidify and get these extra backups into our stage, and also dismantling the stage of Dawson to get these cards committed.
Yeah, and it looks like, did we not get the targeted commit from the Rock Barrage?
I think we did. I think we picked an Inspiry Song.
Oh,
and then it was immediately shoved in for
yeah,
-1 speed here.
Momentum. That makes sense. Yep,
Ooh,
yep.
There it is. This is this is the hostile introduction, right?
Yes.
It's the alt art one.
It's the foil one, yeah.
Nice mid block with a Mighty 9 Breaker 2, which we're not one of those.
Yep, but here is another Rock Barrage on a 5.
Comes in with the 2/2, of course. I'm in suspense here. I'm wondering how many more attacks we can play, right? How many more backups we have? What do you think? Is this a way for Aiden to win? Again, it's only 22 life to get through, right?
I mean, I still gotta wait for I still gotta see him tutor another attack. I thought we were gonna discard Genghis Frog, pick up Hunter's Ally, and then build Genghis Frog.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I do like that.
I thought that was gonna be pretty insane. But you want to get all the rock barrages that you can first, right? You want to eliminate as much of the rival interaction as you can. And we get a tiny little peek at Dawson's hand. I thought we were going to use the daily trainings to combat this sort of committal, stage committal effects. However, we decided to commit the daily trainings because they're going to be able to actually give us some minus speed. And then once we get the momentum, we're going to ready the Master's Pride. So also probably the only foundation that we have in our hands, probably a block that we need to play, which we're going to see now. So our foundations, unfortunately, were not ones that we could build with extra training. They're going to be forced to be used as blocks. And now here's the Hunter's Ally. I'll be very curious if there's a backup to be built better than Genghis Frog.
I don't think there is. Not an ally card, at least, right?
That's true. It has to be an ally backup. Well, I guess you could build an ally foundation like Masho Concealment if we really wanted to. But, yeah, the Genghis Frog is the most often built card with this. And, I mean, Benimaru's got some speed reduction, but I don't think it's this good.
Yeah, 6 high for 10 right now.
2 cards in the card pool kind of counteracting any minus speed Benimaru could give it. And we're not really on a symbol for a good hand trap. Runaway on a 7 doesn't look super appealing here. We do have the Inspiring Song, so it's not necessarily a huge deal yet. But I feel like if we're going to block this attack Barrett, I think we got to do it with a breaker. We got to do it with some kind of hand trap, some kind of thing to surprise our opponent and throw them off, because Aiden's only got 2 cards for progressive, and we still have Hitch for bonus damage.
Yep.
So as soon as he sniffs an opening, Aiden can commit that Hitch for, I believe, +4 damage, +5 damage.
Yeah.
We got the Genghis Frog there, so it's capped at 5. But a full-powered Hitch is a scary thing to deal with, as I'm sure you're used to working at UVS games.
That is true. A full-powered Hitch is definitely someone you want to get out of the way of and all of his creative ability at UVS games. But with that -2 speed, we also sent over that committed daily training for another -2. We already used the Inspiring Song, of course, as we are going to try. So the breaker is kind of there with the -1 to the rival's check. And I was even looking for something maybe like a Falling Debris block, which is a high block with breaker on it. But here comes a Political Strife on a 4, 5, 6.
So I thought we were going to give +1 to our check and try to block with the Falling Debris. That was my read. But Political Strife here comes in with +2 from Zeke, +3 from Genghis Frog, and then it's going to blitz to give itself +5 more. That's
8, because we have
13.
actually 3 more guys. They're just in a different spot.
Just up in the asset area. They're just split up there. Okay, yeah. So +8 from that. So 13, and then you can commit, or then Genghis Frog is another 3. That's 16. Then Hitch. This is like a one-shot attack.
Yeah.
This is basically a tight pile.
And it's a low.
And
the only speed reduction that Benimaru can do is by getting rid of a readied resource. It would still be like net -1 speed, but it's still going to be really tight.
Not good at all. Counting it up, figuring out the fact that we cannot block this.
Yep. Yeah, the numbers are adding up. It is a lot of damage, and very quickly, and I don't know any other crazy block trick that it could be. Like you said, I can only think of the Runaway, and I don't even know if that's necessarily something we can deal with right now. Yep, getting that extra commit because we did have the minus to the check, but I think this is still the writing on the wall for this game, which is exactly what Aiden needed to take us to a Game 3.
Yeah, even if Dawson had something like a Runaway, the tattered costume is sitting right
that's
there,
right. Yeah,
ready to go. So, I mean, I guess the Incredible could still commit that.
But we need that one ready, and you have to pass the check for the Runaway still. Yeah, it's going to be tight.
And I think we looked at the deck. I don't know. We didn't look at the deck list on stream, but I don't think that there is one. I don't think there is a runaway.
Your fully powered Hitch joke carried so far that Hitch actually came over to check on me because he heard me say his name. So
say his name and
he appears. That's right. I do believe in Hitch from UVS Games.
Hey, you know, after seeing, I don't know how much. Oh, I can't say. Oh, I'm so excited. There's so much happening at Worlds, you guys. If you're not here, you're missing out. That's all
true.
I gotta say.
Absolutely.
Day one was absolutely a blast.
The one mid block is not something necessarily I had on the radar. So the half block is enough to survive, going down to 4. And because we used that inspiring song earlier, we committed enough resources from Aiden, and we didn't end up reading that rest. I can't blank on the name of that foundation. Something rest, a night's rest.
Oh, I was going to say it's not a moment of rest.
And so we ended up surviving that, passing back to Dawson, who, although their entire stage is face down, we have so much momentum, and there is not a lot of resources on the side of Aiden. I just see a bunch of damage reduction, which is still good, but when you're staring against the character that gives powerful and increases powerful, I don't know if that's a good enough answer.
It's pretty scary. I'm not gonna lie, pretty scary. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised Dawson was able to survive that turn. And normally I would say at what cost, because all of our foundations are face down.
But that's what we want.
But that's kind of what you want.
Yeah,
that's kind of what you're okay with here. And oh well, there goes loyalty of a friend.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those extra damage reduction cards that we're going to lose access to.
Yeah, nice job, Armin.
This one was on my bingo card. I like this Benny Mara list. It's playing a lot of cards that I said were going to be impactful this weekend.
It's very good. It's a very good.
Vast Hybrid, daily training. Everything's coming up bare with this matchup.
What was your third one?
I
think it was
Genkai's Guidance.
Genkai's Guidance. Yeah, that could also
which we
be
could
here.
be playing.
That's also a chaos card. Yeah, I think it has all 3 Benny Mara symbols on it. Actually,
good chaos air. Yep, you're right.
Yeah. Interesting stuff here. Yeah, so
it has good. Wait, I don't think it has good.
It's got like 4 symbols, right?
It's got 5.
Air, chaos, order, void, and good is the last one, isn't it? No, death. It's death. That's it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was right. I was like, wait a minute.
Doesn't have good.
But we do know that Genkai, the character,
the
has
character
the
is
good
good.
stuff.
I think that's what throws me off.
Yeah.
I think Genkai can only play Genkai's Guidance on order.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, that is true. Anyway, we followed up this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken with actually the key to Dawson's success in this matchup as the ultimate combination is coming down. And boy, howdy, I think we have a ton of foundations in our momentum.
Oh man, this is gonna be like a total refresh.
5. How much momentum we have? 6 after we add that one in.
I think this is the 6th one. Yeah.
So plus 30 damage. 37. How much damage reduction are we staring across right now? -6, -5, so -11.
We're staring at Tattered Costume, which would just say, haha, just kidding, I'll draw a card.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you got to kind of force it. I
You
think.
do.
And the best part is, even if you cancel the powerful, you still get to build the foundation.
Yes, because you paid them for cost. Yes, yeah.
So we'll see if that comes into play. But I would have to expect the powerful to get canceled here. So
no, that's fair. I didn't even think about that, honestly, because I forgot. I'm thinking of it always canceling action cards.
Right. It does keyword it does keywords and action cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're counting up the costs, and we are going to go ahead and dump all 6 of them. But like you said, all these foundations, all 5 of them, not all 6, but 5 of them going into our stage.
So here, I found it. I found where it matters, Barrett. If we kept the momentum, we would have built the incredible display, which would have canceled the Tattered Costume,
cost being
which
paid.
makes
that's crazy.
Which makes the order matter.
Wow, you're right.
But we spent all 6 of it, so we cannot cancel with incredible display.
You're right.
I think we could have won the game here. Well, no, we have a +1 high block. Never mind. Didn't matter. He canceled just. Well, there's one in the card pool.
That's what we blocked the Vast Hybrid with.
Oh, okay. Then
that's crazy though, because that is exactly why you're saying the sequence matters, right? You say, hey, they built down in the middle of paying the cost. When you give them all, you get all those foundations down, which means there is now an incredible display in your stage for you to cancel a response like the Tattered Costume. That is brilliant. But that's not what we did. So I like it, though.
But for you at home, if you're ever playing, I guess, Hero 2 or Retro, because this card's rotating before the next regional, But if you are ever playing Hero 2, remember that one. That is one of the only timing fiascos that I have cooked up since learning the correct order I'm playing the card for it to matter. So really interesting stuff here. It still looks like Aiden might just block a 7 damage move. I think we gave it -2 speed still.
I think we even used because we used, I think, that Knight's Rest. We readied it by committing one of these backups, and then now we're going to go for the block. So it did end up still getting full blocked. We could have just let it go through, but now we have another
Unless
attack.
we drew that block from the tattered costume.
Oh, that's true too.
So there's a lot of wrinkles, but support from the female Titan, one of the best momentum getters that have been printed in a while. After it resolves, if you have a momentum, you get another momentum, dude. That's pretty cool.
And we get momentum.
And you draw a card.
That's true. We get a momentum on every enhanced step.
It's pretty difficult for Benimaru to not have a momentum.
The -5 damage from the hitch does come through here, so putting it for 0. And unless we go ahead and use momentum to give it even more damage, which means we'll miss on the response, looks like this one is going to be doing absolutely no work for us. 23 minutes down. Aiden still has to solve this game and then take us also to a game 3 after coming so close. And Dawson then pulling it off with that half block on that City Rampage earlier last turn. Still feels like this game, at least when you're, if you are Dawson, has a lot of room to go if you're trying to win this one with a 2-0. And Aiden is currently looking like in a good position to win it next turn.
Yeah, this has been a lot more back and forth than I was expecting, but it's doing so in big haymakers.
Yeah.
Right? It's doing so with big potential threats. And now we see, like Hitch is just a big threat. +5 or -5, that's so difficult to fight around. And I got to feel like, especially in this game, playing from behind, Dawson could have benefited from targeting some of those backups.
Yeah.
Now that the damage reduction is as big as it is with the Titans under orders and the hitch, it's probably impossible to really get through to the backups. That game plan is probably gone.
100%, yeah.
If we had been able to attack them a little bit earlier, we probably couldn't have prevented the transformation this game just because Aiden's deck was finally cooperating, being able to ramp some with attacks, being able to draw into them and get the transformation out, pretty early. But, yeah, I got to think that if we go to a game 3, Dawson going first, snipe the backups, accrue a million momentum, and just deny the flip.
We saw another strategic meeting go through in between on the forums there for Dawson, and we actually hit a walk the dog, so we have that in our hand. But this is a falling debris now being played on an 8, and we did actually end up having +3 to our check to play this. I don't remember where it came from, but we did go ahead and add that check. This is going to come in with the 2/2 from the Blitz ability because we have the 2 momentum. Benimaru Enhance gives us a 3rd. So there is more to be said on this attack, as there's the last piece of damage reduction on Aiden's side of the board, putting this down to 5 damage. Oh, another falling debris. And a walk the dog. We have so many attacks.
Yeah, this is looking like some pretty good extension here. We're not getting it's not free. Like the check bonus from falling debris is not so big that we're guaranteed to pass without committing anything for any attack that we play. However, you could definitely chain together some falling debris into a 4 difficulty walk the dog. Or I guess it'd be 5. We only have 3 foundations still.
Sorry. I think you're thinking of Swarmed by Titans.
Oh, is that the check bonus?
This one is just the
it's at +X+X.
Yeah,
I definitely think of Swarmed by Titans. You're right.
Yeah, but you're right. We did end up having a
XP
plus to the check. I don't know where it came from, but this one's going to land for the 5 damage onto Aiden, and with 29 to go, I'm trying to do some math here on a walk the dog. We have 3 momentum. We can go up to 4. It can turn into powerful 4, which means it has 16 damage on top of the 6 base. So it's not 29.
Okay, so no big check bonus here, but we got +1 from Inspiring.
Yes.
I saw the check bonus thing came out, and I think I got switched up. We've been here since 9 a.m., 8:30. We've been here since 8 a.m.
It's been almost about 12 hours.
Yeah, our call time was 8:30. So I'm ready. Everyone has left
They're
the
gone.
building already to go get dinner, and I'm jealous.
It's just us.
I'm so jealous. I gotta go. I'm gonna be late finding a group. Everyone's already gonna be at a restaurant. So, but we're here checking out this awesome action. This Beimaru deck is so sick.
I
dude.
love the gravitation of a lot of players going towards this character. Because I'll be honest, this kind of guy is not my cup of tea. But I understand why people are gravitating towards it because of like what
Yeah.
you said. It's just like lopsided, harder deck building gameplay of you give plus damage and you give minus speed. You do not do the any versions of the other way around, but you do this momentum
He's
generation.
very unique.
Yeah.
There's very few characters that can give powerful, very few characters that can modify keyword ratings in general, and Benimaru just plays with different cards. You still have your Walk the Dogs, still have your Vast Hybrids, your staples, but who else is playing Ultimate Combination in the year 2026? And who's doing it this well?
It's just Benimaru, and it's the last chance, right, to
Yeah.
do it at this exact tournament. So I do understand, again, people gravitating towards it because cards like Ultimate Combination are one of a kind.
Powerful 4 Walk the Dog sounds pretty good to me, pal.
Yeah, 20 damage, Walk the Dog, and it looks like it's going straight to the face. Going down to 9 for Aiden. 7. I'm
Or
sorry, I did
7,
the math
yeah.
wrong. 22. Single digits for both players. Another attack has to do at least 7, and I think the one I saw, which was the falling debris, was not enough, even if you could pass it.
I will say, these are the most conservative daily trainings I've ever seen. It's so rare to see a daily training sit face up in a stage. Like
We only have attacks.
Yeah, like you just see, or we've seen Dawson, correctly hold foundation blocks.
Oh,
and
true.
choose not to immediately build them, which is a mistake I make all the time because I'm so greedy for resources. I just want to keep playing cards, keep playing cards, keep playing cards. I'm a button presser.
Everyone is. I think all UniVersus players are button pressers to some degree.
Yeah, but I'm a button presser to a detriment. I've definitely looked at some games and just said, man, if I did nothing, I win, which is so antithetical to UniVersus in general, but is very not antithetical, very thetical. That's not the right word.
Is that a word?
No, I don't think so. But it's
Production says no.
It is. It's very much a thing in fighting games.
Mhm.
Winning by doing nothing. I believe. I'm just gonna say it's Sun Tzu Art of War. Probably not. But if you can win by doing nothing, then you have a huge advantage over your opponent.
You said words I don't know what you meant. What did you say?
To win by doing nothing.
No, but what did you say before that?
Antithetical?
No, never mind. Okay, you said a phrase or a word I didn't know if it was English. I had never heard of it before.
Sun Tzu, The Art of War?
Yeah. Sorry.
You've
yes.
never heard of The Art of War?
I've never
by
heard of Sun Tzu.
Oh, he's the author.
I know
of
Art of War. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. I've learned something today.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yes.
Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Yeah. There is a philosophy where you want to be in a winning position without expending resources.
Yeah, absolutely.
So effectively, you want to win by doing nothing. And I mean, how many times have you heard someone complain in any game where it's like, "Oh, you didn't do nothing. You just played lame. You didn't do anything. How'd you win?" And it's like that's
winning.
That's how you win in a lot of games. And so there's a lot of times, even in UniVersus, where you gotta hold them close to your chest and wait for the right opportunity. And I think Aiden is seeing that opportunity here. We've got the Onyakapone making the Hunter's Ally not count towards progressive. Huge damage bonus, doubling up the damage of this Hunter's Ally. We're going to see another attack get added to the hand. This is looking really good for Aiden here. Every backup in hand is, of course, an attack. Every Jaegerist follower is a chance to check well. Leaving it on top looks really good. Doesn't look good for Dawson here. No speed reduction really available. Even with the 1 difficulty foundation, it's not committed yet. So we would still just be losing 1 blocking potential, and there's going to be game 2 for Aiden.
15 minutes left for both of these players to find out who our winner will be, as once again, both of these players playing for a slot in our top 16 to qualify for day 2 of the World Championships here in Dallas, Texas. That's exactly what Aiden need. Probably took a little bit longer than we would have liked, but, at the end of the day, we did get the game that we needed to win, and now it all comes down to this last one. And like I said all the way at the beginning of this match, if you are playing a character like Zeke, Zeke Jaeger, going second isn't actually that bad.
Right.
For what we're trying to do and the explosivity of trying to transform as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I'm always surprised by this deck. I think truly, I'll just say I don't quite grok it. I don't quite understand it.
It's not my flavor.
Yeah, the Zeke Jaeger deck. I mean, backup decks in general. As a boomer UniVersus player, it was incredibly difficult to try and figure out like what's the right ratios. How many backups can I play? How many backups should I play? How many backups do I need to play to get these different strategies to work out? And it's not been an easy fix. And it's typically it's been easier for decks like Zeke or War Chief because those check bonuses help offset the cost. It was very easy with Hanji Zoe because I'm playing very few cards per turn, but I'm playing high impact cards and I can commit a backup similar to a foundation. So the gameplay loop is very similar to decks that don't play backups. So seeing this Zeke Jaeger Beast Titan deck really figured out has been super cool. But game 3 going second, I guess Hanji Zoe is just for the going second plan.
I think that is a good game plan for a lot of people that look at this deck and figure out how to attack going into a tournament. Because I don't know if it's the correct choice, but it is an option that this deck has always had since we saw its, playability in Louisville. And we're going to have to see if it's the correct choice or not within this game because the dynamic of what the deck is doing does completely shift.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we got our 4 difficulty backup that cannot be attacked, and it is unfortunately not as exciting as 9 Titans throughout the ages.
Well, we're not allowed to pick that one anymore,
No,
Sam.
It's not that exciting, but a Titan medium will have to do.
And
how do you say it? Do you say like a Titan and then pause medium, or do you just not say the parentheses? I feel like you have to, right? Because there's a Titan small, a Titan medium, a Titan large, and you have to denote them.
Yeah, I would probably just say a medium Titan.
You just juxtapose the words?
Yeah.
Just doing your own thing, breaking the rules?
Getting a little loose with it.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
I mean, we only play one of it.
Right.
It comes out at the beginning of the game.
It's technically it's not even really in the deck if you think about it.
This card's job is to commit to pest checks.
Yeah, so far Aiden already doing better than most players that sideboard different characters because he drew the correct number of cards to start the game.
Well, remember, for half of the game as Zeke, you are a six-hander. So
yeah, but you usually have more than 6 cards in your hand when you start your turn with that deck because he drew 7 at one point. He ended his turn with started from 7 at one point. So yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've seen players sideboard from a 7-hander into a 6-hander and then draw 7 cards to start a game and just immediately lose.
I have I don't openly admit to a lot of my mistakes as a professional card game player. Occasionally, obviously not much.
Professional? You got paid to play?
I mean, we all get paid in memories and good times.
Hey, I'll just say my gaming experience has always been pretty ordinary in that respect.
Okay, fair enough. I will say one of the few things that I have gotten a judge call on is exactly what you're describing. A mistake that I made in the middle of a tournament because I was playing a 6-hand size character for game 1 and I was sideboarding a 7-hand size character for a different game plan, and I didn't draw enough cards. And that's my bad. But the punishment for not drawing enough cards is typically just like, yeah, man, you handicapped yourself. Here's your warning.
Here's your warning. Play better.
Here's my I just have to play this 19 health character with only 6 cards in my hand at the beginning of the game.
Was this before you got the extra card for going second?
Yes. This was old. Yeah, UFS times of old. I was just a wee lad, of course, in the professional world of UniVersus. But here we have a new dynamic to this match. New characters on one side of them, new backups since the stage, and right out the get-go, very powerful ones, right? The Genghis Frog already coming in, allowing to play it early on because Hans helps you commit, or you're allowed to play cards and commit a backup per card to help you pass the check, and then, of course, going second, Hans being ready as well, being able to just slam this 5 difficulty backup, even if you check a 3, it's in the stage.
What's crazy is I think I've seen more like hard checked massive mutant machines than I have seen hard checked Genghis frogs.
I would believe that.
Like I've seen more people play 1 on 7 than play Genghis frog on a 5. A big part of that's probably the +0 mid block on Genghis frog makes it pretty appealing to hold. But you know what else has a pretty good mid block?
This City Rampage that we're kicking off turn 2 for Dawson in this game 3 into a determined advance. Checks very nicely on it.
I mean, everything's coming up Thrill House.
Who's Thrill House?
You've never seen? Oh my gosh.
I know Millhouse.
Yeah, well, he's Thrill House, and there's a whole. I'll show you later.
Okay, all right, thanks. Well, I'm just I don't know if the viewers are also know the reference.
That's
but...
true. Simpsons is pretty old by now.
Oh, it's a Simpsons reference? Oh, my bad.
Well, it's Millhouse. I thought you knew Millhouse.
Oh, I was thinking of a different card game with the term Millhouse. Anyway.
I don't know what you're talking about now. I mean, mill is a term in card games, but I don't know about Millhouse.
Yeah, Millhouse Manastorm.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess I don't think of him as a card game reference, but he
yes, yeah, okay.
He is
that's
more
correct.
iconic as a card game reference than he is in the video game. That's fair. That's fair.
So determined advance.
Yeah, so we are advancing determinedly.
Get another momentum. Accelerates exactly what Benimaru is trying to do. And you ready? Here's one big benefit if I'm Dawson going into this game 3 and my opponent has sideboarded into Hanj. You know what that is?
31 health instead of 34.
That's right. I only got to do 3 less.
Yeah. That's not too bad. I think the biggest advantage is you don't have to worry about a huge explosive turn, and you don't have to attack the backups like we were talking about. Attacking Hanji's backups is still pretty good because it's kind of, it's denying a resource to pass a check, but it's way less impactful because we're not relying on them to transform. And if you kill a Genghis frog, every hunter's ally builds it.
It's rough.
Yeah. You can't build it with Beast Titan's Rock Barrage, though, because it is unique.
Yes.
So, it's not as bad, but...
Ultimate combination coming out right now on a 6, 7, 8. We did check a 5. Sorry, 6. Did we use an inspiring song that I missed? It looks like it.
We have we have +2 to a check.
Yeah, so yeah, and we had the City Rampage also for the coming in with the 1/1. So just enough to keep Benimaru alive. Adds one of these to our momentum. I think very quickly we are going to see the benefit here. This is going to go to powerful 5, plus 15 damage on the 8 as well. -2 speed, putting it down to 3 high. I'm doing some quick math. Yes, ready's the Knight's Rest. Okay, I think it's still in block range, but it's going to be determined on the block modifier that Aiden has and the card we check, of course, if we want to get this up there. And again, it refreshes any of these foundations that we spend from the powerful to help Dawson even potentially play another attack afterwards.
It doesn't look like we're using the Jaeger's follower to scout the check. So we might be pretty confident in our ability to block this attack already.
Like a number 10 pro hero, 1 high block.
Exactly. Something pretty guaranteed, or else I'm pretty sure you'd be looking at the top.
Yeah. 16 plus the 7. Pumping this up to 23, exactly 1 off lethal. But again, we've refreshed our stage, which is the big benefit of playing this attack with this character.
Yeah, I mean, we could use that inspiring song again,
yeah,
right, if we had another attack we wanted to play.
And we'll get another momentum from the strategic meeting that we've refreshed as well.
Yeah, I think low-key, one of the things that's actually been saving Aiden's life, as we get a little peek at Dawson's hand, is not building 4 foundations to be committed out.
Yeah.
As a walk the dog deck, we see one in the hand. It's been pretty frustrating. I would be pretty tilted, I'll be honest, if I've had this many walk the dogs that are on 5, 6 difficulties instead of 4s, despite my opponent being completely committed out.
There's the number 10 pro hero block. Like you said, just not
Check
very
the 6
worried.
anyways, yeah. Everything being handled here. Strategic meeting. Look at the top. It's either going to momentum or the hand. It's going to be momentum.
And it's a foundation. That's the card type you want in there.
Yeah, so if we play a walk the dog, it would have been on an 8. So we might as well play the falling debris, which gets +X equal to the momentum, not the check bonus, as I was mistaken earlier.
But we did have +3 to play this one. Comes in with the 1/1 and then blitz for the 1/1 because of the 1 momentum we have for a nice 6 high for 8 right away. And we got the good high block out of Aiden, so I can't imagine we necessarily have another one. So this will help get a little bit extra damage on the board for Dawson.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get that readied foundation committed down, because if we can get the walk the dog to be played on 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but +2 to the check, We could check a 5 and commit our 3 foundations and still have Benimaru, but that's not going to be the case. We're just going to have to settle for some damage here and figure out, is it worth it to even try to play another attack?
Walk the dog on a 7 is still an option that you can consider, even though you didn't get this last one committed. 16 to go through. Powerful 3 with 2 foundations. Sorry, powerful 6 with 6, 7.
We'd have to
8,
commit
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah,
6.
it is only 13 damage if you just raw play it, and you check it. Yeah, like you said, you have to check the 6 to get the extra momentum and also the powerful increase. But we're thinking hard.
If you could increase the powerful, though, that'd be 8 from... Oh, if Benimaru's ready, you get a 3rd momentum even. So, yeah. If we could have had Benny ready and played that. So, Aiden slipping past the danger of Walk the Dog based on the way the deck is built. So, remember we were talking about, like, can't really grok the way it's played. I mean, it's got sneaky moves into the metagame threats. I mean, how many times have we seen Walk the Dogs in a top 8, top 4 finalist deck?
So many. So many, and I think even when it comes down to the announcement of the top 16 players that will be moving on to the next day of this tournament, how many of them are playing symbols or playing X amount of copies of Walk the Dog to make that happen? It's just so powerful.
Yep.
It's such a key piece for those decks and for those symbols of just punishing your opponent for having those extra foundations. But speaking of having extra foundations, Aiden in the tank after looking at his 6 cards, because we narrowly escaped dying there with how aggressive that turn was from Dawson. And we have 2 foundations and 3 backups to play with. And it looks like we're just going to build Frantic Rescue. Frantic Rescue number 2. Onya Capone, which doesn't help us too entirely much. Build 3, pass. There's 4 foundations. If they ever get all committed, we have enabled our opponent to play these Walk the Dogs much easier, and takes another turn off Aiden. A little bit of the frustration you see, the hair being frazzled by himself as it passes back to Dawson, draws up to hand size, and man, I see some good ones. One of my picks for the weekend, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. Very good key piece to start things off, especially when you're staring across things like Double Frantic Rescue.
Yeah, Double Frantic Rescue, pretty strong. And specifically into, again, the Walk the Dog plan. Is Frantic Rescue a flip or a remove, though?
Flip.
Flip. So it would actually be kind of stronger into this matchup if it had a remove. But with Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, I have to imagine Frantic Plea is the target here.
Looks like the Vast Hybrid is going to get played, but a Filled with Doubt coming in. Honestly, one of the first ones I've seen all day. Going to go ahead and seal it, but it is still an attack you have to deal with, and Aiden says, no, I'm good. I'll take the 6, going down to 10, and Dawson has the decision to continue to play more attacks, or we can see the responses here from the Frantic Rescue, and yes, we are going to press the button on both of them. +2 difficulty for the attacks of Dawson for the rest of this turn. So it looks like we're just going to build. Daily training. Master's Pride, build to pass, take the Vast Hybrid to the momentum, or it's sealed, but it goes face down. That makes sense.
Yep.
And then we pass back to Aiden, who didn't really increase the foundation size aside from those Frantics that have now been used. How do we do 22 damage? How do you break through Benimaru? Only on 5 foundations, but a ton of momentum.
I mean, Beast Titan's Rock Barrage is how I would do it.
That is the best way.
Build a 4th backup, get all the effects on it, annihilate half the stage in one go. And it looks like that's going to be the plan here. Searching for the 4th backup. Which one are you building, Barrett?
We already have... Man, it can't be a unique one. I mean, it's probably just a Jaeger's.
Unique.
It's just a Jaeger's, right? Oh, that's some damage. No, this is damage pump, right?
No, Titans Under Orders is -3 damage.
Is this under orders? I thought under orders was green.
Oh, I thought. Oh, this is a 1 diff. This is
2 to 3 meter
tall. Yeah, I thought this
was
was
the damage one.
3/6. It's the 1/5.
My thing's broken. We'll fix it eventually. Sorry, everybody at home. Nope. Well, guess we're done pulling up cards for right now.
Yeah.
We'll just stare at Frantic Rescue for the rest of the day. I mean, it makes sense, right? If we're trying to push for the game, we need some extra stats. So picking the one that commits for +2 speed makes a lot more sense here. Sorry, everybody. I am resetting everything.
Yeah, we've got 6 momentum for Benimaru. We have more momentum than we have foundations.
Yes.
Makes sense when you read Benimaru, but you still don't see it that often.
That's where they all went.
That's where they all went.
There's actually a lot of attacks in our momentum, more so, I think,
that's
across
true
the entire
too, yeah.
match.
This is a pretty irregular game for Benimaru in general here. Normally, Benimarus would have absolutely gotten splatted by now. And speaking of splatted, here's Falling Titans with the Genghis Frog out. This is not a combination of cards I've seen too often in practice, but it is definitely something I have theorized about being an incredibly potent win condition. Adding damage pump to Falling Titans is not strictly necessary, but it does reduce the number of backups that you have to build and sacrifice to pull it off. And Hanji Zoe, so built for this card, right? Like you play it on a 6, you check a 5, you commit 1 backup, then you sack it, do it again. This is just built for this character. Definitely another reason why, you know, along with Nine Titans, that this character became much more playable after its release, when there really wasn't too much of a reason to play Hanji in the first set of Attack on Titan.
It's actually getting very scary here now for Dawson, as this is now the second time we're playing the Falling Titans. Like you said, less total times we have to play it.
And every time you commit that backup, you get that bonus speed.
That's right. And Genghis Frog is still going to apply that damage even though it's committed. So now it is a 7 high for 9. It's going to connect. Here it is once again. And we have another +2 speed. We show triple low block with the Walk the Dogs that we couldn't play because we could never get 4 foundations committed. Game 3 in the match.
Our rival refused to build enough foundations for us to win the game. How depressing is that, Barrett? But Aiden L gonna be your winner. Not taking one. Aiden L not taking an L.
That's right.
In this
reverse
final
sweep.
round. You got to call him Aiden W now.
That's right. Aiden W. Change your last name because
Change your last name. Absolutely.
finally, again, has played Zeke Yeager all throughout this year, has made incredible performance across it, is the reason why he's even here at this tournament. And with that win, Aiden L, all but for sure, locking in his day 2 here at the World Championships with Zeke Yeager.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Again, we talked about how the deck is just kind of confusing to both of us, right? It's not really something that we are super familiar with, right? But pulling it out in the end, I mean, what is there a better way to have ended our day 1 of the World Championship?
I don't think so. I think across the entire day today, we have seen impeccable players across the globe play impeccable decks and strategies so widely diverse that I think everyone was kind of expecting coming into this tournament. And these were just the decks that these players selected to get them through day 1. The decks that we will see from all these day 2ers, as well as the 16 people who, don't worry everybody, we will announce who they are very shortly.
16, huh?
All 16 of them that will be moving on. The decks have been incredible, and here's the biggest thing I have to ask you. I want to take you back even a couple years ago. Nick Reagan breaking out of that day 1 tournament and then making his way all the way to his World Championships winning, giving you the character card that has existed in Standard today. The day 1 buff is real.
Yeah, Nick Reagan was Mr. Last Chance himself, and we could see that repeated here again. It wouldn't surprise me the way these players are playing, and I've always been someone who thinks that you get a bit of a warm-up, you know? I don't want the bye week. I don't want to take a week off because then you get cold. You get rusty. You know, I want to stay warmed up. And I think playing day 1 and succeeding, it builds that confidence. You get more reps in. You get more experience. And you get a feel for what people are playing over the weekend. Whereas if you were walking around playing side events, maybe you're getting a little distracted. You know, you're having fun playing some retro, playing some Hero 2, gunslinging with the UVS employees. You know, maybe you're resting on your laurels a bit. So these day 1 players who are going to make it into day 2, they might have a slight advantage.
Well, let's see exactly what that advantage is with the decks and our players that are going to be making this day 2 appearance in order of their placement of finishing in Swiss. I'll do 4, you do 4. First place, Ryan K on Godzilla. Paul Butler in second place with his Bertold Hoover deck. We've got Marvin Emery, third place representing Ryu. And in fourth place, Chris Miner with that Nago deck that we got to see already in fourth place.
Yep, in fifth place, we've got Cohen N on Rodan. giant monster in the sky. We've got JJ playing himself in 6th place, Mark Tyner playing himself in 7th place, and Ryan Field not playing himself, playing Hizuru's Hope, Mikasa Ackerman in 8th place.
Absolutely. As we move on to the back half, these were the ones we were keeping an eye on. But we've got Colin C. in 9th place, another Godzilla representative. James H. from Let's Talk UVS in 10th place, playing Rodan. Aiden L., who we just saw, solidifying.
Aiden W.
Locking in that 11th place slot and making his way to day 2. George R., of course, known judge in the community with a 2nd place finish in Atlanta, spotting Godzilla in 12th place after the end of this tournament.
Sammy H., another Rodan. Chris Smith, another Rodan. Barlow G with the Zeke Jaeger War Chief, who we got to watch on stream at the beginning of the day. Mr. Bubble himself. You want to talk about somebody who's got a last chance qualifier buff. Barlow's got to be in the running for that. And then John A. with the only Midoriya on this list, despite being one of the most competitive characters throughout all of 2025 and really not seeing any hits to the deck, not losing any pieces or getting errated, but one squeaking in that last 16th place. Surely there's no one else.
No, actually, Levi, I don't know what to say right here.
President Hawks?
Our UVS Games UniVersus Organized Play Manager, for everybody at home, 17th place was, I don't have their name here. Sorry. Parker S. Playing Zeke Jaeger on Fire.
Okay.
Finished 17th place with a 1.23% strength of schedule change on the fight for that 16th of 17th place. And our gracious host, Levi, has actually allowed him to also make it into day 2 because of that
bubbler.
Thin of margins. So there's actually going to be an extra representative here in our day 2. So congratulations also to Parker S. making it into the day 2 qualification. And that has concluded our tournament here. Of course, I want to talk about characters. I want to talk about all these things that we can get into tomorrow, of course. It's been a long day.
It's pretty late. It's pretty late.
But big things I want to do of note. You said the one Midoriya. I want to talk about the other side of it. Only one of those players played Mikasa today.
That's true.
That's
Mikasa,
way big.
Huge on the representation, not so huge on the conversion rate. So between Godzilla, Rodan, and Mikasa, those top 3, only 2 of them really showed up there. So Mikasa, Hizuru's Hope, maybe people are over-teching for it. There's been a lot of cards you could play that interfere with the game plan, but they're pretty much dead cards in other matchups. But this was the format. This was the event to bring your Scales of Juno, to bring your Strength of Beauties and put them in the main board.
I am very excited to see all of our players and what they have prepared for us for tomorrow because they are allowed to submit new decks. Of course, by midnight tonight, we will know exactly what those players are playing. Only time will tell. And maybe based off of the results of today, people might be second-guessing what they'll be submitting, and we won't know until tomorrow. But, Sam, I think I'm done for today. I would like to crack one last pack for the viewers at home, if we have it. Godzilla, of course, Reign of Kaiju is in our super pre-release here at Worlds. Of course, the pre-release is next Friday on the 6th of March. And then also, of course, the actual release of the set. And the big shiny card of the pack is...
Whoa, hey.
A Flying Menace.
Pretty good.
That's going to be it for day 1 here of the World Championships. I'm Barrett Bryant with Sam Tate. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Be back here at 10:30 Central Standard Time for day 2 of the action here, where all of the players across the world, EU, Oceania, America, all of those players that have made their qualifications for day 2, as well as the 17 that qualified at the end of today, will duke it out to make it to day 3 and claim that ultimate prize of that champion card on Sunday. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, don't go anywhere for the next 12